Beautiful morning here, and we are straight into competition, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joining Vaughan Blakey in the booth, and look at the golden light across the lineup here, Cabarita Beach headland.
Just shimmery out there at the moment, that gorgeous sort of storm morning sunshine. I got my sunshine shirt on today just for good vibes, but one big and very noticeable thing this morning here, Jess, the swell has really backed off. It's dropped considerably, but plenty of swell still around, thankfully. What that drop in the swell has done is created three really defined banks out here. So we're going to see, I think, a bit of a spread throughout these heats during the day, but lots of options. We're back into the women's, which is great, the round of 32. And the heat to kick off this morning is such a blinder. We have Paige Harrop, former CT surfer, Nixie Ryan from Lennox Head, surfer who's been basically on the up for a long time. Sierra Kerr, the wonder kind, voted by her peers in that recent stab poll as one of the top 5 surfers in the world last year. That's everyone from John Florence to Steph Gilmore to Justine Dupont to, you know, this is a giant peer poll that goes down. She was voted top 5 in the world best surfers last year. And Rhea Campbell, another surfer who we've been watching with a lot of interest over the past few years, beginning her QS campaign. So a great way to start the morning, Jess. I know you are frothing.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited, and you can just see, I mean, it is a bit smaller in the conditions, but it's so playful. There's lots of opportunity. There's a couple of different defined peaks, and there's this really, really nice critical section, like right under that judging tent, and that whole contest set up there where the beach marshal is, just to the north of the takeoff spot as well. So I think there's going to be fireworks today. From what I saw in the warm-ups earlier, it looks like everybody's going to have the opportunity to maybe be a bit more creative and do a little less kind of battling and searching, because there are those critical sections offered up every now and again.
That is a good point, yeah. The first few days we've had, you know, the remnants, well, the full force of Tropical Cyclone Gabrielle just hammering the east coast. We had to move the comp up to Kingscliff, as you said, from Cabarita, not too far. What is it, about 15 minutes, not even. Just up the coast, but it's nice and protected from the onslaught of the full front that was coming through, but also because of the angle, it just gets this incredibly hectic sweep. So you were really surfing down the line, battling the rip, and the surfing that lends itself to is a lot of, you know, off the lips, big re-entries, sort of swooping carves. Not a whole lot of room for creativity in that environment. And then yesterday when we got back here, you know, it was huge, and a lot of cutties and a lot of dealing with big end sections, violent end sections. And, you know, the big money turns yesterday were closeout re-entries, layback snaps. Today, with the swell dropping a little bit, and it's going to clean up beautifully on the inside here. It's got a little bit of morning sickness, but I'm expecting some fins out the back, Jess. I reckon we'll see some airs. And we'll see, yeah, a little bit more expression coming through in the approach of these young women this morning.
Yeah, there's pockets of gold everywhere at the moment, isn't there? You can see when the sets do roll through, there's still quite a bit of push behind them, and then they just have been wrapping a little bit further inside of that nice bank that's lined up. You can see the 4 women in this first heat. They're really, really positioning themselves right at that takeoff point, though.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see just how waves are standing up on this bank this morning. The free surf was kind of all over the place. There was so many people surfing, and, you know, you couldn't really get a feel for which bank was the best. It was a lot of waves being ridden everywhere. One thing that is a little bit curious about expressive surfing is that you don't tend to see many people bust the fins before 11 o'clock. It's not early morning surfing style to get out there and start throwing airs. I think everyone likes to warm up into their air surfing or their tail slides. Early in the morning, it's just kind of meat and potato stuff. Don't know why. What do you think that is? Just because the body's not limber enough yet, or the day's a bit chilly, or?
Yeah, the chill. It is a bit chilly up here for today, isn't it? It's strangely
so
chilly.
Stinky the last few days.
Yeah, I think, yeah, you're spot on. They're just warming up, feeling out the conditions. It is so different to what they've surfed over the last 3 days competition. But, I mean, the four women in the water, Paige Harrop, she's sitting number 1 at the moment for the WSL Australia Oceanic region. Nixie's really high up there too. I think she's in that kind of top 10. I mean, Sierra, like you said, she needs pretty much no introduction anymore in any event. And Raya just been a really good goofy footer across the event so far. So I think probably you're right. We will see them kind of warm into these conditions as we go to this morning. But this afternoon, I mean, round of 16 for the men and women, it's going to be absolute fireworks.
This is where things go to another level again. Every single round we see, you know, that performance level rise. Yesterday, seeded surfers entered the draw and it was fireworks. We saw some incredible surfing. One of the real standouts for me was Paige Harrop. She just is such a cool customer. All that experience, unrattled, unfazed by the energy that is with this generational shift that seems to be going on. You know, women's surfing, we've talked about it a lot, but it is the #1 talking point in the global surf universe at the moment because so many young women have changed the game. They've changed the way we look at what's possible, not just in free surfing, but in the Rashi. Sierra Kerr is right on the cutting edge of that charge, of that conversation. Katie Simmers, another one. Molly Pickram. There's Sky Brown over there in the States. Bella Kenworthy. I mean, there's just a full tide of them coming in. And but Paige, just unruffled, you know, uses that experience to get the job done. And she threw down some incredible backside birds. Yeah,
I mean, Paige has been on tour now for probably 10 plus years. I remember her first kind of stepping into the jersey and those learning years, and then she had heaps of success quite quickly, and then she kind of had quite a few down years, and she was kind of battling to find her position, I think, in the rankings and her performance and where she sits, like in that confidence spot. But like you said, this is just another day for her. She's been doing this for so long, and I mean, to come up against people like Sierra Kerr, you're just talking about the other women that are pushing the forefront for surfing at the moment and performance. How about in that toasted Katie Simmers film that I think is about 4 minutes in, and there's that air off between Sierra, Molly, Bella and Katie. It's like the most, I kept rewinding it, or that's an old term, isn't it? But, you know, scrubbing it back and rewatching and rewatching and rewatching. Just you could feel the vibe, and the cameraman's going off his head, and it's just such a sick way to open up that
you can almost see that tide, the push, wave after wave just coming in. You know, where you put your towel on the beach and the tide comes in and one wave comes close to your towel, so you move it back and then the next wave goes further up. It's pretty classy. Ray Campbell, Jess, obviously a real standout in the juniors here in Australia for a long time. She's, we'll stick with Paige here. So some waves being ridden. And there it is. Just, you know, there's just so much calm in the way that Paige gets it done. There's a wobbly one, throws up a nice backside turn. But yeah, tell us a little bit about Raya.
Raya, she's, on the first opening days, Bugs was saying, hey, on the first few waves, we were kind of like, wait, that's kind of not how Raya surfs because of that kingy push. Here she is right now. This is her opening ride. It's only kind of a frothy one, so just a 193 locked in for her. Here's the replay for Harrop. This inside section, though, I think it's going to be a pretty good way to open up her score, and it's probably going to give her a lot of confidence. She does really well, clicks with that tricky little section and just kind of timed it nicely, kind of floated through that second turn. I think she's got heaps more in the tank and way more attack in her, but I think just getting those first few points on the board is probably what she's thinking there. But yeah, Raya, she's got such a solid backhand. Here we go. There's been a flurry action, actually. Sierra Kerr up and riding froth monster.
Oh, well, excuse me. Sierra has just told me to button up there, throwing fins straight off the bat. I was actually going to say it would be interesting to see if Sierra comes out here and starts, you know, cutting loose straight away. Gorgeous morning. Look at the sunlight peeking through the clouds. It has been stormy in the last 24 hours. A huge downpour after the event ended yesterday. It was batting down the hatches, and it was just completely torrential. But you get up this morning, that beautiful golden East Coast light peeking through the clouds. It makes for a beautiful scene here at Cabarita Headland, and some nice rides so far this morning. But yeah, I was actually curious to see whether Sierra would come straight out and throw fins, and she has.
Yeah, she's... Maybe that is her warm-up, just a quick fin blast before the reverses and the big flips and stuff start coming out. But Paige, locking 5.33, best wave of the heat so far. Stacey, you are in the bunker with Ty Sarati. Good morning.
Not in the bunker, we're out in the wild. Beautiful morning down here at Cabarita, Ty.
Yeah, it's another great day in regional New South Wales.
Absolutely love it. Waves are still firing in. This swell event just won't die. What's the schedule for today?
We've got another big day. We've got women's round of 32, then the men's round of 32, then back to the women's round of 16, and then finishing off with the men's round of 16.
That's awesome. And who have we got running out here? Are you excited?
Yeah, it looks super fun out there. I'm excited.
How fun?
Really fun.
Good luck. Thanks, Ty.
Thanks, Stace.
He's feeling it today, isn't he? Stacey has been just fired up from the get-go on dark. He's like, today's it. We're pointy end here. Round of 16 coming up this afternoon. So
I think he's had 6 coffees already.
yeah, he's always just amongst it too. You can guarantee, like, if you don't know something about the current daily actions of who's done the best turn, who's looking the most kind of sharp, what equipment's changed, you can just pop on over and see Stace. He'll be wandering around somewhere and he'll have a little notebook full of all the information. There's Nixie. I feel like the girls have been getting a little bit caught up on that weird first section, but she just kind of regains composure there and recovers, and she's finding some points, as did Paige on that end section. But that opening kind of lumpy, weird bump, we saw it the same thing yesterday, Vaughan. I particularly remember Holly Williams just adjusting and being able to adjust within that first 5 or 10 minutes of her heat. So I think this first heat is probably looking to do the same, that first section kind of causing a little bit of havoc with them.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think, East Coast Australia, it's prone to morning sickness. We get crazy winds. Usually wind on the East Coast picks up around about 10:30, 11 on any given day. We have the full gamut of weather conditions here, but, this time of year, you'll normally have to deal with some sort of onshore around 11, so it blows all day long. On the rare occasion, it might glass off, or you might get a little late, wind shift depending on the summer storms and whatnot. But it's not uncommon to wake up in, late summer, early autumn and have this sort of morning sickness. So all these surfers would have dealt with this quite a bit. And just, not having too much of a game plan in terms of what sort of turns you want to do, just reacting in the moment. I think that adaptation that you were talking about is a good way to be. Just being flexible, languid with what's going on in your heat, making sure that, we really don't quite know what is happening here. The free surf was almost like fool's gold in terms of trying to figure out where the best place to sit was, because every single lump and bump gets ridden.
Yeah.
And quality of the surfers in this event make every lump and bump look good. So, all our surfers, or at least 3 of them I can see on screen, have elected to surf on this back point, which does get a bit of a cross wave through it, as we saw yesterday, but there is waves and options on the inside as well. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether anyone breaks from the crowd. No, all 4 surfers electing to surf on this back point at the moment. But yeah, adaptation, flexibility, it's really crucial in these early morning heats when there's a bit of wobble through the lineup.
How golden.
Look at that.
Absolute Tweed Coast gold here. But it's interesting that you say that too, because it's so easy to get tricked in if you are just watching. You don't even get into the ocean in the morning when you wander down and watch that free surf. You're right, every single lump is being ridden, and all the guys are out there, even if they've been knocked out as well. I think there's a lot of the guys and the girls that hang around and keep training in this environment, because the intensity around a QS free surf in the morning of competition is like nothing else you've ever experienced in the lineup.
Yeah.
It's like a whole different cosmic universe, like
That's
you would call
exactly why I don't paddle out in these morning
Yeah.
sessions, because, you know, when you're an old fella and you're trying to compete with the world's best athletes, men and women, you don't get a sniff in these warm-up sessions.
it. It's like an onslaught of like anticipation and just this craziest energy that comes all at once out into the lineup. So I saw even a couple of locals sitting out there this morning and just get engulfed with, there will be, 30, 40 of the best Australian and international surfers just running and just looking for any opportunity just to get their feet, stuck into it and loosen up a little bit. It doesn't, I didn't see too many massive completions. I just saw the onslaught of humans into the lineup, and then the rest of the locals just kind of float in and go, what just happened?
Yeah, well, a big shout out to all the Cabarita locals for allowing us to share this incredible wave. Over the years, I mean, I've seen some amazing sessions go down here, and it has played host to a CT before. Bo Eminem and Nathan Webster surfed a final of the Billabong Pro out here way back in 1999, I think it was. Bo Eminem, #1 in the world. What about that? And the child prodigy from Foster. And yeah, I heard Ronnie saying that once he reached #1, that was early in his career too. Like, it might have been if not his rookie year, then the next year. But he got to #1 and then partied for the entire rest of his career. Job done.
Going out on top.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, 11 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. It is the #1 on the current Australia Oceanic ratings for the WSL. Paige Harrop in the lead of this round of 32. Heat #1 in the water for the women, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
The Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, a beautiful bird's eye view of Cabarita headland here and Bundjalung country. We are straight in to the QS 5000, round of 32 for the women, heat #1 in the water. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joining Vaughan Blakey, and it's been already just non-stop action here, Vaughan. We've had some huge days of competition, and we've got even the best yet ahead of us.
Oh, I can't wait. That round yesterday with the men's round of 64 was really incredible. Some just standout performances in the women's event so far as well. And now that we're starting to move into this pointy end, it's just, the froth builds. But I love that bird's eye view of Cabarita. What sort of bird is it, do you think? The Oakberry macaw flying over there?
Maybe something tropical, because it really does feel like it's kind of got that Lord of the Rings-esque, that tropical, rugged wilderness thing about it up in this part of the region, doesn't it? Very rainforesty as well.
Oh, very much so. And, you know, you don't have to stray too far from the coast here. You can see it just over the back where those hills are. There's a lot of tropical rainforest out there. And that hinterland, one of the most beautiful in the world, part of the Great Dividing Range that bends and weaves up the entire east coast of Australia. The further north you go, the more and more tropical it gets. You've got birds that are like 6 to 8 foot tall. I was actually driving past Yamba the other day, and I looked down off the side of the freeway, and there was a huge emu just standing there. I was like, wow, how about that? Here we are in this day and age, just driving down the road, and there's an 8-foot bird staring at you. 8 foot, a bird.
What about the...
That's just crazy.
The Nat Geo stuff that's been going on around the contest side even. There's that big python, I think. I don't know if it's a guy or a girl python, but he's bloody huge.
Yeah, it's huge. And I've seen a few of the groms give it a wide berth. Pretty good idea, because those pythons can dislocate their jaw. They'd get around someone like Ty Richo pretty easy, I reckon.
Well, someone, when I look forward into this draw, Vaughan, I've been looking at the fact that there is those grom matchups and the kind of veteran, we always call them the veterans, but I mean, Paige Harab and Nixie and Sierra and Rhea is a good example. I feel like Sierra and Rhea are kind of that new gen, the younger ladies coming through, even in the next heat, round of 32, heat number 2, similar thing. Philippa and Kobe, really, really well-rounded, experienced competitors, and they're coming up against Ava and Taylor. So younger ladies, I know Taylor as well, that next generation coming out of New Zealand. She's national title holder for NZ, so she'd be watching what Paige does in this heat particularly, probably Paige being one of her heroes growing up and leading that forefront of professional surfing for women in NZ.
Yeah, I've actually loved with the Challenger Series the way it's structured. The Anzac spirit is back. We've got, you know, the Australians and the New Zealanders travelling together, backing each other. Whenever Paige or Billy Stairmond or Kehu Butler were surfing heats last year, all the Aussies were down the beach cheering them on, and I think it's good for both nations to have that camaraderie and that support. It's going to bring out the best, and it's going to create a pathway for New Zealand surfers where they feel like, you know, we're all part of this one big movement out of this region. And it's really cool to see. I think that's good for everyone. It's good for the Australians, it's good for the Kiwis, and yeah, but there's always that little bit of competitiveness underneath it all. It's going to be simmering there, and you know, there's nothing better than that friendly rivalry. We're a big family, but it's kind of like, you know, that sibling rivalry underneath as well.
Bring back the Arvo touch footy games, I say too. I remember the days on the QS with heaps of the Kiwi guys, and we'd have that full Oz versus NZ touch footy games in the afternoon just to keep, you know, the energy going and blow off a bit of steam after competition day. And I think that rivalry really helps drive performance as well. But Paige Harab at the moment, just over 6 minutes on the clock, Vaughan. She's got the 5.33, and she's really been the only person out there that's been able to find and dial in. And how important were those two, you know, kind of pretty medium turns for her on her back end. At this point now, I was thinking, oh, she's probably definitely going to get rid of them. But right now, she's holding on to that number 1 spot in the heat and on the ranks.
We interviewed Paige the other day after her heat win at Kingscliff, and, you know, we were talking about what it's like to have that energy sort of simmering beneath you with that generation of really high performers, big names, lots of attention. And I said, you know, but experience wins out every single time. She goes, oh, I don't know about every time, but it's definitely good to be able to paddle out, have a strategy, back yourself, and not get into a situation where you're panicking. Nixie Ryan sitting in second at the moment from Lennox Head, just down the coast. Probably about, 40 minutes away from here. So Nixie would have surfed Cabaretta a fair bit, I would imagine. She would have come up here and done little stints, different junior events. I mean, the Oakberry has been here now for 3 years, I believe, and there was even a couple of warm-up events during those missing years. And so she's had heats out here before.
Have a look at the replay here. She just looks a bit more alive. I feel like she's taken, you know, consideration of the last 5 minutes of this heat, and she's kind of woken up a bit. There's pretty much just a lot of setup turns. She's really struggling to find a bit of speed to get something done on this wave. So she's kind of just left halfway through the middle of this whole ride. I mean, you can see she looks energetic to me on this one. The first wave was really tricky that she had, and she only got, I think, that 3.5. But she goes into the lead with that last ride because it's been a little bit of a wave-starved opening heat. This happens so much as well, Vaughan. There's that, the sun pops over the horizon, and I swear it just picks up an extra foot no matter where you are on the East Coast for about 20 minutes. There's a flurry, and then you have this little lull.
Yeah, and it's frustrating, especially when you've been watching or been a part of that early morning froth where every single wave, doesn't matter if it's on the inside, the outside, barely breaking, a full one, a hollow one, everything's getting ridden. And then you get out there and you're just kind of suddenly going, where are all those waves that I was watching before? So keeping your head, your wits about you, crucial. And Paige has picked off one here that looks like it might stand up on the inside.
Look at that, under priority as well. And she's just really realising and identifying she needs to get to work. Nice looking section ahead and gets just to it on her backhand. 2 consecutive backhand turns and winds up throughout the end of that. You saw her building the intensity of those turns too, Vaughan, and it's going to be best wave of the heat so far, I think.
Easily. This is a nice roll in from out the back, under priority, crucial at this stage of the heat. So a really good tactic from Paige to get moving. Just knows that, you know, if she can get anything really to back up that 5.33, she's going to be in a solid position. But this is where the work got done. 3 rapid fire turns on the inside. And Paige looking to get back on that Challengers Series and make another run at the World Championship Tour. Surfers in the next heat paddling out. That can also get under your skin a bit if you're a surfer in a heat and you haven't really logged any decent scores. Rhea Campbell, Sierra Kerr, they're going to be sitting out there. They'll be seeing that next heat paddling out, and time's going to feel like it's just running away. So let's stay with Sierra here.
Ooh, nice looking loose in that first wrap, up and over the foam. She's really waiting for this thing to give us something. You can feel the frustration. There's a beautiful little split screen in unison with priority, Rhea Campbell. I wonder if that's the only turn she got. I think maybe she got a set-up carve at the start and just that final manoeuvre. So 2 minutes to go. I think there's going to be another flurry of action. Let's have a look at Sierra's.
Let's see what sort of points are actually available here. So that was a nice turn. Wasn't super critical. It was a little bit of a setup carve and just catches a rail there, bobbles. She needs a 3.11. Oh, I'm just trying to think. Is that carve at the start? Did it have a 3 in it? Well, Rhea Campbell actually gets a bit more of a critical turn in there. So this will mix things up a little bit.
Right in front of Sierra as well.
Yeah, I'll be surprised if Sierra gets what she needs to get into an advancing
Oh, look, they're calling her.
They're calling her down onto this inside bank.
There's so much opportunity there. That's what I saw this morning. Have a look at Harab's last score too. So it's all suddenly happening. Everything's locking on in, and Harab scores that 5.83, well and truly in the lead. Nixie got 3.5 and a 2.5 for her ride. So she's sitting in second still, but the most important stuff is what's happening right here. Look, they're pushing her down. The Kerr family.
Well, this is
stressful.
This is amazing. Look at it. This heat has just turned into a real tense battle in these dying seconds, because a lot of it was just spent sitting around out there waiting for an opportunity. You can see just how tense the Kerr family are. They're bringing, or trying to bring, Sierra into this inside bank where there's a few more steeper waves. They're probably not as long, but they might give her the opportunity to do something one turn and get a score. But she needs a wave here. She needs an opportunity. 25 seconds. Will she get it?
Well, she can throw down reverses, like probably in her sleep, eyes closed. If she can just find that little inside that they're trying to call her to, she can easily. 20 seconds, I don't know if she's got the time, but she's got the 3.34 in her sleep if she finds herself a wave.
All eyes out the back. There's nothing doing out there. Someone, Rhea Campbell now, needs a 3.38. Is this thing going to connect? It's not going to, is it? It is.
Wow,
She did well there. Unbelievable. That wave wasn't even breaking.
That was dead flat water. Oh, she's really, really put it all on the line. 3.38, she's still going. That's a tiny little inside wave, but she did well to get across that dead water there. Wow.
Tough heat.
Yeah,
really tough.
Look how little this wave is. She's literally surfed it above whatever it offered her. That turn, just really nicely timed. I think that was the last exchange too. Look at it. It's pretty much not even a wave. It's just a little tiny bit of leftover swell that she snavels into.
I don't know how she surfed this. It's not breaking. It's got no steepness at all. She somehow finds this little bonus on the inside. Oh, I just don't know if there's many points in this. It's just a tiny, tiny wave.
We'll have to wait to see. I'd say Paige Harab will be moving on through quite comfortably in that one. So while we wait for the official results, round of 32 of the women. Heat number 2 is in the water, and we'll be back at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, Bundjalung Country here, QS 5000 event, and we're straight into a big round of 32 for the women this morning. Vaughan, already a bit of a stressful heat. I've got, you know, the sweats going on this early on in the morning. We've still got a huge day of competition ahead of us here.
We do. Big congrats to Paige Harrop and Nixie Ryan getting it done in that last one. Probably not enough props from us for Nixie. We were so stressed out about that last exchange with Sierra and Rhea, but Nixie Ryan got it done, caught a few waves and really put together a good heat in tough conditions. But let's stick with this replay now, and here's a set wave. Beautiful snap into the pocket here from Philippa Anderson. She started this year as she starts every year. Like she's so reliable to come, you know, through things like the Australian Board Riders Battle, and you know, she's always a standout, always a team player, and it really does set up a bit of a launch pad. But what we really want to see for Philippa is her crack that Challenger Series wide open and get onto the CT. So much potential. But yeah, it was a great opening shot as we came back from the break there, Jess. You could see the three separate breaks that we've got on offer today, because with the swell a little bit smaller, it's not doing that big wash through all the way from out the bank to the shore. And there are little options. There it is. You can see that little secondary rocks sticking out on the inside. Straight off there, there's a couple of good little drainers. So all our surfers are way out on the point at the moment, looking for that inside bank to wall up. Yesterday, some great rides. This looks like Kobe Enright.
Right. Do you know what I liked about the first of Philippa's, the 4.33? That setup turn. Well, and that ability to fade back into that, like you said, she always starts the year so strong. She starts heat so strong as well. And I just haven't seen her have the opportunity. I know she's been working on progression for like 5+ years. She's one of the same kind of vintage as Paige Harrop, and they're so well aware of what's around them hype-wise from the other ladies like Sierra and, you know, who we always speak about, and Molly and Katie. But she's been working on progression for so many years. She goes to the pools, she coaches, of course. She's got like so many people in her corner that I want to see that kind of filter into her competition. I think once she starts being able to bring that level of like spontaneity and that excitingness that she free surfs with into these later rounds in competition, that's going to break away from the last kind of 5 years of results for her. I see it in the ABB for her. I see her bring that in the ABB, but I haven't seen it in the pacing style that she surfs the QS with.
This is Kobe Enright, a little replay. Definitely starting to hit this inside bank a little bit better. That first heat, just a touch frustrating, really. I mean, it was the lull. It was that early morning lull after the sun came up, flurry of little waves, and then it backed off. But yeah, here is
straight into the second one as well. I think that's Philsy, yeah.
Second wave. Oh, well, good tactics. I mean, she's gone out there after watching that slow first heat and said, I'm just going to get two straight away, no matter what. And a beautiful backside and a whack there, no completion for Ava.
So another good battle between, you know, the young ladies and the more experienced competitors. But there's Ava, nice little snap under the lip there. Beautiful looking choice to wave that first section, really offering her up something to work with. There it is again. That's probably,
there was big points left on the table there. That's it was a good ride. Some nice link turns and out the back, Taylor Green. So, no.
Carnage.
It's slippery out there at the moment. Yeah, it was interesting what you're saying about, you know, trying to bring something new to your surfing. It's crucial. The judges, you know, if you've been on tour for a long time, they know you at your best. They know you when you're having an off day. And, I mean, every wave is taken at face value for the judges, but to bring something new is always going to raise their eyebrows, get them interested. So we've seen Sally Fitzgibbons really commit to that over the past 5 or so years as well. She just wanted to bring airs into her surfing, and we've seen her pull a few. We actually saw her pull a really good one here at Cabarita in the very first Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. A beautiful frontside air reverse. And that was something that you wouldn't have necessarily thought she was capable of in the early parts of her career. She was always just that fundamental high-speed power surfer. But adding some flair, it's another weapon in the artillery.
That's a great similarity. I was thinking exactly the same person. And she has that back end kind of, she was chipping away just quietly. Every now and again would release those little clips of going to training centres and practicing the airs, and then all of a sudden it does come into their competitive field. But I think that's a huge transition for you to make as an athlete. And I feel like as soon as Filsey can put that together, that's where we're going to see even better results from her. But I mean, 4.33, 2.67, really quick start for her. Kobe sitting with the 4.43, and Taylor and Ava just got to find a bit more about that last section too. For Ava, 3.60, and she was almost way up into those fives with that last turn, I reckon, maybe even more.
Last turn was really dynamic. It just lacked the completion, and it's going to sting. It must be so hard to paddle back out after you've put a really strong wave together. You haven't quite, greased the finish. You know there's points left in it. There's a bit wobbly here, but a good set wave. Oh, it just hits the eject button. I think that was Philippa.
Yeah.
A little bit hard to see. It's just silhouettes land out there at the moment. Gorgeous morning, Cabarita Headland, the Tweed Coast. Such a gem on this east coast of Australia. The water is just so warm. You can't believe it. You paddle out here, you don't need rubber. Little replay here, and
wow, so many lumps and bumps. I think she just got caught in between it all there. I don't think much lost though. She's pretty far behind, but here's Kobe's. Ooh.
oh, nice backside snap. One turn. Has a 4.43 locked in. Think that'd probably get a 3 or 4.
Yeah, it's got to be up there. It's a really solid turn, but while we wait for that score to lock on in, Stacey, you're with the current #1 Australia Oceanic lead, Paige Arab.
I am indeed, and yes, it is a beautiful day here in the Tweed Coast. But Paige, not such a great days last couple over there in NZ. Did you want to sing out to anyone back at home?
Yeah, just hi to friends and family, and especially everyone on the East Coast. Hope you're all right, and yeah, hopefully the recovery is going to be quick.
Beautifully said. I heard there's a job going over there in politics. You ever thought about that?
Nah, I'm good. I'm good with this job.
#1 in the ratings here, and have to be #1 back in New Zealand. How hard is it, first heat of the day?
Yeah, it's really tricky. I surfed it here last night, and it was pretty big and fun, and thought I had it sussed, and then, yeah, this morning just kind of went dead for 10 minutes in our heat, and, yeah, just had to get back to basics and get 2 waves.
Yeah, well said. How hard is it to keep your composure when only such small scores are needed for everyone to advance, and you can kind of see maybe some of the younger competitors starting to freak out on the inside? How hard is it to hold your nerve?
Yeah, it was pretty tricky because I felt like the other girls weren't sitting in the right spot, and I wanted to go out further and deeper, but they had priority. So there's a couple where, yeah, I just had to let them go under me in case they took it, but I still managed to get one under their priority, so happy days.
Crafty. Well done, Paige.
Thank you very much, Stace. And yeah, Paige, I mean, getting back to basics, she just adjusted so well. But here goes Ava. Ooh, just a little caught up there. I think Ava's still in the under-16s division, Vaughnie. And
under 16s?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's really, really young. She finished last year, 2022, 5th at the Aussies at Stratty. And I've seen her pop up a lot in clips and in content, along with the Surfing Australia high-performance camps, and working with that whole big team there that are at the HPC. So she's one of those younger women that we're talking about, along with Taylor, that are really pushing to come through to this QS level of competition. Here's the replay. She's got a great...
Oh, what a butter. She lets that one go, only needing a 3.41. I've seen some strong stuff. Must be such an exciting feeling to be, you know, under 16s. You're just a little grom, really. Your surf journey is just getting started. You might have had a couple of little results in junior events and whatnot, but to be able to come here, surf in a QS, look over, there's Philippa Anderson, there's Kobe Enright, and just get... Yeah, it'd be almost impossible to contain your froth levels, and Ava's definitely doing well here. Like, I loved her opening ride. Yeah, she didn't get the finish, but she let the judges know she was out there. There was some really beautifully linked turns, and yeah, definitely looks like another one of those up-and-coming talents we're going to have to keep an eye on. But what you'll take away from this is that she can compete. She can compete with these high-level, experienced heads. I mean, even in the early stages of this heat, she'd have to be feeling pretty confident that if she had actually finished that ride, she'd probably be leading this heat.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think she'd be sitting pretty much in the box seat because, I mean, Kobe, she's got the 4.7, but 4.433, no one's really blasted it open. Oh, Taylor, I think, with priority there. Is that Taylor or Kobe scratching into that one? It's tricky to tell the colours, but
no,
it was Taylor. Yeah, in the blue, so she's going to lose priority, but she's another perfect example. She would have had eyes really closely on Paige Harrod. Taylor is, I think, living on the sunny coast, but she's the current NZ under-18s national champ. She finished in the Open Women's as well, second. So she's that next kind of group behind Paige coming up from NZ. I feel like a lot of the New Zealanders and a lot of the international competitors as well have moved over to this part of the coast, Tweed and above, up around the sunny coast area. And I think that's a really good indication that they're looking to do professional surfing for the long term, you know, locking into the hub of training up here and the waves and the industry.
I mean, I can't believe how positive the HPC... I mean, I can't believe it. I mean, it's there to breed champions, but not just champion surfers, champion people. It's such a wonderful institution. I've spent a lot of time in there, you know, in my role hosting Surfing Australia TV and, you know, other things, but it's just so cool. You get in there, it's so fun. You know, it really has a huge emphasis on enjoyment. The journey is the destination, that kind of thinking where, you know, you're in there and the gratitude that you feel just to have that opportunity is a big part of why it is successful. The coaching team is elite, and you've got world champions in there. You've got battler kings and queens, and yeah, the structures that they've put in place at the HPC is awesome. So anyone who gets a chance to take part in that is really coming away from it a lot stronger, a lot more confident, and with the tools that they'll need, not just for a great surfing life, but a great life in general. It's a wonderful initiative that the you know, government has supported, but that Surfing Australia has put in place there.
Well said, everyone. They are really creating good humans, aren't they? The Aussies are doing so cool. Well in competition, but live action. Let's see which of these young ladies can take the win at the end. We're just at the 10-minute mark here. Round of 32 of the women, heat number 2 in the water at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Coming back to the Tweed Coast is so special. There's such a community vibe here. Everyone's happy, everyone's active.
At a young age, my family moved into the Tweed Coast, just being blessed to grow up in such a beautiful part of Australia.
We love going around the headland where you can be surfing 1 minute and driving into the hinterland the next. Good waves, the people are amazing. You can't really ask for anything more.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Very good morning, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joining Vaughan Blakey in the booth and calling all of the action here today, and what a privileged position we are to be watching round of 32, the women in the water, heat number 2, Kobe Enright out in the lead, Vaughan.
Kobe Enright's put it together so far, a 4.7 and a 4.43. A little bit slower this morning. Obviously the swell from that tropical cyclone has slowly started to drop, but I mean, still plenty of juice. It's just been a little bit wobbly and a little bit tricky this morning. It's not as consistent just at the moment. And we're waiting for the tide to just shift around a little bit so we can get onto these inside banks, get some nice steep faces and some better opportunities for big scores. But right now, strategy is key. Kobe Enright has paddled out, got 2 quick waves straight off the bat. So did Philippa Anderson. It just seemed to me that they learned really quickly watching those first heat, that first heat of the morning, that it wasn't going to be a good idea to sit around waiting for something out there. Just get a couple of scores and then you can focus on getting the set.
I think they've got some numbers rolling in as well. So in the break, probably just finding another little number to back up the situation for both Kobe and Philippa. So Taylor sitting in that box seat, needing a 5-2-3, holding priority. She's got 7.5 minutes. I'd love to see her just wait for that really good one. I think there's going to be one more set come through. It looks like it's a bit more alive here and that we've passed that opening heat lull. And I just love to see her have that opportunity to open up and really take it and push Philippa and push Kobe to find something else as well.
It's definitely not impossible to get a couple of waves in quick succession out here. As we go back to this wave in the break, a beautiful opening turn from Kobe Enright, and 3 to the beach.
Yeah.
Put together.
Here's
Excellent.
Philippa's as well, Vaughan. This is what happened in the break, I think. We were just looking really like fast and loose over those opening sections. I think she looks confident to me.
Philippa getting a good connection here and completes. And again, that's just a cool head on experienced shoulders. This wave was beautiful, wasn't it? Lacerating top turn. Oh, that second turn was money. That was just a perfectly timed, the big rooster tail and dynamic finish. Now,
that's another one.
Is way down the beach. Yes.
Kobe's going to have her 2 best scores locking in with those ones, I think. They were both really, really good waves, probably the best waves of the heat. And similar waves as well. Have a look at those numbers rolling in for her too, a 7.17. She's got another one, probably very similar to that score range. I think
this is why Josh Kerr was waving and whistling and screaming at Sierra to come onto the inside, because Kobe's waves happened on that inside bank where it's much, much steeper. The wave energy is focused a lot more on that bank around at the back of the point where the other surfers are sitting. It's got to refract, so you're losing a little bit of power straight away, but it all loads up again on that inside section. And Kobe Enright, have a go at these last 2 scores. Wow.
Oh, yeah, 8-point ride, 7.17. That's a 15-plus heat total. And, yeah, you can just see it's given her the opportunity to go top to bottom and just be way more critical and attacking. She didn't have to nurse the rails at all. And it's such a point of difference. In the first 20 minutes of this heat, there was just so much lump. They were kind of nursing through a lot of the turns. And, I mean, Fieldsy found herself a 6-point ride as well. She got that out the back on the point. So I can see the draw card for Ava and Taylor to be trying to chase those scores. Maybe they're used to it in him. She's found herself a little grower right as I speak, but I think it's like a bit of a vortex, you know, when you surf a point break. You kind of get sucked always to the takeoff spot.
Oh,
right
do.
out, yeah, and there's always that wave just a little bit further across or a bit wider, and I mean, you don't get the glory of taking off in front of the rest of the crowd or the rest of the heat, but you might be able to find yourself something like Kobe has.
So true. It's a big call, but look how steep it is on the inside here. And Kobe loses that one, but the opportunity for a big dynamic turn on a steep face is just much greater than something that's sort of wobbly and trying to find its way onto the bank. And we will see that bank come into play today for sure, but there's just a bit too much water, a bit too much wobble on it. And meanwhile, Kobe Enright has snuck down the beach to the second point, up the beach, I should say. It's north of the point and has some really nice steep wall to work with. And that steep wall, that's where the power's at. You know, the steeper, the more vertical a wave is, the more power is loading into the top half of the wave as it begins to throw. Look at this thing on the inside crack. Doesn't quite get it. Timing just slightly off, but with an 8 and a 7.17, she can afford to really throw herself at those sections.
I think that Filsey as well, already making that move. I think she's going to be looking to get rid of that 4-3-3. She's probably heard the beach announcers, and she's, you know, quick enough adjusting in a heat to realise that there obviously are, there's 6s, 7s, 8s down there. You know, maybe even a little higher, you know, mid-range 8s. If Kobe had a first turn on that last wave that she fell on, and then that final really crazy kind of snap in the lip, we're looking at 8+ rides. Here goes Philippa, up and riding. Pick this one off midway through the point. Looks like it's going to stand up in front of her. Connects up into the lip, and there's almost a Sally Fitz-esque kind of crouch down, make sure the judges know she's completely in control of that end manoeuvre. And there you go, another great example. Now we see Taylor and Ava pushing into that next part of the bank.
It's a borderline claim, that ride out. It's the body language of someone who's really happy with the way that they're surfing. To come out of a really aggressive turn like that, solid on your feet, as you say, making a statement to the judges, just letting them know there's no wobble here. I'm on. Yeah. And Philippa really is attacking it. Seems to be, you know, every year you watch Philippa and you want to see this sort of surfing from her, because she's at her best when she's in attack mode, and that is 2 turns. You can see her just making sure of it.
Maybe if I was to get hypercritical of her, just a little tiny bit off time in that final manoeuvre, I know she'd be doing the same thing. She'll go back and rewatch those waves and pick it to pieces. She's one of the most critical people of herself and her own surfing, and that's why she's been able to stay at this level for so long. But I think she probably wanted to connect and crack a little bit more and have that, you know, that feeling, you know, when you throw a pass, or if you're doing a little bit of boxing training, you get that crack kind of sound when you hit the pad. That's what I think she was searching for on that inside. But I still think it's going to go into her top 2, and it's going to put the real big amount of pressure on Ava and Taylor, because they're going to need something with priority and second priority to take it to Philippa and Kobe.
Yeah, it's been a tricky and frustrating heat here for Ava, especially just because she got off to a flyer. You know, a 3.6 there doesn't actually tell the story of how good her first wave was. She just slipped on her last turn and got penalised for it. But here goes Taylor Green now. 50 seconds. Pushes it hard, but pushes almost a bit too much weight onto that front knee and just couldn't quite ride out of it. And now Ava off the bottom. This one is standing up nicely.
Great style too, hasn't she? Goofy footer.
There's a touch of the Carolyn Marks there. Yeah. I really love the way that she winds up off the bottom, but it's just not going to be enough at this stage of the heat. Philippa Anderson dropping, is that a 7.33? Her top scoring ride?
It is. Let's have a look at the replay first for Taylor. I thought she just looked so solid. You can see she's chasing it, but she kind of has to, she kind of maybe, it's such a weird section. I don't even know. She kind of had to force it up the top, but maybe she could have waited a little longer and it would have still ended up being soft. You can see the angle, how fat and kind of crumbly that lip was. Here's Ava's replay. I mean, so much to take away from this heat for Ava. But yeah, notably for us, like watching her surf, she's got the style and she pivots, and that look over her shoulder is like beyond 12 o'clock when she gets up there.
Yeah, well, a big congratulations here for Kobe Enright and Philippa Anderson attacking this lineup at Cabaretta this morning, finding the bombs, and they will move into the next round.
And a big day competition ahead. We will take a quick break. Heat number 3 of the round 32 of the women are in the water at the moment, and we'll be welcoming in Ronnie Blakey and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew for the call.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself, be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
nature into my living space was so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Good morning once again from the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000. We're into the round of 32. And Heat 3's out there in the lineup at the moment. As you can see, we've got some weather heading our way. Actually, we've just had crazy weather activity over the last week, but that's what we're thanking for this swell, Bugs, and that's a good thing.
Weather, you need weather for swell, Ronnie. When it's too nice and blue skies,
you get nothing.
You get a bit of northerly, it's nothing cracking.
Yeah, it's been an entertaining few days. A real test of the stamina, the fitness, but also the fortitude, the mental fortitude of these competitors, and they've stood up in a big way. We saw some great scores drop yesterday, and I think with the conditions just dropping a little, bit of bump on the face out there, I do feel like they're going to find more freedom out there today, the women, as we see Willow Hardy, who is a rising star from WA. We've seen her in a championship tour event before over there, and she absolutely charges. She'll be disappointed it's dropped off a foot.
Yeah.
And also out there, Coco Cairns, she looks strong in the round of 64. And we'll see if she can carry some of that form and momentum into this morning, which is, it's nice and cool out there at the moment. It's a refreshing change, southerly change.
Well, it's the coolest morning we've had for quite a few months, and it's a good feeling. It rained all night, starting to get that typical February weather. But I don't know if it's an optical illusion, but this morning, you know, the pre-surf, as we see this quick replay here, not much happening there, but whether it's 50 of the best Australian surfers out there just shredding everything that moves, and then the heat starts, the contest starts with morning, and there's a big lull. And that's what happened in that first heat. There was very few sets. And then the surfers in the next set, a lot of them adjusted to that and sat way inside. And then the sets started rolling through off the surge rock, and pretty much only Kobe Enright was in position to get some of those bombs.
Yeah, it definitely seems like that sometimes, doesn't it? Although in a pre-event warm-up surf, nothing goes unridden, not a single thing.
That's the optical illusion.
Yeah.
You know, you think it's pumping, but in actual fact, every little bit of, every time you turn around, there's someone. There was a lady here from France, and she said she couldn't believe the action. Yesterday morning, she said it was the most incredible surfing. I said, which heat did you watch? She said the one with 60 in it.
Yeah, the warm-up. Oh, I love it. 20 minutes to go here, and it is a great lineup. Coco Cairns, we saw her first ride, 3.5. She's got the edge early on. Willow Hardy, she had a ride of 1.57. We've got the CT star, India Robinson, who's looking to get back to those elite ranks. She's out there with a 2.5. And Sai Manawa is out there. She hasn't got a score yet, but she's got that priority.
Well, Sai's got that very interesting story embedded within that contest, where we had the 2 green singlets out of Kingscliff the other day, and she was the beneficiary of being a replacement when young Oceana got there late for a heat. Sai had already got the singlet, had gone out with that, that ancient old 5-minute rule, which I hadn't seen enacted for years and years. And so she went out, and then Oceana turned up, checked in, got her green singlet, and there was 2 green singlets in the lineup. But Sai was the beneficiary. I guess the decision was made that she had replaced the other surfer.
Well, that's Johnny on the spot, or Johnny at.
I always used to say to if you're an alternate, just hang out, just be hanging out next to that beach marshal.
Oh man, big time. That's
your
the
best
place
friend.
to be. Yeah, and it's always a difficult decision. Even this year, we had some Australian surfers on the men's side who hadn't made the top 10 on the Challenger Series, but they were alternates. And Dylan Moffat, Morgan Sibley, they actually spent time on the North Shore, just got themselves right near that beach marshal at the Billabong Pipe Pro, just on the off chance that, you know, there was an injury, which is often the case there, or someone unfortunately would have had to have pulled out, but they didn't get that opportunity. But it is another big good morning to everyone for tuning in. This is the first major qualifying series event of our region, and it's a fantastic stacked schedule that we have, and we're going to find some very deserving qualifiers for the Challenger Series at the end of it all, Bugs.
Well, it's a round of 32, Ronnie. It's like with the seeds are coming together. It's the clashes, round of 32 of the women's, round of 32 of the men's. Not only get the seeds clashing, but those that have qualified through from the round of 128 through the round of 96, they've got that momentum moving forward. So we've got some incredible matchups coming throughout the whole day.
Now, all the surfers campaigning on the qualifying series have done a big circle around this one, and also around the event at Newcastle, both the big QS 5000s. They've also put the highlighter through the QS 3000s. There's 2 of those. Then we've got a stack of 1000 events, and they're great stepping stones on the pathway for those junior competitors looking to have their first real run at qualifying series events. And usually what you find is a lot of the qualifying series surfers, just to stay sharp and, you know, maybe even just pull 1,000 points with a victory out of one of those contests, they'll turn up too. So the field often doesn't get too much easier at those 1000s, which is a good test for a newcomer to the system.
No, you're so right there. Yeah, the 1000s are still, I mean, you know, you've got those that are looking to just get some heats under their belt, some heat time. You know, we've got Jackson Dorian over here from Hawaii. He just wants to get heat time, that singlet on. And, you know, he got through several rounds here. He would have got through yesterday without the interference call. And then you've got the surfers, like Billy Stammet. He surfed in the QS 1000 in Maroubra. I think he won it. He napped 1,000 points.
Yeah, it can all help contribute, but you really do need a victory or a second to kind of bag a keeper result out of those contests. But here it's, you know, it's possible to get yourself into the quarters, maybe even the round before, and be counting on those results at the bigger, higher rated venues.
No, absolutely. I mean, if you can get through that round of 32 into the round of 16, you know, you've got reasonable points. I mean, you know, you're pretty much everyone from today has got a QS 1000 points on the table.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see how this one plays out. No big scores locked in just yet. This is a really solid heat. This one's stacked. Some real talent out in the lineup at the moment. India Robinson, she's the big name. She's the star. She's got a lot of power on that forehand, power that she's used to take big results. And this will be a tough one for her, missing out on Sunset. That's where she had her best finish as a rookie last season. But she's got the dream alive to get back there. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat with Jess, Kobe Enright.
Thank you, guys. Yes, Kobe, I mean, beautiful heat score for you. What did you see? The heat before you really struggled to find themselves anything, really, and you were able to find an 8 and a 7+ ride out there.
Yeah, I don't know. I was watching the heat before and it just looked so slow out there. I think they got pretty unlucky too with sets. They barely had anything. I struggle to float when it's small, so I was like, I'd rather a little sucky one than like a fat one up the point. So I thought I'd test my luck down there, and it's always nerve-wracking when you're the only one, so I'm glad it paid off.
Well, I think you set a trend too. I mean, going into the rest of this round, there's so many scoring potentials down there, but we're going to make this pretty quick because it looks like there's some weather rolling in. What's going to look at the rest of your morning in between your rounds?
Yeah, I'm definitely I think I'm going to head home. I'm going to get out of this weather before it comes in. It looks like it's going to come in pretty hard. So I'll just keep an eye on it, just watch the comp live and come back down right before my heat and just suss out the conditions, I guess. Hopefully there's still some fun ones. As long as there's some swell still, it'll be fun, I'm sure.
And you got to get your little sister to school. Year 10's calling and she's still here at the beach with you.
I know, she's a little rat bag. Hopefully she's watching this and she's on her way because she is late. Not about it.
Well, congratulations. Love watching you surf, Kobe. Can't wait for some big hooks and rail work to come into your round of 16.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, I'm excited.
Thanks, Jess. Thank you very much. And yeah, Kobe, she is one of the superstars on the qualifying series, and you know, seeing her make the jump into the Challenger Series wouldn't be a surprise to anyone. She's had some success in these big events before, so let's see how she fares. But Bugs, I just wanted to quickly touch on before we see some replays. You made the point, you know, getting through to the round of 16. You know, there is some valuable points up for grabs. You know, at worst, fourth place finish in the next round, you're getting 1,440 points. So that's worth more than a victory in one of those QS 1000. So it just goes to show how important this event is in your quest.
Oh, it's so important. I mean, this it's amazing. I think it's a great how WCL have bookended this regional tour with a QS 5000 at Cabaret to start with, the Tweed Coast Pro, and then we've got a 5,000 Newcastle to finish it, and in between those 2 3s, a bunch of 1s.
Here we go, a rider up at the moment. This is Sai, talented surfer. Let's see how clean that finish was there.
Another thing I've noticed from this morning, as we see another replay here, this is Sai on the replay. She's a great surfer. And wow, that's an overhead wave. And what we've still got these random sets from the cyclone, from that swell, the ground swell, and in between, we've nearly got these wind swell little sets.
Here's the replay of India's ride. So much foam on the face, such a difficult wave to ride. You know, the really great surfers, Bugs, they just have a way of just ironing out the bumps and the lumps in a tricky lineup, and Sai just did such a wonderful job on her opening ride there. I mean, it was super smooth. She picked a great wave, but she didn't make any mistakes. She didn't trip up at all.
No, that was a really good 1-2 combo for Sai. India's really having a bit of a struggle out there. She's only got a very small score. Sai's going to definitely have a pretty major leapfrog with that wave, I feel. And it's India's just at odds out there. We saw Sierra Kerr this morning also in that same situation, just not being able to locate a set wave. But as Kobe alluded to in her interview, it was that first heat just stopped.
Yeah, wave selection too. You know, when you're in a lineup in a pre-event situation, as we were saying earlier on, you take what you can get. Then suddenly, when you're in a heat situation, you know, you want to pick your waves carefully, especially with priority. You don't want to put yourself in a situation where someone else has the wave selection edge on you. You don't want to take off on a lemon. You're not trying to find your feet out there. You're actually trying to find a good score. So, you know, it often means that people are less inclined to take a gamble on an insider, which I think what we saw yesterday is, you know, that those who kind of risked it and didn't get too caught up with priority often sort of were able to find sections on the inside and turn those gambles into decent numbers.
There was a lot of good scores with surfers on the paddle out yesterday. It was nearly worth just paddling out instead of doing the runaround, I feel.
Yeah, well, this is what Willow's doing now. She's picking off a wave on the inside with a couple of sections. And not a memorable wave for her, but probably a wave that's going to help her increase her 2-wave total here at the moment.
Most definitely. I mean, this is a reasonably low-scoring score. Simon Manila just got a 6.67. That's the high mark on a single wave, and this will definitely go into a top 2. So, you know, Willow Hardy keeping Coco Cairns at bay, and the big name in this heat, India Robinson, really struggling. She's got a very low 2-wave combination, score combo. So we'll yet to see India pluck off a decent set wave.
Really smart tactics there from Willow Hardy. She's about to increase her heat score total, you'd think, trying to get rid of a 1.57 on the outside. We have a rider up in the white side. She's going to kick out of this one. We'll take a quick break. 9 minutes to go here in Heat 3 of the morning.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
The number one reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
Welcome back. 8 minutes remaining here in Heat 3 of the morning, the round of 32 for the women, and Willow Hardy just chipping away, adding to a heat score total. That last ride, well, it scored pretty well for her, 4.27. That's got her out in front at the moment. The surfer in a great position out there at the moment, though, is Sai Maniwa. She's got a 6.67, so she's going to make an easy strike at the lead when she gets this next score. She's up at the moment. Nice little swoop back to the bowl. This way standing up again. Just chipping away in transition at the moment, waiting for that first major section. Kind of flattens out. She does well to get a little bit of work done, but it will be enough to get her in front.
Which is going to increase the required score for both India Robinson, but here's India now.
Oh, India really does draw out her turns beautifully. And there's a solid hit. And just finding a little bit of weightlessness out of that final manoeuvre. I think that'll get India back on track here. The best she'd managed before that ride was a 2.5. Here's the replay of Sai's.
Yeah, well, Sai, that 6.67 is going to serve her well in this way for India. They're showing a class here, Ronnie. Just crisp and just a quick fire ride. Like the ride would have taken no longer than 12 seconds.
So 6.5 minutes to go here. And let's see if India Robinson can make her charge. She's certainly going to narrow the requirement here.
Yeah, well, Sai...
Wow, look at that, 5.83. It's actually enough to get her up in a second spot. And Sai got a 3.1, so on the back of her 6.67, she's in the lead now.
I did feel that it was Willow that was probably at risk there with that India wave, because Sai was definitely going to move into first place.
Really, really good judging. I mean, we've got a fantastic panel here, and they've done a great job working out who's worthy of progressing through these first few days of competition. But just then, just paying attention to the power and just how much draw there is in India's turns. I mean, even in that transition carve at the start, she opens the shoulders, she gets fully extended, she whips that board through that manoeuvre. It's a complete turn. And then she punched the end section, and it's a 5.83 for those two moves, and that was in a really short amount of space, so really rewarding that quality.
Yeah, that's what I pointed to, the fact that it was a 12-second ride, and she got herself into second place. Here's Coco Cairns, so she's got that 3.5 in her card, so, oh, that's a nice cut back there. She just carved down the face, and a lot of action happening here. Willow. She won't get around that, Ronnie.
Little float. I really like Coco's turn. We were talking about getting those complete manoeuvres in and just how much more credit you get for it. Here it is on the replay. So that's a transition move, but a nice steep section here, Bugs, and she loaded up for it.
And that's her full load up there. She double pumped, and she did that very well, and she went to the outside and with a wave surging off the rock out there, and that was a smart move by Coco. This wave here, I don't think it's going to add to Willow's score because she didn't get around that section. Those two low to mid-range scores by Willow, she's going to have to lift because India Robinson, Coco Cairns are both challenging now.
There's some movement here. India, she's been pushed back into third spot now. There is 4 minutes to go. Willow's just been sort of hanging around this end section of the ride, just trying to find some space out here. But Coco Cairns dropped a 5.9, so loving that big front side carve, the panel.
Yeah, I feel that India showed a bit of desperation there. She really paddled for a wave, and I was going, well, there's no way she's going to get around that white water. And it was just a takeoff. She'll be looking for a set wave. I think that's her on the furthest out. There does appear to be some action on the way, but she's now in third place.
This isn't a sunset, by the way. There is a huge storm front moving on in. In fact, after this heat, we're going to be on hold momentarily just to size this thing up. But it feels like the lights are going out, Bugs.
Yeah, well, it's coming from the south, Ronnie.
Yeah, we're able to like really lighten up these images for you with the cameras, but
it's all trickery.
Make no mistakes, it's dark out there. It's super great. 3 minutes to go here, and this heat is going to come right down to the wire. It's really anyone's. Only a 3.58 required for India Robinson. Willow Hardy's back in fourth. She needs a 5.14. And Size in first. She's trying to desperately get rid of this 3.1 just to really shore up her position in the top two coming into the final moments here.
Yeah, and I now see India Robinson moving across, so she's not trusting the outside surge. She's again going to look at this wave here, and she's going to not go. It's just crumbling down. She was out of position, but this wave not offering too much either for Willow, so that's probably the last three waves for Willow of being a carbon copy, just taking off on walled waves that don't sort of hug the bank in any fashion or shape, and no scoring potential.
No, you can see what she was thinking. She knew it was a closeout. She was like, oh, if I can just get to the bottom of this one and get up there, I can get one big turn done. And it just didn't pan out for her. I think she actually needs a wave with a couple of sections. She's the one with a bit more work to do than the others. She needs a 5.14.
She does, but India Robinson actually needs a set. Now, she's moved right on the inside, so she's not trusting a bigger set on the outside. This is a real time factor for India.
And Coco's got the priority over her, so...
And sitting on her.
Look at that.
So India's really got herself in a bit of a bother here. You know, she is the class act in probably in the whole draw, and there's Coco Cairns just
a shadow,
just a real shadow. So we've seen a bit of games, a few games being played here, but this is just a priority situation that the seasoned veterans are so good at.
Yeah, look.
And look at this wave here, but India's too deep anyway, but she's going to, okay, this is India's chance to get away, but Coco, she might turn this one into a winner.
Oh, nice carve to get started. She set it up well. There's a good hit. Coco Cairns. She's after a 3.8 to get herself into the lead. The wave just absolutely fizzes into deep water. She's got a couple of hits in. On the outside now, we'll shift our focus to India Robinson, who's taking off. She's deep. She's going to go down here. 40 seconds to go. Now, this will be a shock result. When I looked at this heat on paper, I thought, well, it'll be Sai, Coco and Willow fighting it out for second spot. But India's just dropped the ball there.
She's desperately going wide. The other surfers are going deep.
Well, Coco just dropped a better number too, 4.23. So the requirement for India just growing a little bit, 3.95. Willow Hardy needs a 5.51. We're into the countdown.
Is there something on the end of this wave? She'd have to go it. Yes, she is.
Well, she's got a section here, standing up, punches through the lip. Great turn. Oh. Is it a 4-point turn though?
Oh, wow.
I'm not convinced. Bugs, what are your thoughts?
It's going to be borderline. I mean, you could see it. You got to think about, say, size 3.1 though it was one fairly dynamic move. You know, it could be high threes, low fours. Let's just see some replays here, because it was one move. She didn't really get to load up for it. This is a wave India would have loved to have got this one. Coco used her priority to go into first place on that wave.
Well, there's not much in that. I mean, that wave for Coco, 4.23, and India Robinson, she punched the lip. She's after a 3.95. Let's have another look at it here.
Okay, at the end of this wave, India gets this one, but here she is, India Robinson on her last gasp effort. Wow, it's a power move. I can see her getting it.
Yeah, well, just in comparison, I mean, the Coco 4.23, I think that's what they wanted to have a look at.
3.95 she needs.
3.95. So Coco had two turns, but India's move had a bit more power in it.
A lot more power in it. She loaded up from one big move. We've seen him.
Coco's going to be sweet anyway.
No, Coco's sweet. It's Sai wasn't able to improve on that 3-1-0. She had a few attempts at it. This is an absolute ball line decision. The judges are really deliberating on that India Robinson one manoeuvre wave.
And this is just such an important heat for all four of the surfers. But, you know, for India, for someone who's been there to the elite level, she understands the importance of getting her QS campaign off to a cracking start here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. The numbers in, Bugs, and you were spot on. You liked the power. So did the judges. A 4.1. And that is going to see India make the jump from third place up into second, ahead of Sai, who just wasn't able to back up the best ride of that heat.
No, that's right. And India just, you know, when she ate it on that wave before, and I saw her just paddling wide straight away, it was the only move she had. And then the others would paddle deep, and there was just that gap.
Oh, you can see the rain coming down, and wow, just getting that heat completed before this weather system moves in. And as we mentioned, we are going to be on hold momentarily, around about 10 minutes, I think. We're going to stay on air and run through some highlights, and I'm going to pick Rabs' brain about great moments in surfing. But have a look at it moving on in here. It is a full cloud cover eclipse.
Yeah, this is a pretty gnarly looking weather system moving in, but it's just a squall.
Oh, mate,
it's just a squall.
Bugs, yeah, you know what, mate? It's still pretty nice out there. Yeah. You know, it's a welcome shower. I do want to say thank you for having me back up in your zone.
You know, generally after these squalls come through, it does clean up a bit. We had a bit of morning sickness out there all morning. It was a bit lumpy and bumpy. It looked like there'd been a bit of an easterly on it overnight, southeast to easterly. Generally ruffles the feathers, but then the squalls come through and just washes it all away.
And we might get the glass off.
Yeah, we could.
Oh, let's hope so. We're going to take a quick break here. You're watching the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We'll be back with some banter in just a moment.
The number one reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performance. Harvey Norman, the #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Welcome back to the show. We're here at Cabarita, bringing you the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, this QS 5000. And we've had some very tricky conditions, a whole lot of weather, courtesy of Cyclone Gabrielle, and also a big storm front moving in this morning, but we're hoping it'll clean this lineup up a little bit. But Ronnie Blakey joined by Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, and Bugs, it's been an entertaining morning. That last heat extremely close, and India Robinson, if she was complacent going into that one, well, moving through to the next round, she'll be very careful not to take these rising stars for granted. That was a really close heat. She only just squeaked through.
Yeah, from India's perspective, it was a bit of a sloppy heat. She took a lot of really dud waves. There was a lot of desperation. Then right at the end, when she paddled wide, I went, if there's just one chance here, it's that wave that Coco and then were too deep on, and there was just that one section, but that inside section stands up, and she nailed it.
And Sai, she got that opportunity to compete in the event. She did so well. She dropped the best number of that heat, but just couldn't find that backup score. But it kind of allows us to talk about those interesting situations when you are an alternate. You want to be hanging around the beach marshal for the call-up.
Oh, absolutely, Ronnie. You know, it reminded me of this time in Hawaii, 1974, the Smirnoff Pro. You know, we're all trying to break into the big time, you know, and there was the Fred Hemmings used to invite national champions, and the British champion, Tigger Newling, Mike Newling's older brother, was invited to the event, and the word was around on Sunset Beach, no one's seen Tigger Newling. And this day, the first day of the contest, it was like 10 to 12 at sunset. You know, they'd never run it any less than that. The next day there was a massive swell coming. There was a call that could be Waimea Bay the next day. So there was one spot, Tigger Newling, they're going to call it at the 5-minute mark, the alternate goes in. The alternates were Sean Thompson, Mark Richards, Mark Warren, and Bugsy Malone. So we're standing on the beach there and we're pacing back and forward. Talk about jockeying for the inside. We're trying to get the attention of the beach marshal, Fred Hemmings. Good morning, Fred. Do you want a coffee? We've all written letters, right? You know, dear Fred, please, I think you should put me in the contest. I'm a much nicer person than Mark Richards. Let's face it. So this is the sort of thing that was going on. The letters, we'd write letters.
Okay, let's cut to it before we get to this winner's interview. Who got the spot?
Oh, well, no, I'll come back after the interview. This is a bit of a yarn. We've got time. There's a storm.
Yeah. The storm is still throwing rain our way. We'll be back in just a moment. Right now, though, we're going to hear from the winner of that last heat.
Thanks, guys. I'm happy to be in the intermission bit here, hiding a little bit under the weather. Coco, that was a pretty tough heat. I feel like, I mean, India's such a strong surfer, but you were just saying as the other competitors walked past, like, it was a really tough heat and some of the other girls probably deserved to, you know, push on through as well.
Yeah, it was a tough heat. I think we had like 10 minutes where there weren't a lot of waves, and I think I was just lucky that I stayed up in the corner while all the other girls paddled down.
Yeah, so they did kind of follow the suit of those earlier heats, and they pushed right down to that real big section on the end. What made you stay up in the corner and chase that point wave?
Probably because all the other girls went down, so I had it all to myself, so it's a little bit less pressure. But yeah, I'd seen a couple good waves come through and I didn't really want to be sitting on top of everyone, so.
Well, it paid off for you there. We'll let you go and get out of the cold. It's strangely weird and weathery. And what will you be doing warming up, getting ready for that round of 16 in the meantime?
Probably going home and just watching the heats on the TV in bed, all cosy.
Perfect. Sounds like a great morning and good luck. Well done going on through.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Back to that yarn. I'd love to hear how that story plays out.
Yeah, thank you, Jess, and well done to Coco Cairns there, getting the jump on some big names in that heat, and she's on her way here at this QS 5000. Here's the replay of her strongest ride. I love this, and I think a lot of the competitors can take notes, Bugs, because we've seen surfers, I think, cramming turns into short amount of space, and as a result, they're washing off a little bit of speed, but it's those major moves in that heat that got the numbers and the job done. I
love the way she loaded that up. Coco just showed just how good she is. I mean, she's got some great carving turns. I mean, a lot of potential for that young lady.
We need to get the end of this story. So Fred Hemmings is there.
Yeah.
Yourself, Mark Richards, Sean Thompson,
Mark Warren,
and you guys are campaigning for that spot.
Tigger Newling, the 5-minute mark comes up. You know, it takes a while to get out of sunset. We're all very nervous. We're ready to go. Fred Hemmings tells the announcers, and the alternate will be Mark Richards. And it's like, damn it, me and Sean Thompson are just devoed, right? And he goes, pay your $50 entry fee, you're in. And Mark Richards goes, I haven't got $50.
Bugs.
And I go, well, I happen to have the $50 ready.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, and so, and I went, oh, God. I'll pay for you, Emma. I paid for him, and this is not a story about me, but I'm just saying, he got in, right? He got through his heat. And there's different things going on. I'm actually going, like, Emma's representing this generation. Sean Thompson's going, damn it, I'm off Mark Richards. I'm not supporting this at all, you know?
Yeah.
And so he gets through his heat. Next day is at Thanksgiving Day, Waimea, 1974, 25 to 30 foot. It was very, very similar day to this year's Eddie. It was
huge.
Maxing out Waimea, but perfect direction, handling it. And even with wash-throughs, I mean, washing through the park at Waimea, that big. And MR, and that morning I remember going, oh, wow, lucky it's him.
Yeah, keep the $50.
Exactly.
And how did he go?
He did well. I mean, MR did really well. And Sean Thompson in the doco busting him, he said, wow, this kid, he did really well out there against the biggest name, Reno Abalira, James Jones, Jeff Hackman, Eddie Aikau, Barry Kanoipuni, the best surfers in the world, you know.
Yeah,
it was amazing.
I remember images from that day, and it was monster.
Oh, it was monster. And Fred, there was when it washed through the park at Waimea, the bunting ended up hanging out of a tree. It was that gnarly. And it was very similar to scenes this year, you know. It was a very similar day. It was just that perfect direction, the perfect big size.
I love it. And yourself and Mark Richards, you've been inducted into the Surfing Hall of Fame, and we're going to add a new name to that list tomorrow night. Taj Burrow.
Yeah.
The WA's best is getting that honour.
And it's so wonderful. You know, Taj had such an illustrious career. You know, just one of my favourite surfers of all times, and you know, he was so versatile. He could handle any conditions. He was good in small stuff. He was incredible at like a 6 to 8 foot day, and he could handle pipeline and the big days.
You touched on it yesterday too. He was one of the most dominant surfers on the Gold Coast, and it just on this stretch of the East Coast, he was just an absolute weapon.
He owned snapper. You know, there was a period there where he just owned snapper. You know, no one could beat him at snapper, including, you know, the best of the best. Kelly Slater, you know, Andy Irons, Joel Parkinson, Mick Fanning. Like, Taj was untouchable out there.
What was it about his surfing that worked so well at that venue and on the point breaks in this region?
Well, you know, he did everything at speed. He had this incredible carve game. He was a great tube rider. He could read the wave so well, but it was really just his connectivity. You know, he could just get in the groove at snapper, and you just couldn't keep up with the quality the quality and the volume.
Yeah.
It was that combined quality and volume.
You know what else he had that I loved? He had such a compressed, coiled up bottom turn, but he had a really powerful fin throw, a powerful fin bust, I should say. He would punch through the pocket and surf so vertical at snapper, and I don't even think we see that much of it these days. A lot of the modern day CT surfers, they surf just ahead of the wave. It's layback snaps that they display their power that way. Taj surfed out of the bowl, and he really just had such great control. Every move was so high risk, which just, you know, and he had an amazing ability to maintain control with the fins free, and it just meant big numbers came his way when he surfed at snapper in pumping conditions.
And you know, and the thing is that no one could stay with him. And I noticed, like, he would really zone in on contests. Like, he had this ability to target an event and just go all the way through and win it and beat the best of the best. He just, I guess the only thing was he wouldn't put an entire campaign together. And, I mean, he came #2 in the world like several times, not once or twice, I mean several times. But to the greats of the greats, you know, I mean, he deserved to be a world champion, Taj Burrow.
Yeah, well, he got close a couple of times. He had a runner-up finish to Mark Occhilupo. He had a runner-up finish to Mick Fanning, and he's still doing some fantastic surfing. It's going to be great to see him honoured tomorrow at the Surfing Australia Hall of Fame Awards. But we're back underway here. That rain squall has passed, and we've got another good heat on our hands. Heat 4 of the round of 32. Isabella Caldo is out there in the red. The Kiwi, Safi Vetti, is in the blue. Charlie Stokes is in the white. And Tia Zabrowski, the absolute phenom, young prodigy via Tahiti and France, where she splits her time. I believe she's just 11 years old. She had an 8.5 in her last heat, Bugs, and got a victory over the field.
And just to finish that story, the great Reno Abalira won that day. He was my all-time favourite surfer.
And one of the most stylish of all time. He had a flared wetsuit at one point.
Yeah, he had the bell-bottom.
Bell-bottom wetsuit. I love that.
So much style and charisma.
So right now, as you can see, the wind has died off just a little here. And we're really hoping that conditions continue to improve as we see Tia, the youngster, getting things started straight away, just really consistent. And this is a name to look out for in the future. Touted to do great things. And the Murmur Mag, which is a media offering from Jess and True Starling. They've profiled her before, and a lot of buzz around this young talent.
And absolutely worthy. The other day at Kingscliff, on the most difficult of conditions, the youngest competitor in the draw, male or female, handled it so well. She came in with a 15-point total at Kingscliff, which blew my mind. She was so amazing out there.
She got the jump on India Robinson.
Yes.
That's huge. Now have a look at this. Just absolute class competitively, because she's gone out there. She witnessed what happened in the last heat. Surfers were scrambling for low rides at the start. She's going to bank those low rides. Then I think she'll go into that patient mode towards the back end of the heat.
Or will she? I mean, you got to remember, she's a full grommet. It's a grommet attack to start the heat, that's for sure.
You see it, don't you, Bugs? You see it in the form when someone special's just entering the mix and their name's becoming apparent to everyone. You see just how well that they place that body, and you can tell just in the way she hit those last two sections on her first two rides that she's got it. She's got it.
Yeah, she's got it. She's got such incredible potential. And you know, when I saw her ride her first wave of Kingscliff the other day, I said the same thing. I said, oh, this young girl here, she's really got something special.
Well, here she is on the inside. She's just chipping away the first couple of rides here. So nothing big on the board. And, you know, this is, for me, it doesn't matter where Tia finishes in this event. It's just great experience for her. She's obviously got so much time to refine her surfing and her competitive act. But I was super impressed with what I saw at Kingscliff.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see if she does what you thought she might do, settle in, or what I thought she might do is just continue on in the grommet attack.
Oh, yeah.
Which she just did a third wave, but she's going to have to get more than the one manoeuvre in to break into the fives, I think. You know, she doesn't yet have the power of India Robinson. She's going to have to link together a wave and really show stuff.
Yeah, it's a cool strategy though, because at some point these competitors will start wanting to get that first score on the board, just because you don't want the clock to beat you, and you want to get that number up. You don't want to get left behind, and she's sort of forcing the rotation of priority by getting some waves early and just getting herself in front. I mean, especially since she's put two numbers up, and there's a bit of a requirement for an individual ride to get ahead of her at the moment, 5.73. You know, it's early days here. These are low numbers for Tia, but I kind of like her strategy.
Yeah. Well, you know, it might be that one heat on, one heat off. We've still got those kind of long interval sets that roll through intermittently. They're not coming through in a regular pattern. So that really tricks it up. Do you sit out there and just wait for the bomb, or do you go to work and get some of these inside ones? That can unsettle your opponents just by doing that.
Yeah, patience, usually, if you talk to most of the best competitors in the world, patience is a sort of a game better played in really quality surf. And most of them say, oh yeah, you've just got to roll the dice on a couple of these waves and hope you get a steep section, because really no two waves are the same out here today. There might be a consistency in a couple of them, but a wave that looks good might have no end section on it at all, and one that looks average might stand up for you.
Oh, Charlie Stokes. She's picked one off here that's got a nice peel factor. And yeah, that'll be the best wave of the heat so far for sure.
Bugs, who was the best at figuring out a tricky lineup when conditions kind of got like this? Who do you think did it better than anyone?
Gosh, I mean, you know, Shayna Rand was really good at it. You know, you would certainly have to say Mark Richards was good at it. I mean, you know, just all the top surfers. You know, Terry Richardson.
You know, on the women's side, who was unbelievable at it was Lane Beachley. She could figure out a really tricky lineup, and you know, it ended up being one of the recipes for her dominance. The keys to her success is just like staying motivated when conditions got tricky, and really looking for an edge in a lineup that kind of appeared chaotic.
Yeah, Lane was so brilliant. She was great in good quality, classy ways, and you're right, she could read it very well. And it really is, it's the read of the situation. Also the timing, you know, if it is that one heat off, one heat on situation, trying to anticipate. Look at the distance between, you know, the women in this heat. There's Red sitting out there, Isabella sitting out there waiting for a surge off those rocks. Nothing's come her way yet.
What would your strategy be in this instance where you've just seen Coco Cans in the previous heat own that inside position, even though there sort of seems to be a few less waves up there today? It's pretty glorious if you don't even have to worry about priority up top there.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you'd think in a 25-minute heat you'd back yourself to get something decent from the outside.
Oh,
wow. Great move. Again, just a one manoeuvre wave, but what a classy turn.
Oh, man.
Classy snap there.
Just the timing and the spark. But again, the form, that's what we're super impressed with.
Whoa, that's just so lightning.
Great extension, right?
So slick.
So it's going to be another low number for Tia, but she'll build, you'd think, on her heat score total here at the moment. Charlie Stokes kicked off with a bomb, a 6.5. And we talked about Tia, you know, there's obviously going to be a difference in the power just based on the size of her. But she has those quality turns that she can throw down. And if she gets on a wave like Charlie's, she's going to put up an excellent score, you'd think. So maybe it is time to fall into that priority order now and give herself a better shot at a big number.
But also, I said before, like, this can also rattle your opponent's mid. We see Isabella; she's abandoned Plan A.
Yeah.
You know, she's come across now. She's on the inside now. So, you know, this is what happens. You're hearing scores going down, and you're going, "Hey, I got to get amongst the action." And Safi, just a one manoeuvre wave there, 3.27.
I guess Isabella's thinking too, you've got priority over these people. Go limit the opportunity for someone to get a good score down there where you're not sitting.
Yeah.
And, you know, then there's no harm if your fourth priority ducking back up into the corner and trying to find some space. But this will be fun to watch unfold. So a 4-point ride for Tia for that single turn, Bugs.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be around that mark. I thought it was definitely her best turn. And it just goes to show if she can link a wave together, you can see why she got the big 15-point combined total at Kingscliff.
The timing, you know, the form, the spark. You know, you think about Felipe Toledo when he first came on the scene. He was such a greyhound. He had not a whole lot of meat on him. As he got bigger, the form was already there. The style and the great timing was there. It just became, the turns became bigger. You know, he established himself, I think, as one of the most powerful surfers pound for pound on the championship tour.
Yes.
And he's just such a force now. And also proving to be a force out here at the moment is Charlie Stokes. Didn't get that last turn, which is a shame, but let go of a nice sequence of backhand hits.
Yeah, her patience has really paid off. And Safi, this is a great turn here. Now, a question mark over whether she surfs out of this cleanly. Stick with it for a little bit. Then we move on to Charlie's wave. I'm not sure if the judges will mark that as a complete, Ronnie, but this second turn's solid. Now, if she could pull this off, this is a pretty steep section. But wow, she's just her timing was a little bit off there. She over-rotated.
I want to say that was maybe the best wave I've seen this morning, scoring potential-wise.
I agree.
A couple of steep sections and the opportunity for a big finish, and she got 3/4 of the way there.
Yeah, she sure did, at least. And she'll still, you know, she got a 6 for that. She banked the 6 for a non-make at the end, but that would have been a solid 8+.
Yeah, that was a lost opportunity. I think, you know, I don't know how long this is going to last, but the rain has kind of cleaned up the face of these waves just a little. And there just seems to be a couple of really nice rides with great opportunity on the inside. you know, not that I'm willing it against the other surfers in the lineup. I just want to see what Tia can do with a couple of sections, because she's only had really one-turn waves so far.
Yeah, well, Isabella is the big question mark is now with Isabella. She's absolutely come to the wide beam. There are two different plays here. We saw Kobe Enright in the second heat of the day. It paid off for her to go wide.
Yeah, Isabella's just got a complete wave allergy at the moment. She paddles to one spot on the bank and waves break up in the corner. She paddles to the northern end of the bank and it just goes quiet. But something might be standing up for her here. She's having a look at this one, utilising her priority. Needs to hit this first section. It doubles up and she's trying to build some speed to get down the line. And now that was more than half the heat waiting for that ride, and it's not going to result in a big score.
No, it looked promising, but I think this cutback here, she just went a bit too far back and got herself caught behind the next section, which really bowled up nicely. She probably needed to just sort of pump down the line and get ahead of it so she could go into a repto, because she's got a great carving snap.
She sure does. Sunny Coast surfer. Yeah, she's had some solid results too. Competes with the North Shore Board Riders, a student at university at the moment, so splitting her time with some studies, working hard.
Gosh, it's tough to break into that North Shore Board Riders women's representative honours. You know, when you've got Sophie McCulloch, she can't compete anymore. She's on the CT. You've got Keely Andrew, ex-CT. You've got Dimity Stoyle.
Man, they've got so many talented surfers, and always have. Yeah. Serena Brooke, one of the first from that region to really get onto the CT and collect some big results. But, you know, always a good cast of really classy surfers coming from that end.
Yeah, Isabella Nichols.
Exactly. Yeah, and I think there'll be another wave, because generally if there's, you know, superstars to look up to and aspire to, it just continues.
Well, going back to my day, Kim McKenzie, the shark catcher. She was the Vic, you know, the notorious shark catcher.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what she did for a living. She was a great goofy foot, a really powerful surfer, and then for a living she caught sharks.
Wow.
Yeah. It's a bit of a career that's not available anymore.
No, that's right.
You got to hug them.
Exactly. 11 minutes to go here, and Charlie Stokes sitting pretty with a couple of 6-point rides. Tia's in second spot. Doesn't need a whole lot to shore up that position, but we'll see what unfolds here after the break at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
The number one reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think it's just second to none.
It doesn't get any better than sitting here next to Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, former world champ, and watching this next crop of rising stars chased the qualifying series for big results, looking to get themselves into the challenges. For some surfers, it's really just dipping their toe into competition at this level for the first time, and we've seen great performances from some of those newcomers, and I think we're going to see a few more. At the moment, we've got a replay of Tia Zabrowski, who's out there at the moment, and she's holding on the second spot, and that was the first real hiccup that we've seen from her. She's trying to get rid of a 3.33 to lift her 2-wave total and make life hard for Safi and Isabella out there at the moment.
Well, now look at Isabella's sitting now, Ronnie. She started out right off that big rock out there in the far distance, and now she's so wide of everyone. Has she come too wide? And she's going wider again. There is that wide breakdown there, and she's going on this one, but she's going to have to really get a motor on. This wave standing up, she'll get one big clean move in.
Oh, she gets bounced.
Yeah, she's not having... Sometimes they can really unsettle you when you don't get, your plan A goes out the window.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah, tell ya.
That was a gnarly wipeout.
That wave really sort of bottomed out on her there, and she goes down as well. So even though she's in second spot in a qualifying position at the moment, it's looked a little shaky, and her numbers aren't big enough to hold off Safi at the moment, who only needs a 4.06 to jump up into second. I honestly, Bugs and all my competitive experience is really just board riders, but I think in this lineup, I maybe would have clung to that corner because you just get so many reps. You're not sharing any priority or order or with anyone in the lineup. You get your pick, and even if those waves aren't as frequent up there, they're yours when they come.
Yeah, I could not agree more, Ronnie. I mean, and this is a great setup move there by Isabella, but she wasn't able to pull it off. And now a bit of desperation stakes.
Oh, yeah.
Cruising into the victory here. It looks like Charlie Stokes. Tia has left the door open, as you said, to Safi. If Safi can put one together, but down here, unless it's a set wave, they're very short rides.
You can see that one was tricky. The speed is what she was missing for that section.
And there's an in and out for Safi. So, yeah, it's strange that they've all sort of clustered down to this super wide bank. And even on the wide bank, you really want to be sitting a bit further out, waiting for those bombing wide ones. We can get 2-3 manoeuvres in, and then a big closeout, a finishing move. These one-off ones, and they're not going to get you. They're not going to get you much more than the maximum 4 points.
6.5 minutes to go here.
Now look where they are. Now we're on the second headland. We do have 2 takeoff zones here at Cabarita, that's for sure.
Yeah, Charlie's done some great turns in this heat. She hasn't had the big finishes, but the work's been so solid that she's been able to manage a couple of 6-point rides. Here goes Safi. Can't get to that section in time, so he's still hanging on to this second position at the moment.
I'm surprised Safi didn't finish that wave off, though. She got that one setup move and a nice clean finishing there. Look, she doesn't need that much.
Even if you're late to those sections, they're still more critical than everything that you get in between that first turn and that finishing move.
Well, what do you got to lose? I mean, you're maybe an extra 20 seconds out of the lineup. I mean, it's worth going for.
Yeah, it's always interesting just watching how different competitors deal with a lineup that's split like this. Well, what's my strategy? When you sit amongst the pack, you're really backing your ability to outshine someone else at that position. And if you sit somewhere else, it's sort of saying, maybe I can find more of an edge over here.
Absolutely, and they're kind of clustered down there. They have moved the contest area to the second headland. It did work for Kobe Enright. She did get some great wide ones, but they were bombing sets. They were proper sets.
Always loved the stories of the great Tom Curran back in the day, of just identifying a completely unique section of a contest site, which, had a predominant bank that everyone was surfing. He would just completely snub it and go find his own little magic zone, which he'd been identifying over the course of the morning.
And you're nearly waiting for it to happen, because he'd go to a spot where you go, what is he doing over there? 12 minutes of the heat gone. There's nothing happening. He's still sitting there, as you see Charlie Stokes. And next minute, a wave pops up and he gets an 8. and everyone's just rattled and ruffled and throwing their plan A out the window, and then Tom Curran just takes over.
Love it. Well, we're going to see people get that opportunity today where we're seeing Tia just moved really wide to get herself into this one. Just desperate to get rid of this 3.33. This wave, though, you know, she can't reconnect with the energy of it. It kind of doubled up and never really went again. So she's taken herself out of the contest zone a little more now. It's been the Charlie Stokes show. And she's trying to get rid of a couple of sixes, so even though she hasn't done that, she's still limiting opportunities by staying busy out here in this lineup for her rivals. Loving the vision from the regional New South Wales flight cam. It's just such a fantastic perspective to see the separation between the competitors at the takeoff zone and also get a scope of this beautiful part of the coastline.
And there's Isabella. She's just travelling north. Look how far down they are now. This is there's the headland. They're hundreds of metres away from the traditional takeoff zone, and now Isabella's paddling back. I mean, it's a pretty strange scene we've got going on here, but it's really because Charlie has dominating the heat. Second place is completely up for grabs. Isabella is still in the mix. She only needs like a 5.5-point ride.
Yeah, Charlie's just found the rhythm with those quality waves and surfed them very well.
This could be an interesting little wave for Safi.
Oh, this one looks good. Safi drives off the bottom. The Kiwi hammers the section. That's one of the better turns we've seen in this heat. And she's going to miss the finish. Gosh. Unfortunately, you saw a little bit of backwash or something slam into that wave.
Oh, you can see the head going. She just realises the situation because here is Tia.
Mixing it up. Needs to get some speed here for the finish. And she does get 3 decent turns done.
That's her best wave for sure.
That is going to replace the 3.33. And she has a slight point advantage on Safi's previous ride, but that first turn.
Awesome.
Really awesome. Very much of that similar approach to, say, a Betty Lou Sakura Johnson and her big frontside gaffs. But this was classy, smooth surfing.
Oh, that's nice. That's really nice. And then she knows she needs to finish this one. She goes up early, and that was the difference. Okay, here we go, Isabella. Let's get it going. Now she's going to need more than a 5, though.
Yeah, she got to smash that section. Just didn't have the speed for it. Was kind of struggling with the bumps on the face of that wave. Well, the numbers are in for Safi. She got well rewarded for that big individual turn. She got herself a 5.93. Really high quality frontside punch through the lip.
That could have been the highest score of the heat so far if she'd pulled that second turn off. You'd say it would have been.
Oh, no doubt. So we'll see, but it costs her at the end here. We're waiting on a score to come through for Tia, and we're expecting it to be a pretty good one.
Yeah,
I will say Tia, she got the beautiful frontside carve to get started. The second turn looked shaky to me. She kind of skipped on her fins a little bit, but she saved it with the third move and showed great variety.
A lot of variety, and I think that even that second move, she realised that there was something ahead that she needed to finish it well, so it was pretty clever surfing. Charlie's had a couple of falls in her last wave, but she's sitting pretty well out in front.
Charlie's, you know, she can clean up the finishes. She'll be looking at solid numbers, but she hopefully doesn't fail to reflect on her performance in this heat with a victory, because it's sometimes the case, isn't it? You win, you don't really think too much about the mistakes you made, and she's definitely failed to finish off some rides that could have taken her into the 8s.
No, she has. Now, Tia, she needs a 5.31, 5.21, and the judge is still deliberating over that one. I mean, it seems to me that she's going to comfortably get it.
Yeah, it was down the line. I mean, Safi just had the power and threw everything at that first section, but she was incomplete on the second turn. So it was just one move, 5.93. It's a solid score. Tia sort of flowed. The second turn, if she doesn't get it, I think will be what hurts her.
But the thing is, she got a 4-point score for one manoeuvre earlier. So, you know, I'm just sort of weighing that up. Was that 1.5 points better? To me, yes.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I thought this first turn was so slick. Really smooth. Skipped a little on the second move, but got some speed up for this. And threw a little fan of spray up there. You got to love the technique. So the judges having a good think about it. I think they went back, Bugs, to check out some replays.
Yeah, they'd look at Safi's wave, the 593. They'd look at... I really only think Tia's earlier waves would be the ones to... You know, Isabella really never got going to in that heat, so she's not really in the mix.
Great performance from Charlie. I mean, in moments like this where it's so close coming down to the wire, it's you know, it's a shame not to focus on the person who dominated the heat. And Charlie had some great backhand surfing and was just a couple of finishing turns away from going excellent.
Wow, the judges having a real think about the Tia wave. It must be borderline, Ronnie, for them to be deliberating to this level.
The number is in. It's a 4.73. I think that, you know, they just have been rewarding that power throughout, Bugs. But it's a cruel score.
Yeah.
I mean, you're saying that's only 0.73 better than a 4-point ride? That's pretty low.
Yeah.
So that one's in the bag, and Charlie Stokes, congratulations, powering on through, and Safi did enough. Her power well rewarded as she holds on to second spot. Tia and Isabella knocked out of the event. We're going to take a quick break here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and we'll be back with Jess and Vaughan in the booth.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Here we are, big morning of women's surfing at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000 event. Bundjalung country in front of you there, the beautiful images of one of the best parts of the New South Wales coast up here on the Tweed, and myself, Jess Brimwood, joining Vaughan Blakey in the booth to call the rest of the morning's actions. A little bit of a nail biter on that last one there, Vaughan.
Wow, the judges really deliberating in that last heat, and Safi Vet getting the nod over Tia Zabrowski, and upside down, Krakatoa. Let's get going, Cabarita. This is nice stuff. The round of 32, heat number 5, Charlie Hurst, Emily Burke, Sophie Fletcher, and Sarah Baum, who is just going from strength to strength after some good performances on the Challenger Series last year, live action in the water.
Oh yeah, this is nice. A couple of goofy footers, and I saw Ams running down just before her heat then, and she did look super relaxed, and that's the kind of surfing that she's just so good at. She hasn't been able to put a lot of really great strings of QS heats together, especially when the waves are smaller. But as soon as there's a big lip to smack, you can guarantee Ams is going to be putting it up there.
Emily Burke, a 5-point ride already locked in. Yeah, Cabarita, beautiful. How's that angle from up on the headland looking out over the ocean? Just that golden shimmering light. It's like a blanket of dust that you just want to go and roll in. Just just absolutely beautiful. Such a it's just such a gorgeous morning. Look, even when it's overcast, it's just got that beautiful silver. I don't know, just.
It's inviting, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's hard not to laugh.
Mesmerising is what it is. It's just making me feel. But you know what it is? I'll tell you why I'm speechless. It's sentimental. It reminds me of all the surfs I used to go for on these overcast days when I was a Grom. This is, where Ronnie and I grew up, as we've talked about a few times, but it's just taking me back to the pure froth and stoke that I had when I was just in the very, very peak of my surf fanaticism. Not to say that it's worn off or anything, Jess. Still a frother.
I'd argue that it's gotten more hardcore, more intense this afternoon.
No, I was an absolute fruitcake for surfing when I was a Grom. I just if I was in geography, people would say, what do you know about France? I'd say, oh yeah, sick beaches. It's just history. What were the 3 biggest stories of the 90s? I'd say, Tom Curran surfing from the trials all the way to the world title. Just such a surf dork. And yeah, I'd sit in class looking out the window at the trees, and it was days like this that I loved, because if it was overcast, you had a chance that the wind hadn't come up yet, and you could go and paddle out into that big silver Pacific and just, basically not come in until well after dark. It was just a magic, magic time. And, for all these surfers who are here on the Tweed right now, they're getting to share a little bit of that, those conditions. It's a beautiful place to surf. Water's warm, and here is Sarah Baum. Overcooks it.
Wow. That's,
how were you as a Grom? Were you a frother?
She's checking her fins there, actually, Ronnie, but I think that was more of a situation of maybe not completing the end of that manoeuvre and looking down the line and mind on the next section. It was almost all but done in that last one. That was a good score too, but
everyone seems to have given that back part of the point the flick.
Yeah.
Just curled up the finger, pressed it against the thumb, and flick. Off it goes. It's just was a real tricky place to get scores this morning.
I think the benefit of surfing right in front of those rocks there, I mean, your little support crew can perch themselves. There's a lot of signalling going on, a lot of whistling on the sets, and then also it's just right in the front of the judges. It's just sitting there like a little buffet waiting for them just to enjoy, because they really capture how much power someone like Safi in that last turn that she got. Huge score for one turn. She was right in the midst of the judges and just bang, and it's going to be well rewarded. It's exciting to watch when it's right at your doorstep like that.
It is, yeah. You get a real feel for it, and as you said earlier, you can hear that crack when you get the timing right on and you just snap it out of the lip. You can hear the board connect with the lip of the wave. It just gives it that little bit of extra punch.
Don't you?
Beautiful.
I think about it I think a lot about other sports too. I mean, I know a lot of these athletes do draw a lot of inspiration from other sports people and athletes, but I think about it when rugby league players are running and the moment they throw off that pass and not even looking at it, they know as it's leaving the fingertips, it's on. It's like one of those magical little, you can't put a foot wrong kind of feelings.
That's the Tweed Coast, Cabarita Headland, Cabarita Town. Southie on the other side there. Beautiful little waves all over this region. You can just see as far as the eye can see as we pan over to the Cabarita Headland. Yeah, as far as the eye can see, there's just set up after set up after set up. Random little banks, rip bowls form all over this incredible stretch of the Australian East Coast. Far north coast. This is almost as far as you can go before you get to Queensland. There's only a few more beaches to the north before you hit the border. And there's always a little bit of an argument because, the river, the Tweed River, kind of forms the border between New South Wales and Queensland. But Duranbah is officially still on the New South Wales side of the border. So that causes all sorts of consternation between the locals, the far north coast of New South Wales and southern Queensland. But this little zone is, as I was saying, it's one of those first little outcrops of rock and headland after Byron Bay. Byron Bay sweeps, it's the most easterly point in Australia, but it sweeps for a good maybe 20, 30 Ks up one really long beach. The only little break in that beach is at Brunswick Heads where a tiny little river mouth comes out.
Ooh, I love that.
And that's it. You've just got straight sand the whole way. So this is where the ocean starts to load up and feed back onto the coast. Beautiful backside snap from Charlie Hurst.
Yeah, there's the goofy footers. So the 3 in the water. Sophie, the only natural footer, have a look at the timing on this turn as well. Drops straight to the bottom and just cracks it. Sun really kind of accentuating all the spray and the rooster tails going flying.
How idyllic does that wave look? You know, smooth face. Yeah, it's got that backlight on it, so when you hit the lip, it's just lit up like gold. Explosions of gold. Gold everywhere, Jess.
Yeah. It's full froth. Oh, and even this, look at that rainbow in the background too. Just goes better and better up here in the Tweed. It's really beautiful country. 15 and a half minutes. Amelie, that 5-point ride sitting well for her. Score in the first to Charlie Hurst, a 4.17, takes her into second position. Sarah Baum just the 1, and Sophie 0.7. Here goes Am again, looking on point, but a little late to that second section, that first turn. Nice, but maybe just had to cut it a little shorter to make sure she cracked it on the end. Here goes Sophie Fletcher.
Sophie winding down the point here. It's a frothy one, but it will stand up on the inside, so she'll get a big snap on that critical inside section. The morning sickness, there's still a little bit of wobble, but it's definitely cleaning up. Look at that little puff of wind coming up. Tends to happen when the sun comes out. And just too late to that final turn. Amelie should be disappointed there. Just mistimed it off the bottom. Sophie Fletcher here, this wave. One of the things that we've noticed this morning, Jess, is that big turns and a big committed aggressive turn on one section is going to score higher than a wave with a few calves in it. We just saw that happen in the very last heat. Safi Vet just attacked this one big section. She missed the completion, but got a pretty solid score. And Tia put together a really nice wave after that. Got the completion. I thought, man, this is really going to ask the question of the judges. What are they looking for? And unsurprisingly, they want commitment. They want aggression, and they want to see these sections, when they do pop up, get completely annihilated, because you know, we've seen a lot of surfing over the past few days where sections are hard to come by. It's been a lot of sweep. But this one, not wasted by Amelie Burke.
I love this surfing that Am's doing this morning. Cracks it again, just a little kind of hung up on the hook, maybe pushing it a little bit too far back the other way. But that first kind of slice, that's really good indications. Let's see. Replay just really brings the nose all the way back around. I think that's what undoes her in this second bit, Vaughan. Just goes a little too far back towards the wash here.
Well, that's not breaking in deep water on an outside bank. That's a shorey. That's a typical shorey. It's just all loading up and it punches very, very hard. So you kind of got to be careful about how you're going to attack that turn. You can't swing your board too far around because you haven't got time to readjust. You've just got to hit it and make sure the nose is basically perpendicular to the beach, because you want to be able to ride out of those things, not grab the rail. You can see there, Amelie just pushed it too hard.
Someone who was really, really timing it well on the inside too was Charlie Stokes in that last heat, a 6.5 and a 6.0. Stacey, you're with Charlie.
Yeah, that's right, Jess. Very perpendicular indeed. Charlie, fantastic heat.
Thank you.
Who told you to sit down the end?
Peter Duncan.
Did you say Ben Duncan?
No, Peter Duncan, yeah.
Well, it's amazing support you've got there. You've got your two brothers, younger sister, mum and dad here. Must be hard to block out all that family noise and go and smash some heats.
Yeah, there's a bit going on, but it's good to have them all down here supporting me, and it's been a fun couple of days, so yeah, I'm stoked.
With a big travelling team like that, where do you guys stay?
We're staying just down the road at the Hastings Point Caravan Park, so only a few minutes drive, so it's been really good.
Is that the one with the big slide?
No, it's just like a minute past that, so yeah.
That must be the other one up at Fingal. Well done, Charlie. Good luck tomorrow. Oh, no, we'll see you this afternoon. Don't go anywhere. You might miss your heat.
Thank you.
Stacey's got a bit on there too, I think. He's got a lot going on. He's thinking about the water slides, and yeah, there's a lot to do around here.
Yeah, it's like, I remember when, you know, we'd go on our trips, family trips up and down the coast, and if you stayed in a a motel or a hotel without a pool, biggest letdown.
Sneak-ins.
Now it's like if you stay in a motel or a motel without water slides or a blow-up jumping castle or...
Kids
have it too good these days.
Have you seen that full operating arcade in the one we're staying in at the North Star? It's like time zone.
I've spent about $90 in there.
Oh, here we go, Sarah Baum. Oh, adjusting there, and that's the two-turn crack that we're pretty used to seeing from Baumey. That's going to go really, really good into that scale. Charlie Hurst up and riding now too. Back-to-back exchanges. Nice. Into the lip, a little hung up, but you can see that's kind of catching quite a few of them off guard this morning. Soon as the girls have moved down there, they've got to really make sure they don't get hung up on that inside shore. Here goes Baumey's Vaughan.
Yeah, nice carve back to the power source. You can see that this section, well, that one actually wasn't as dumpy as the one here that Charlie's got to deal with. And Baumey did well. She hit it, and as Stace alluded to, perpendicular. I mean, it's not exactly the first word that comes to mind when you're out surfing a heat. But
you're not riding that on the nose.
Get your set square, and maybe hopefully you can get your 90-degree angle bang on. But no, I think Baumey did a good job there. She knows that if you push too hard and there's not enough pushback, you can bog it. If you push too hard and there's a big sort of push of energy, you can also catch rail as well. So you've just got to time it bang on, which she did. And a 6.17, judges loving that little two-turn combo from Sarah Baum. South African, right?
Yes.
And but basically an adopted Aussie these days.
Well, yeah, she got adopted by the East End crew, board riders down there in Newey, and she spends all of her time training down there, lives with her partner. They're pretty tight crew, and they're doing really well to get behind her and push her into what we've kind of been waiting to watch her on the Challenger Series or the CT. The surfing's been there, I think, just putting all the little pieces together in these QSs that count. Every heat, like heat after heat after heat, week after week, month after month, is just what Baumey is working on and getting to that Challenger Series. And that's a nice looking wave rolling on through for Sophie Fletch. Swooping, opening cutback. Goes up early over the lip. Maybe just chase that end thing, but perhaps a massive, big kind of front side face carve would have been more well suited to that section, Vaughan.
Yeah, I agree. Just sort of caught in between worlds there. So the decision-making was a little bit of a factor.
Tricky too, because there's been so many different sections. They've been kind of hanging off a little bit. There's the lump that Charlie's just copped under her rails. It's just been... you've got to have that plan, like Sarah and like Emily have, but you've also got to stay reactive to it. While we wait for those scores to lock in, just over 8.5 minutes on the clock here. It is round of 32, heat number 5 of the women at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and more scores to lock in after this.
Coming back to the Tweed Coast is so special. There's such a community vibe here. Everyone's happy, everyone's active.
At a young age, my family moved into the Tweed Coast, just being blessed to grow up in such a beautiful part of Australia.
We love going around the headland where you can be surfing 1 minute and driving into the hinterland the next. Good waves, the people are amazing. You can't really ask for anything more.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performance. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
A very good morning. Welcome back to Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Bundjalung country. Look at that. The sun's almost popping through there too, Vaughan. And Cabarita Beach Headland out in the water. Emily Burke in charge at the moment. Heat number 5, round 32 of the women. There's Sarah Baum on the screen sitting with priority, and the last wave for her 6.17. So it's been a little bit of an adjustment. I think Emily, straight out the gates, has been on the money. She's a really interesting young lady. I think she's around 20 years old now too, Vaughan, and she's at uni doing exercise sports science. But here goes Sophie Fletcher. Big looking lump ahead of her. Can she collect this through to the inside? You can see just a couple of swooping turns to set up. Bit of a rebound, but it's going to kind of put her a little bit too far behind that section. So it's going to go into her top two, but I think she's going to need to find a little bit of a different line to really be able to connect in the inside form.
Yeah, it kind of stands up. It teases like it's going to give something, and then it backs off. So it is very tricky. Amelie's definitely been finding those sections where she can unleash a little bit more power. That was beautifully timed. 5 and a 4.13. But Sarah Baum is sitting out there with a 6.17. High scoring wave of the heat so far. And her backup score is only a 1.57. So she's definitely in a good position here if she can find a backup wave. This is the last wave of Sophie. You can just see it. It's not quite getting to those stand-up sections quick enough. And what that does is it forces Sophie to be patient. But when you're being patient, you know, sometimes you just can't quite find that little rhythm of the wave either. And so Soph just a little bit frustrated there. Sitting down in fourth spot, only needs a 4.68. It was interesting, I was watching Tia Zabrowski early this morning in a little preheat warm-up routine. Unusual, to say the least. She's 11, right?
11.
11 years old. She was skateboarding in the car park with no shoes on, had her contest brashie on, and was just doing little carves and stuff. But like, that car park has a few little, you know, bitumen stones. I was like, what happens if she hits a rock and goes over the handlebars?
Well, maybe unusual for a competitor, but maybe not so unusual for an 11-year-old.
Definitely not unusual for 11.
In the car park.
Yeah, I mean, when we were groms, like helmets and pads and shoes, we never used them. We just tow each other behind the bikes.
Yeah, with the rope or the leggy.
That's it.
Yeah, someone had to sacrifice their leggy, and it gets stretched out, wouldn't it, along the bitumen. 4.5 minutes on the clock. Amelie Burke still in the lead. 5-point ride, 4.13. She's really coming to her own in this heat. She's been competing across the juniors for a really long time in Australia, and I feel like she's found her group. She travels with Nixie Ryan and Ellie Lampkin, and she's a real core newie surfer and a really big part of the club down there too. But she's found this, I think, bit more confidence in herself. I definitely notice it when she's walking around the contest. And she's always had this surfing. She's always been a really big kind of backhand threat, similar to Bormy. And when she's able to put it together like this, just smart kind of focused heats, this is just the start for her, I think. If she decides to go down this path and continue down surfing, and she gets more and more relaxed in these situations, we're going to see like easily 8s and plus being thrown now, especially on her backhand.
It's a pretty interesting heat. It's set up nicely for a big finish here. 3.5 minutes remaining. Charlie Hurst and Sophie Fletcher, they haven't let Amelie and Sarah run away with it just yet. You know, a 4.17 and a 3. We've seen surfers get through with those scores in their top two. The requirement right now is low, so it's on Amelie and Sarah to drive the screws, turn the screws on these surfers who are trying to get into that advancing position. But Charlie and Sophie, they'll be out there, they'll back themselves to get these minimal rides, minimal scores, I should say, to get through this one. The morning sickness definitely starting to wane out a little bit. The wind is picking up. And yeah, it's just a beautiful day here. It's very quiet this morning. There's been a fair bit of rain last night. And always you get down and the steam starts coming off the ocean surface because the water's super warm at the moment. It's a bit chillier out there today.
Yeah, it is. I've even got a hoodie on this morning. But there was so much rain last night. The Water Patrol were backing their ski into our accommodation, and I was walking through, and at one point there was that much downpour. It was like a little bit of a mini flash flood. And I was up to almost my knees just walking through the road bit there. But I mean, luckily they obviously pretty prepared for it. Their drainage was looking pretty good, if I may say so myself.
It's pretty normal this time of year to get these big downpours. It's part of the reason why the environment around here is just so rich and lush. And let's stick with Bormy. Looking for a backup score, gets a nice hook under the lip. It's the power that's impressive with Bormy. Sarah just really times it beautifully and gets that beautiful snap to get rid of a 1.57. She'll do that easily. Wonder if that'll nudge a 4 even. It's a pretty good turn. Here we go, Sophie Fletcher. It's a nice carve. Come on, get around this section. And she will get the double up, and we've got action out the back as well. So Charlie Hurst, a big move here. No, Soph has overcooked it, but Charlie gets the finish. And that's crucial right now for her. The surfer in green looking for a 3.58. And the score's locking in for last is Sarah as well, so the requirement will change here.
Yeah, I think you're right. This is going to go up in those 4s, maybe even a little bit higher for that. And then that's going to make Charlie's wave need a lot more. Here's Sophie's nice, just swoopy, really smooth for her. If she can just connect with that inside section, she's such a good surfer.
She had to make this turn though.
Oh, she had to be out there. A little late again, just trying to find some speed. I know it's so hard and fat in that little section just before the shorey. But Charlie Hurst as well, 2 turns.
Strong ride, really fast. And that last turn was high risk. Those big floaters, when it's bumpy and lumpy like that, are super hard. But look at this, the replay. A nice strong rave here from Emily, doing exactly what you said she does best, Jess.
That's good. I tell you what,
attacking brutal on the backside.
Oh, there's just so much going on in this last 15 seconds, Vaughan. This is Bormy's last wave as well, so that's going to be 3rd score for her. But I think Emily just reminded me the tiniest bit then of watching Jessie Marley-Dyer back in the day. Like that fluoro pink spray on the board and that just powered backhand up into the lip. There's so many scores to lock in. Here goes Charlie Hurst. This is her previous ride goes into her top 2. There's still 2 other big scores to lock in for Emily and Sarah Baum. So Sophie Fletcher looks like she's sitting and going to stay there, but it's the last few scores. Emily, look at that, 6.23 and a 5-point ride for Bormy. So it's all down to that last 30 seconds.
It was set up to finish exactly like that, wasn't it? Everyone knew that they were in with a chance, so the surfing in that last 30 seconds was the best we saw all heat as they really went into fight mode. And pretty awesome finish. Looks like the results are in there, Jess.
Yeah, Emily takes the win there in heat number 5. Sarah Baum finishing in 2nd position, so a great performance from Emily Burke there at Nova Castrian. Plenty more women's surfing, round of 32. Heat number 6 in the water, Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We'll see you soon.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Good morning, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro back with you. QS 5000, the World Surf League's Australia Oceanic Regional Qualifier, and that last heat was a sizzler at the end. I mean, 30 seconds and there was about 6 waves to digest for us. Jess Crippled, Vaughan Blakey in the booth, and straight into a replay, Vaughan. Here's Rosie Smart.
Rosie Smart, Coffs Coast, represent, has been a big name, heralded from that region for quite some time. You can see why. Beautiful technique off the bottom. And I really love, anyone who gets low off the bottom really uses full technique to basically slingshot into the lip and get a beautiful top turn going. So Rosie, not the greatest wave, but on the board nonetheless with a 3.17. And this, Zali Kelly, and really puts this one together beautifully. How about that finish? And one thing you notice instantly about Zali Kelly is that that was really high speed surfing. Linked it together beautifully. You can see why she has been on the Challenger Series already.
Zali, I'm so excited to watch her surf coming into this season now for her, because I remember this long ago, I was still doing Kiwis OCs, and we turned up to an event in Europe, and Zali Kelly was that like 14, 15-year-old Grom, and that one of those danger people like that we've seen play out in this whole story of the QS here. And she just went back to back. I think she won 3 of the European QSs in a row, and she was travelling with her mum, Sue. And everyone was kind of going, wait, who is this girl? Like she surfed like a skateboarder, and she had like tech tricks like a snowboarder, and everybody was just kind of going like, all right, wow, hold on. And then she kind of drifted away for a little bit. I think she had like a really big growth spurt. She doesn't look like a Grommy anymore, and just that adjustment and, you know, finding her little position in the world and figuring out what it is about surfing that she loves and she found her way back to us, thankfully, because her surfing is psycho. And that 7.50, I mean, that's barely, you know, revving for her this morning.
A 7.5. This early in the heat, we haven't seen a lot of that. And this morning, it's been a lot of indecision, you know, as the surfers have sort of been waiting for the wave to give them opportunities. Zali took off on that wave and shredded it. Just completely went at it. Didn't wait for the wave to give her anything. And put it together really quick. And I think perhaps one of the other standout things about Zali's wave was she was fitting in 3 turns where most of the surfers this morning have only done 2. So the judges loving, you know, I guess the intent there, just going at it as fast and as hard as she can. And the finish was really nice, you know, to get that floater up and over, right out really smooth. And a big score to kick this one off. Oh, Rosie's smart here. It's a big set. She can get around it. It's going to be a hectic section that she's going to be hitting. Gets that one first slice in, and that one just a little bit too big. Kind of broke out behind where that shorey bank is, so no option for her on the inside. It's interesting hearing you talk about before, you know, the women in these events and athletes in general being inspired by athletes and other sports. We'll come back to that in a second, Jess.
Oh, crap! Holy moly, here she goes, winding up. She just looks so confident. Oh, I might have given her a little jinx there, but those 2 turns, that's going to be well and truly, I mean, I see 5, 6s plus in that first turn.
I completely agree. That's definitely a mid-5s to 6s. And these are 2 really strong turns. Look where she does that. That is right in the pocket, into the lip, glides it over that second one. So even adding a little bit of variety to that second turn. And that's going to be a good score again, I think, for Zali Kelly, despite the fact she misses the finish. But yeah, I was just wondering if you've got one eye on the Women's World Cup coming to Australia and New Zealand this year. That's going to be a huge sporting event here. And something that I'm sure that we're all going to take a lot of inspiration away from. But I'll get your take on that in a second as we see a nice ride here. Puts it together very smooth from Ellie Harrison. Not one of those down the line high speed waves, but for what she had in front of her, just reacted nicely, got a combination and connected, smooth surfing.
This is actually a pretty psycho heat. Like when you look at the merits of all 4 women in the water, like Ellie, she's such a solid competitor. She's so known for her power and her forehand as well. Piper, really heavy hitter in Kiwi conversations. Rosie, she was that Grommy as well back in the years, and now she's found, you know, her form going into her late teens. Here's the replay for Ellie's. You can just see the competency on her equipment. She's been looking really silky. I think there's a different level of in-tuneness I've seen on her surfboard and her. She hasn't put it together yet with a wave, but yeah, look at the score coming in for Zali's
8.07. So she didn't even complete, and she got an excellent score, an excellent ride. Judges are always going to reward anyone who goes at the lip. In that pocket, the most critical section of the wave, one of the more critical waves we've actually seen break this morning and not missed the opportunity to get maximum points out of that one. Imagine what that number would be if she'd found a finish section. It would have been probably in the 9s.
Yeah, that's got to be feeling good soaking up that too. She's such a really cool individual human. I like that she's really quiet around the contest and she doesn't ever get into any of the fluffle and huffle going around. Here's the replay. Look at this first turn. Falls out of the lip. Just critically placed as well. Straight into her second. That's the money there. Kind of hits a wobble, so unfortunately, like the end of that.
It started getting steep on the inside there.
Yeah.
I mean, you cannot fault the first 2 turns. Really went at the lip. But it's those little tiny subtle movements, the fin release of the first turn, the sort of weightlessness of the second turn. That's not just being aggressive. That's actually being right in the moment. It's so rare for your sense of feel to be that on point that you can adjust mid-turn and feel what the wave's doing. That was just sublime. Yeah, an 8.07 well earned from Zali Kelly.
So Piper Harrison sitting in the box seat, Vaughan. It's a quiet little start for her, but so we're waiting for her to pull the trigger on priority. Stacey's sidelines with Amelie Burke with that 6.23 and a 5-point ride. I mean, great performance for her in that heat.
Yeah, absolutely. Amelie, well done.
Thank you.
Feel pretty comfortable competing up here?
Yeah, right-hand point break. I mean, Merriweather's not quite a point, but it's similar.
The Rocks has its days.
Yeah, it's pretty good break.
And you're riding local equipment up here. Talk to us about your boards.
I'm riding a JS Monster 2020 with a round tail. So, yeah, it's going pretty well out here.
Bit of a break between your next heat. What do you do? Do you hang around and watch the men, or do you go home and sort of reset?
I think we'll head back home and just chill out and eat some food. So, yeah.
I'm sure you got a lot of people watching at home. Did you want to say g'day?
Yeah, thanks for watching, and yeah, hope I keep getting through.
Well done. See you later on.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stace. Amelie Burke. I'm pretty sure she's at uni at the moment doing exercise sports science. So here we go. Ellie Harrison. Look at this big section ahead. Throws it into the left. Oh, that was so sick. That was the replay that happened in that post-heat interview break, but that was, look at the jaw on you right now. Dropped. Completely dropped. There you go, score in 8.13. It looks like for the single turn as well for Lars Savelli. So it's on right now. Rosie Smart and Piper Harrison have to find themselves some momentum and energy going into the last 14 minutes of this heat, because Zali Kelly and Ellie Harrison have found the excellent range of the judging.
Ellie Harrison has thrown the hammer and it's gone straight through a plate glass window. It is just pure destruction. Oh, there's nothing better than seeing a big old section looming and just, I was like, just so aggressive. Like, I can't believe the commitment in that turn. 8.13. It's actually the highest scoring wave of this heat so far. And wonderful start from Ellie Harrison. Wow. Completely blown away by that.
Those Torquay border eyes will be going psycho right now.
Oh, we come back from the, that break, that interview with Amelie, and it was great to hear those insights, but far out. That's kind of a heart starter. Zali Kelly's wave, I was sitting back and I appreciated it, and I really went, wow, this is such beautiful surfing. This one is a little bit of a rocket. We're on here, Jess Grimwood, and as you'd expect in this round of 32, gauntlet being thrown.
Yeah, I'm still kind of processing. I'd love to at some point have another look at it, maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
At some point, definitely throughout this heat. But that 8.13, I mean, it's really all just in that last turn, and that's exactly what you've been saying all morning too. If you can just, it's all risk and reward, isn't it, out here? Throw everything at it, the full basket, and it's going to be put right up into that excellent score. Beautiful timing on the replay here. As we're talking about it, look at this section, Vaughan.
Oh my goodness, that is as critical as it gets. And I just can't help but rub my hands together here, Jess, because that is our real, that's our Kickstarter moment for this morning. It's been a little tricky. It's been hard to find the sections. There's been some good scores. Ellie Harrison is sinking in that she's, obliterated something that is never, ever going to show its face ever again.
She kind of looked like she was going, wait, what?
Yeah, that wave's never coming back. Travelled all the way from somewhere out in the middle of the Pacific where that cyclone was just to get treated like that. How do you like those apples?
Here's Zali.
Zali.
Oh.
Throwing things, but it does, you start licking your lips and rubbing your hands together at the thought of what could be coming up on these inside shorey sections as the day progresses, because the lead-up work to that turn was just high speed, wasn't it? It was a beautiful setup from Ellie, and then Zali now starting to be inspired by these big numbers dropping. She's got 2 of them herself already, heat leader, still a substantial lead.
She's got the freedom now too, Vaughan, just to get creative. And I mean, she's been practicing on a half pipe. I think they might even have their own training grounds at the Kelly residence for so many years. So her rotation, her air game, her ability to know where she is, mid-flight is incredible. She's pretty good. There's Elise Cooper. Talking about football, she's a top-notch rugby league player, that young lady. But I think she's taken the surfing route.
Oh, so many options on the table for these talented athletes. Now, a lot of them do, spend time in other sports, sort of being inspired and excited by competition across the board. I actually met a Matilda in the surf at Crescent Head the other day. Hannah, her name was. I didn't catch her last name, but she had just retired. I think she played for Newcastle, and she ripped. Maybe she might get into the QE.
Back on the QE. 10 minutes remaining. Zali Kelly commanding heat total at this point, 15.57. Ellie Harrison chasing behind. Ooh, let's just stand by on that break, because here she is up and riding.
Yeah, here's the glass off after that rain. Beautiful, smooth, open face. Big steep section, cracks the little John Florence Larry layback out of the top.
That was so sick. We're going to get a full replay of that last ride. Ellie Harrison very shortly after the break, Vaughan, 9.5 minutes. We're going to need a breather here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, because round of 32 of women, heat number 6 is heating up.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
The #1 reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Round of 32, heat number 6 in the water. There's 8 minutes on the clock, and currently it is Zali Kelly out in the lead. Ellie Harrison sitting in second position. Rosie Smart has some work to do, as does Piper Harrison at the moment in combination land. Jess Grimwood joining Vaughan Blakey in the booth. Combo land, not a fun place to be in round of 32.
Piper in the lineup. I hope maybe she's on a different part of the bank, but this is Ellie Harrison, and Zali and Ellie are really just going at it here. Beautiful snap off the top. This was 6.67. So not enough to get into first place. Zali Kelly is in control. Okay, well, there's Piper. She is to the right of your screen. There she is, and good to see, but she's got to pull the trigger here. 7 minutes.
Yeah, I know she'd be having some feelings at this point in the game. I know she travels around a lot with her brother Marlon. He's a character. I love seeing him behind the microphone, but he'd be stressing too. She's got the surfing, she's got the power behind her, she's got the experience in the rack, as does Rosie Smart, and they just have kind of struggled to find any flow around the dominant vibes of Zali and Ellie. They're just kind of, it's kind of become a two-horse race, hasn't it? They're just going hit, 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 and just hearing each other's scores and then matching it or trying to go higher or higher.
Well, you can be a little bit rattled on occasion if you hear that someone in your heat's dropping excellent rides, but when two people are dropping excellent rides, that's when you start to sweat a little bit more, because you know it's really limiting your options, and you know that you've got to put it all out there to somehow stay competitive. Rosie Smart has looked good, like she's looking super sharp in this event, but just, you know, Zali and Ellie have just picked the daylights out of this lineup. They've been on any wave that even looked like it was going to be a set, and that hasn't left a whole lot for Rosie and Piper.
I'm seeing a bit more energy coming through the lineup as well at the moment. You can really see maybe from the tide moving through the lineup, we're just getting that pulse of energy. So just 5 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Piper needs to find herself something. We're getting towards that point in the heat where coming back from combination land, 14.80 is really, really hard to come back from. So 5 minutes, she's going to need a pair of eights pretty much to get herself back into the game, as does Rosie Smart.
I mean, one thing that's, you know, going to be very, very positive here for Zali and Ellie, at least if they get through this, is that they've found form. Incredible form as we stick with Rosie here. Let's see what she's got. Off the bottom, gets the finish. Such a clinical, razor-sharp surfer. I love the way that she surfs. She's got a touch of the Chelsea Hedges about her, actually. Just that little drop knee, goofy foot style. I remember when Chelsea was just a little grom, she won the ISA world title at D-Bar. I was commentating that. I know I'm giving away my age a little bit. Crusty old relic, just a fossil, still in the commentary booth, but that sort of surfing, that really clinical, sharp backside attack, that's what won it for us. So good to see Rosie get moving here, and Ellie on a rare dud.
Yeah, that pretty spot on with Rosie, I think. 4.50, but she's still in combination there. And I know she is really clinical with her heat generally, so I think that opening few excellent scores has kind of put her on the back foot, obviously, and especially with Vibe. But here goes Zali. I think she's chasing something creative here, Vaughan. I just have this feeling. Look at the fin throw. She can't ride out of it, but she just really feels loose, and she's freed up to do something a little special out here.
Definitely got the shot. Love those fin blows out the back. You know, I heard Ronnie and Rabbit talking about Taj Burrow inducting into the Surfing Australia Hall of Fame. And look at that. I mean, that is just beautiful surfing. Didn't quite get the ride out, but you're right, she's projecting heavily that she wants to get creative out here, and Piper Harrison has just had one of those heats where, you know, you paddle to one spot, a wave breaks where you were, you paddle back to where you were, and it breaks over wide, and you just cannot find any opportunity whatsoever. I'm not going to lie, if that happens to me just during a free surf, I start really, you know, start to peel apart. I just start, you know, get watery eyes and a little bit high-pitched in the voice and start talking to myself, hi, Vegas, what have I done? It's just, it's not fair surfing sometimes. It's just, you know, you feel like all these years that you've put in the ocean, and you'd think you'd just paddle out and you'd always be in the right spot, but no, Jess. Even the very best. You know, I was watching Sunset yesterday, the #1 rated surfer in the world, Jack Robertson. He got a sort of a 7 or something in that realm, and then couldn't back it up, and he lost his heat. So now he's in the elimination round. So, you know, you can take heart in the fact that even the very, very best, sometimes the ocean turns.
Yep, that's the beauty of dealing with Mother Nature, isn't it? I'm sure Piper had all of her list of, the controllables or the different variables that she could kind of manipulate like the rest of the athletes do coming into competition day. You know, prep, recovery, food, but the ocean, you cannot control this beast.
Here's Ellie. Some smooth work here. Oh, that post-rain blast-off is one of the best feelings in surfing. If you're out in the water after the rain and it goes all glassy like this, nothing feels better. Still time here.
Here we go.
Piper Harrison, all right. Well, she's heard the call. Mother Nature is delivering, finally. She's done enough here to get out of combo. It'll be interesting to have a look. A couple of strong turns there, though, Jess.
Yeah, let's have a look. I'm just really loving the look of that board under Ellie's feet. I think we haven't spoken a lot about equipment yet, but I think that's going to be the hot topic coming into round of 16, especially. Just see how nice that rail sits. I mean, the technique as well. She just looks really comfortable. Here's Piper. She heard you, Vaughan. She said, I am not crying. Vaughanie, I'm ready to go. I just took a little while to take off. She's going to have a score on the board. And Rosie Smart, I know the rest of the Coast Coast will be cheering this young lady on. It's 1 minute on the clock. She's in combination land, but she's just going to want something just to show up at least a little bit of her performance because she's such an incredible surfer. And representing the Coffs board riders and that part of the coast.
That's right.
Those guys would just be going, come on, Rosie, just give us one hook, one hanger.
Yeah, you want to finish on a high point. I mean, this one has slipped away from Rosie and Piper, unfortunately. There's just not enough time to get two scoring rides. Even though we're waiting on a last score for Piper, it didn't look like it was going to get into that 7-point range at all. So this one is going to be one that you reflect upon, sort of look at, try and learn something from. But in Piper's case, it was just one of those heats where you just couldn't get in the right position, and there's not much you can do about that. 14 seconds to go here. Zali Kelly and Ellie Harrison have dead set. They have sounded the alarm to the rest of the competitors in the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. They are on a real roll here.
Oh, yeah. Any hope of going through the rest of the draw undetected until those quarters or semis is completely blown out of the water.
Yeah, they've blown that.
Yeah, they've blown it.
They've got the megaphone out there screaming, I'm coming at you.
Well, there it is, Zali Kelly, Ellie Harrison, what a battle. 15.57, 14.80 between the two of them. Great heat surfing for round of 32 of the women, and coming back live action here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Round of 32, heat number 7 will be in the water, and it will be Ronnie Blakey and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew taking us through some of the best analytics in the commentary booth.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the show. This is the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Heat 7, the round of 32 in the water. Big numbers dropping in that last heat. Let's see if that trend continues. We've got one of the star performers on the Australasian qualifying series. Ellie Brooks out there in the red. Charlotte Mulley, powerful surfer, will be in the green. Elise Cooper, who was victorious yesterday, in the blue. And Andy Santos, who's up at the moment, is in the white. talented goofy footer. A lot of spark in her surfing. Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew alongside me, and Bugs. Conditions cleaning up somewhat, and definitely some positive signs in that last heat. Great performance from Zali Kelly. Really impressive stuff. Here goes Ellie on the replay. This is such a strong backhand approach she's got. Heading back out, so the early numbers in, 4.67 for Ellie, 4.33 for Ann Santos. Just a throwaway score for Charlotte. Yet to see Elise up, but that's going to change now. First section, drives up into it, setting up this second pocket. There's a nice whipping backhand hook. And just dealing with a lumpy and bumpy ride toward the end there, but hanging on for the finish.
Yeah, it was really one of those examples of trying to squeeze 2 quick moves in at that last, and she did manage to pull it off.
Ellie Brooks now is up. Trying to make that connection through to the inside. Gives up on that one, though. But you can tell there's been an improvement in the conditions, or at least just in how clean these faces are. This is Charlotte on the replay. Just got a little lost over the back of that wave then. And Ann Santos, she opened up with a 4.33 here.
Yeah, there's a real battle of the goofy footers out here in this heat.
This is such an exciting time for women's surfing, Bugs, and this regional qualifying series, you know, this is the first step, getting through the depth in this region, and there is so much of it, but it's only going to get more difficult because the Challenger Series, you know, I'd say Australia's really well represented and has a great chance of getting more and more surfers onto the Challenger Series and competing at a high level on the Challenger Series. We know that there's already some automatic qualifiers for this year's Challenger Series on the men's side, but on the women's side, such limited spots up for grabs, not only on the Challenger Series but also on the CT. So you're just going to have to continue to evolve your performance and ramp things up as you make this run towards your the top end.
Yeah, for women's surfing, it's really threading the eye of the needle because it's so global. You know, there's incredibly talented women coming from all coastlines of the world. So you know, you get that Challenger Series, it is mega competitive.
Really fun to just think about it. There's a whole new generation of extremely progressive surfers, a couple already making the jump onto the championship tours, namely Katie Simmers. But even below her, you know, you've got Sierra, who was competing here at this venue, just a celebrated aerialist and one of the most progressive female surfers already today. But man, the evolution in the big stuff as well, we're seeing that. We saw it at Pipe, Moana Jones-Wong, unbelievable. We saw women in the Eddy this year for the first time. Kiala Kennelly throwing herself off the top of some of the biggest waves that we've ever seen paddled by a woman, and then that was just so impressive. Paige Arms, what she's been doing at Jaws. There's just so many areas that the women are excelling.
Justine Dupont, she's just breaking records every time she goes out there. Was that the Cortez Bank?
Cortez Bank, yeah. Just
that image is just the most unbelievable image of all time. That is such a big wave.
And it's so fun watching it just move at such an incredible pace. Also fun that there's so much credit going to those trailblazers who carved out the path for these youngsters to follow.
That's right. And then, of course, there's our co-commentator, Laura Enever, who just blows minds.
Oh, she does. Yeah, Laura riding, you know, I think what's already kind of being regarded as one of the biggest waves paddled into by a woman, and at a really, you know, at a venue where there's no hiding from the set waves, you're going to get waves on the head.
Huh. Yeah, and I mean, the Himalayas is a gnarly lineup. It's a couple of football fields. The sets don't come through in the same spot. You get caught inside, not by one wave, by about 8.
But yeah, it's fantastic to watch, and I think you know, where we're seeing a kind of the inspiration just trickle down to the qualifying series ranks. We've seen some really strong performances already in this contest, and we're going to see plenty more as we look to crown our champion here tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be a big day, but today's that transition day of moving into the major points, this round of 32. There's big points on offer, and obviously getting towards the pointy end of the tournament.
Well, let's hear from one of the star performers of the contest so far. Stace is down there with Zali Kelly.
That's right, Ron Dog. Zali, what's priority?
Wouldn't know. I caught my best ones under it.
Is that sort of a cheeky, good feeling?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you paddle back out and the person with priority is like, it's got an 8 under you. It's kind of nice.
What about when it happens to you? How does that make you feel?
Oh, well, Ellie did it to us and it didn't feel very good. I was like, dang, I should have been on that wave.
You've moved away from this region, but you spent a lot of time here. You grew up here surfing the point. How comfortable do you feel out here?
Oh, this is still my home to me. This is my home beach, so yeah, I want to win on my home beach. I've got close a couple of years, and I want this year to be the year.
I could be completely wrong, but it was 12 months ago you got second here, right?
That was 2021. 2022, I got third.
Aha, yes, time does fly. So what's it going to take to go all the way?
I think just more of those waves, but maybe don't fall off. I might get a 9.
Sounds like a plan. Thanks for your time, Zali.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, Zali looking strong, and you know, just showing that priority is in a shiftier lineup. It's not always so important to have it. Good surfing is what's going to get you the big scores, and Zali had plenty of that in that last heat. 15.5 minutes to go, and Anne Santos has moved into the lead. Just a couple of mid-range scores. Elise Cooper not too far behind. Everyone's within reach of those top 2 spots at the moment as we see the replay here of Elise. And just can't make that connection over the top. But Bugs, you brought up a great point earlier on, and I wanted to just touch on it. I mean, obviously getting yourself into the finals is ideal, but making it out of this round is the kind of the start of what might be keeper results. You know, you fall out 3rd and 4th here. It's not a complete nightmare, but really there's a lot more to be gained in this next round, a significant jump in points.
Well, it is, because it's not a cumulative race. I mean, they count your best scores. You know, so this is at these QS 5000s. This is an opportunity to put like more than a keeper. This is nearly like one of the grand finals. This can get you, 5,000 points. You're looking good to qualify.
Yeah, you're halfway there for sure. You just need a couple of extras to throw on top of that. But yeah, 14 minutes to go here. All these surfers are chasing a big finish tomorrow. And Santos just sizing this one up. Just nice patience here. You can see she's riding that top half of this wave, just trying to keep some flow, some speed, understanding that it wasn't really a top to bottom ride that allowed her to get vertical.
Well, every heat, you compartmentalise it, and they're all so different. There's no carbon copies going on. You look at the last heat, both Azali and Ellie just absolutely dominated the heat. They got every good wave. This heat is going to be way different. You've got basically the 4 goofy footers who are really close to each other points-wise. Charlotte's having a pretty rough trot. She's not able to get a wave that allows her to go into. She's got a very powerful back end. Ellie Brooks, again, just that one manoeuvre. I don't think that's really going to move her too far up the rankings in this heat. Alice Cooper, she's got that 5.5. That's probably the critical score as we approach the halfway mark.
I'm just sensing a real positive evolution happening in Ellie Brooks's just her surfing, but also just her confidence these past couple of years, Bugs. It feels like since she came back from knee reconstruction, she's just sort of been warming back to peak performance mode, and she's there now.
I feel Ellie's one of the most improved surfers over the last 12 months for sure. She's really got her, and she's really worked on her competitive heat management as well.
She's moved into the lead with her last ride, dropping in at a 4. But Elise Cooper's not too far behind. She doesn't need a whole lot at this point. But here's the replay of Ellie's last ride.
See, that's a 4 for 1 manoeuvre. So it just goes to show her potential. If she can get one that reels off down the line, Elise Cooper here, I think she's going to go the lead with this one, Ronnie.
A nice little whip under the lip there. Climbs that foam, stays planted, stays in control.
And she does so. 3.77. Not a big score, but she's got the luxury of having the 5.5. It's the high water mark in this heat.
There's a great view of the point here at Cabarita, and look at those little rights reeling in the cove. Just not a whole lot of face to work with on those insiders today, so the surfers have generally kind of moved a little more to the north, Bugs.
Yeah, well, it'll be really interesting to see what the men do when they get out there, because in the women's heats, they've tended to sort of follow each other's pathway here. Maybe the men might chance their hand.
The forecast, we knew we were going to get swell, just based on the activity that we had out to sea. But as the cyclones kind of moved further away, Bugs, it is dropping a little bit. That energy's starting to wane just slightly. But what can we look forward to tomorrow?
Well, what happens generally in these cyclones, also, it's like if they just take a little dog leg as they move towards New Zealand, for example, it'll just send out maybe a 3 or 4 hour pulse. Often you see right at the end of these swells, you'll just see one more pulse. You don't know when it's going to hit, but, you know, wouldn't surprise me.
I like it.
But it might be just a bunch of, like, you know, it won't be a pulse like it as in corduroy. It'll be just a couple of bigger sets intermittently from time to time.
Well, just over 10 minutes to go here, and Anders Santos making her move. Needs a 4.35 to jump up into that second position. A bit more than that. A high-range 5 will get her into the lead, but without the completion, unlikely she'll get there. Ellie Brooks whipping through this top turn, starting to build some speed for a finish here on the inside. Just been so solid on her feet. We'll see some replays after the break and update you on the situation. But at the moment, Elise Cooper's out in front.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the show. Ronnie Blakey here with Wayne Bartholomew. Bugs, thanks for having us. And, mate, you know what? It's such a glory period for Australian surfing in the women's field in particular. We've got a world champ on top of the ratings. We've got a cast of contenders that'll battle for world titles this year. And it feels like there's more pushing through. But it is going to be so fun to watch what unfolds at the top end this year. Steph Gilmore, can she get a night?
Well, I think she made her intentions pretty clear that she was going to chase down the ninth. You know, she had a pretty, you think about last year, she didn't even get to surf at Pipe. She was out. You know, she was in ISO from, I believe, COVID. And she came out of ISO the day after the event began. So she just missed out. and it didn't stop her. She just snuck into that final 5.
That's right, yeah, and I mean, she's been putting in a lot of work at Sunset, won her first round heat. But yeah, last year only just survived the mid-year cut. But I think with Stephanie Gilmore, much like Felipe Toledo, as long as that final event is on at Trestles, they've both got probably a better chance than most of snatching world titles away from seeds that are higher than them. This is some action that unfolded just before we went to the break. Ellie Brooks, she got herself a 4-2-3, so still just hanging on the 4s at the moment, but is in second position. Charlotte Mulley just hasn't got it going in this heat, just under 7 minutes to go. But yeah, I think, you know, you'd be foolish to write off Tyler Wright's chances. She hasn't had a shot at the final 5 in this new system just yet. She was injured the first year. She's, you know, battled some serious injuries, but last year showed just how strong she could be at Bells Beach with a dominant performance over Carissa Moore. And, you know, I think there's, in my opinion, there's only really 2 people that are truly capable of beating Carissa Moore at her best when they're on, and that's Tyler and Steph. So I think if Tyler gets a shot at Trestle, she's going to have a fantastic chance of getting a 3rd world title as well.
Yeah, she sat on the sidelines. She only just missed the cut last year. It was nearly like between her and Steph in some respects as it drew towards the final event, the final 5, I mean. Yeah, I agree with you there. I mean, you know, Carissa is so dominant, and she no one can put the tour together better than Carissa. But then when it came to Trestles, Steph just got on such a roll, and it really is made for her surfing. There's no doubt about it.
Oh, speaking of rolls, what about this ride for Ellie Brooks? Did so well. Didn't clean up the finish the way she would have liked, but she did a lot of work before that. So we'll wait and see where that number goes. Elise Cooper on the outside. This is the replay of her last ride. These two are battling at the moment, the 2 goofy footers.
They are, but, you know, in that last heat, we were seeing 8-point rides by the top 2 contenders. This heat, way different. Everyone's still in this. As we see Ellie, yeah, she, you know, you could put her on a wave down the line, and she's just going to go to town. And she, at the end of this wave, she realised she was too far back.
She needed to hit the nice foamy section before it clamped up down the line. But she'll get a good number out of that ride, 6.17, and takes control of this heat. Elise Cooper needs a 5.35. Full-blown goofy-footed battle, this one.
Sure is.
Charlotte's sort of falling behind the pace a little bit of these front runners. And Santos, though, has an opportunity here, Bugs, to get into the top 2.
Yeah, she needs to pull that off, I feel. She doesn't need a big score. I mean, basically, if she can get a 5-point ride, she's going to slide into second place. Then Charlotte, you know, for how much of a shocker she's had, she's still mathematically in the game.
Great survey, and Santos doesn't finish that one off, which will be disappointing because she threw everything at it.
Yeah, she's really looking for a bit of a flare there. Just got caught in that lip just momentarily.
It's not going to help her her chances of getting into this qualifying position. Let's see what Charlotte Mulley can do here.
Well, the best thing she did was actually get away, but no, she's just having, she's out of sorts out there for sure right now, Charlotte. She needed to get a wave. She realised she needed 2 waves, so she had to go then. That was the smart move there.
The Australian women's surfing has been in a great place for a long time. They're really like kind of keeping us in that strong position of having world title campaigners. You mentioned it earlier on, the depth in this region, considering New Zealand as well. They've got Safi through to the next round in this event. But, you know, like Tyler and Steph Gilmore have really kept us in it, in that, you know, they've been collecting those world titles and getting us on the podium regularly. Sally Fitzgibbons has been a consistent campaigner on the CT, and I think with Molly Picklum there now too, it's looking good.
You know, when you really think about it, Ronnie, 15 years, there's been 3 world champions.
Amazing.
Now, that is, That's like, you know, the men's tennis or women's tennis, those rivalries that when you get to the top, you really are only competing against 2 or 3 other competitors at that highest elite level if you go as a world title contender. So there's no doubt there's going to be a changing of the guard at some point.
Do you see it happening this year, though?
I see the groundswell happening. I see the momentum building for it. And it takes several years for a generation to move into that comfort zone where they really believe they're walking in the shoes of a world title contender.
I like it. And I also like the fact that we've seen a bit of a shift up and that groundswell coming on the men's side for the Australian surfers as well. I mean, a couple of years back we had Morgan make the grade and get himself into the final 5, but as the 5th seed, so it was always going to be a tough road. Last year we had surfers in a fantastic position. 2 Aussies, Ethan Ewing and of course Jack Robinson. And what about Jack's momentum in the early stages of the year? Jack got all the way into that final 5 last year without a big result at Pipe and you know, without a result that he'd expect at Sunset. Even though he's in the elimination round at Sunset, he is the world #1. And I think he's got a marvellous chance at getting himself in title contention once again.
Well, you think about Jack, I mean, for a while he was battling away on the QS, you know, surfing in these, you know, sort of sketchy beach breaks around the world. Wasn't really his cup of tea, so to speak. He qualified at Sunset Beach. He won the last event of the year at Sunset to get into the CT bracket, and has not looked back since. And we knew that those Dream Tour locations were right up his alley. You could sort of pinpoint 4 or 5 events that he would be a contender at winning. You know, G-Land would be one, Chopu, Pipeline, several others.
I mean, we're on a bit of a tangent here, but I will say too that what's been most impressive about Jack is those world-class waves have been far from their best when he's claimed his wins. So to win a Pipe in marginal conditions, just performance waves really, not a barrel riding contest at that point.
G-Land
to get the win there, and G-Land.
G-Land was, you know, by G-Land standards, pretty ordinary by G-Land standards.
Oh, it was average. It was horrible.
Yeah. Dimity had to keep him entertained.
She did too. Yeah. No, I mean, we had a great time in the Jungle Bugs, but we didn't see a whole lot of waves.
But it was, you know it's going to turn on this year.
This has been impressive from Ellie Brooks. She built so nicely in the opening stages, and that's just something that she's starting to do more often, is tap into this consistent kind of performance. She coasted her way to victory there. She's got better surfing in her, and she just looks very comfortable through these earlier rounds these days.
Oh, I totally agree with that. I mean, she really coasted.
Elise Cooper is going to hang on to 2nd spot here, and we've got another heat in the bag. We've got one more to come to finish off the round of 32 for the women, and it is stacked to the brim. Don't go anywhere.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Welcome back to the show. We're into the last heat of the round of 32 for the women. Sitting alongside my good mate Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, watching one of the star performers of this event. We got a victory here last year. Dimity Stoyle, didn't she kick off her campaign here in fine form, Bugs, an 8.5 for a single turn. The turn of the women's event so far.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Dimity is unbelievable. Like, when she's on fire, she gets away to an early start in the heat. She's hard to haul back.
This is the incredible multitasker, True Starling, who is just educating all of us on what's happening in women's surfing with her online offering, Murmur Mag, with her sister Jess, and they do such a good job shining the light on women's surfing in a big way.
Yeah, sure does. And True, you know, she's a really accomplished surfer in her own right, and it's great to see her still travelling through this event.
I think that's what makes her such a great commentator as well, is that she just has such a great knowledge of competitive surfing and what it takes to win, as we see now. Arabella Wilson up. Yeah. Replay.
Arabella's got this classy hand jive. It's like this. It's just all time. I love it. Whoa. There's Dimity.
The big numbers haven't dropped yet for Dimity Stoyle, but you can just see it, how comfortable she is on a right-hander. She just looks right at home. Just generates speed with ease, as we see the replay here of True Starling's ride. Nice finish. I mean, she saved that wave and made it worth getting to the end section with a very strong finishing turn. Look at this section.
Yeah, this has been a great opener for all the girls here. I mean, this is
Holly.
Holly is just looking really deadly.
She is, yeah. Just, again, sometimes you're picking up on just little pieces of evidence in the early stages of a heat. You're not even necessarily seeing a surfer drop a good number, but Holly, you know, she picked off that wave, ripped into her first turn, and then even just seeing her race down the line, you were thinking, okay, she looks pretty switched on.
And she looks like she's got a real comfort board. She looks like that board under her feet is just a magic wand.
Yeah, let's see if she can bank a number here. She has a look at one on the inside. And we've seen some competitors go out there with the intention of staying busy in the opening stages and just banking a couple of mid-range scores and then fall into that priority order towards the end. Here we go. This is Arabella Wilson. Nice, clean face. Glides through that first calf, sets up the end section. And she's going to go down. Just sort of came off that lip a little under the section and got clamped.
Yeah, she need to, I just think she just need to back herself a bit more there, and you know, she kind of resigned herself to a fall a bit early, because it would have been a good one for her. You know, she sets this up nicely, as you say, Ronnie. That's a nice little cutty there. She gets over the double up section. This wave does thicken up, but right there, you know, she looks like all she has to do is sort of, you know, step on that tail a bit more and keep that nose up.
Dimity Stoyle racing down the line here. One section. Swings that tail over the lip. We've been talking about that a little bit, Bugs. Just if you're going to attack that end section, you've got to have some speed, which might mean sacrificing a couple of transition turns before it. And Dimity, that was the key to a big number in the round of 64.
Yeah, it is. It is just pulling back and trying to squeeze those extra 2 half turns in and then missing the timing on the last one. It's one of the features of Cabarita, really. Yeah, Sasha Stocker was going through it yesterday. He said, I mean, the other feature out here, as he pointed out to me, was just trying to identify that good wave. It's not easy.
Yeah, they don't sort of line up down the sandbar here and give you a really sort of clear idea of what kind of characteristics you're going to be faced with. It can kind of shift. There's those double ups that move on in. I mean, it has its days, just like everywhere on the East Coast, that are, you know, A1 when the sandbars are lining up and the tide's right. But today, you know, we've got still just so much energy coming our way and so much weather around, so things are a little shifty. There's some bumps and lumps to this ride that are making it difficult to really just flow it all together. That was a great finish there from Holly Williams.
Holly is looking on fire. She just looks like, she's at the peak of fitness. She's got an aggressive approach. I like the speed that she's, attacking each wave with. It looks like her and Dimity are sort of having a bit of a battle here for first and second.
So Dimity drops a 5.5 for just one turn. And the judges have been willing to throw good numbers at crisp, powerful turns throughout the day so far. So look out if Dimity finds 2 sections on a wall.
It's so far been based on like one big manoeuvre. This wave by Holly is a little bit more. She's got a bit more happening on this one than one manoeuvre. So it's going to serve her pretty well. But the feature of this heat so far has been one big manoeuvre.
Here goes True Starling. Originally from Narrabeen and now living up here on the coast, loving the Tweed coast. Her partner, Micah Markison, surfed in the men's event. He had a rough heat, but, how fantastic for those two just to be able to basically just push one another surfing every time they paddle out.
No, it's awesome. Yeah, they're both beautiful humans.
They are. We got 2 of the women surfing's great multitaskers out there at the moment. You got True. I mentioned the fact that she's got her media projects and her commentary. She's actually done double duty before at some of these qualifying series events. We love having her as part of the commentary team.
And it's not easy to do, because I find after a day of commentary, I go for a surf and I'll turn right, but my board turns left. I'm nearly cross-eyed in the ocean. It's not easy to multitask.
You've watched too much surfing. And Dimity Stoyle, obviously, we've worked alongside Dimity on Championship Tour events as a commentator. We've seen her compete at the elite level. She was doing post-heat interviews and part of the panel at the Pipe event, the Pipe Pro. But she was also there for entertainment for the WSL Awards night. She was DJing, DJ Shimmy Disco, and
she's everywhere.
She's had a great year. I mean, she's been on fire. Competed well at the single fin. Once again, she was victorious at the board riders event, the Usher Cup.
Oh, yeah.
And
DJing, doing it all.
And DJing, yeah.
All time.
But here we go, True Starling. There's a great turn.
Yeah.
Oh, she just got ankle tapped.
95% made. She'd made that.
That would have been a good individual turn score too.
Yeah, she's looking she's surfing with a lot of intent in this hit. I love that turn. And she made it. And then yeah.
And we had Holly Williams up on a ride as well, just behind True Starling there. A couple of decent turns. Dimity's still hanging on to that #1 position though. Holly needs a 5.83. Arabella's back in third, looking for a 5.14. True Starling chasing a 5.64.
Now, Ronnie, you were saying before about the one big move. Now, Holly Williams, she got that way before where she got much more than one move in, but nothing dynamic. She only got a 3.87 on the previous one.
Well, let's see if these surfers can get themselves up into that 6-point range. Holly might be on her way with this one. Couple of big rips at the face.
That was cool.
Plenty of waves being tackled at the moment. Arabella Wilson having a look at one there, but Bella opts not to go. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat. Vaughan, take it away. Go for it, mate.
Oh, thanks, Ron. Yeah, Ellie, a really strong performance there. I'm just wondering, as you go through the draw, how hard is it to just lift that level so that you can keep on taking it to the big seeds?
I think, well, my partner before I paddled out just said every heat's pretty much a final, and I thought that was like a pretty good tip, because I was like, all the girls on, the regional tour are so good, so you just never know. Like, the conditions are fun and there's just little waves everywhere, so I guess I just looked at it like that.
We've seen a lot of heats this morning where surfers are sort of struggling to connect the dots, and then other surfers are finding, those really nice steep walls to cut loose on. How did you find it out there?
I was probably one of those surfers that just missed time sections and just I paddled, lost priority. So I was one of those surfers, but I managed to get a set and get an okay score. So it just kept me in the lead.
One of the One of the favourite things, especially that me and Ronnie used to love growing up here, not far from the Tweed, was just being in the water after a squall, and then it just goes to that dead silvery glass. It's hard not to let the froth just overtake you.
Seriously, I think I was like looking at every little lump. I was like, oh. Like we're so used to having windy, choppy conditions, so it was so nice to just have clean, glassy waves.
Yeah, well, it looked like you were having a great time out there, and you know, having fun is a big secret to surfing well. So I hope you can continue to do that in the next round.
Well, thank you so much.
Well done, Ellie. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Bono. Ellie Brooks looking very sharp, and we had this wave from Holly Williams. What about just the absolute punish that she put on the tail of the board then? Just hammered it, just swung that, all three fins right around.
And rewarded well with the 7.5, Ronnie.
Dimity now trying to answer. This has been a bit of a head-to-head battle between these two in a four-person heat.
Yeah,
they're pushing each other.
It harks back to the heat, a couple of, between Ellie Harris and Zali. It's a two-person race here because they've really made a big distance between Arabella and True.
Yeah, clean hawk on a tricky section there for Dimity. Yeah, actually hung on for that final manoeuvre. She was only looking to get rid of a 5.33, and we're still waiting on that score to come through. I think at this point with that ride, less convincing probably than Holly's. I think Dimity would just be happy to just bump up that two-wave total a little bit, but she doesn't. 4.97 for that one. I mean, she found room for a few turns, Bugs, but it just wasn't a steep wall.
No, and the judges have made it clear they want dynamic surfing. Holly Williams at 7.5, that was just such a dynamic wave.
Yep.
So committed.
Completely just not wasting the opportunity in front of her. Not surfing a wave down, but surfing it up. And that is something that the competitors have had to do through the first few days of competition. But then when you get a really high quality wave and no one's really got a big score just yet, you can fall into the trap of maybe surfing it safe and just finishing off. But she just refused to do that, Holly. She absolutely attacked that wall and was well rewarded as a result of that.
Yeah, I mean, she's really shown her potential here to be a real contender here in the... Cabarita is a nice, happy hunting ground for her. We know Zola Kelly knows the place well. She's had a second and a third in the last 2 years at what she considers her home beach.
10 minutes to go here. The last heat of the round of 32 for the women before we get into the men's contest, and the first heat is going to be so fun. We're going to talk about that one after the break.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the show. The last heat for the women in the round of 32 is unfolding at the moment with Holly Williams just dominating a 7.5 and a 5 in her scoreline. Dimity Stoyle needs a 7.01 to get into the lead. But it's Arabella Wilson and True Starling who have work to do. They want to get themselves into the top two here and get on through to that round of 16. Dimity just paddling back out. She's just had a quick one there. Doesn't look overly excited at the moment, so assuming that not a lot happened on that wave for her, but Bella got this one, Bugs.
Yeah, well, Arabella needs a good wave here.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, this is a great start. This will get her back in the heat, Ronnie. Beautiful surfing.
Yeah, nice top turn there. Clean combination. True got one too. So we've got scores on the way for 3 competitors. Will we see a shift up in the order here?
Well, will we see these other 2 girls get back in the heat? So there's a nice finish by True Starling. This should improve their situation, but hang on. Just the one big turn there by Holly Williams. I don't believe that'll go into a top 2.
Well, scores in for Bella. She's got her best wave, 4.7. So she's chipping away at the requirement here. We still have a ride on the way for Dimity and True.
Yeah, well, you know, you compare that 4.7 to the second scores of Holly and Dimity. Holly with that 5, but she's got the 7.5 to counter that. And Dimity, well, we're waiting for that score to come in. Does it improve on that 5.33, which would make the requirement just that bit more?
Oh,
that's the end of it. We don't know what she did before that.
She's got those big turns, Dimity. She's only really getting them on 1-turn waves though, getting those moves done. So
she doesn't tend to sit around. Dimity keeps it shimmy.
She keeps on moving. So I don't know. I think it could be pretty similar to her other rides. It's a 5.4. So
just a bit more.
Strengthens the total. I mean, psychologically, that's always works in your favour. To just be adding to that total. And also, just for your rivals out there when they hear it, Dimity, you've improved on your situation.
Yeah.
You know that you're adding to the requirement for those others.
Yeah, and it lifts it just a bit more because now Arabella needs, I guess that's a 6.2 instead of a 6.1.
We've got a bit of sun on the lineup now. You can see that big storm front has kind of passed. It's moved out to sea a little bit. And we've got clean conditions here at Cabarita for our competitors. As we get closer and closer to the finals here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, starting to look forward to that next round for the men, the round of 32. Heat number 1, Kobe Clements, Reef Hazelwood, Corbin Hutchings, and the Grand from Victoria, Spencer Kay. What a great way to kick things off.
Sure is. Yeah, Kobe Clements yesterday got a couple of 8s. He was in fine fettle. Reef Hazelwood again on his back end. He's just such an experienced competitor. Corbin's been a standout. And young Spencer, he has knocked off a couple of big seeded surfers on his way to the round of 32.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Corbin surfing.
Yeah.
He's strong.
He's got a really good board under his feet. It looks alive.
We'll see how he fares against a couple of this region's best in Kobe Clements and Reef Hazelwood. It's a big test for Corbin and Spencer this next heat.
Oh, it sure is.
Just under 5 minutes to go here. I mean, the work was done by Dimity and Holly early on. They haven't really had to push the issue too hard just yet, but I know Dimity well enough to know that she wouldn't be happy with this heat score total. She'll be expecting more of herself as we head into the final 4.5 minutes here.
Sure is, and we're seeing already some different strategies unfolding. A couple of the surfers entering from different points, not specifically up in the southern corner. So no, they would have been checking out. This is the whole thing. You got this tide starting to move in. It will sort of shift around the takeoff point over the next couple of hours. So this kind of, even though there's been a lot of women's heats this morning, there's a break the pack heat for the men. Where will they go?
Spencer Kay's dad, Steve Kay, Grubb, aka Grubb. He was my first boss.
Oh,
yeah, he was the publisher of Tracks magazine when I got my position there as an editorial assistant, and geez, he was a good boss. He was a legend.
It was handed down from just a lineage of great editors, a lot of rogues, a lot of amazing characters, none more so than the awesome Phil Jarrett.
Oh yeah, just an incredible collection of humans held that position at Tracks magazine. Neil Ridgway, Gary Dunn,
and then of course there was Frank Pithers.
Yeah,
he was the photographer, but he'd put the magazine, he'd put it together somehow. I used to go on there when it was at Whale Beach, and it was just such a classic, all the way back to David Elphick and Phil Jarrett and that classic crew.
And it's owned by just a couple of core lords now, and Luke Kennedy doing a great job of keeping the magazine alive. And
it's an institution in Australian surfing.
It sure is.
We all got brought up on Captain Good Vibes.
Oh, mate, didn't we? What? And yeah, it's cool to see Steve Kay's Grom here putting on a show and progressing through some heats in what's probably the biggest event that he's had the opportunity to compete in, and he's going to have to keep stepping things up as he moves through the rounds. But right now we've got 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go for Arabella Wilson and True Starling to turn this around. They need big numbers, and you know, by today's standards, that is. We'll see. True might be into a jam here. This wave is nice and steep. We'll want to throw something big down on the end of this one if she's going to turn in the required number. She gets slapped down.
Well, she absolutely went for it. She maintained the speed, and she knew she had to do something huge, and, you know, bless her heart, she went for it big time.
Yeah, loading up. And really, she got to this section late. The wave didn't give her a whole lot of room to move. But she was committed.
Yeah, that's real commitment there. She went for it.
And Dimity also had one just during that replay. Nice little swoop to get started. Trying to improve on a 5.4 out of this one. Got the finish there at the end. And yeah, it just feels like Dimity and Holly have done enough work here. Bugs True had a shot at it. She fell short of the requirement, well short, and Arabella's out there with priority, but she does need a 6.2. It's just that the bar has been set high in the performance. You know what she's got to do. She needs something kind of similar to what Holly Williams threw down earlier, and so far we just haven't seen that in her performance today.
She got back in the heat with that 4.7, but Dimity has just improved her situation. She's got a 5.5 going there now, so that lifts it even more.
Yeah. No, 6.17.
6.17. So
yeah.
Now, Arabella needs a 7.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a few waves ridden during those replays too, and Holly got herself another one. Just in attack mode, trying to get rid of a 5, but I don't think it's going to matter. 20 seconds to go here, and this is, I mean, Arabella's got the priority. She might get a shot here. There's something rolling her way. 15 seconds to go. Does she get into this one? Looks like she's going to give it a nudge. Let's see if she can perform her best and get her best number yet. This wave's got a nice pocket on it. She's hit it a couple of times already. Or she's given it a good nudge, but incomplete on that final turn, and likely she'll fall short as the hooter sounds to signify the end of the round of 32 for the women. Great performances all round. Here's that replay. This one came through at a 3.93, and it won't be enough. And Bella, she gave herself every chance. Really needed to hammer those two Cs. That was a good hit.
Yeah, really good hit.
But she definitely needed the finish. And Dimity Store's going to hang on to second spot, but it was a strong performance from Holly Williams, banking a 7.5 for one of the turns of the round of 32 for the women. She's powering into the round of 16. We'll take a quick break. When we return, we'll get the men's round of 32 underway here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
The number one reason why students should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performance. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
And here we go, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro round of 32 of the men in the water, heat #1. A massive day of action already under our belts with that opening round of the women's here this morning. There's the beautiful Cabarita headland on the Bundjalung country here, and myself, Jess Grimwood, joining Stacey Galbraith. Stace.
Jess.
Came in hot this morning.
Came in red hot.
Red hot. Big day of action ahead. What are we looking forward to?
They've been just flaring up this morning, haven't they? And then we're into men's action now. We're in for a real treat here. It's a stacked first heat, the round of 32. I wouldn't say we're at the business end, but this is kind of like the premiership quarter. These are the heats that you really need to be getting through if you want to take this thing out, obviously. And Reef Hazelwood not mucking around. A 6-point ride to get things started here. And back it up with a 5.33 already. He's on fire. Kobe Clements. Jess.
Oh, gosh. He's lucky he has, I heard him say yesterday, he's been doing Pilates for like 10 years. I mean, that's probably the saving grace there on that. That looked like an absolute femur snapper. That was psycho, that fall.
was skit.
I also noticed that I think he's got his hair redone since yesterday. I reckon you put him on the spot yesterday and he's got his hair dyed.
Someone in the local area has reached out and absolutely nailed it. I mean, unless his dad's a bit of a maestro, I'm not too sure. I know they're travelling together. They could have had a big night in the kitchen last night getting that thing sorted, but it's looking fresh.
It does look fresh.
Yeah. We'll try and get a close-up of that later.
Look at that. Reef Hazelwood straight away. 4 minutes off the bat, 6-point ride and a 5.33.
Yeah, that's ominous signs for his competitors here. That's really, really classy effort there from Reef.
Ooh, here we go. Corbin Hutchings. Smaller wave, but plenty of spray. Looking like he's feeling good clicking into the first 2 turns of his round of 32 heat. What are you soaking up around the... you are always on the pulse. What's happening? Even when I think you're not on the pulse, you are on the pulse. Have a look at the replay first, though, maybe, from Reef Hazelwood's opening score, Stace.
Yeah, we'll check this one out. We're probably going to have to do a bit of guessing here. I'd assume this is the 5.33, being his second ride. And a little check turn comes around the corner there. He's hoping to get out onto the green face, which he might just do. And I reckon about 5.3 of those points came from that last turn. That was really, really critical stuff. But yeah, really didn't get too much before that. And young Spencer Kay here from the Torquay region, great part of the world. Oh, sick finish from the Grom. He's got all the older boys, Tully, his brother Jack, Zave, all cheering him on. They've adopted Axel Rose Kuroda for the week from North Stain. He's staying with the Vico boys, and yeah, they're getting right behind the Grom. But yeah, getting back to Corbin, he's fired up. I don't believe he did any of the Indonesian events last year, which can kind of carry over into this season. As we see Kobe up and running. He's got to be really careful here. Get out of the way. Do not go around him. What? Oh my God, man. That's twice in 2 days. And it's just, honestly, it's not good enough, Jess. These guys, they need to read the rule book. That will 100% be an interference. And you can hear shrieks from the hill. That's just unfortunate. Look, we're on a long point break wave here. There is not one guaranteed takeoff spot as we get back to Corbin Hutchins.
A little bit hung up, Stace.
A little bit hung up, and he just doesn't look that locked in on his board at the moment. And now with this happening, so the rule states you cannot surf around another surfer. The rule is the rule, and we can talk about that later. But the judges, they follow the rule book. They're not going to disobey the rule book.
Yeah, give you an exemption.
You know what?
Exception.
It doesn't. You don't even need to be to your feet. Like we've seen it at Sunset last year. Kelly Slater surfed around John Florence. He didn't get anywhere near John. John was still in the whitewash. Kelly got an interference.
Man, Tell me what you're seeing here, because we saw it happen yesterday twice in the same heat. We saw it earlier on as well in the divisions, but I feel like because it's got that kind of traditional point break set up, I don't know if it's confusing these guys or they're just not they definitely need to have a better appreciation for the priority rule sitting in this type of lineup, because I feel like that they think that further up the point, on whether or not they don't see the coloured discs, or they're getting confused with the fact that they're so far up the point, so they should be holding priority over the guy further down.
No, Kobe knew. He knew. See, he knew. He looked, and that's why he kicked out. He's done the right thing there. Like, he's done the right thing. It's just unfortunate that the momentum of the wave carried along, and if it's sort of one of those things that if you see someone paddling for the wave, it really pays, you got to think to yourself, am I in the right here? And he really should have checked the board before he committed to a turn, because it was too late to pull out of that wave any earlier because he'd already done a turn.
Oh.
Reef Hazelwood here looking at better at 5.33.
Oh, that's a beautifully constructed wave there from Reef. Score to come from him. And Vaughan, you're down on the sidelines. Holly Williams taking out that last heat of the round of the women.
That's right, Jess. Yeah, it's always difficult prospect when you come up against the defending champion. And, geez, for a moment there, it just looked like you and Dimity only had eyes for each other, just going right at it, Holly. But you got the W.
Yeah, I'm so stoked. Like, obviously, Dimity is Sunny Coast at heart. She does live here, but always going to be that rivalry, I guess.
Yeah, and you were just saying before, getting a taste of that Challenger Series last year, it's really helped you to grow as a surfer. What's that do for you when you come back to the regional QS?
Yeah, it's definitely a big confidence booster. Like, just saying this morning to one of my friends, like, I would never paddle straight to the top of the lineup on an early morning QS surf, but now I have that confidence to be like, I belong here, I deserve to, get the best waves in the morning.
It's the middle of the draw where things can kind of get a bit tricky. You get through a couple of heats and then the quarters and the semis are right there. That must feel really good and satisfying to get a big win in the middle of the comp.
Yeah, it definitely is a huge confidence booster, especially dropping some big scores, but reset, start again, and let's go from there.
Well, a great performance, a 7.5. That's a really good surfing, and we look forward to seeing you this afternoon.
Awesome. Thank you. Can't wait.
Good on you, Holly. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Forno. Thanks, Holly. I like at the end of those post-heats, everyone just seems to be cacking themselves. I've been surprised, actually, how many of the women are kind of nervous behind the microphone. I mean, Holly did a good job then, but it's surprising at this level. But here we go. Kobe. He's got some catch-up to do. Look at the surfing that he has, though.
There's no doubt about his ability. He's an incredible young talent, lovely young lad. I really enjoy seeing him around the events. He brings a lot of flair to his heats, and he's an exciting young surfer. And a reef behind here is a nice combination of turns for Reef. And unfortunately for Kobe, like, we've seen a lot of surfers get through heats with interferences. We saw it in Pipeline the other day with Kai O'Belly. What's going to make it hard, though, is that Reef Hazelwood is almost, looking really, really strong in first position right now. So he's essentially surfing against these other two guys for one more spot, and he's going to have, 75% of a heat total. 50% of a heat total. So, priority interference, obviously losing your whole second score.
Gosh, it's so heavy. I know how emotionally invested in this you are too. I mean, we hang on the decisions of each heat minute by minute, and it's just like we just want to see the performance, especially when you see what goes into it behind the scenes here for guys like Kobe Clemens, just to have that whole score being wiped away from a bit of a wrong decision on his behalf. It's just hard to watch, but I mean, it's learning points at this
Yeah, it is. It really is, and that's why it's so great about these regional series and the juniors that Kobe does. Like, he'll never make that mistake again. And it's around a 32 in an event that he would obviously want to be doing as good as he can in. But, he won't make that mistake in a final. He won't make that mistake in a semi-final trying to make, you know what I mean? So it's a hard lesson to learn, though, particularly when, look, getting back to it, do I agree with the rule? Absolutely not. I don't agree with the rule, but the rule is the rule, and you can jump up and down about it as much as you want. These competitors, the rule book's online. You can even get a copy sent to your house if you want it. It's there. It's clear as day. Plenty of things that we don't agree with in surfing, but it's there. And the judges, they're just following the rule. even the judges, they don't want to do it. They don't want to give this kid an interference. Like, they want to see the surfing too, but it is what it is, and we take our lead from the World Tour, and that's the rule they follow, and we follow the same rule here.
Do you know another rule that I kind of had struggled in the Challenger Series last year was watching the priority come into play as well on that setup at snapper. When there was like the barrels being ridden, I know we spoke about it so much, but I was like, no, people were tucked in and they were well and truly, 4 seconds into a little bit of a tube behind the rock, and then priority can be used over the top of them and they're kind of burnt, and, there's that 10-point ride split into 2 5s. They might get a 5.
Well, there was a 12. Oh. Like Joel Vaughan and Kalani Ball got 12 points. I think Joel got a tube, he got a 5-5. Kalani got the rest of the wave and got a 6-5. Like, it just...
True.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
but sometimes
struggled.
things don't make sense, and it's just, it was a hard one. That was quite frustrating to watch, but Corbin up and riding here.
Here we go, Corbin Hutchings. He's looking really alive, but finding that connection is going to be the point of difference for him. He jumped on the front foot, clicks up into the lip for the third turn. Let's see what he's got on the inside. Disappearing a little bit behind the pandanus trees, but a small, medium to small size wave. He's got some work done on it. Here goes Spence K. Big looking section ahead of him. 2-stage cutty. Hits the rebound. Looking to really line up. I mean, nothing super critical yet. Here's where the points lay for Spencer. Up into the lip, fins loose, likes the feel of it too, you can see. A little bit of body language, feeling the vibe from Mr. K.
Yeah, that was cool. Really nice turn at the end there, and a really well surfed wave from Corbin as we see the replay here. This wave is smaller than Corbin's 733, but I'd probably argue the surfing's better. He looks really sharp on his board, beautiful turn out of the lip there, great flow on the wave. And Corbin settled into this heat well. He sort of didn't look that locked in at the start, but he's certainly settled in now, and he's made the task for Kobe at this point unsurmountable, unless Corbin should find himself in a pickle. And then, Spencer behind a nice wave here, but you can just sort of see that this wave didn't have as much critical section, but when he got it, he dealt with it. It's a cool turn here, sick.
Real floaty, wasn't it? Real light and loose for him.
Yeah, but like frustratingly for Kobe, he has a 6.83 in his scoreline. Like, so he is right on par with the two best waves of this heat, the 7 and the 7.33. But he won't be able to challenge for second place at this point because the maximum he can get is obviously 10. So Vaughan and I spoke about it yesterday. He's just surfing for Perso clips at this point.
Yeah, and maybe just the confidence of finding himself into an excellent range and just getting that instant real-world feedback from the judges. I don't know any other situations apart from like mock heats where you set them up. You would have done a lot of them, Stace coaching along the years, but just finding that scoreline in the judges. It seems to be like once those guys crack it, it's pretty easy to find, but that searching for it throughout a heat is always like the hardest bit to watch.
Definitely, for sure. It does. It presents a great opportunity now for Kobe to try and, maybe find a 9 and try and risk everything. He's absolutely, he literally has nothing to lose. So, and that, he could take that into the next event because that's where it's likely he'll be headed at the moment. I just can't see it just going any other way at the moment, which is unfortunate. But under 10 minutes now. It's been a class act from Reef. Like, he's surfed a really, really clever heat. 6, 5.33, in and out, and then a 7. That's how you put a heat together. And Reef, by his standards, he had a shocker last year. Like, he's super talented, and he really didn't click into gear until I think about Taiwan. He got second to Jarvis Earl over there. He might have had a third along the way somewhere else along the year as well, but he just really struggled to find that consistency. A lot of poor results through the Australian league. So to see Reef in the round of 32 here looking this solid, I know he'll be feeling fired up.
What do you see with these guys? I mean, it seems to be a really common theme when they've had the success. They've got that real build-up and the amp-up in their performance, and then they get the success. They make their little leap into the Championship Tour or the Challenger Series stage, and then that direct season after, there's a real slump in performance. Like, what are you seeing as a coach side, for those guys happening there?
It's so hard to stay consistent, and it's sort of, as you progress and get better, making small adjustments is probably what's necessary to keep fresh in the judges' eyes. But it's a tricky one.
Just under eight and a half minutes on the clock here. Round of 32 of the men in the water, heat number 1, and plenty more live action coming up here. Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We'll be right back after this break.
Going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself, be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000. Big thanks Department of Regional New South Wales for bringing about. It's going to be one of the better wave-rich events across the regional series. We've been blessed with swell for the last few days, and now we're into competition day number 4, I believe, round of 32. Heat number 1 of the men is in the water. There's a great vision of the coast heading south from Cabarita Beach headland here. Stace Galbraith across the draw, looking into this round of 32, and then the afternoon of the round of 16 for both the men and the women. I mean, just off the top of your head, these standout guys for you. Have a look at the replay first, though. Sorry, Kobe Clements, this is what happened on the break.
Yeah, like we mentioned, he's found himself in a bit of a pickle here. If you just tuned in, unfortunately, a priority interference earlier in the heat, so he'd just be surfing for some new feelings and checking out equipment and seeing how fast he can get that hairstyle going. As you see Reef Hazelwood here, Reef's looking to improve a 6, so I'd expect Reef to try and either get in and out of that one as quick as possible or try something a bit more radical. He'll find himself back out the back and try and find a better wave here. And then the Grom, Spencer Kay, he's been surfing really good. He just needs to find a bit more vertical face. Ooh. Oh, that was a tricky wave to ride, so just in and out there. He's doing well to keep his momentum down the line. I think he probably looked like he was in 2 minds there, to either finish the wave there or keep going. And unfortunately, that one just running off on him. But yeah, some great performances yesterday. I really like the look of Sheldon Simkus on dark. He was the last heat of the day. He just looks strong, and there's a few other guys in the draw: Sheldon, Kalani Ball, Mikey Madonna. I'll probably put Xavier Huxtable in that group, Joel Fawn. Like, these guys that have had that like World Tour experience or Challenger experience from last year, there just is a bit of a power difference there. You can really see how strong they look on their equipment, and yeah, it's one of those things that yeah, that experience I think definitely counts when you come back to this regional series.
It's counting right now for Reef at the moment, 7-point ride and a 6-point ride. Like you said, he's going to be looking for something just to kind of help him open up his repertoire. When you look in the last kind of 4 minutes and these priority situations playing out, let's put that on the back burner. Here we go, Corbin Hutchings up and riding, up and over the first section. Big frothy looking wave ahead of him, but he will use his priority to keep, I mean, Reef off that one particularly. What do you see playing out in, I mean, Kobe's got the priority, but obviously he's out of the conversation for the last 4 minutes of this heat. I mean, Spencer, he's within striking distance. He's going to have to find the best wave of the heat, an 8.03. Third priority position as well, under the likes of Corbin and Reef.
I think you'd need a miracle. I just don't see it happening. Corbin and Reef just too clever. You know, sometimes in heats, the strategy can become overwhelming, but it's a pretty simple equation for Corbin and Reef. Like, they're looking to better scores that Spencer needs. Like, it's not like Spencer doesn't need a 2, he needs 8. So if an 8 comes through, you'd have to imagine that Reef or Kobe at this point, that they'll be on that wave, not Spencer. Particularly with Spencer sitting, he's really given himself no chance to get a cheeky. He doesn't. Yeah, again, he doesn't need a 2. He needs, like, quite clearly the best wave of the day. So he's either going to need to ride a small wave out of his skin, or get really lucky and have that set just pop up right in front of him. But yeah, I can't see that happening with him sitting just there.
And what about the move? We started off first thing this morning, right up the tip of the point there. It was quite tricky conditions, kind of fat and lumpy and bumpy as it worked its way in. Then we had the rain squall, and now we're seeing probably the prime kind of bit of the day for conditions, perhaps.
Yeah, and it's sort of like, as that tide's filling in, it's sort of, I think it's running out actually, I'm losing my marbles. It's sort of becoming a bit more pronounced sort of down in front of the judges, which I think is a bit steeper. It's, you know, up next to the corner of the rock, we saw yesterday I was working when the swell was a bit bigger, but it's dropped off a bit now, so it's a bit more tapering through the inside. And as we see here, sort of as expected, if it's a good-looking wave, Reef's going to be on it.
Reef straight up into lip the first turn, just beautiful control. Stacey, love the performance. Talk us through that one. Technique, analytics of what's going on. He's looking like a Formula One driver right here.
Yeah, he is. Just looking nice and relaxed off the bottom. But I guess more importantly for Reef, and something that I think he's probably struggled with over the years, is like when to pull out these dynamic manoeuvres, because he's got so many of them. And I think for Reef, it's a really good sign of where he's at. Like, he's already got a 7 and a 6, and he knows that. We don't count 3 waves anymore. We count 2. And you do see that a lot with some junior surfers. They often rack up a lot of similar scores. And what Reef's done there is a great way of just showing how to build into your heat and keep showing something new to the judges as you're progressing on your ride. And, 8-2-3. The judges sit there, they're just waiting to throw scores like that. And you do something like that, they don't even watch a replay. They're just quite obviously that was excellent surfing.
Yeah, how quickly that number was locked in as well. Here goes Spencer Kay, bigger looking wave. That thing was kind of missing that inside nice bit, but he jumps on the front foot, flying down the line so far past that contest area there as well. There's that whole other little nook and cranny. It's kind of to the left of the side of the judges. Something to be said as well. I mean, I'd like to know your insight on this, Stace. There's the obvious difference between surfing, you know, way up and to an angle from the judges and that right in front of their tents and right in their faces.
Yeah.
Does that translate into proper points for these athletes and competitors and part of their strategy?
Oh, I don't know. It's a tricky one. I often think like Kelly does that on purpose. He'll surf somewhere a bit weirder to get an angle that might look a little different. So, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it's a great question. I think in an instance like this, the judges can still see that. They're right on top of the headland. Broadcast team did an amazing job this morning. They nearly got wiped off the park by this storm that come through, so they had to reset up and put a few cameras in some different spots. But, yeah, the angles is a funny one, like particularly when you're looking at tube riding.
Yeah.
As many cameras as there are and as many angles as there are, like as a judge, you write your score down off the live vision and then you watch the replay. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a tricky one. I think that I definitely think certain angles help your scores in some instances for sure. I don't know about here though. Might sort of the same everywhere.
Yeah, a bit of the same.
Bit of the same.
It's always the question going through my mind, especially, I mean, we get to see so many different angles of the same ride, so we're pretty lucky as spectators and observers of the rides, but with the clock timing down, that is Reef Hazelwood, and commanding win for him in round of 32. Heat number 1, 8-2-3. Found that excellent range, and he'll be moving on through to later on this afternoon, round of 16 of the men. But for now, we will take a quick break here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, round of 32 of the men. Heat number 2 in the water, and live action right after this.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
And a very good morning, Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, World Surf Leagues, Australia Oceanic Regional Qualifier right here on the Tweed Coast, Cabarita. And we are straight into the round of 32 of the men. Heat number 2 is in the water. Myself, Jess Grimwell, joining Stacey Galbraith in the booth. Stacey, been up and down the beaches, looking at all the different tracks and all the angles. Stand by, Jolie Vaughan up and riding right now in the red jersey. Big crack. Just so much control over that first manoeuvre, and he's winding up for this inside section. Lump and bump, but manages just to kind of dominate a tricky little in section. Stace.
Yeah, that was a big win for Vaughnie right there. He had a bit of a melt yesterday. He still did enough, or 2 days ago, to get through his heat, but he fell on the start of a really good one and he fell on the end of a really good one. So for him to kind of piece that wave together, I know he'll be feeling pretty good. And then here's got to be one of Australia's greatest sort of talents coming through at the moment, Xavier Huxtable. You can see the power and the strength that this young man possesses. Yeah, certainly one to watch. And then Joel, quick start. Joel's got plenty of firepower. He doesn't need, oh, excuse me, this is a replay of his first wave. But yeah, Joel's one of those kids that he can get a three-turner like this, or, you know, you can see him on a closeout, get one dynamic turn in for sure. So yeah, a hard guy to surf a heats again. And then the wizard, Tully Wiley. He's probably not stoked to be surfing against his mate this early in the draw, but the wizard, big strong kid there. And then Geordie Lawler. Wow, make that. Okay, we have a proper heat on our hands here. This is skids.
Wow, where do you see that in comparison? I mean, we've seen pretty much just big attacking manoeuvres all morning from the women and the men in the first heat. Where do you see Geordie's score falling into the scale here?
It's a great heat to be a judge. These are so fun to dissect. You can really break it all down. So the good thing about the judging criteria in heats like this is that it has a lot of words in it. So as a judge, you can kind of lean on whatever you like better. Sometimes they can be extremely frustrating as a surfer to try and dissect that. But on one hand, you have this beautiful flow piece. You've got Xavier, Tully, and Joel piecing their waves together beautifully with power. And then you've got one dynamic manoeuvre from Jordan. So it is, they're all great. Talk about dynamic. Thanks for coming.
Gosh, I mean, I want you to finish what you're just saying there too, but put this in your back burner as well, Stace. I want you to talk us through the torque and just that technique that he gets through his front side and his wraps.
Xavier?
Yeah,
it's a real skill to have. And then Xavier is gnarly. Like you know, again, I said it before, like he's definitely one of Australia's best talents at the moment. He sort of possesses that radical approach, but also like this crazy power base. It's incredible. You stand next to him, he's a big kid, you know, but you see turns like that, he's so frisky. So we're going to see a bunch of scores drop in here that I feel are probably all going to be pretty similar. Because all the waves had something to really like about them, but no one really took command. You know, even going back to Tully's wave, sort of a couple of checks to start, but then he hammered the finish. Joel Vaughan hammered his start, but sort of just kept his feet on the finish. Similar to Zabe, crazy last turn, but not much at the start. So it's heat on for sure. And then Jordan's wave is the point of difference. So I'm probably not going to hang my hat out there too high to see what the score's going to be for that. Incredible one turn. If I really want to get critical on it, it wasn't a super crazy dumpy section, but it was a very technical air. He spun really quick. But again, as far as airs are concerned, it wasn't like super crazy. It was different though. So we see Joel here.
Oh, looking down that left, I don't think I've seen anybody really go left. We saw a couple of the girls earlier this morning on kind of mushy ones, but just that adaptation to what's been offered up there. You were talking about the steepness right there, right in front of the perch rock.
The lefts will be steeper. they will be steeper. It's quite common that, you know, you surf around the Tweed Coast and stuff like that. The rights are longer, but the lefts are steeper, even at a point like this at Cabarita. We saw Katie Simmers on Instagram last night do, I think, the first shove it ever done by a woman.
Yeah.
Incredible manoeuvre. Just an amazing surfer. Like, we could talk about her all day. But the main reason that you won't see the women going left out here today is because they're probably not even looking, to be fair. But they're going to see Katie doing that stuff. They're all going to go home and practice that. So this time next year, maybe we will see more of that here. Jordan going right now.
Oh, just a little bit late to the party there for Geordie, but yeah, I think you're spot on with that too. I saw that clip as well, and I was just like, it's whoever first posted it.
Yeah.
It was that filmer, and they're saying, "Can someone please tell me what this is called in surfing?" And it is a skate move, and it's like, well, it's a shove it, but I don't think we've ever seen anyone really land it on film yet for the chicks. But have a look at this replay of Geordie's.
Yeah, he just sort of didn't quite put this one together as like he would have liked. But yeah, he got a 4.83 for his air there, and I think that's a fair score. I could have maybe seen it go a little bit higher, but I just think probably the size of the section is the big one for the judges when they're looking at airs like that. It's a fun heat to score.
So we've still got 5 numbers to lock in at the moment. The judges just deliberating and comparing rides. 17 minutes on the clock here, and Vaughan, you're on the sidelines with Reef Hazelwood, an 8.23, highest wave score of heat number 1 of this round.
Yeah, building momentum beautifully throughout that heat and throughout this event. Reef Hazelwood, that's the kind of performance that you got to be really happy with.
Yeah, definitely. Happy with my performance. Maybe one thing that I do wish I didn't do was maybe just take a really bad wave and actually get the in on Kobe. Feel pretty bad for him. So yeah, hopefully no innos on the next heat.
Yeah, mate. Look, you know, we've seen you surf in the CT Rashi. Last year, not quite on the Changers. Obviously, the focus this year, you want to get back into that CT.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be working hard and have been, and really excited to be putting some good performances in this series to, hopefully get that spot into the Challenge Series. I've been there before and really excited to get back there and hopefully end up being on the CT.
Is it hard to just stay in the moment, mate, or do you always have that goal? You know, I know you've got the goal, but, you know, how hard is it to pull yourself back into the fact that there's work to do at this level?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's quite a few events still, so, you know, there's going to be probably a bit of kind of changing on the leaderboard. So, got to just put your head down and really focus on what's in front. And I think for me, just being around some good guys is really helping me. I'm traveling with Geordie Lawler, and we'll be traveling with Josh Levy soon. So just having some good guys around me just helps keep me in the moment too. So which is really good.
Good stuff, mate. Well, love seeing you blow that tail. Keep them coming, and good luck in the next round.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Good on you, Reggie. Catch you soon. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Vaughno. Interesting to hear from him, like that regret. Something he would change is not putting Kobe in that situation. I don't know if I've heard that from many of the guys.
Lovely kid, yeah.
He's so nice.
He's a lovely man, and great family up there on the sunny coast. Ruth and Dr. Dave, no doubt, tuning in, but I don't think he really did anything wrong. If he liked the look of the wave, he's entitled to go. It's up to Kobe to get out of the way, and Kobe will know that. Like, surfers, they know. They know they're not happy with the decision, but they look back on it, they know. It's sort of just an unfortunate thing, and but 5 on the ratings, Reef is, and it's one of those things where if he has a strong enough performance here, you pretty much say he's on the challenges for next year. So I'm thinking if he can get a first or a second out of this comp, he'd be looking pretty good, and he'd know that. So it's good to see him buckle down. I could think of another surfer that sort of comes to mind like Reef that's had those results on the world stage but can't find themselves with a full-time spot, and that's Jacob Wilcox. They've just got to find a way to just get through that Changers, which is obviously super hard, but I definitely think both of those guys have the skill to be able to do it, as we see Tully Wiley here up and riding.
Oh, so sharp. Second section, just a nice, solid bit of backhand surfing from the big guy. But look at that, in the break, Geordie Lawler's dropped himself an 8.60. Zave's sitting in second with a 6.9 and 5.33. And Jolie, 5.67 and 5.63 might be in danger right now, because Tully's previous ride was a 6.83. And this is looking good as well, Stace.
Yeah, definitely. So interesting to note there, that first exchange that we kind of were talking about for a long time. I sort of was remiss to leave Tully out at the start, but he quite clearly won that opening exchange. with the 6.83. And I know that Jordan's been able to put a bigger score on the board, and so Xavier since then. But winning that first exchange for the context of the heat is always a massive win, particularly when everyone opens up pretty strong like that. No one fell, everyone finished their rides, and Tully got the best of it. Now he's locked in that 5.6, and he's sitting narrowly in second place above his best mate, Xavier Huxtable.
Yeah, by 0.20 of a point at the moment. It's really so close when you have a look at those heat totals. 13.43 has Geordie in the box seat with priority as well. What are we going to see going into the back half of this heat? I mean, all these guys have established themselves. Like you said, Tully kind of won that opening exchange and has created this momentum for himself. Are we going to see just go hit for hit for hit between these four gentlemen?
Yeah.
In this next set?
I've got no choice. Like, everyone's got that mid-ranger. None of them are going to get through with another one of the same score, and the person who's got their backs up against the wall the hardest is definitely Joel. He's sort of, 1.2 behind on the, if you just look at the single column best wave, because I'd say there'll be a lot of replacement in that wave number 2 column for sure. So Joel's got the biggest deficit to make up, and the two Victorians are sitting in this unique position where they have like a decent score, we'll call it a 7, but Geordie is way out in front with that 8.6 on the single best wave. So with 12 minutes to go, I think we'll see a lot of this. We'll see a lot of surfers just checking a wave out. If they get a nice turn in, they'll keep surfing, but it's a real intelligent move of there for Tully just to kick out. Like, he knew he wasn't going to better the 5.6. There's no point in chasing that wave down the line. Jump off it, get back out the back and try again. As we see Joel here up and riding, he's the second priority to take this wave, so a pretty important decision. Oh, and a sick turn there to finish. I'm just sort of worried about wave height on that wave. The surfing was there, but I just don't know if there was enough critical moments in that wave to really be juicing heaps out of the judges. But yeah, no doubt the surfing was there. So we'll see where the score comes in.
Have a look at the replay here. Stacey Tully Wiley. So like you said, he's checking it out all the way through, and smart manoeuvre for him. Ducking on out. Here's the replay of Joel's though.
Yeah, your boy from North Shelley. Just sort of a check turn there to set that thing up. He was probably hoping for a bit more of a ramp. Mental Larry to finish. But we saw a wave earlier in this heat from Xavier Huxtable that arguably had a better start and a better finish. And that score only came in at I believe, a 5.33. So, yeah, crazy finish. I just think he needed probably a bit more at the start.
Oh, there goes Geordie Lawler. Oh, so much drift and torque on that final manoeuvre as well. You can see just on top from that bird's eye angle. He's sitting well and truly in the lead, but needs to get rid of that 4.83 as we see Zave up and riding right behind him. Just looking really light. But a similar kind of wave to Tully's as well, just kind of checking it out. Priority will go back to Tully, and here's the replays.
Yeah, they're the kind of mistakes that Xavier is going to need to clean up. That wave, to me, never had any scoring potential on it. Geordie here, just 2 turns, sick drift in the tail, like you said, nice and clean. Whereas Xavier's wave here, quite see he's got a ton of foam on it. He's behind the section there, more foam down the line. Just a hard wave to surf. No matter how good of a surfer you are, it's just incredibly difficult to get your fins engaged and generate any speed. So he sort of handed the torch over to Tully now, as far as, this next exchange. Oh, excuse me, Tully looks like he's actually jumped into second. Oh, that's been the case the whole time. Sorry, I've been out to lunch. Zave should have never been on that wave, point I'm trying to make. He's never going to get a 5.3 out of that wave.
Here he goes again. Zave Huxtable, the big man, nice kind of whip around, opening carb to set this up. We lose him momentarily, but you can tell he's flying down the line towards that critical section. So will he have found himself enough to 5.53? It kind of looked like a similar start-off ride to me from his last 2 waves.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if he get that critical section right at the end. I mean, he could, yeah, definitely find.
It is a little steeper down the end, and I think that wave just had a bit more green face in it at the start for him to work with. So we'll see where those scores land. Yeah, an exciting heat unfolding right before us here. Joel Vaughan did narrowly better his situation. He did get a 5.87, so again, getting rewarded for that final manoeuvre, which was sizzling, but still not really the number that he was probably hoping to kind of put himself right back into this heat. I think if he could get something up around that 6.83 mark, he probably would have been a bit happier, but he's still obviously well within this heat. It's just he's going to need to put one of the bigger numbers up on the board to really kind of lock it in. He needs a 6.57 right now, but I'd say as this heat counts on, you know, that won't be the number at the end of this heat.
Yeah, he's going to be chasing 8s and above, and I feel like this is one of those real high-tech kind of heats, like the heat smarts between all 4 of these guys. It's not. I look through the draw and you see some of the other heats, and we've got a few of the younger Groms and up-and-coming Aussie guys in it. But this one for me is just like a real battle of the Goliaths between these 4 guys.
This could be a semi. Like, this is crazy heat for sure. And they're all living up to it. They're all performing really, really well. It's just sort of who can get in that flow with the ocean and the better waves. See Joel there checking his position. I think, you know, Joel, again, he did get one air attempt earlier on the left. I wouldn't be surprised if we see 1 or 2 more, but we'll see how we go. And I really like where he's sitting there. He's just giving himself a bit of room between him and the other surfers, like Tully's obviously got priority there, so there's no real point sitting next to him at this point in the heat.
So that mistake for Zave too, it's really kind of cost him at this point, sitting in that 3rd position, no priority over these guys. I don't know what happened at the end of his last score, but it looks like it locked into only a 3.40. So while we wait for the next exchange to unfold here in the round of 32 of the men, 7.5 minutes on the clock. We're going to take a quick break from the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We're back with you momentarily after this break.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space was so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
The #1 reason why students should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
Good morning, welcome back. The Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, WSL's QS 5000 event, and beautiful setup here today. Huge few days of competition, but right now in the water, 6 minutes is on the clock, and that is your current heat leader. Heat number 2, ooh, Geordie Lawler, bit of a throwaway. Stacey Galbraith, one of the best insights technically and of course energetically around the contest side. I just feel like I would love to just pick your brain. I wish we had 40-minute heats.
Yeah, I do wish this heat went for 50 minutes.
Yeah.
This is a cracker.
Like these 4 Goliaths of surfing, especially in our region here in Australia, you know so much about them individually. Just coming into this, when those guys are warming up in the athlete zone, are they kind of swapping stories, swapping notes?
Yeah, Xavier was helping tape Tully up. Tully's got a bit of a banged up rib, so he's wearing a bit of padding there, and they're up there with the looking like they're in a footy change room. So yeah, these boys, they compete to win and they want to do really well, but at the end of the day too, like, they're travelling with each other. You know, you have your 25-minute hit out, maybe a 10-minute explosion in the car park after, and then you leave it all down the beach. Like, these boys all travel pretty well together, and yeah, you kind of need to. You need to learn how to be able to sort of go with the flow like that. It does mean a lot though, for sure. And particularly for someone like Xavier, he's 4th on the regional ratings right now, similar to Reef in the last heat. If they get a good result here, man, they're locked in. As we see Joel here, this is like a good double up.
Oh, good looking wave choice from Vorney. First set up wrap, kind of just checking. I think he might be chasing something pretty critical, and then huge, big, beautiful end maneuver there. I love the change of direction and angle. Looking at that. Unpack this for us, Stays 4.5 minutes on the clock. He's chasing a 6.57. Can you see the numbers in that wave?
Judging off Tully Wiley's 6.83, I nearly can, because Tully didn't have a whole lot at the start of his wave. It just wasn't anything at the start there, but there's like 5.5 points in that turn alone. I just don't think there was enough at the start, but we'll see. This angle's going to look sick.
Oh,
bang. Thanks for coming.
That draw off the bottom too, that bottom hand turn from that angle. It's just so nice to watch those guys. I've seen so many of them over the last few days, but you just can't get sick of them.
Totally. Well, there we go. A 7.1 And the reason the judges have gone that high is they've looked at Tully Wiley's first wave, and if we get a replay on that maybe later on in this heat, that was the wave they're looking back to. Like, not a whole heap at the start, but a big finish, and that's what Joel's done there, and it's what the doctor ordered. He needed to get up in that 7-point range to keep in this heat, and it's not done yet. He's still got to keep chipping away because, as we've seen, every single one of these surfers, they've achieved the score required that's sitting in their score line. They just need to do it twice. There's been heats today. This is where it gets scary for Joel's competitors. He's so nimble. He's able to do this. He can kind of 2 quick scores back to back. Fourth priority to him doesn't matter. He's probably stoked to have fourth priority because he can kind of do that without, losing anything.
When we talk about rotation earlier too with Geordie, when you see him, I mean, he's a little bit late to the launch pad there, but Joel, another one of those guys, I feel like when I watch him throw down big kind of progressive clips, his speed at which he rotates through his backhand and forehand is like another level similar to Geordie's.
Yeah, definitely. So we see Benny Lawrenson paddling out for the next heat there. Joel again, this is another wave.
Oh.
Like you said. Oh, not quite. He reminds me so much of Jack Freestone in his technique with his backside airs. It's incredible how quickly, like you said, he spins and quite often lays back.
What happened at the end here?
He probably just didn't have enough speed going into it, like if I'm being really, really critical. He's got the skills to be able to lay down and come back up, but because the 2 sections were coming together, he probably couldn't quite, just get on top of that next whitewash that was coming the other way. I mean, he did everything he could, beautifully locked in over his board, and just couldn't quite get the landing gear down out in front of it enough to be able to sort of come away with it. Xavier up and riding here, important ride. It was sick.
Oh, it's on.
It's on.
It is on. 6.08 required for Xavier Huxtable. That was a really, really dynamic manoeuvre, Stace.
Yeah, this is, for me, we've seen a lot of rides like this in the heat, and this is another one. It's sort of a slow start, but a mental finish. And the only thing, he's getting the score for me for sure, but the only thing that might keep it down from being like a super, super high number would just be very much like other action sports that we have similarities to. Like, the judges do not want to see you touch your board. Like, same with Joel with that air that he did. They don't want to see you lay back. They don't want to see you touch your board. Sean White famously got 100 in the ski halfpipe, but he touched his board. Like, the judges, they do pay attention to that. But I think for sure he's getting the score to turn this heat around. So it's going to be a crazy battle here as this clock counts down. A minute to go.
Tully in the box seat too. So, I mean, last is Ave. 7.10. 45 seconds on the clock. He goes to the lead. Geordie Lawler's sitting in second. Joel now needs a 6.41. He's somewhere in the
I reckon Geordie Lawler's sitting within two centimetres of him because, Geordie has the same ability to fling one on a left, and he's going to try and stop Joel from doing that because that's pretty much all Joel's got left here. He can't paddle back to the top of the point and get a set wave. He'll have to try and find something on the inside, but definitely doable. Just here he is here. He kind of has to go.
15 seconds on the clock. Joel chasing the 6.41. He's going to need something super dynamic to find himself in the lead here.
Oh, that was sick.
Really tries to force the point there, and he was looking good right until the very end of that. So it looks like Tully.
What a heat.
Yeah, priority just kind of seeps away with the time here, and Xavier Huxtable from, I think, 4th to 1st in those last 45 seconds. Here's the replay of Vaughan's.
Yeah, that was cool, but it wasn't so much that one. It was probably the air before that he'll be thinking about tonight as he's thinking about his day. He more or less had it. He didn't really fall. The wave just didn't push him back out in front again. But nevertheless, a super exciting heat and a really important one for that young man just there. As you can see, he's up and about, as they say in Victoria.
What a psycho heat. This is the round 32 of the men. Heat number 3 is in the water right now at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. While we take a break, Ronnie Blakey, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew will be making their way into the booth.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Well, welcome back. This is the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro into the round of 32 for the men. Big numbers are dropping, big turns being thrown out by these qualifying series campaigners, and a fantastic lineup for you here. Caius King, who's making a return from injury, dropping excellent scores in the round of 64. He's out there in the blue. Matty Job, the incredible natural footer from Burleigh Heads, is in the green. We just saw him up briefly. Ben Lawrenson from up there on the sunny coast is in the red, and he is an exciting, goofy footer. And Oscar Berry, who performed so well for Australia at the WSL World Junior Championships over in California earlier this year. He's out there in the white, but this is a replay of Caius's opening ride. Ronnie Blakey with Bugs, and Bugs, Caius, great to see him back in the jersey, mate. It was a long road back to this point.
Oh, it's so good to see him back, and he had a tough year in 2022. Qualified for the next level, the Challenger Series, on the back of the win here last year, so he knows what it takes to boost himself up into that top 9.
Yeah, and it's not easy to achieve that qualification for the Challenger Series. We know that, and it's really difficult. So, you know, to miss that opportunity last year, it's a huge blow to him. But you know, he's been working so hard to get back to this point, Caius, and he was so elated yesterday to go out there and get a couple of excellent scores in his heat. It was fantastic to see. Only, you know, less than a month ago, he was just getting back on his feet and riding single fins down there at the pass at Byron Bay. And now here he is, back on the thruster and really unloading some great surfing. So looking forward to seeing how he fares here. Of course, the road only gets tougher as you move through each round, and he'll have to ramp things up again. And this guy's been surfing so well this year. Beautiful release in the tail to get started from Oscar Berry, who's made some equipment changes this season. Really leaned into the expert craftsmanship of Rodney Dahlberg on his road through to this point. Now gone to another shaper from the same kind of area down there, down the coast of Ngari, and Luke Short, who's you know, crafting fantastic boards for Noah Dean as well.
And Caius has been checking his board out. I don't know what that means, but I saw him, he had the board up in the air before, and now he's checking out. I think it's okay. He might have just put a bit of a stress crease in it, but nothing major.
Bugs, for you and I, you know, our equipment's evolved. We're looking at boards with a lot of foam in them. These are high-performance crafts, super fine-touch equipment for these guys that are just so in control of these boards. They want that quick responsiveness, like glass jobs. And if they take a heavy, high-impact landing out of a section, they can buckle pretty easily.
Even if they make it.
Here's the replay of Oscar's last ride. This one's come in pretty good, 6.5.
Yeah, good opener for Oscar. He finishes it up here nice, gets over that ridge, and just never looked like anything but just a solid finish.
Matty Job getting in on the mix.
Yeah, we didn't see the start of that, but the end was solid.
Yeah, I really enjoy Matty's surfing.
Oh, yeah, low centre of gravity, just power surfing.
I've seen nothing of him on the backhand, though. Every time I'm kind of looking at highlight clips of Matty Job, it's on a right-hand point break. Nice turn there.
Oh, it's just the one turn, okay.
So this is like, you know, when you think about someone like Matty and the fact that the majority of his highlight surfing is on the forehand, he's got to be thinking this is his opportunity to bank the big result in the 5,000. Obviously, Newcastle can serve up quality rights too, but yeah, this is his best shot. You'd think getting some serious points. This is where he's going to hold an edge over the field.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you know, Matty's born and bred at Burleigh Heads. He's such a great point break surfer. I always do maintain you know, Ronnie, that if you're a great surfer, you've got a great backhand. It just comes with it, because backhand surfing is just that square off the bottom, you know, and you find that a lot of the great point break riders, they've got incredibly good backhands.
You know, the only practice they get is on the big roundhouses.
Yeah, that's right. Look at Parker. He turned that roundhouse into a world title beating manoeuvre.
Yeah, 18 minutes to go here, and Oscar Berry taking the edge over the field early on. And keeping some separation there. You can see just tactically how the priority works right there.
Yeah, right there. I mean, Ben Lawrence, he's got the priority now, but in actual fact, when they were hustling, you know, Caius and Matty had early waves. Oscar Berry had the inside on Ben, and he worked that one beautifully.
Oscar's got some big tricks up his sleeve too. He's looking left on this one, and an air is what he's thinking. Loads up, and he gets the rotation, landed on his feet. There just wasn't anything there for him to kind of come down on. Great skateboarder, and you know, as a result, I think feels very comfortable above the lip.
He's so comfortable above the lip. Last year, that's, you know, became a hallmark of his surfing, where he really had a breakthrough result here at Cabarita. Even though he didn't get in the big results, what he got was a lot of attention, and the focus was, this kid's pretty hot.
He had a good run in that first Challenger Series event last season too.
He sure did. Yeah, Oscar and Alistair Reginato did not look out of place in that first Challenger Series at Snapper Rocks.
No, they didn't. And, you know, just form-wise, even though Oscar was unable to reel that air in, as he made the rotation, all the pieces of the puzzle were there. He just missed that last piece. The form was strong.
You know, that last heat was just unbelievable. It was so hectic. It started out strong, and they all posted mid-range fives, which is solid. But as it progressed and the equation of what was required lifted, they lifted, all of them. You know, it was an amazing heat.
Yeah, it sure was. What we saw at the end of that heat was, you know, just the judges focusing on those big individual turns. You might chip away and get some multiple manoeuvres done, but the advantage is always going to be given to the surfer that finds that one big steep section. And, you know, it was a real battle between Joel Vaughan and Xavier Huxtable in the final stages there for who could throw down the biggest individual move.
That's right, because Geordie Lawler had really established that with that 8-6, he was like out there. And it looked like it was going to be a battle for second, but in the end of the day, Xavier, you know, his first 3 or 4 waves were kind of carbon copies of each other, and then he just extended on that last ride, and he's got the ability to do that.
I want to send a big shout out to our mate Joe Tapel, the voice of professional surfing, tuned in, watching things unfold here, doing a great job over there on the North Shore, reporting on the first 2 big events of the year, the curtain openers. And yeah, looking forward to catching up with you, Joey, when the Aussie leg gets underway.
Oh, we love having Joey down in Oz. Yeah, he'll be here for sure, and awesome to work with him.
14.5 minutes to go. Here comes Caius King, loading up some speed here. This is a really well-rounded surfer. Great rail turns and fantastic release when he hits these sections, and he gives us a bit of that right there. Just has that power, doesn't he?
He does, and he's got great timing. Used it to perfection last year. So Ben Lawrence is sitting out there still with priority, yet to open his account in heat number 3, round of 32. And Ben, you know, guys, an exciting young goofy footer.
Yeah, he's
Noosa.
Got a lot of space for Ren on that board too. Get behind him, folks. Ben Lawrence is an absolute ripper. Here's the replay of Caius's ride. Just transitioning, building speed for this big punchy last turn, and just explodes out of the lip. Great control, reconnects with that cascading lip line, and easily sticks that move. On the outside, Oakberry. He's looking to back up the 6.5. That strong opening ride that's put him in a strong position. This wave kind of fades away. We'll take this opportunity to get caught up with Xavier Huxtable, who made a huge jump from 4th place into the lead, Jess, to take that last heat.
Yeah, guys, that last heat was so mental to watch. I mean, Stace and I were just losing our minds. It must have felt pretty high level, and it's kind of like final surfing for you guys out there.
Yeah, it was. I mean, everybody was just going full throttle at every section, which is what you love to see. And yeah, it was a crazy heat to be a part of. And yeah, I think everyone went from switched to every position during the heat, and yeah, it wasn't until the last minute that it all kind of settled down. But no, it was an epic heat, and stoked to be part of it. Yeah.
There was this one moment during the heat where you took a wave and let Tully have that priority, and it kind of didn't pan out for you. It wasn't one of your keeper scores. Was that a moment of reset for you, or did you kind of just brush it off and just regain focus going into the end half of it?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty shifty. I mean, some of the good ones look bad at start and double up, and yeah, took a guess, and it obviously didn't work out. But I guess you just kind of got to brush it off and yeah, try and focus on the next wave. And yeah, it was lucky enough that one eventually popped up for me. So
it popped up so well. I mean, you went from 4th to 1st within the last kind of 90 seconds, if that, of the heat. Were there words going on between you guys, in a friendly manner? Were you guys swapping kind of feelings out there in the water in those last minutes?
Oh no, I was way down the end. I got a couple so far down, so I was nearly about 50 metres down from everyone else until the end where I came back out. But even then, I guess it's such a big playing field that couldn't really speak to each other. So yeah, it was pretty quiet. Yeah.
Well, you're looking really speedy, Zave, and I'm sure there's plenty of people back home tuning in, supporting your campaign here. Any words to those guys?
Yeah, just thanks everyone tuning back home, Mum, Dad, family, friends, girlfriend. Yeah, thanks, and yeah, hopefully get a couple in the next heat.
Yeah, coming up later this afternoon. Good luck going in the next round. You're an incredible surfer to watch, and we love having you here. Thanks, Zave.
Thanks so much for that.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks, Jess. Bugs, I'd like to see you in a pair of those shades.
Yeah, they're pretty cool, aren't they?
Yeah, very racy. Very, very, very swift indeed. looks like a blowfly.
Yeah.
Here we go, Oakberry, unable to finish this one off. He was kind of on his way to that solid backup score.
Definitely.
But the falls, they'll punish you for it.
Now, interesting to see what Matty Jobs does here. He's got priority. He's only got that 3-1-3, so this is a kind of a reasonably low-scoring heat compared to the last one. So it's a slow start, put it that way. We're into the second half, and young Ben he's a young guy. He usually gets a lot of waves in the heat, so I don't know if this is going to rattle him a bit, having such a slow start. He's really got nothing on the board to show for the first 15 minutes.
He's such a solid little unit, Ben Lawrenson. He's really stocky. He's ready to go. But he did blow an opportunity with a big individual turn earlier on. He's just searching for rhythm out here at the moment.
Yeah, well, as Xavier Huxtable said, he went wide of everyone when he needed waves throughout the heat. He only came back up in those last few minutes. It paid off for him. Maybe Ben's going to do the same thing, just rove wide. He could ill afford to sit out there with 4th priority with nothing to show so far in a relatively low-scoring heat.
Yeah, he's like a seagull sitting around a family eating their fish and chips, just hoping that something falls off the plate and right into his mouth, and we'll see if he can track it down in just a moment. 9.5 minutes to go here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, Heat 3.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
The number one reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
Great to have your company here as we get through the round of 32 for the men. Round of 16's established for the women. Unbelievable matchups that we can look forward to. We want to do the same on this side of the draw, and Heat 3 out there in the lineup. We've already said goodbye to some talented surfers. That's just the way the story goes with events that are this stacked and with such a deep talent pool in this Australasian region. Benny Lawrenson's trying to get himself in this heat bugs. He had this one during the break and it didn't eventuate into much.
But this one did. So Kai's King in the blue. Well, we're only seeing a little bit, but we do know that he got a 5.5.
Yeah, so starting to build. Again, just like yesterday, Oscar Berry's been pushed out of the lead, but Oscar's got the power of holding on to that largest individual score, so he doesn't need a whole lot. Here's the replay of that ride for Caius.
Yep.
Wow.
5.5. He got this. Matty Jobs had priority, but Caius snaffled this one.
And just, you know, you've got to give him credit for the work that he's put in to get back to this point. He looks strong.
Yep.
He looks fast. And he looks ready to drop some big scores on us.
And you know, after a major injury, you know, you really pay attention to your technique, to landing flush, to making sure everything's very squared off. And I'm sure he's done that. And as you said, you saw him coming back, basically just cruising on a single fin. A lot of phone climbs here. Can he get in front of it, young Ben? This will get him into the heat, Ronnie.
This is the section that he needs to make count. And he hammers it and unfortunately goes down, just overcooked it a little bit.
Overcooked it.
Oh, that's a shame. That was the moment that he needed to make his move score-wise in this heat, because, you know, being in fourth priority, you really are scrapping.
Yeah, time is going to be a real factor now for Ben. Matty Jobs sitting out there. He has just not moved for, got to be 12, 14 minutes now. And he hasn't got much to show for it either. He's only got a 3.13. So guys getting waves underneath priority. Kai's King made that one work beautifully for him, a 5.5.
He's a patient competitor, though, isn't he, Matty Job?
Oh, yeah.
We've seen it a couple of times already this year in some of the board riders events that we watched unfold. He backs himself under pressure to deliver, so we'll see what he can do. The thing that's going to be working against him is he's got a 3.13 in his scoreline as his top ride. So the more time that is wiped from the clock here, the more likely it is that he's going to have to chase something pretty exceptional to get himself up into the top two.
Exactly. Now, this would have got Benny right back in the heat, but he sort of overcooked this turn. I reckon he was on his way to at least a 4.55.
At that point, Bugs, you fall on a turn like that, you're just screaming at yourself underwater.
Yes. No, you really are, because you go, oh my gosh, and then your head blows up. Then you got to get out there and paddle out and do it all again. And here's Oscar having a bit of a look at this fluffy whitewater one. It could turn into some. Matty Job had a look at that one too. See, this is the whitewater section that he'll get around easily.
Oh, that one just as soon as he got around it, it shut down on him, unfortunately. Matty Job making his move.
This was a bigger wave on the outside.
Wow, great placement.
Did he get anything before that, though? Because he had a bit of whitewater to get around.
I mean, great connection with the lip and then plants the turn nicely. I think in the previous heat, though, we saw the standard set for finishing turns, and they were a bit more explosive than that one.
Yes, to get the big points. Both Joel Vaughan and Xavier Hustle getting 7.11s, and there's Matty taking off. No, he only gets around that whitewater.
I mean, you give this guy some clean, open face, and you'll see him string together a variety of frontside turns. It's just incredibly well-rounded, but he's not finding that room to move out here at the moment. That was a 3.53.
Yeah.
So he's chipped away at the requirement a little bit.
Yeah, he waited a long time for that one, Ronnie. As you said, he needed something pretty spectacular to get himself in this heat, because now they're clustered round and you'll have the priority with Caius King, who's in first place. Ben Lawrenson has got priority in second spot, in second priority, I mean.
Matty's staying up with the pack here at the moment. You know, I think, Bugs, you can speak to it. When you're in that position of priority, your peripheral vision's just working overtime. You're keeping an eye on your competitors. You're guarding your position. And Caius King's that guy at the moment. I mean, he's holding the lead, but have a look at the numbers. It's not a really strong lead.
You know, the real critical thing is you see Oscar Berry sitting a bit wider. He's got priority over Matty Job. He'd be very well aware that he's got a 6.5. He's only carrying that 2.5. And one, he's been looking to eliminate that and make the equation much harder for Matty Job. But two, he can just shut Matty down.
You often hear competitors come in and say, oh, I was just focused on myself out there and getting a couple of good rides. I mean, it's rarely the case, is it?
Yeah.
I mean, you're always paying attention to who's got priority. In this situation too, when there's 2 spots up for grabs to qualify for the next round, you're certainly aware of who's chasing you down. And Oscar Berry is just looking to really add to his total. He's done well to get out in front of this wave again and made a connection through to the inside. He'll get a couple more sections here, only trying to get rid of a 2.5.
He's done that. And that's going to make the equation that much harder for Matty Job and Ben Lawrenston. So this was a pretty solid move there to go wide and actually pluck one.
He's backed himself on performance there.
Yeah.
Knowing that he can't really cover Ben Lawrenson and he can only cover Matty, he's going, you know what, I can't be too defensive. I've got to get on the attack here and push my numbers up.
Especially when he knows he's got a 2.5. He hasn't quite finished a few of his rides. So it's not the greatest ride, but it's definitely better than a 2.5.
Well, to me, that was just really smart.
Yep.
You know, he's not leaving it to chance. He's not just going to sit there and try and ride it out and hope that it goes his way. He's going to definitely add to the score. Even if it's just a 1-point increase, it's going to make the job very difficult for Ben Lawrenson and Matty Job coming into the final minute here.
Ooh, it's a 2.7.
Still, it might be the difference.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we've seen surfers lose out here by, you know, a fraction of a point.
Yes.
0.015, I think, is the closest I've seen to surfers.
This heat is amazing because look at the guys in 3rd and 4th. They need 5 6s and 5 8s. It's like the last heat was getting 7s and 8s.
40 seconds to go here. Ben Lawrenson. He's just motoring around this lineup. Caius has got the priority though, and you know, even though it seems cruel that he's in the lead and he's not thinking about Oscar Berry. He wants to win the heat and he wants to win it convincingly. So I wouldn't be surprised if a high-quality wave came through. He robbed that opportunity for Ben Lawrenson with his priority.
Oh, yeah. There's only room for one wave now.
Oscar on the inside, checking his clock, just willing it to just tick by a little bit quicker.
Nothing on show. No, time's going to run out.
Well, this heat is a wrap. And Caius King, I mean, yesterday he was so dominant. Today, a grindier performance, but still managing to get himself a victory to earn his place in the round of 16. Matty Job just couldn't find the scores that he needed out here today. It was a similar case for Ben Lawrenson, and Oscar Berry, off the back of a strong ride early in the heat, he's going to hang on to 2nd spot here. We'll take a quick break. More to come in just a moment. Heat 4 out there in the lineup, ready to do some work.
The number one reason why students should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performance. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Great to have Oakberry getting behind these rising talents and supporting surfing at this level, and they are the official SAE of WSL Australia. Harvey Norman, they're right behind the contest as well. Bond University, Regional New South Wales. We're having a look at the Regional New South Wales flight cam at the moment, bringing us brilliant images of Cabarita. Tweed Shire Council getting right behind the events that happen in this region, and the North Star Holiday Resort, where I'm camping at the moment, Bugs. Very comfortable. Loving the slides down there, the ball pit. Great way to spend the afternoon.
Oh, that is so awesome.
Fraser Martin's up at the moment. Let's see what kind of performance he can put together. He did a great job saving his skin in this contest in the round of 64, and he's going to start off with a pretty decent ride as we go to the replay now of Cooper Davies.
Yeah, well, we've got a couple of New Zealand surfers against each other in this one, in Billy Stammen and Ricardo Christie. But here's Cooper Davies, solid surfer from the sunny coast. And he does stick that one. One thing about Cooper, he is a wave magnet. He just gets so many good waves in heats. It's amazing.
Yeah, he's going to kick off with a decent number here. Love the roundhouse, you know, on a point break. And this is, you know, quite a flat transition through a majority of the rides out here, so you get that opportunity, but it just adds to the variety, as we see there. Fraser Martin just kicking that board into a reverse on the forehand. Probably won't score too highly, that move. But this is a lot of fun. As you said, two of New Zealand's finest, Billy Stammen getting himself on the Challenger Series last year. He also competed at the Olympics. Yet to see him take a ride just yet. Ricardo Christie, he's made the championship tour before. And this is the replay of Cooper's ride. Came through at a 6.17, Bugs.
Yeah, not a bad opener for Cooper. Just a stock standard, solid ride. Great finish, though.
Yeah, loved it. Loved it. Got the fins above the lip. Billy Stammen, we'll see what he can do on the forehand. I mean, I really feel that when Billy's on his backhand, he's always a major contender in conditions like this, but you can't rule him out on the forehand either. Just a very progressive surfer, good airs, nice compact style. And Ricardo Christie, let's see what kind of power he's got today.
One great move. Just only one move in it, though. That's the difference.
Well, he's in full comp mode now, but this is a guy who's, you know, he's got a smile. It's all teeth. And it's great to see him back in the jersey, taking some time out to enjoy this regional qualifying series. And he's going to be surfing in each of the events, 6 weeks here in Oz, where he has lived in the past. So he loves it over here, and it's great to see him back on these shores.
It really is. He's a incredible surfer, great ambassador for New Zealand surfing. And he's trying to make his way back into the big time.
So the early exchange here works in Cooper's favour, and you can tell why when you saw those replays. He found one that stretched out and gave him a lot of room to move. But again, other than the big finish at the end of that ride, there wasn't a whole lot of on-edge, high-performance surfing happening. So I think, you know, we are a chance of seeing some scores get up into the very good to excellent range in this heat, because if someone can find some big turns on the outside and get that finish, I think we might have a high-scoring heat on our hands.
Yeah, it seems like it's got that potential for sure.
Conditions-wise, Bugs, it's a completely different lineup to what we had yesterday. Those big rogue whitewaters out wide, they've kind of dried up a little bit, but there is sort of sections now where the surfers are able to overpower the conditions, as opposed to what we had the last couple of days where, you know, the wave was sort of dictating terms to the riders.
Yeah, most definitely, yeah. Yeah, it's tricky out there. There's some wide ones, there's some ones that peak up and they kind of chip into them and then they have to come back onto the bank. You know, we're seeing a real potpourri of conditions.
Definitely. I kind of feel like, you know, when you're watching the Bells or Margarets, when the CT event is on, it's what the end section serves up is a mystery to everyone who's on that wave. And occasionally you get one that just steepens up and provides the opportunity for something truly dynamic.
Yeah. And
then other times you'll ride a wave to the inside and it'll just lay down and gurgle out on the shore break or even on the reef if you're at Main Margaret River and give you not a whole lot.
Oh, that's so...
You just got to keep rolling the dice on those insiders. That's where the big numbers have come from.
They really have, yeah.
See what happens though.
Yeah, well, it looks like Cooper is having a look at this one, but I don't think that would be considered a paddle. But here we go, Ricardo Christie, rolling the dice on the inside, not much on offer there. So one ride above the 6-point mark in the first 7 minutes of this heat, 8 minutes.
Sometimes you've got to commit to the ride for a little bit just to size up that end section. That was what Ricardo was doing there. You know, he wasn't in a position of priority at all, so he was willing to get to his feet and just pump it into the inside a little bit and just see what happened. But 16.5 minutes to go. And sitting alongside a man who's probably intently watched more heats than any other individual on earth, I'd say. Bugs, you're still just such a huge fan of it.
I am a huge fan. I mean, I'm still a student of it. You get to learn so much just from generation to generation. Some things remain the same. It's still a wave catching contest, but I just love seeing all the plays.
Yeah, and there's obviously a couple of different ways to win. Stace, yesterday we saw excellent numbers from Caius King, but today it was a grind fest and he managed to win that tough battle.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Ron. Caius, dream fest yesterday. Bit of a strap the tool belt on heat today.
Yeah, I think I got the jitters out in that heat, actually. I don't know, I wore a wetty top. I was kind of overheating out there, but you know when you get fresh wetties, you kind of want to just wear them because they feel so good. So we'll blame it on that. But no, I'm happy to get through. Every heat's tough. You know, every heat's a new heat too. You can go any way. So stoked to make it with a couple of 5s and 4s. That's good. At least I'm through.
You're standing here with the media drop in the background. You win in the heat with a lower total. Talk to us about just that consistency and how important it is, you know, regardless of, you know, what the conditions are like.
Yeah, I think you just got to stick to your guns, and you know I've been working a lot on my plans and stuff, especially the start of last season when I was competing. I did a lot of hard work on plans and kind of getting myself in a good rhythm with the waves, and you know whether it works out or not, I always stick to it, and you know it seems to be doing the trick, and yeah, I'm just going to keep doing it.
What's the plan between now and your round of 16 heat?
Can't tell you, mate.
Lots of top secrets here on the queue. You'll have to come down to find out. Thanks, Ronnie.
Oh, I love it. Secret stuff on the outside. Not too many secrets there. It was there for everyone to see. Ricardo Christie just on the attack. Should turn in a good score for that one and get rid of the 3.83 he was hanging on to, increasing his 2-wave total. Billy Stammen got one too, though, Bugs, during the interview.
Yeah, well, Cooper's out there with priority, but he's allowing the Kiwi surfers to get a bit of a roll on here. Smaller wave by Billy, so this one sort of fades out on him. He gets a 3.4, so not yet really getting into his stride. better way for Ricardo, I felt.
A couple of jets just flying by the point here at Cabarita. As we see now, Coop Davies up once again. So he's got that big number, the highest number of this heat so far. He wants to back it up, but he just got absolutely pulverised on the end section there.
God, he just got vaporised by that wave. Here's Fraser Martin. We haven't seen much of him for a little while either. So look at the scores. I mean, it's like they're all in that 4-point range. Here's a replay. There's a 4.67 for Ricardo.
Well done. You know, getting on top of that last section so late, but still adding some flair to the move.
Yeah, and Cooper, he waited a long time for this, just a one manoeuvre, go for it. He got so hammered.
Tenderised.
Yeah. He's still in second place with that 617, but here's a way for Billy Stammen.
Wow.
He just knew he was going to open up sooner or later.
Oh, goodness me. Yeah, Billy's showing that real pinpoint timing and spark out of the lip there, isn't he?
Yeah, that's the one that Cooper, I think, was waiting for, but Billy got it. Cooper pulled the trigger pretty early. Now, is this an equipment change? Because he might have nailed his board on that. I wouldn't see why you would do a run around.
Have a look at this from that regional New South Wales flight cam. Billy Stammen just finding multiple sections. I mean, the timing was spot on, and he did well to keep that down the line flow and being careful not to overcommit to any of those turns while still having enough spark and I think just explosive power to move some water as well.
Yeah, that's going to really put him right up there. That was a brilliant ride. Billy Stammen.
Oh, the judges ate it up. Have a look at this.
9-point ride. Wow. Is that the highest score today? I believe so.
It is, yeah, but you can see what I mean. You know, there's been more committed individual turns, but having someone thread together major moves like that and show that spark out of the lip has really worked in Billy's favour. No loss of speed, no lumps and bumps to negotiate, not a catch on the rail, just very clean surfing. And we said earlier on, when Cooper got a 617, basically for one turn and a sequence of sort of cutbacks, it kind of set the scale at a point where there was a chance it was going to be a very high-scoring heat. And, well, Billy Stammen, he earned every bit of that night.
He sure did. That was an amazing ride. Well, Cooper definitely buckled his board on that one. There was an equipment change, and that was the reason for the runaround. Certainly going to lose some valuable time in the lineup, but he's still got that 617. At least he's got that one in his ledger. Ricardo Christie sitting in second, but he's only got a couple of 4s and 3s.
It was a quick trip, though.
Yeah.
He did pretty well.
Yeah, it did well.
It's not an easy headland to sort of navigate your way around. That second point, it's rocky, it's sharp, there's a big old staircase that you've got to climb up, and he's done well to get back out there just at least to that entry point of this lineup as quickly as he did. Let's see if he can pick something off deep on the point here and get another wave with multiple sections, because he does have a 617. So, you know, when you compare him to Ricardo Christie, Fraser Martin, yeah, he's in a pretty good position.
As opposed to F1, there's no allowance for where he lines up, where he comes back out of the pit lane, though. He'll come into 4th priority.
That's right. Well, he mentioned yesterday, Bugs, that he's been doing some work, Fraser Martin, with Shane Horan. And, I mean, you competed against Shane. He was just such an interesting individual, but also a remarkably good surfer and just always willing to experiment with equipment. And he pushed MR so hard in his world title campaigns as well.
He did. You know, Shane was, you know, such a great surfer and an incredible competitor, and, you know, innovative, and certainly not scared to experiment with a range of equipment.
Yeah, always loved the look of his surfing, just how fast he was. And I think it was his willingness to experiment with different equipment that gave him that speedy edge. One of the best never to get that big crown.
Oh, totally. Yeah, I mean, gosh, he was deserving of being a world champion. He was that good.
9 minutes to go here. He's been getting into a bit of coaching as well.
Oh, yeah.
I know he was coaching Brad Gerlach at the single fin event up there at Burleigh.
And, you know, which is amazing because Brad Gerlach's doing some amazing coaching in his own right. So that's coach on coach.
Yeah, I could just so see Ger's influence on Mia Huppatz when she surfed, and you know, she's obviously got a lot of talent already, but just helping refine her surfing and her form, and get the most out of each turn.
He's got a lot of science behind his coaching, Brad Gerlach.
Well, just over 8 minutes to go here. Billy Stanman having a look at this one, already hanging on to a 9, trying to get rid of a 3.4. Clean swoop to start this ride off. Doesn't really get the second turn right, so he's going to get out of there. 8 minutes to go. We'll see what unfolds in the remainder of this heat right after the break.
Coming back to the Tweed Coast is so special. There's such a community vibe here. Everyone's happy, everyone's active.
At a young age, my family moved into the Tweed Coast, just being blessed to grow up in such a beautiful part of Australia.
We love going around the headland where you can be surfing 1 minute and driving into the hinterland the next. Good waves, the people are amazing. You can't really ask for anything more.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the show. Heat 4, the round of 32 is underway, and it's nearing the 5 minute mark. 6 minutes and 45 seconds to go, and Billy Stanman holding on to the best individual score of the day, a 9-point ride. He's trying to get rid of a 3.4 to increase that 2-wave total. During the break, Cooper Davies got himself into this one, and it was an important ride for him. He got a 6.17 earlier on, and he's wanted to back it up. Big float there as we watch that replay, and an explosive finishing move. Ronnie Blakey here, joined by Vaughan, and Vaughan, that was exactly what Cooper needed, and it's going to put some pressure now on Ricardo and Fraser.
Float the boat. Good to see the floater be employed here. This shore has been pretty treacherous this morning. There's been a few rocky landings. Cooper dealing with that one, getting the combo in as well. But Billy Stanman, 9-point ride.
Yeah, I mean, it was an excellent wave, and he surfed it beautifully. I feel like he's got more he can do, but a high-quality wave like that is such a gift on a day when it's shifty. You don't want to necessarily overdo it and risk that beautiful wall. But here we go. This is that wave again for you. 9 points. Just pinpoint timing.
I love that. Keeps the speed out of every turn, releases the tail, comes through onto this inside hammer and just nails it.
Yeah, he knew it was good. Could read the body language there, but he still wants to get rid of this 3.4. I mean, even if he holds on to this first position, if he's got a 3.4 in his scoreline, he'll look at it as kind of like a missed opportunity to really put up a decent 2-wave total. Cooper Davies, he's right there with a shot of getting himself into the lead. Only needs a 6.24. Ricardo Christie after a 6.97. That's just to jump into second. And Fraser Martin, he's got priority. We know that he can get it done in the final moments of a heat. We saw that in the round of 64.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy just watching the lineup change throughout the morning. Woke up, there was a fair bit of morning sickness. Tide was quite full. There was a little bit of indecision about which part of the bank to sit on. But very early on in, I think it was the second heat of the day, Sierra Kerr was in the water, Ron, and all the women had elected to surf on the back point. And Josh was on the beach with his board the spare board, trying to wave Sierra in, and all the points have been on this second point, slightly further to the north. The swell, it doesn't have to refract at all into this section. Out the back point there, yesterday we saw so many good setups as hugging right there where the crew are paddling out. That was probably the best part of the bank yesterday. But a lot of crew are further down the beach now and getting it done.
It's
steeper wall.
Yeah, it's a good place to take your grom out for a surf now. There's just not those big impacting final sections where we're seeing the meat of these big scores come from. 3.5 minutes to go here. And it looks like Red's having a look at this one. Billy Stammen using his priority. Wants to get rid of this 3.4 just for his own sort of self-satisfaction, you'd think. There's a nice wrapping turn with a bit of slide on the tail. Attacks the lip and again just can't get the big finish here. 3 minutes to go. He'll head back out.
I'm surprised he didn't attack that last section with a little bit of something. He's definitely on his way to a score north of 3.4. I mean, that was a nice little, I guess it was a half turn, but he could have just faked it till he made it with that last one. Rode out. Might have been in the same ballpark.
I think he might have been thinking 2 turns at the end of this one. He should have just stood on the back of his board, sized up that end section and given it a whole lot of what for. But he blew it. And as a result, he's not going to better the 3.4, but he's in such a strong position here. It's somewhat turned into one of those battles for second spot, but I still want to say, even though he's got a 9, he's not completely safe. That's why he's desperate to get rid of it. Vorno, obviously, that's well the best podcast in surfing. You and Jed do a fantastic job.
Thanks, Ron.
Fraser Martin's out there. He was talking yesterday about working with Shane Horan. He's coaching him. Have you had Shane on the show?
Funnily enough, there's not too many crew we haven't had on, and Shane is one of them, which is crazy because he and Jed are from the same beach, Bondi.
He gets a mention, often gets referred to.
Well, yeah, he's got my favourite quote in the history of pro surfing. I'd rather grow a lettuce than win 50 grand.
Yeah, that's
it says a lot about Shane's position on life and what's important. And a beautiful little finner here from Fraser Martin, who hasn't really got going in this heat yet.
Yeah, it's a brilliant quote. Get him on. I was just thinking that. I was kind of aware that he hadn't really featured, but he's such a character.
Such a legend, and one of my favourite films ever, favourite profile films ever, is Screaming Blue, which is kind of, it came out at a really tricky time in Shane's career. He kind of gets dropped by his sponsors as the climax to the movie, and it's just so bizarre. But then after that, he gets this letter in the post, and then they have this session of him just free surfing Haleiwa with no stickers on his board, and it's some of the best surfing you've ever seen, and kind of makes a mockery of, I don't know, marketing departments and all that sort of thing, because the surfing is what's doing the talking. Shane is one of those guys who is a cult hero. I mean, what more do you need?
Yeah, Bugs was just saying that he, for sure one of the greats, and just would have been so deserving of that world title and came so close so many times, just really close scores that could have gone, heats that could have gone his way, could have seen him holding that cup, but he still loves surfing, teaches surfing, and is coaching some of this next generation, which is fantastic to see. Not a lot of time left here on the clock for Ricardo Chrissy to make his move. He's got a section, he throws the air. Well, it looked great when he got halfway through that turn, but he just couldn't stick it. And as a result, he's going to fall short of the requirement. Fraser Martin also not getting going in this heat either. And Cooper Davies, he did the work early on, and even with a busted board and having to return to the beach, managed to get back out there and get a second score. So he's kept himself in that second position and qualifying for the round of 16 and taking it out with a 9-point ride was Billy Stammen.
You got to love it. Sometimes everything's against you, and instead of just melting into a puddle, you just put on your boxing gloves and fight your way out of it. Good performance from Cooper Davies.
Fantastic to see. We're going to take a break here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We've got more big names and big heats coming your way right after this.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the show. Enjoying the performances here in the round of 32. We just saw a 9-point ride drop in the last heat. I think we can expect a bit more of that as we get heat 5 underway out there in the blue. The Sunny Coast powerhouse. Alistair Reginato is going to be one to watch. Kalani Ball surfed brilliantly yesterday in the round 64. He's in the red. Jamie Thompson is going to be in the green, and Saxon Reba is going to be in the white. Should be a good one. Ronnie Blakey with Stace Galbraith, and Stace been looking forward to this heat all day. All these guys had strong showings in that first round.
Yeah, definitely. I think every heat now is stacked up as we get toward the pointy end of the draw, Ron Dog.
Yeah, there's no hiding. There's so much talent in the mix here as we see a replay here of Jamie Thompson.
Nice start. That's pink stripe DHD surfboard. Certainly looking nice down the line. It's all about the double up today and what angle you take. A couple of heats ago, we saw a couple of amazing finishes for some big scores, so we'll see how we go further into this one.
Yeah, it's all about the finish, isn't it, at the moment? That's whether you get that steeper section of the wave, and often it'll bowl up, it'll give you something kind of chunky to lay into. It's a critical section, it demands a critical turn, and if you get it right, you can get yourself a pretty hefty score. Billy Stammen in that last heat, though, he connected with the wave of the day.
That wave was sensational.
Yeah, I thought he did really well too. He kind of, without surfing at peak performance by his standards, he still juiced a 9 out of it, just with pinpoint timing and also just releasing a bit of water and putting a bit of flair into it. So he's capable of more, but man, that was a good way to ride that wave.
Definitely. Kalani Ball, Ron Dog.
Yeah, Kalani's a great surfer. Performed well on the challenges last year, and in the QS he's come back and he kind of looks a cut above, but didn't finish that one off.
It's an interesting one. I think Kalani, I believe he's already secured a spot on the Challenger for this year. I think he's just doing this one to keep the reps up.
Smart.
Yeah, I think we'll look to see Kalani hopefully take a lot of risk early in the heat. Like, I know he had the fall there and he probably would have liked to get one on the board, but he knows better than anyone. Like, when you jump onto the challenges, there's no real warming into the heats. So I think he'll probably bring that same attitude here to this event. He's going to come swinging from the gates.
Yeah, I like that. It's something that the best coaches are kind of putting on their charges these days, is like, hey, look at that.
Wow, that was sick timing.
Saxon Reba just absolutely juiced all the points and more out of that. He surfed that wave up. He's going to get a good number for that one. That was his first ride. Kalani's up again. Looking left now. He's not going to get much out of it. But yeah, the coaches are really kind of pushing the youngsters and the rising stars to surf with their foot flat to the floor, because it's the only way you're going to get the jump on those surfers at the top end these days. Have a look at this hit.
Oh, wow, that was expert. And we saw Geordie Lawler get an 8.6 earlier going left. We saw Joel Vaughan narrowly not complete a pretty cool air going left, so Kalani Ball definitely would have taken note of that. He's got some explosive manoeuvres above the lip, so hopefully we get to see him have a few more chances. But yeah, you're right, Ron. It's there's sort of only one gear on the CT, and it's just a much different way to compete. It's 30 minutes. You're usually only surfing against one other surfer unless it's the first round, and it's a lot different to this kind of scrappy style of surfing that you have to do to get through to the CT. But there are moments where you can practice that attitude, and I think Kalani's kind of in that headspace right now.
How often do you see it too in the cadet and junior events? It's the kids that can kind of construct a ride start to finish and never fall off, who generally have a lot of success. Quite often when you see those kids graduate into the next tier of competition, that formula is out the window.
It
and
really
it's
is.
the kid that's gone out there and basically thrown their hardest surfing at sections that has sort of learnt to do that unrestricted surfing in the jersey that is all of a sudden holding the advantage because they've learned how to not fall because they've been doing it so much in heats.
Exactly.
And then all of a sudden they've got this mad edge because they're able to do bigger turns in high pressure situations.
For sure, I think that there's such a mocker around keeping your feet, and I think that it's sort of, as you mentioned there, like it's got to be the opposite. Before you turn 18, you should be falling off as much as you want, as often as you want, and sort of taking pride of that. I mean, we're at a spot where one of the best guys in the world grew up, and probably not the first person that comes to mind when you think of Cabarita, but it's Chipper Wilson.
Yes.
And like he used to do the local comps, and his boards would just be that beat up because he'd be trying shovets and varials and all kinds of different things. But I mean, his career tells the story, right?
Oh man, he's one of the most celebrated surfers out there, and can't wait to always see a new edit from him. 17 minutes to go here. We've got surfers having a look on the inside here. It is going to be Alistair Reginato getting into this one. This guy is just so rock solid, surfs with a lot of momentum, has a steep section here, and you can just always rely on him to ride out of those ones. He's not done with it. He goes looking for more. Doesn't finish it off. And then Jamie Thompson kind of chasing him down the line here. But yeah, it's a good mindset to get in, to be surfing with a lot of risk and throwing everything at it these days, because your chances of winning CTs and contending for world titles will be gone if you're the guy that thinks he's going to build house out there with a couple of mid-range scores and get the edge over those top dogs.
Absolutely.
Not much doing there for Jamie Thompson. Let's catch up with the winner of the last heat. Mr. 9-point ride, Billy Stammen, is down there with Jess.
Thanks, guys. Yes, Mr. 9-point ride. You've lifted the bar performance already out here, round of 32, done and dusted for you. It's got to feel good.
Yeah, it always feels good to get that one out of the way. I knew it was going to be a hard heat. Obviously, having Ricardo back is quite motivating for me, actually. He's a good friend of mine, but see him in the water, always want to outdo him and battle with him. So it's always good to have a battle with him. Unfortunately, he didn't make it, but it kind of brings out the better competitor in me, and stoked to make that heat.
Now, there's so much more going on other than just surfing for you, and what's going on in New Zealand at the moment for you guys?
Yeah, there's that cyclone, kind of the swell we're getting here is kind of just hitting all over the North Island of New Zealand. So I just want to say much love to everyone at home. Obviously, there's some gnarly floods going down and everyone's getting pretty hammered by the weather over there. So, thinking of you guys all at home, and that heat one's for you. I really wanted to do an interview today and say a few things. So, much love to everyone at home.
So much love to all those guys struggling, but also a lot more love to the wifey.
Yeah, wifey Liana. Obviously, it was Valentine's Day for everyone, so happy Valentine's Day to all the lovely ladies out there, and obviously my wife. But tomorrow is a special day for us. It's our wedding anniversary, so unfortunately we can't be together on the day. So I'd like to say that today if I don't get an interview tomorrow. So happy anniversary for tomorrow, babe, and stoked to get that heat win and say a few things on here.
I love it. I hope you do get another opportunity to say it in real time tomorrow, because we love watching you surf, Billy. It's great to have you in the jersey.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Boards are feeling good, and stoked to be over here.
There you go, guys. Big ups to Mrs. Stammen over there, and happy belated Valentine's Day and happy anniversary in advance.
Thank you, Jess. Oh, what a stud. Saying all the right things. He's a pro through and through, but certainly sending our thoughts to everyone over there in NZ. Hope you guys can get through it. Just as Billy did in that last heat, put on a great showing. As Kalani Ball, we see him on the replay. So much flair and body talk in his surfing.
Yeah, he's spicy, young Kalani, and it translates into bigger waves as well. Like, we've seen him be so successful at Haleiwa in the last 2 seasons. So I mentioned it yesterday in one of his earlier heats. He sort of has that, must have that confidence of knowing he can close out the year really strong. He just needs to come out of the gates swinging at snapper once this season gets underway, because that's sort of all it takes on the men's side of the draw. 2 solid results and you generally be pretty good. So Kalani's sort of got that Hawaii confidence in the bag. He just needs to put a whole season together.
He's out in front at the moment, 5.33, 3.77. Saxon Reba with the highest score for good reason. Just incredible timing. You know someone's smashing it into the lip when they make that connection, and there's just a clear photographic moment, a still image in it. That backhand jam that he finished that first ride off was just so strong. And really the wave didn't look like it had a whole lot of points in it.
It was rude that he squeezed a 6.5
extremely rude. He got it done. He's up again at the moment, Saxon. And again, the timing's spot on. He did well to climb up there and get that finishing turn. He's going to easily get rid of this one pointer and likely get himself up into the lead here. But he looks on here in the round of 32.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? He's loose in the hips, and his timing's really good, and he's doing the little things well. Like, he could have easily just given up on that turn there, but he did really well to hang on to it and ride out of it. And yeah, getting back to the 6.5, it's just all the timing. His timing's spot on.
Here we go. Alistair Regginato having a look. He's back in 4th place. That's kind of a bit of a surprise to me, just how strong his surfing's looked through those first few board riding events of the season. But Stacey, you're a person who keeps a really close eye on all levels of the sport. When you think about the QS, have you kind of got like a few names who you think are the strongest you've seen that haven't made the jump onto the Challenger Series yet? And who are those individuals?
I think Xavier Huxtable for me.
Oh!
Honey ball, that was sick.
Xavier Huxtable?
Yeah, I think Xavier's probably the one standout for me. I mean, I might be missing someone, but off the top of my head, Xavier looks to me like, yeah, gee, I don't want to put the mocker on him too much, but he's a CT main surfer. He comes from a place in the world where the waves are world class. Kalani ball hit, beautiful blowtail. Pretty hard day to do that. I'm surprised we haven't seen a little bit more of it, but I think it just goes to show, like, with the wind at your back and the sections aren't super steep, it's sort of probably, yeah, we're not going to get too many of them, but yeah, a beautiful turn nonetheless. But yeah, I think Xavier is probably the one for me, Ron, getting back to the question.
Yeah, I like it. Can't argue with you. And then there's, like, obviously a cast of surfers who are building towards that kind of reputation of being the best not yet to get themselves onto the Challenger Series. We did see Alistair Regginato earn a place in the first Challenger last year. He didn't look out of place.
No, not at all.
In that field. So he's one for me that seems to be kind of getting stronger every time I see him, and he's up again here on the replay.
He's from the sunny coast. He knows how to milk speed out of waves that don't have any. So this is going to suit him. He just needs to find a moment in that wave like his first one that just gives him a bit of vertical face to work with and a bit of down the line speed. So bit of a mistake there from Reggie. He kind of needs to get going here. He doesn't want to get left behind by Kalani and Saxon. It's especially with someone like Saxon. He's a few years his junior. Plenty of energy, plenty of pep in his step.
Wow, he's just really letting go of a variety of backhand turns here, and they're all strong. So showing that he can really string together a nice sequence of different turns, which the judges will always appreciate. Not sure it's going to better his 4.73. It might be right there. Just under 10 minutes to go here. And we'll see some replays after the break. You're watching the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
The #1 reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
The performances are getting stronger as we get closer to deciding our finalists. We're moving through the round of 32 for the men. Heat 5 out there at the moment. Saxon Reavers looked really strong. He just improved on his heat score total of 4.73 on that last ride. And it has him sitting out in front. Kalani's looked like he's in the kind of form that could see him drop an excellent score at any point. He's had some big individual turns. He's sitting pretty comfortably in that second position. Alistair Reginato.
Important wave.
Wow.
Beautiful first turn. Huge finish. That's the wave of the heat by country mile. And it was just what the doctor ordered there, Ron Dog. A fantastic sequence of events. Judges are going to just beat that up.
Yeah. We've seen him put together some amazing performances in the board riders events where Team North Shore is just counting on him to drop big numbers. He's kind of learning to get that kind of form and urgency in his performances at this individual level as well. And that was a really well-constructed ride, a lot of power on show. We're seeing some replays now. Jamie Thompson at this one, moving some water and getting a clean finish there. So that should be his best number yet. Kalani at this one, again, just swings that tail around. Shows great control. Nice whipping carve.
Needs a big finish here because Reggie's coming.
Isn't he wide? Have a look at this first turn.
Wow. Beautiful timing, and then just teed off on this next one. Didn't hold back either. Wow. That's going to be 9 points.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that combination. I mean, Alistair Reginato, that first turn is kind of a trademark, well-timed hit for him.
Yeah.
But to see him on that second move, to get fully extended like that, you know, I think he sometimes does fall into the habit of surfing within himself a little bit.
Yep.
He relies on that pinpoint timing and his power.
Yep.
But he totally unleashed and put everything he had into that second turn, and he was well rewarded.
Absolutely, 8.83, and Kalani did really well there. That was a super important ride for him. 5.9 actually broke the tie that he had with Saxon for the lead. But Saxon actually had him on a countback, so now it is Kalani safely in second at this stage.
Well, a big shift up in the order here as Jamie Thompson chips away at this one. The surfer from Narrabeen. He's going to get out of that, and it's not going to help his cause too much. He started off strong, but you know that the heavy hitters in this one are starting to assert their authority in their major turns.
Yeah, and I think, like, getting back to Kalani's heat, he's constructed a heat here that he would love to put together on the Challenger Series. Get a wave or two on the board and then start flaring it up, and he's executing those high-risk manoeuvres. He's not getting huge scores, but he's over-surfing waves that probably don't have any more points in them than what he's getting, and I reckon that's a good feeling as a competitor.
Yeah. Saxon Reaver, you got to give him credit for the work that he's done on those medium-sized set waves, but he's got to play his priority wisely here at some point if he can get into that position of having that peak of the lineup, because he's surfing so well and juicing all the points he can out of these medium-sized rides, but he's going to need a big canvas.
Totally. And he almost had a big opportunity to do an air earlier. He was just a half a beat just behind the section. Alistair here looking to drop the 4.93.
Oh, nice, clean, arcing turn off the top. Just throwing combos at the panel now, and they're going to be loving it. The projection is just ideal off the lip there.
He's had a 3-minute heat.
This is another big number. I like what I'm seeing. I mean,
he really should have been on the best 2 waves in this heat in the last 3 minutes. Like, he's just surfed rings around these boys. This is great wave selection here from Alistair.
Look at the variety here.
Oh, this is great. Gouging first turn, showing that power. Larry on the second, and then the big closeout finish.
That was some meaty first hooks. You know, he's almost into the next turn as the spray is kind of just landing behind him. He's hammered that one, so I'm expecting another score probably in the excellent range here.
Yeah, there we go, 9.17. This is the biggest heat total of the event.
There's no arguing with it. I mean, as you said, it's sort of almost cruel that he's been able to connect with the 2 best waves. Obviously, he's come into that priority at the perfect time. But, you know, it's one thing to be gifted a high-quality wave out here, but to surf it as well as he has, that's something else. That shows his class.
For sure. It's a great point you make, because you get a wave, and I think, you know, this is a compliment to Billy Stammen in the heat that he was in. He surfed his wave really maturely, 9-point ride, great flow on the wave, but like you said, it was sort of Billy almost within himself. But Billy was in charge of that heat, and he just needed to make sure that he put some runs on the board there, where Alistair, coming from behind, he had to swing for the fences, and he did, and it's, you know, it's a lot easier said than done. He should be very proud of those last two waves.
Yeah, that's huge. 917. Looking forward to seeing another replay of that last ride. I just love how hard he's pushing. You know, the commitment to each turn is really commendable. As we see, Saxon Reaver on the replay again, throwing great surfing at us. He's got a 6.5, but he does need a pretty good number here to get ahead of Kalani Ball. He's after a 5.63.
I've given up on calling angles, calling scores from that angle.
No, you can't.
I was 4 points low on a move before, so I'm going to just sit and wait for this one to come in. But it did look like 2 turns on a set wave, so I'm thinking it could be close. I just can't help myself.
No, I think... you know, I only want to see vision of my surfing from a drone from now on. It just looks so pretty. Here's that wave again, the 917.
Beautiful. This, you know, the judges just love when you don't really have to move much in between your turns. And granted, he had to get down the double up there at the end, but that opening combination just had all the speed in the world. He's driving hard off the rail, tail pushing through the turn. He's got a natural power base there, and that would have felt really good.
Moving like huge amounts of water too. I mean, he's not just sort of doing sprinkles on top of the cupcake. He's just pouring thick, hot fudge all over it.
All over a 3-tier, big stack wedding cake.
Oh, big time.
Yeah, you make good money making them.
No,
he makes good cakes.
Honestly, he's making rain out there.
He
like
is.
That big, thick, chunky rain that keeps you up at night.
Sort of like we had this morning. I think that you know, it's a hallmark of anyone surfing when they're throwing equal amounts of spray off the bottom turn of what they are off the top, and Alistair sort of has that. Yeah, there's rain coming in both directions. Yeah,
and he's actually on his backup equipment too, having broken a board, paddling out on the first day of competition here at Cabarita. Didn't even get to ride a wave on his magic board in this contest, but
Eddie Cabba.
He's obviously got a good quiver that he can lean into. 50 seconds to go here. Saxon Reaver, he fell just short of the requirement. He needed a 5.63, he got a 5.3, so...
I had a feeling it was going to be close.
It was extremely close.
What do you reckon Alistair's saying there? Oh, yeah, mate, 8.83, and then, yeah, 9.17, yeah.
We were saying, chatting to the competitors earlier on, I think it was you, is there any banter that happens after you get a good score out there? Not typically.
No.
You know, people get a little bit worried that someone's going to rub their face in it with a buzzer beater in the final stages, but this has been some kind of performance from Alistair, and he's just taken the shine right off it with that performance.
The backup equipment there looks like a lost surfboard, I think. The Intel's coming in. It's the sort of same as what Griffin's been riding at the moment. The Driver 3.0, looking fantastic at the moment.
And he... I said it after his performance in the round of 64, and I did mention the performances that he's put together in those board riders events. I think this is Alistair's year to get himself into the challenges. He's just looking so consistently solid, and he's been putting up big numbers all year. 8.83, 9.17, and he is well on his way to the round of 16, and he's marked himself as a real favourite in this contest.
Look at that big grin, and deservedly so. Yeah, this is a great start to the day for our Reg.
Oh, the Toads will be celebrating tonight, mate. Great performance, and we're looking forward to another big heat. You're watching the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. More to come in just a moment.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000. The Australasian qualifying series circuit is well and truly on. Cranking, in fact. Had so much swell for this first event in the region, the Tweed Coast, one of the most beautiful and wave-rich arenas around. I mean, the east coast of Australia is so spoiled for top quality waves, but this zone in particular is amazing and get things going. Kehu Butler from New Zealand, snap, crack, pop. Oh my goodness, that is just an unbelievable series of snaps and vertical attack.
Oh my days, as they say across the ditch. Where did he find that wave?
That was incredible. Just endless possibilities and just punching it vert into the face there. There's a little bit of a sub-story, an underground story going on with the Kiwis in not just the QS event here today, but over the overall series. Olympic qualifications factoring in across this Challenger Series, qualifying series. And I was just having a little chat to Billy Stearman before. He's saying that there's a couple of spots that could be up for grabs.
Wow, huge. I think it's catching the eyes of a few countries, but definitely New Zealand with the amount of talent they have. Kehu Butler here, gee, he's done well to place that turn there. He could see this one coming off down the line, and he was just hunging to get onto the green face, and he smashed it. Two big turns there, and then just patient on the finish. Timed it well with the backwash, and those tree stump legs are not getting knocked off with that measly amount of backwash there at Cabarita Headland.
When Kehu was a Grom, Stace, he used to hit the lip really hard, but because he was quite a light, little spindly guy, it didn't quite have the punch that it has now. I mean, he is one of those surfers who's benefited from extra muscle, like a bit more size.
Yep, definitely.
And it really fits his style of surfing to have that extra power.
Yeah, I think you'd say the same about Jacob Bartholomew. Beautiful big finish there. Makes it. And behind Arch Curtis.
Here we go.
Heat on.
Now, somewhere on this Cabarita Headland, Rabbit Bartholomew is sitting, I would say, in a soaking wet shirt already.
I think so. Yep, this is game on. And Jagged Dean Bartholomew here, he's done well to get around this section. We saw some scores in earlier heats go well into the good range for just one turn, and I think if there's a wave that'll do it in this heat, it's that one. That was a big critical finish. And Archie Curtis behind the M&M surfer. And just the one turn, unable to make the most of that, but nevertheless, he's on the board.
Touch of the willies about that one.
Yeah.
Matt Wilkinson, just that little pivot on the lip. Didn't quite get that real back leg extension that Wilco gets, and that's probably why he didn't ride out of that one cleanly. But, that was one of the standout turns on tour for a few years there, and got Willie to number one twice. Can you believe that? Here we go, the World Junior Champ. Jarvis Earl works his way through. He's been so impressive. I mean, he's just an old head on young shoulders. He puts together heats with a lot of class, this kid. That's why he has put his name alongside Andy Irons, Joel Parkinson, Ethan Ewing. Those World Junior Champs, it's a tough one to get. There's a lot of big names missing from those World Junior titles when you think about it.
Definitely, because it's like one of those events that comes around and it's just one comp. You just show up and get it done, and no one on that list doesn't deserve to be there, but it is one of those ones a lot of people, good people, do miss out.
Adriano de Souza, another winner there. Didn't he go on to an amazing career? So here's Archie Curtis. And so far, just a little out of sorts, but early days. Kehu Butler, an 8.77. Stick that in your wallet.
Stoked. That's a great start. That's how you want to start a heat. He'd be frothing.
He's just so impressive.
He's frothing.
There's a bit of an old school approach there with Kehu. Like, not many crew take it vert. Like, big 12 o'clock punches are really hard to do. It throws back to my favourite era of surfing, which is the sort of late 80s, early 90s, just for, you know, the heroes who are on tour. This is Jarvis Earl's replay. Not a whole lot of big moments, but you can see how smooth he is.
Yeah, definitely. He's probably just pretty happy to get that wave on the board.
But the vertical lip smack, Stace, as you'd know, it's not the easiest turn to release fins out of. It's more of a power statement. So we sort of started to see surfers move away from it, especially when tail blows became a big deal. You know, you got to hit that lip on an angle where you're pivoting on the nose and throwing the tail rather than punching the nose up through the lip.
Yeah, like releasing your board rather than like getting on top of it. And I think that, yeah, it's funny, like anything, it's all comes in waves, and like it did shift away. And then all of a sudden, like we talk about him a lot, but Ethan Ewing come on the scene, and he was getting, dead set, he got a 9 one time in Manly for one just vertical re-entry, and everyone was just kind of blown. But then you think about it and like, hang on a minute, like no one else is doing that at that point in time. Everyone's going pump air, and to see someone just come screaming off the bottom and just freaking jam one through the lip was just so refreshing. And yeah, it's all about just finding that point of difference. So I think, yeah, today, if you can find a vertical section like Kihu did 18 times on that wave, yeah, you're going to be in for a big score. But yeah, it is. It's I don't know. It's something about it with those types of turns. You can feel them through the screen.
It's amazing when a server has the ability to influence and change the way that judges score heats. I mean, I heard you talking to Ronnie about it before. You know, the rules are there, the structure, but there's a lot of words in there, and you can interpret them differently. And even the judges, you know, after years of seeing similar sorts of approaches, can see someone like Ethan Ewing and just suddenly go, hang on a minute, let's start getting back into this power game, because we saw a lot of that last year. And speaking of power game, this guy has been putting one together beautifully throughout this event. Gets the big bunny hop off that section. I feel like Jagger's actually ramped it up here. He surfed some nice earlier heats. But, mate, he is on the attack. And in the round of 32, it doesn't hurt to be making that sort of statement.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually think the judges will probably... I think Jagger's two-wave total will be pretty healthy after that wave. You know, nothing against Jarvis's first ride, but I do think that Jagger's first wave was decent. This is the last turn in itself I thought was pretty good, so I'm interested to see where the judges come in with that second one. And this is Kihu's back up here. Unfortunately, come unstuck, but this is the attitude you need to have on the Challenger Series, and I know that Kihu didn't have the season that he wanted to have, so much like Kalani, they're going to try and practice that here and really try and bring the heat, just like Jagger hit. Big, strong opening carve. Nice layback to combo it up, and brings this one through to the inside for a nice finish. So Jagger's got a 7.33 on that wave, and that's the score I'm sure he'd be pretty stoked to hear. It's yeah, it's a good two-wave total there for Jagger, and then Jarvis and Archer just waiting to open up. But I think, Warner, I think we might have Jess on the sideline. Jess, who you got? Oh, hey, Reg, how could I forget?
Yeah.
Heat of the bloody year.
Yeah, heat of the year for sure. Heat of the event so far. Our 18 points heat total. Must be feeling nice to hear that come across the beach comms.
Yeah, always feels nice to get a couple of excellent scores. I had another shaky start to that heat, so just try to compose myself and know that when the wave comes, I can do the surfing, and it felt nice to lay into a couple of turns and get a couple of really nice sections and show what I can do.
We spoke yesterday about your own kind of journey into deep diving into that motivational part of your brain where normally it's kind of been reserved for board riders battles for you. What happened last night? Because there was some deep diving going on to be able to pull out a performance like that.
We ate a lot of lasagna last night. That's about all we did. But no, I think Sophie really inspired me last year to dig a bit deeper. What she did in Hawaii was remarkable, like we all saw. So yeah, she definitely motivated me this year, and she just showed up about 10 minutes before my heat, so that little bit of extra motivation from Scruff definitely paid off.
That's so good to hear that. And just quickly before we let you go, I know you got a big afternoon ahead of you. You're just having some little financial negotiations about Oakberry acai bowls, one before your next heat?
Absolutely. I had one yesterday, and after the heat felt like I could surf another 3 heats, so hopefully Cooper gets me one. I doubt it. He's a bit tight with his money, but I'll try and wiggle one out of him.
Good one. Well, it's been such a pleasure to watch you surf. Good luck going in this afternoon. Al, it's a whole nother level from you.
Thanks, Jess. Cheers.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jess. Wow.
Somebody get this man an Oakberry. He deserves one.
Oh, can I have one? If I'm just going to improve my surfing on that level, I'll take one every day. Well, I've actually smashed so many. If I had hair, it'd be purple. Whoa! There's another guy capable of the big vert. And that one, I don't think will get the completion here, but Kehu Butler snaps, gets the tail free.
I like it. I like it. It's good to see. Yeah, these boys need to be taking some risks, and it's good to see it.
Just we'll keep an eye on the action in the water because it looks like Archer Curtis is going to take off on this one. There's been some big sections loading up on the inside and big points on offer. If you can stick with it, see the big double up, and there it goes vertical. So Arch gets one up, gets the double, gets the complete. It's not super clean, but, you know, he'll chip away at that total that he needs. This is a great heat. I was just talking before about, you know, the way that judges can interpret the rule book there, the way that they can interpret the criteria. And we saw such a big shift in how they viewed that criteria from 2019 to last year. Stace, power surfing really became the big statement. I mean, what we saw from Ethan Ewing, the way he was able to do it, and meanwhile, all that high-flying ballistics of Italo Ferreira wasn't really getting the same attention that it got in 2019.
And I think the schedule played a lot into that as well. Like, you know, opening up the year with waves like Sunset Beach, Bells Beach. You know, Margaret River has its moments for airs, but it's predominantly a beautiful wave to get on the rail, as you see John done over the years. And you know, Ethan really stood up and made a point of it. Like, this is what perfect rail surfing looks like.
He put on a performance yesterday too. Some of those waves at Sunset Beach. I was looking at the thickness of the spray coming off his outside rail. It looked like buckets of cement that he was throwing into the universe.
And the amount of board underwater, just next level. There's a photo online. It's ridiculous.
Kehu Butler. Yeah, this is just a quick one too. So they're just staying busy. A good tactic.
Yeah, I like what Kehu's done. He's fallen on his last two waves, but I'm all about it. Like he knows that on the Challenger Series. You need to take risk. You need to make your waves, and to get big scores, you have to take risk. Obviously, executing them is another, you know, something that you do need to do as well. But unless you try, you're never going to know. As the clock's counting down, though, Kehu probably did realise it's time to just get a 4 or 5 on the board, and then maybe start trying some risks again. You know, he's taken the lead back over, and he's feeling in a pretty comfortable position for sure. It's sort of Jarvis and Archer that have got that work to do on the back end. They've got their smaller kind of, I guess you could say, quote unquote, backups locked in. And someone like Jarvis for sure has 9 points in him, but either on one of these lefts or rights. Like, he's an amazing young talent for sure. So it's not gonna take much for him. He just needs to get a wave with a bit of luck and a bit of open face.
He's hunting that left, that's for sure. That's 2 waves in a row where he's really felt that little puffy air wind in his face.
Yeah, definitely. Yep, the boy from south of the bridge. He get plenty of that action around his home break. I think we're up to date with scores at the minute. But yeah, Jarvis is a crazy story. Like, he was up this way this time last year doing these same events, and man, what 12 months can do for your surfing and your confidence and your career, man. He wasn't himself this time last year, and now watch what he's been able to do and get his surfing where he wants it to be. Yeah, he's on fire at the moment. I've just absolutely put the mocker on him. Sorry about that, Mum and Dad.
That's all right, mate. Well, look, it's Kehu Butler who's holding it down at the moment at 8.77. We're going to have a quick break from the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We'll be back with more in just a moment.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
The beautiful Tweed Coast, home of the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000, the Australasian qualifying series is underway. So much to be gained by a big result here. A 5,000 Stace we were talking about earlier. It's a massive deal in your campaign to qualify.
Big deal. You know, like this season's sort of at the halfway mark. They had 2 big events in Indonesia last year that were co-sanctioned with the Indonesian region. And then we've got these 2 events here in Australia. We've got a bunch of them, but the 2 big ones are Tweed Coast Pro, then Avoca 3000, Newcastle 5000. Get big results in any of them, and you're looking pretty good.
This is our heat leader. It's Kihu Butler from New Zealand. Big, beautiful, drawn-out bottom turn, throws the fins. This guy, you did make mention that he wasn't that frothing on his attempt at the Challenger Series last year, but to be fair, like no surfer comes back from a year on the changers, as we call it colloquially, with the same mindset, all the same ability. You just see them skyrocket in confidence, you see them skyrocket in belief, and their talent level, you know, already high when they left home, they get back a different surfer.
Yeah, they really do. Yeah, it's the same thing even if someone makes the tour for a year and if they don't connect with it and drop off, like they still come back, you know, twice the surfer they were. And, you know, it's just that exposure, that environment, that high pressure sort of situations that it does. It creates so many fantastic surfers. Even if they're not getting the results they want to be getting, there's still a lot of good to take out of it.
Sniffing out left here, Jarvis Earl. He's just, I've got to, I don't want to
do it.
I don't want to do it, but he's just out of rhythm here at the moment. And it's,
I thought you were about to say he's about to find one. I reckon he is. Like, the more that a kid like this falls, the more dangerous it is, because you just know that like they're just getting the reps up, and it's like it's a scary situation for the other competitors to be in.
He hasn't hit that section bang on yet either. No. So when he does, look out, a nice little backside re-entry to start this wave from Arch Curtis. But again, he's another guy who's just been struggling to find the one that's going to let him attack with speed. Like when you're trying to manufacture your own speed, you just make life so much harder. You got to push your turns that much harder, and that's what we're seeing with Jarvis and Archer at the moment. Jagger and Kihu got off to flyers, so that was a nice tag, but you could see that he just wasn't going fast enough to bust it.
Totally. Yeah, he wanted a little bit more out of that first turn.
Tell me something I don't know about Jarvis Earl. Have you got anything in your back pocket?
I absolutely love that question, and the answers you get from it when you ask the subject that are often phenomenal. Jarvis, I'm not too sure. Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, the one thing that I was surprised to know about him is, and I guess a lot of the top people in all their fields are, like, they're so critical of themselves, you know, and when they're down, they're really, really down, and it's astonishing to me because I just look at him and he's just full of potential and talent and whatever, and I'm just so stoked, like I mentioned earlier, to see him kind of, you know, fulfilling what he wants to be fulfilling, and like, you know, starting being junior world champion, that's just like, thanks for coming, so good. So yeah, it's but I guess my point is, it's not always like that. He had to go through a lot of years. Like, he's only a young fella, but like, he had some real tough kind of attempts at the junior series and the QS, and he just wasn't sort of living up to what everyone was saying. You know, people throwing around these comparisons, and you could tell he was taking it on. And so I just think he's done a really good job to kind of put himself in the position that he's in. He's on top of the ratings here in the Australasia region, and you know, he's had a fantastic result recently overseas. So yeah, it's good to see him where he's at.
I remember seeing him, Stace, and I know you go to a lot of those Grom comps that are around. You know, Billabong runs an entire Grom series that's basically specifically catered to sort of the 13 to 16-year-olds. There's the Grom Fest at Lennox, and I was commentating that one year, and Jarvis was just a tiny little Grom, not really making a huge splash just yet, and it was pumping waves. Like, I'm talking 4 or 5 foot, and he had a heat. And he did this one down carve, and it was not a major turn. It was nothing really to write home about, but the way that he did it and where he was positioned and the extra speed he came out of it with, I just went, earmark. Like, look at this guy, because not many people have that sort of understanding of line at that age. And
totally.
You can see, it's rare, but you do see them coming every now and again, and I was I was not surprised at all when a couple of years later he was like number one.
And Ron made a great point of it earlier, like it's not always the kids that are lifting the trophy, because sometimes in these junior competitions, 20-minute heats, it becomes more about like a wave catching contest and a completion contest rather than showing those X factor moments. And yeah, every now and again you will see kids come through that they might lose in the first round, they might not even make a heat, but you kind of just set those flashes of brilliance. I think, you know, Jike Lindeman's another surfer that comes to mind. Like they have these moments and you're like, oh, if they keep at it, they are going to develop into a very, very well-rounded surfer. And yeah, Jarvis is definitely one of those surfers. But we can talk him up as much as we want. He's got his back against the wall at the moment, and it's the older hounds that are putting the pressure on these grommets. Kehu Butler and Jagger Bartholomew have got a strong grapple on this heat, and it's interesting to note Jagger will probably be starting to keep a pretty strong eye on Jarvis here.
They're very close to each other.
Very close together. So Jarvis is probably just going to take this wave to break away and try and find a left back into the wind, which, you know, it's a tricky one for Jagger because you really got to make a call. Hey, am I going to block this guy on a wave that I might not get a better situation for myself? Interesting to see Jagger go this wave here. He must be thinking that he can better his 5.17 down the line. And he won't do it on that occasion, so he's definitely given Jarvis a bit of an opening there.
Jagger and Kehu just got off to flies here. It felt like they were just in perfect rhythm. They got nice, steep, set waves. Got some big turns in, and this is a bit of just a nothing turn too. You could see he just gave up on that halfway through, but he'll quickly paddle out and get back on Jarvis, or any space, I'd imagine. 1 minute 40. So Jarvis is just looking for a left. He's going for that Hail Mary air rev, you'd say, a full rotor. He's the king of them. He can get that tail so high, but we've seen one this morning.
Yeah.
Geordie.
Yeah, 8.6 for Geordie Lawler. And in the same heat too, Joel Vaughan had a wave. He didn't quite make it, but it would have been a cool score if he had been able to ride out of it. Yeah, we saw Kehu get a left earlier in this heat that he fell on. Jarvis has had one attempt that didn't quite go to plan, so they're out there. But like you said, it's just a matter of being able to click with it.
1 minute and 11 seconds remaining. Jarvis trying to pull the trigger, but it's tricky when you're on a right-hand point break looking for lefts. It's not the greatest tactic in the world, but it can work.
Yeah.
And has he got something here?
This might actually be a decent rise.
Okay. He's going to need it to stand up, though, because he needs a pretty decent score. And it looks like it is going to present a section here. Big tail blow, but it never really looked like it was going to be the wave.
Yeah, it's always hard to get those one explosive manoeuvres done when the wind's sort of at your back, unless you can kind of get a grab in early, which doesn't always look the best. It can be a bit tricky to kind of pull those ones down.
Curtis, Arch, that's the problem with the left. If it doesn't link up with that shory, you are dead set surfing into zero power, because all the water's moving away from you, not towards you. So
yeah, you really need those double ups. 15 seconds on the clock. Looks like Jagger's going to keep a close eye down the end on Jarvis. Kehu now.
Oh, we got a finishing turn here. Deep bottom turn, gets the tail out into the reverse.
Oh, that was sick.
Nice, spectacular manoeuvre from the Kiwi surfer, who is continuing to build here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. And he will take the W here for sure. Or did we have another wave of Jagger? I couldn't quite see it. Looked like he was making a move, but as you say, it might have been just to get down on Jarvis. Prevent any chance of slipping up. We are waiting on a score here for Kehu. So, wow, pretty commanding stuff from Kehu Butler. And Jagger Bartholomew, the power game, Stacey, very impressive. Got it done early.
The big dogs.
Okay, well, we're going to take a quick break here from the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and we'll be back with more action in just a minute with Ronnie Blakey and a very relieved, very dry Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew.
The number one reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performance. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Welcome back. We've just seen huge numbers drop and solid performances. Kehu Butler had this one to finish off that last heat. He is on, just spinning for the victory. And he had a healthy heat score total of 15.27. Looking forward to having a chat to him. Jagger Bartholomew also progressing through in that last heat as we get set for another barn burner here. Heat 7, around a 32. Macklin Flynn out there in the green. Mikey Madonna from Lennox Head is out there in the red. George Pittar from the Northern Beaches is in the white. And Connor Lyons will be out there in the blue jersey. Should be a good one, Bugs.
Another great heat in our hands here. Of course, Mikey coming off the Challenger Series. George Pittar, massive heat yesterday. The hardest heat of the day that he got through. Connor Lyons, he's absolutely not to be underestimated. That kid can rip.
He sure can. Mikey Madonna up at the moment. Great point break surfer, so he'll be right at home on these long-running rights. And he's got great variety, but just loses his back foot on that one. Ends up back on his board, though. It'll be a quick paddle back to the lineup. During the break, Macklin got a wave. Let's have a look at it. Just a couple of turns there. Not too much to celebrate for him on that one, 2.33. Here's the replay of Mikey's rod.
Yeah, Mikey, look at that silky smooth style. Always well positioned. Kind of waiting for something to stand up for him so he can do the trademark slash he's got. And just kind of lost it there a little bit. That'll bring your score down, definitely. It definitely turned a 5 into a 3 on that occasion.
Felt like he just was sort of warming up the motor on that ride. He was patiently just kind of working through the sections. It was all sort of done really in neutral. There wasn't really a whole lot of energy in any of those turns, so it only came through at a 2.33, but the point break flow is there. You can see it. Here goes Connor Lyons. Had a victory yesterday. Just a couple of hits there.
Yeah, you know, I see Connor Lyons and Cooper Davies. I see them as like nearly twins. Like they're both such good surfers. Haven't probably had success yet, but they are dangerous in any heat.
Yeah, most definitely. Let's have a look at the replay here.
Yeah, Connor. Yeah, and he gets a finishing move in here. Pretty dynamic turn. So that'll be the best wave of the heat so far. George Pittar still waiting on the outside. He'll have priority now. Seems like the swell's just hanging in there enough, Ronnie, that there's enough sets per heat.
Yeah, it's a hard one, Bugs, to sort of settle on favourites in these heats, because what you have is a shifty sort of sandbar and waves coming in at different points, surfers getting away without priority and chasing down numbers. But for me, just the point break flow of Mikey Madonna is going to give him a good edge, and what I saw from George Pittar yesterday kind of has me thinking that he would be a pretty smart choice for a top 2 finish in this one too. But like you said, Connor Lyons capable of good things. He's dropped the highest number of this heat so far, 4.33, and the youngster Macklin Flynn, he's showing a lot of promise too.
Macklin surfed really great yesterday. He brings that forward. You know, he's coming up against the big guns now. but he doesn't seem intimidated at all. Connor getting the score, 4.33, and he's going, I thought 5 myself, but...
Yeah. You can see the wind's kind of kicked up a little bit too. I think that's why Connor was really listening out carefully to get an update on what he scored on that opening ride. You can see there's a little bit of texture on the surface here. It was nice and glassy after that big rainstorm we had earlier on, as Macklin gets a couple of turns here. But yeah, it's, you know, what that's done is kind of created a little bit of a ruffled lip line for these surfers to drift the tail across. Seen some big fin throws laid down and some nice powerful carves too.
Yeah, you kind of think Macklin is going to have to really go for the bigger sets and really, you know, stand out, get the bombs, take these guys on.
Yeah, during the replay, Mikey Madonna tapped into this one, Bugs.
Yeah, okay. Here's Mikey. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Showing his class on that one.
Yeah, it's just like another level too, isn't it, to what we saw on the opening rides. I mean, it's early stages here, but that was a classy turn there from Mikey.
Really classy turn. You know, Mikey just spent a year out there surfing with the big boys on that Challenger Series. Probably didn't have the success. He got a bit going, but kind of intermittently. He didn't really put a campaign together, but gee, it's a good learning curve for him. So he comes back to this level, and you can sort of tell he's in a bit of a comfort zone. Just maybe a cut above in you know, at this stage of the event.
Yeah, waiting on that last score to come through, and there it is, 4.73, and really just for the single turn.
One turn.
Let's check in with the winner of the last heat. Stace, take it away.
Thanks, Ron Dog. Kihu, it's performances like that that give people at home that might be in a sticky situation a bit of a smile on their face.
Yeah, just a big shout out to all the people back home. Hope you're all well, and look after yourselves and look after each other as well. So ngā mihi kia koutou mai hoki atu ki te kāinga mō tō wā. You know, sad times with the floods, but yeah, bless.
Does that get you charged up for a heat like that?
Oh yeah, for sure. You know, like my home break and stuff before like the sand dunes gone and stuff, like makes me want to surf for everyone back home and all that. So yeah.
And to kick out of that first wave's got to feel good.
Yeah, I was stoked. I didn't know what the score was going to be because, like, you know, first waves you just never know, and didn't think I was going to make the double up, and Jagsy gave it to me. So just had to make most of the opportunity, and you know, Jarvis and stuff is so good in the air, and they're all skinnier fellas, so I had to show the point of difference.
Show that power, cuz.
Yeah, cuzzy, put all that 82 kgs to work.
Not stressing the boards out, they're looking good.
Nah, board's looking amazing, eh? Old Licky, cuz, you got to come back from holiday. I need some more, they're going mean.
Well done, Kihu, thanks for your time.
Good on you, Stace. He is such a character. Wait, that post-heat interview could go for an hour, and I did enjoy every single second of it. But, you know, Billy Stammen and Kihu Butler, inspired performances today, wanting to get it done for New Zealand as they get ravished by floods, and thinking of them, sending them a lot of love and good vibes. But that was a powerful performance, and he was referring to Brendan Leckie, I think.
Yes, that's right. Well, you know, Kihu's first wave in that heat was incredible. As soon as he went over that double up, you just went, oh my God, this thing is going to just give him the ride of his life.
Yeah, all these surfers, Bugs, there's so much talent in the ranks. Give him a high-quality wave with some steep wall. We'll see some explosive stuff. I thought Jagger surfed brilliantly. I know you won't go out of your way to make that statement, so I'll say it for you. He's just so powerful. He just really does have that edge over the field. But you could hear Kihu saying the skinny fellas with their aerial antics. It sort of gave him and Jagger the opportunity to flex their power on the youngsters.
Yeah, Kihu's, he definitely has added a bit of boost to his, a few kilos to his frame, that's for sure.
This is Mikey Madonna live action. 4.5 minutes to go. He's got the early lead here. But the best number belongs to George Pittar. That's how he started his round of 64 heat as well, with a 6-point ride.
He did too. And he looks just as sharp as he did that in the first. He carried that form through, Ronnie.
George is just, we're seeing the replay of Mikey's last ride here. Georges has got a great, really swift, pivoting bottom turn. And in conditions where there's bumps on the face, he manages to navigate his way between some of those lumps and can get those critical turns done without it upsetting his flow or rhythm. Here he is, Connor Lyons now.
Yeah, Connor's got a nice looking wave here. Oh, it looked nice on screen, but he didn't like the look of it. So he might be just trying to keep the priority ahead of Mikey McDonough. He would know that George Pittar got that 617. Mikey hasn't really opened up yet. He kind of flicked out on that wave. Wasn't one of his specials, and you can see Connor has got perhaps the inside edge on Mikey. He might have him in mind as trying to keep him in check, or stay with him at least.
Yeah, Mikey's like a snake out there at the moment. He's coiled. He's had one strike, but he didn't get both fangs in.
It's a dry bite.
Yeah, it was a dry bite. Yeah, you know plenty about that, Bugs.
Yeah. They're good, those dry bites.
Oh, yeah.
But not in a heat.
No. He's ready to go. He's on, Mikey. You can just see it in the way he's moving across these walls, but he's got to find a couple of steep sections. Just under 13 minutes to go. We'll get through the round of 32 here, and then I believe we're going into the round of 16 for the women, Bucks.
Yep, that's right.
Now, it's going to be fun to watch because the performances have been strong and the matchups have been coming together nicely.
Well, now they really come together, and this round of 16 for the women's is so crucial. Huge points. You go straight through to the pointy end of the tournament if you progress.
We touched on it a little bit earlier. You know, in these 5,000s, you know, the bonus points that you receive for getting out of this round of 32 are pretty monumental, and then it obviously increases even more once you have a potential quarter-final finish at worst on the line.
If there was a threshold round, it's the go forward is that round of 32. That's the go forward into
keepers.
Into keepers, yeah. They'd all be keepers, even if it's the bottom end of your top results in a 5,000. Some crew are going to be using it as the very top end, and you win a 5,000. Geez, you're on your way to qualifying.
You sure are.
Josh Kerr, he's having fun and just competing. He wanted to compete with his daughter Sierra. He's in the next heat. Look at that lineup in the next heat. Hanata Izawa, Josh Kerr, Dakota Walters, Sheldon Simkes. Wow.
That could be a final for sure. But that's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Josh will be sticking with the twin fins. You just know it. And, we'll see what he can bring to the party. Dakota Walters, man, he's just looked so on the last month. He always looks solid, but really consistent with his performances so far. And Sheldon, he's one of the standouts on the qualifying series. So looking forward to watching this one play out. But 11 minutes on the clock, and really this heat, a clear favourite hasn't sort of established themselves just yet when you look at the scores. That's what Josh will be, similar to what Josh will be riding out there. There's his daughter Sierra with the backup board, you'd think. I can still remember that championship tour event, that finals day that finished here with Bo Emmett and Nathan Webster in the final. Bugs, jeez, the point was just packed. It was the early stages of the... I don't even think there was an online broadcast at that point. There was TV cameras and whatnot down here, but you really had to get along to the events to watch them unfold then, and it was packed.
Oh, it was so packed, and you'd get to see them 3 months later on TV if you miss it. Look at this one from Mikey.
Wow, big section. And that's what he was waiting for, and we touched on it. He's looked like he's coiled. He's in that S-bend, and he's just ready to throw something big at one of these sections.
Yeah, he got one then. So that'll be the best way of the heat so far for sure. It's going to put the pressure right on the other crew. George Pittar is only out the 617, but he sits pretty. Here's Connor Lyons having a look at this one.
He's found something here on the inside, Connor. Get some speed to get started, loading up, and he's going to go to the air. Oh, projects out. Looks like his board might have, nose might have been kind of pointing back towards him as he came down then. Yeah, he's in there somewhere. He's fine.
Oh, look at that. He's already paddling out.
Yeah. So let's have a look at what Mikey got done on this ride before the big finish here. Oh, a bit of a turn there. Weightless, the wave doubles up and he just loads up for this.
Solid finish. Mikey McDonough still waiting for that score.
Yeah, we didn't see him completely ride out of the whitewater. We lost him behind the shrub, but expecting that he stayed on his feet.
Yeah, I'm assuming
there it is, 617.
Yeah. Yep. Well, he's answered George Pittar's 617, so that is the difference right now. The other guys are languishing a little bit. Connor Lyons still can strike, 4.33. Macklin Finn, yeah, he's yet to really establish himself in this heat. 8 minutes 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they're chasing George in second at the moment, and he hasn't even got a second score yet. So it's going to get more difficult as we head down into the final stages of this heat. But Connor Lyons throwing everything at that lip and unsuccessful. Here goes George now. Oh, nice hit there. Does well to hang on over a tricky little finishing section there.
I think George just had this sort of, you know what, I need to get that second wave.
Got to get something.
Yeah, just got to get something because it's a pretty low scoring heat really. So he just needs to establish himself. Just try to get his nose in front there. That's a better way for Macklin.
Yeah, good finish from Macklin Flynn there. He hadn't busted out of the 2-point range, but he'll certainly do it with that rod.
Now, if you look at their second scores, well, we're still waiting for George Pittar's wave, but look at their second scores. They're not that high. Mikey having a bit of a sniff at that wave, not liking it. He can see that he can flick out and still maintain first priority. Here's a replay of George. Yeah, just pretty solid. Macklin, by far his best effort yet. Should see him get in some sort of range. That was a nice snap there and a great finish. So the young guy taking on the big guns.
Yeah, I was impressed with the finish there from Macklin. I think he gets himself right in this conversation now. As we see Josh Kerr limbering up again. The knot in the jersey, suggesting that he's not mucking around here. He doesn't want to be restricted. Doesn't want that jersey parachuting and holding him down, slowing him up.
Okay, George has got a 4.77, so he has leapfrogged Mikey McDonough into the lead. And now they've really kind of established themselves because even their second scores are still higher than both Macklin and Connor.
Yeah, 4.43 for Macklin. So now his best ride, but not really doing too much to help chip away at this requirement. 6.47 is what he's after. And he won't need a whole lot more, just an extra 0.04 to get himself into the lead. And Connor Lyons, he can jump right up into first place too if he can get himself a 6.61. So yeah, it's kind of getting away from Macklin and Connor just a little bit, and you just, you know, the class in the surfing from Mikey McDonough and George Pittar suggests that they'll get rid of these 4-point rides at some point. Mikey up at the moment, flowing foam floater there, just wanting to keep that speed for this section. Big swing on the tail, great control, rides on out, and that's just a really well constructed ride on a wave that didn't even really particularly serve up anything special for him.
No, but he could see there was a down the line wave and he'd get the good finish even if he can get into that 5-point range. A 6-point would be classic. It was just a well surf wave.
That's mad point break flow, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Look at that, just big push on the board.
Look how relaxed and he is and confident. He gets that big finish in. Here's that replay now from the whole angle. You can see down the line, he'll do the float over the section, maintains the speed, and just finishes it off. Just so solid.
Man, that's
a flair as well. Still scores to come in. George has had a wave too. We haven't seen that yet on the replay, Ronnie.
That's just such good surfing. You know, the first two turns, they're their transitions, but how important is that first move, Bugs, on that last ride for Mikey Madonna?
Oh, God, it just set his whole ride up. He was a promising looking way for young Macklin, but he just... Yeah, it was only going to be a one manoeuvre.
He's got the board a little too far over the back of the wave.
Sorry, Ronnie, 6.43. So he did get into that 6-point range. I mean, when you add a replay of that wave, that last flare was definitely in the 6 range.
Yeah, I loved it. You know, those in-between turns that don't necessarily kind of add too much to the scoreline. They add flow to the ride. They show variety. But, you know, they're not a major high-risk turn, but it's a fine touch. You're pushing against white water that's unpredictable, and he just placed it there, but also pushed to come out of that section with so much speed and set up those next 2 moves.
Yeah, and they were just gorgeous. I mean, so pleasant to the eye.
Yeah, it's a comfortable lead now for Mikey Madonna. He's left George chasing a 6.43, and well, now Macklin and Connor have a lot of work to do because. As we mentioned, there's a really good chance George gets rid of his 4-point ride as well. Taking off behind the section on this one.
Oh, look at the double
up. He just got on his front foot a little too much and he's gone down.
Now that just leaves the door just slightly ajar for either Connor or Macklin. But George has gone, well, you know what? I'll go the next one as well. You can see there's a bit of a double up. Will he get it? Yes, he will.
That's a good paddle. Gets into this one. Let's see what he can do. He has a lot of speed. Loads up. Huge float. Loses control. I think his back foot slipped off.
Yeah. Well, something amazing has to happen now for Connor Lyons or Macklin. As we see, gee, paddle, as you said, this was a strong paddle. Looks like it's going to set up beautifully, doesn't it? It's just all set to go. Wow, the rock and roll just didn't work out at the bottom.
He's surfing on one leg there for a moment, but yeah, it's that part of the game, Bugs, that you know we don't spend a lot of time focusing on, but positioning and the surfer's ability to get into a wave with speed or get into a wave at all is so much an integral part of success as well.
Insane.
You're sizing up that wave, that line, aren't you, from the moment you spot it. Where's the best point to enter this ride to set up a big first turn?
That's point break surfing. You've got one eye down the line, and some ways here your eyes aren't, you know, separated because you've got one eye on
reverse cross-eyed.
Yeah, and one eye like 30 metres down the line, and maybe even further.
Yeah.
And that's what a really good point break surfer can do. They surf on instinct, but it's all set up. And Mikey Madonna was the classic example of that on his last wave. And George looked like he was going to do that.
Well, George just due to some falls and a couple of mistakes, there's a bit of desperation in just trying to get rid of this 4-point ride now. Because Connor and Macklin, they're kind of in striking distance. They need a good score, but they're certainly capable. And Connor Lyons has just attacked the end bowl of that one.
Yeah, well, we don't know what he did on the start, but his last 2 turns were pretty solid. Did he have complete control there, Ronnie? It looked like he kind of did.
I think so. But as Stacey said last time I was calling heat with him, he said it's so dangerous to call or predict what a score might come through at from the perspective of the regional New South Wales flight camp, because it just kind of gives you a warped perception of what's actually unfolding. You've got to see it from the judge's perspective.
Look at George. He's just going for it. Oh, that's Mikey going for anything. He's solidly in the lead. Connor Lyons, we're still waiting for that score. I guess that's it. It's going to be the score. Here's Macklin going for something crazy. Oh, the Grom.
Yeah, not quite enough of a ramp for him to take flight there. He's going to go down, so his chances of moving through this heat are gone. Connor Lyons, he needed a pretty decent number, but he is going to fall short by the looks of things, and he's left chasing. He had a 5.57 at the end there, but it is going to be this man. Wow, George Pittar throwing it all at that end section. Unsuccessful, but he does hold on the second spot.
Check your ankles.
And And that means that Mikey Madonna's going to get the victory. So Mikey and George powering on through to the round of 16. We've got a big heat just around the corner. It's going to get underway right after the break. This is the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Thank you, Oakberry, for getting behind this event, the Tweed Coast Pro. Oakberry, the official SIE of the WSL Australia, and have a look at the forecast. As you can see, 28, cloudy, possible showers. Feels a little cooler than that today. It's absolutely beautiful, and we've got plenty of scoring opportunity for our competitors out here in the round of 32. The round of 16 already established for the women. We're going to see those heats out there this afternoon. Right now, though, you're watching Dakota Walters in the white, loading up on the inside. And he'll hang on for the finish. Impressive stuff behind him. Sheldon Simpkis, he looks to get started with a bang as well. Flowing beautifully down the line here. Climbing up over that white water. Steep wall here. Does hang on for the finish. Got caught in the lip just momentarily. But what about the start here for Dakota Walters, Bugs?
Yeah, Dakota, he likes to come firing out of the gates and establish. Yesterday, he had the heat wrapped up in the first 5 minutes. So it really comes down to one extraordinary turn, one extraordinary move here. These are all just, you can see it happening for him. Dakota just unleashes. Oh, well, he's got amazing recovery.
Amazing recovery for a lanky guy as well. He's able just to squat down on that board and just maintain that control. A bit more work as far as the variety of manoeuvres from Sheldon, but he wouldn't be happy with how he finished this one off.
No, because he's setting up for like a big score. Yeah, that's his money move too.
So yeah, he just got a little sticky in the lip there, but still, it'll be a reasonable start for him.
He sure will. I mean, we're talking about the first 3 minutes of the heat. Dakota Walters is going to put, who knows what, who knows how they're going to judge that, but
yeah, it was
an amazing recovery, like a seamless recovery, you know, even though he was on his haunches, he was back on his feet so quickly. That's where most people just lose it.
I think if we'd seen a lot of airs laid down in this event, and you've got to remember there's not a hell of a lot of ramp to these waves. It's just not steep enough to get that kind of flight. If we'd seen a lot of them, then the judges would be really critical about what kind of numbers they throw those air reverses, and he did have some recovery time, but we haven't seen a whole lot of it. He risked it all on that move, and he's been well rewarded for it. 7.88. 8-3, sorry.
Yep, that's a solid score for Dakota straight up. I mean, wow, that's a keeper in any heat today.
So, you know, it's a big number, but I think they kind of had to go there just because we haven't seen a whole lot of it.
That's right.
You know, we are willing. The judging panel is always willing the surfers to go for more. and that's a good indicator for the rest of the field to what they'll throw those bigger scores at.
Yeah, like he's just got it on lock. You know, he's got some amazing moves. He spent like 2 years just free surfing, you know, working on his surfing, enjoying his surfing, and you know, and he's come back to competitive surfing and just picked it up because he's been always so good at finding waves. He's incredible. I watched him through all the pro juniors. He'd just go wide, the wave would be there. He's kind of got that Tommy Curran kind of aura about him.
Yeah, he's a brilliant surfer and super progressive. He was part of the Stab High aerial competition. He was one of the standouts in that. Always has a lot of height to his airs. He's got great variation. He's throwing a big rotation to get himself a big score to kick this one off. As we see Hanata Zawa just unable to stay on his feet through that last section, which is the critical section of the ride here at Cabaretta.
Yeah, he started with a court rail and finished it, so that's a throwaway. See this first move here, see, just kind of mistimed that, Ronnie. Kept his composure through this part of the wave. Knows he needs a massive finish, and he's got a classic 12 o'clock high backhand.
And he had it.
He had it.
As you can say, got 95% of the way there to a really strong finish. And this is an interesting situation because at this break, I said it before, you're really like looking to add some work to the outside before you get to the most critical section. Typically, a lot of point breaks, the wave's kind of tapering, it's losing some energy down the line. You're just looking to put a clean finish on it. This wave is all about setting up that final section. You're lucky if you do get some outside work done, but you really need to keep that momentum and speed for the steepest part of the wave, which is where it shuts down on the inside.
You sure do. And well, we've got Kersey sitting out there now. He didn't get away to that early start. He's been very patient. But he's the kind of like the Joker in the pack. If you say, he could do anything.
I love it. I mean, in your initial years competing, Bugs, it was just so common to see people riding such different equipment, riding their own equipment even. But, twin fins are up against single fins. 3 fins came in as well. And I think Kersey's the only one riding anything kind of different out there at the moment.
Very true. Yeah, which is, just shows how much fun he's having with his surfing. I mean, he spends all that time at Kendui and then Maldives, and he's just twin finning it all the way.
Oh, Hanata's on his way to a score here.
Yeah. Hanata's, matured into a really accomplished backhand surfer. Obviously, Burley Heads is his home.
Wow, that was smooth.
Yeah, he's got that low centre of gravity on his bottom turn. He said that hook he's got is really seamless. I reckon he's been watching the whole.
Oh yeah.
Because quite similar.
Waiting on the numbers to come through. I love the combination at the start of that ride. Bit of punch in transition to get that board really vert on that second turn.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting score, that's for sure. As we said, Sheldon left a bit on the table there. The 483, the judges went, nah, that's not what we expect from you. 483, just getting caught up on that. I mean, that is just punished in any system. He's caught in the lip on the last move, and usually that's where he really comes alive. Kersey.
How's Kersey's little competitive kind of patience here, just waiting for that opportunity. We're going to see what he can do after we catch up with the winner of the last seat, who's down there with Vorno.
Thanks very much, Ron. Yeah, and we're here with Mikey McDonough, who hasn't put all his cards on the table. A strong, smooth performance there, but plenty left in the tank, Mikey.
Yeah, definitely. When there's waves like that and there's opportunity and you're watching guys in the heats previous drop big scores, it definitely fires you up to go out there and put on a good performance. But yeah, then I've just got a big thing for me was working on grinding a heat out. So yeah, that's what I did, and hopefully I can just build into the next heats and save my best performances to last.
Mate, last year you got a taste of that Challenger Series. How did it change you, do you reckon, and what have you learned from that and brought into this event?
Yeah, last year was amazing. I learnt so much. I feel like I'm twice the surfer I am now mentally, and I definitely feel like I've improved. But yeah, like I said, it was just a big learning year for me. I got a few results here and there, made a few heats, but I'm just taking that experience into this year and hopefully crack it again and yeah, put on a better showing.
That'd be cool, mate. And you'll probably be surfing against the Savo. I think you will be, actually. What are you going to do in between? Just get an Oakberry and sit down and pat the water dragons?
Yeah, definitely going to smash an Oakberry and sit around the bushes and watch what the conditions do and yeah, get out of the Savo and hopefully get through another one. Keep going into tomorrow.
Best luck, mate. I know Lennox will be watching on from home, cheering you on.
Cheers, Vaughn.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Vaughn. Yeah, wow, during the interview, Dakota Walters found that second score. He was after Bugs. He blitzed that medium-sized set wave.
Oh, he sure did. It looked unbelievable on that wave. And what a classic statement. Mike McDonough, I am twice the surfer I was mentally.
Yeah, that's big, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, lessons learned, that was another thing that he kind of threw out there then. You know, he just took a lot of lessons from last year. You know, it's overwhelming too. It's not like he hasn't competed against a tough international field before, but the Challenger Series, what a grind it is. Let's have a look at this way, Bugs. Take us through it.
Yeah, Dakota Walters just absolutely scorching this one. He gets a 6.83 for this effort. This is just seamless surfing. Amazing. Like he just looks like he's so instinctive in his pattern. He just does whatever's in front of him, and he's got so many different options, and that's the difference. He's just got more options.
Yeah, I think you know, Dakota's one of those guys who just kind of, his momentum maybe as a sort of a prodigy was sort of stalled by the pandemic. It happened to a lot of our up-and-coming talent. I mean, we still had the CT. There was just a condensed kind of QS schedule and a condensed Challenger Series schedule, and it kind of stalled the momentum for a lot of guys. And well, I think it also was discouraging for them. You know, they lost a couple of years there, and a lot of them are getting back into a position to make a strike now for the Challenger Series. Dakota's one of those guys.
Oh, he really is. You know, you can tell he's hungry now. He wants to be there.
Look at that, 6.83.
Yeah, so solid.
That was just razor sharp. It has the way that, you know, much like Felipe Toledo when he's small wave surfing, when he's building speed and kind of hopping off the bottom like that, he's almost jumping out of the water.
At one stage, he just jumped from one section to the next, and you're absolutely right. His board was pretty much airborne.
Yeah, the thing about that is it's a great tool to possess, but if you can't lay that rail into the water once you find that open face, it doesn't mean much. Dakota's got that, and there was some razor sharp moves on that occasion, and he just sliced his way through that wall. Great variation and a fantastic score to go with it. Here goes Josh Kerr, a former finalist at the Pipe Masters. He's had some big results, massive scores at the CT level. He's looking for another one here to kick things off with 11.5 minutes to go. The crowd put their hands together.
It was a pretty slick ride.
It's like Sierra down there right on the water's edge cheering Dad on, along with his wife Nicole.
He didn't get a wave till the second half of this heat began, and he's waited for a beauty here. Oh, yeah, look at this turn. Wow. And the finish, though, that's not easy. And, you know, you talk about people waiting and making sure they get that last turn, and he got 2 class turns in a very short space.
Still got it.
Oh, yeah.
Josh Kerr, 7.33. Gosh. Talk about holding your nerve. He ripped that wave apart. Really good manoeuvre choice, and didn't look like he was ever second-guessing himself on that wave. Very confident, and 10.5 minutes to go. He's up in a second spot. We'll take a quick break here. Looking forward to watching the end of this one right after the break.
Coming back to the Tweed Coast is so special. There's such a community vibe here. Everyone's happy, everyone's active.
At a young age, my family moved into the Tweed Coast, just being blessed to grow up in such a beautiful part of Australia.
We love going around the headland where you can be surfing 1 minute and driving into the hinterland the next. Good waves, the people are amazing. You can't really ask for anything more.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
We've already had an exceptional day of competition here, but it's going to continue as we move through to the round of 16 for the women and the man, Josh Kerr. Well, he's putting a case forward for a place in that next round. Didn't make much of that wave. That was ridden during the break. Just a 2.07, but he is hanging on to a 7.33.
And waiting for a score for Sheldon, but it looks like a small one, a 177.
Yeah, garbage. And not going to help his case in this heat, as we see Josh just losing contact with that 20. And Dakota, he threw everything at a single turn right as well. He's well out in front, though, at this point in time. He's the 177. It was so bad we're not even going to show it to you.
Oh, wow. He must have, I think he must have gone for a huge air.
Yeah. Unsuccessful. 8 minutes to go. And this heat's shaping up pretty nicely. Hanata, Sheldon, they need to get something on the board of real significance. They need to get up into that 7-point range if they're going to challenge here, because Dakota's kind of well out in front. You just know Josh. He's too good not to get rid of the 2.07. Here he goes. This is the replay. He's got another score on the way. Wow, just swinging that board around at will. That should be a decent score.
He's having fun.
Oh, Sheldon Simkins can't ride out of this one. Solid hit.
Sheldon's throwing the kitchen sink at this whole thing. Josh Kerr is still waiting for that score. It's going to really add to his total, because it wasn't was by no means he got it wide. He took him 14 minutes to get his first wave, and then he's had 2 since.
Yeah, that was pretty clean work. Anata's got a good looking wall here. You know what, conditions look pretty funny out there at the moment, Bugs. We had a bit of a wind kick up before, but it's backed right off, and it's looking clean and fun out there at the moment. How's the speed on the twin fin for Kersey as he leans into a huge layback?
That is incredible.
That's maybe better than his last ride. That was solid. I just love the speed. It's noticeable, isn't it, on the 20?
Yeah. But the control he's got is incredible.
Yeah, talking to Martin Potter, who loves his 20s, and he was saying, you know, if you know how to surf a twin fin, you can get the hold and drive you need, as long as you're able to get that thing on rail.
Well, courtesy of Bob Hurley, it gave me a second wind in my career.
But have a look at the speed here. Just unbelievable.
Incredibly long float. That's just searing.
Oh, that would have felt so good. That's one of the best feelings in surfing, coming off a big floater and going into a turn like that.
So they got 2 turns. They got 2 waves coming in now for him.
Sheldon just surfing this wave well. A little drift on the tail. He does get the finish there, but Josh Kerr's kind of demanding the spotlight at the moment with those big turns. That was... that's good. I think Josh is about to turn in a really impressive number here. He's got a couple on the way as Dakota Walters now looks to maybe hang on to his lead. Nice cut back, just really waiting for this wave to stand up. Here's the steep section. And he does very well with it. This just looks so solid.
So we've got 2 scores to come for Josh Kerr.
2 scores for Josh. Everyone's got a number on the way.
Yeah, that's right. And here's the replay of Sheldon now. This is a key wave for Sheldon. He really needs to get right up there with this score. This finish here is critical. Yeah, and he gets it done. So that gets him back in the heat. There's a 6.43 for Kersey's second wave.
Look at this nice bowl.
Oh, wow. That's great surfing. So still waiting for Sheldon's score, still waiting for Josh Kerr's third wave. I know, let me see there, Josh Kerr.
He got a 6.43. That was enough to get him up into the lead, and now he's dropped a 7.43. Dakota's got a number on the way too, though. He needs a 6.93 to get himself back in front. Kersey, though, just, you know, the fact that he waited until the 14-minute mark to get that first ride and just how well he surfed this heat.
It's remarkable.
It's really solid. It's a vintage.
Yeah.
Kersey, and he's just lost nothing. It looks better. I think he said at one point in an interview recently he wishes that he jumped on a twin fin when he was surfing CT heats.
It suits him so unbelievably well.
Yeah, I've spoken to even Slater about who the best twin fin riders are in the world, and he's certainly seen Josh do some amazing things.
Okay, so Sheldon, a 6.6 gets him well and truly in the heat.
Oh, here we go. Kersey up again, just having a great time out here at the moment.
Now, this wave for Dakota is pretty critical now, because it's going to either make the equation that much bigger for Sheldon. So we don't know the full situation until that score comes in. It seems to me that Dakota's improved on his position.
Yeah, I think he gets better than the 6.83. Even if just by the slimmest of margins, he's going to push that requirement up. Here's Sheldon Sipkus. The replay of his last ride. He got a bit of work done. The wave steepens at the end, and he hits it, looks to the panel and says, "How do you like them apples?" So, yeah, numbers on the way.
Well, he's going to need an 8 right there.
So Dakota's score still hasn't dropped in.
No.
This has been an impressive performance. Hanata's been left a little behind on the scale here. Dakota dropped to 7.9, got back into the lead now. Josh Kerr's in second, needs an 8.3 to go to first, but Sheldon's after an 8.16 to get himself up in a second position, and Hanata needs a bit more than that. Excuse me.
And there goes Kersey. Kersey's just going to go surfing.
Yeah, why not? I mean, he's looking so sharp. Just whips that one off the top, hit a bump at some point, but oh my goodness, he's just turned a nothing section into something pretty exciting. I think Josh Kerr was inspired by what the twin fin surfing he saw from his good mate Asher Pacey, who's just a point break specialist up here. And, and he's just been inspired to step onto the 20s full time. And how good is this turn right here?
So amazing.
He had no business executing a turn like that on a nothing section.
Now, Sheldon's score is an interesting one. It's it's just under his other one. It's a 6.53, so it doesn't make any difference to...
That is unbelievable.
There's such progressive surfing.
You know, most people are just putting their board up there and kind of hoping that the wave does something down the line. Meanwhile, Helicopter Boy is taking off on the left.
Oh, this is incredible.
Dakota Walters, this is his second big rotation of the event. He did one on the forehand. Now this on the backhand, smaller wave. Oh, I think it'll get a decent score. Don't know if it'll go into the top two. Hanata's being left behind here.
Well, Sheldon needs an 8.16. We haven't seen an 8-point ride in this heat yet, but he's well and truly capable of it. Where is the green singlet? Because he must... Did he have a wave? No.
No, Dakota's got that backhand there on the way. Sheldon, he's out there.
Josh Kerr has just really been a bit of a... He's just been a bowling ball, just knocking pins over left, right and centre with no, he's just got no pressure on him.
Oh, this one's coming to a close now. It is over. And Dakota Walters with another stunning performance, and Josh Kerr. I mean, he was very quiet in the opening stages of that heat, Bugs, but didn't he come to life?
Unbelievable surfing. One of the most entertaining heats of the day.
A great way to finish off the round of 32. And that round of 16, you're in for a special treat this afternoon. We're going to have the women up first. Heat 1 will be Paige Harrop, India Robertson, Kobe Enright and Safi Vetti. And we're going to bring in Jess Grimwood and Vaughan for the call.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Welcome back, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000 event here, and it is on. Seriously on. Those last few heats, particularly, I mean, Dakota Walters has quickly become my favourite surfer over the last 2 weeks, but we're straight into the women's action, Cabarita Beach, headland, and it is the round of 16. Heat number 1 of the women in the water, myself, Jess Grimwood, joining Vaughan Blakey. Oh, we've got a lot on this afternoon. I've got my hat on. I'm ready for business.
Hey, the round of 16, let's just think about that. We're one round before the quarterfinals. This is your last chance. If you're going to really get some points, valuable points, climb those ratings, you've got to get through this one. Otherwise, all that good work in the early rounds comes unstuck. Paige Harrop has been so strong. I think one of the standouts for me, and there's good reason why she's leading the ratings at the moment. Kobe Enright, always a performer, always so strong for her club at the ABB, and really starting to feel it burn, you know. Like you can surf on the queue, you can be a long-time competitor, but at some point you look around and you're like, hang on a minute, have I not quite got to where I want to be? And I think Kobe's feeling that. India Robinson, she's been there. She knows what it's like. She's tasted the top end and deserves to be back there. She must be watching Sunset Beach going, oh my goodness, that's my bread and butter, I need to get back. And Safi Vet was probably the standout this morning with the big section. She got given a couple of big steep ones on the inside and had a couple of tough heats, was in a bit of a corner against some highly fancied opposition, relied on the commitment and the power game to get her through. So really interesting battle here, and I'm really excited to see how this goes. You always see the performance levels lift in this round of 16.
Yeah, I am equally as interested to see how Saf handles this. She's kind of the danger woman if you look at the lineup, and I feel like that vibe that the New Zealand camp has behind them at the moment, like Billy, Kehu, even Corbin, like those guys, it just, whoa, there just seems to be that really cool, calm, but like crazy vibe going on in that camp.
There's a little bit more to surf for the Kiwis. The Olympic conversation is right in play here at this QS's. You know, I think New Zealand doesn't have anyone on the C team, men's or women's at the moment. So the Challenger Series qualification, and, you know, Corbin, Paige, like all these surfers, they're they would love nothing more than to get a chance to represent their country at Chopu. Can you believe it? How's this? The Paris 2024 Olympics, but the surfing will be held in Polynesia, and that's going to be Tahiti, Chopu. I couldn't believe it when I heard it. I was like, what? And then it came to be. And I was thinking, wow, that did not take long for surfing to just get given the platform that we all want to see it in. The only thing we need in there now is the teams element. I think it's just got to be in there. You watch, you know, so many team sports in the Olympics. It brings so much passion to the fore, and surfing doesn't really have an international team aspect to it yet. So that could be the platform. That could be the one.
Here goes Kobe Wright. Nice wave choice. Oh, it's such a dynamic manoeuvre. Just a little too straight-legged maybe through the end of that first turn.
All these surfers have already had a heat today. So what we're going to see here is, you know, the body will be loose. Like, surfing in the afternoon is so fun. It's so much more fun than the mornings, I think. Maybe not as beautiful sometimes, but definitely you feel free. You've had your session. You get out there and you can tend to over-froth. But what about this? India Robinson. That is just class and power. And she wants to get into these quarterfinals. And a snap there from Safi. That was the turn that was doing it for her this morning. That section not as big as the wave she was getting this morning either.
Yeah, let's see how the last of India's locks into the scale too. I think that was super committed surfing, that last section. So sick. She has got a lot of flow. Sets up this inside so well and just times it, cracks it, and kind of readjusts midway through that floater to make sure she comes down over the top of her board. Here's Safi's replay.
Yeah, well, that's the turn, isn't it? It's a nice, quick, aggressive snap. Lots of vert in it. Just lost it there. This morning when she was coming off the lip was pushing back on her, so she was able to really capitalise on that power. This afternoon, there's just a little bit of a semi sort of onshore vibe, and it's just a bit fluffy, so just got to watch that. Don't want to push it too hard. Cabarita headland continues to provide so much swell. It is a bit of a swell vacuum here. It'll suck it in. I remember when I was at Grom, you know, Byron Bay to the south of here, it's the most easterly point. So anything north of Byron for a long, long way, 30, 40 Ks, gets pretty much guarded. And then once you start getting up towards Hastings Point, Pottsville, the Tweed Coast, it starts opening up again to that swell, especially if it's out of the south like it is now. So, yeah, we're lucky. This is a wave-rich area, and Cabarita Point is beautiful. We've discussed before, Jess. CT's finals have been surfed out here.
It's kind of pumping today too. Have a look. India having a little check out of the equipment. Interesting to be checking it so early, but she's already posted a 6.67. And Kobe Enright just a couple of small scores, as does Paige and Safi. I mean, when we think about this surfing, 17 minutes on the clock here for heat number 1, I just can't help but think we're going to be up in those 8s and 9s as well. I mean, round of 16 for the ladies and for the men later on this afternoon. It's got to be top-notch surfing. Here goes Saf. Oh!
Man, that is epic. It's a full cobra strike, isn't it? It's just sort of coiled up off the bottom and just extends into this rapid, high-energy stab into the lip.
The intention was there for her too. I mean, you can see from the get-go, she really wants to put it up there, but yeah, just a little, I don't know, just didn't quite stay over the top and centred and compressed enough maybe to ride out of that one, but the intention's there for Safi, so I think it's going to be game on.
6.67 for India Robinson, so the judges appreciating the power game there, the commitment on that end turn. India Robinson, one of those surfers who really took it hard, you know, missing the cut, the pressure cooker of that cut mark on the CT. I think the second you get a bad result at the start of the year, you can feel it looming. You know, it's not something you can surf. You can't just surf freely without it sort of chewing away at the back of your brain, like, I don't know, like a rat at the back of the Wheat Bix packet or something, you know. It's just nibble, nibble, chew, chew. And unfortunately, India missed the pipe event at the start of that year because of an ongoing head injury. I believe she had some concussion issues. And she found herself really struggling to make up ground after that. And we saw the emotion from her. It was a big one to take. You work so hard, you get on that Challenger Series, you qualify for the CT, you get to surf Bells Beach, your home event, and then all of a sudden it's ripped out of your grasp, and it's just so cutthroat that it almost seems unfair. But I mean, everyone's in the same boat, so you got to make it count. But one thing that sort of, I don't know, that heartache will breed in you is resilience, toughness. And India looks like a much more mature surfer now, and someone who knows what it takes and would love a second bite of that cherry.
Yeah, and I saw Chelsea Hedges in her corner as well, so she's doing some work with people like that. She's looking good. Here goes Kobe. Oh, nice first turn. I think the bigger sections in the swell really suits Kobe's style of surfing. I think she's going to get a bit more space to open up her forehand as well. It's going to play well into her pocket. Here goes India. Ooh, nice first wrap. You can see the power she possesses. She was so complimented when we saw her step onto that CT stage for the power in her rail game. Kind of similar to Gabriella Bryan's approach, I think. Those big, powerful hacks and forehand face gouges every time she stands up. So she's looking good at the moment. That's 6.67. I mean, she's going to have a backup score as well to lock in. Kobe's probably got another small number and 14 minutes on the clock. Paige is quiet. Really busy heat she had this morning straight away. Round of 32, put numbers on the board, but this heat a little quieter.
Yeah, it's been a long wait today for Paige. She's got it all done nice and early, so it's a fair bit of sitting around. I'm interested to know whether she went home or hung around. But conditions have changed a lot since the women first paddled out for the first couple of heats of the morning. It was on that back point, remember, Jess?
Yeah.
It's all golden, beautiful, a little bit seasick, but, no one was sitting on this inside bank. And it was Paige who found a couple that did link up, and those beautiful backside attacking snaps. Did the job.
She's sitting number one as well for our regional QS, so she'd be the one. I mean, she won in Nias. She won the 5,000 in Nias in that leg of the regional tour, and she, I think, had a third or a fifth as well at Cruy. Here goes Safi. Oh, she's got to build some speed down the line here if she wants to connect with this inside. But you can just see, got a lot of command over the board, up and into the lip. Ooh, that's going to cost her that one.
That's 3 falls in a row for Safi. She's just basically got to get out of this this routine of falling. If she can grease one, she'll be in a good position. I mean, India does have a top scoring ride, but it's not going to take much to get into second. And I thought here, there's some nice lead-up work. You get a strong finish here, you're going to look at a 3 or a 4, maybe even a mid-range 4 at the end of that. But, letting these opportunities slip, it could come back to bite you later in the heat. And up and over here from Paige Harrop.
Oh, she might get around this one too, Vaughan. Look at this thing stand up on the inside. It's chunky. She goes to work on the backhand and big rooftop floater. Pretty easily landed there too. I thought for a second she might have a bit of a wobble, but 12 minutes on the clock. Score to come through for Paige. Round of 16, heat number 1 of the women's in the water. Let's take a quick break while we wait for those numbers to lock in here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and I am here with an on-fire Dakota Walters. Codes, mate, talk about that clinic.
Oh, it was pretty fun. I don't know. I was watching it for a while beforehand, and it looked pretty tricky. The heat before mine, I don't think got that many waves, and I didn't really know where to sit, but got lucky on my first one, had a ramp, and I don't know, I enjoy doing airs, so I was stoked to pull one off at the start and kind of just set me up for a little rhythm for the rest of the heat.
Yeah, talk to us about that. When you've got a heat like that, it kind of makes the decision pretty straightforward out. You got to go for it.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like when you got Kersey and Sheldon and the boys in your heat, you got to either go huge and get lucky, or if you surf safe, you're not going to get through. So yeah, those ones are always more fun.
Obviously born and bred in Angourie, beautiful part of the world. Made the jump up to Byron. Fantastic performance the other week at the ABB. Talk to us about the confidence you take out of the team surfing environment into the individual performances.
Yeah, been up in Byron for a little bit now. I was lucky enough to get taken along and surf at the ABB. I was stoked to get a few waves in that event. I kind of had a hell weekend, and I don't know, it's just so fun getting to surf with everyone. Getting to surf with Wilsey and Solly was so sick, so getting to run around and surf with them and like not surf for yourself is so much fun. I know, I never really get like real emotional when I surf a heat at all, but I was off my head when I was surfing that. I was so excited. That was sick.
Glad to hear it. You got one more this afternoon. How are you going to get off your head?
I don't know. Try and do a couple of snaps. We'll see.
Snaps. Come on, mate. Well done, Codes.
Love it, Stace. Off his head, hey?
Yeah.
He's just... Oh, he's quickly become my favourite surfer over the last 2 weeks, especially. I love how he said he was lucky enough to come along with Byron Bay. He was literally their miracle man at ABB.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I wasn't off my head watching him. He actually just blew my head off. It was an amazing performance from Dakota Walters, who has had such an interesting journey in surfing. His dad, Walt, obviously a QS warrior from back in the day. And we're going to have a look at Paige Harrob's wave here, because this had a strong finish, this one. It was loading up. I was like, oh, my goodness, have a look at this thing starting to throw. She finished right on the rocks. And this is India Robinson's last. So this is a nice finish here for India. Looking very confident, just staying busy. And Kobe Enright, who, when she surfs, she looks like she covers a lot of ground on the wave face. So she tends to look like someone who has a lot of power in her act. You know, when she extends that body, lots of water gets thrown around. She covers a lot of ground and can look really spectacular. But it's India and Paige with some 6.67s. Each surfer has a 6.67 high scoring wave of the heat, but India has the backup of 5.5. I was just going to say, you know, Dakota Walters, his dad was a QS surfer. He just thought, you know what, I'll hold Dakota and his younger brother as well, Harley, off the junior circuits for a while. Right up until the end of the Pro Junior Series, when Dakota was in his final year of being able to compete, did he actually start going in a couple of events. He won 3 out of 5 and won the entire series in his first crack at it. So I'm really excited to see what he'll do now that he's all eyes on the regional QS and Lookout Challenger Series if he gets on there. He's looking just on point. Definitely got the momentum.
It's something to be said about not burning out the kids super early across. I mean, there's the most or the biggest pool of junior events that you could pick from Woolies Groms to all those like Grom searches and all the Billabong comps and everything that goes into that jam-packed section of under 18s even surfing, plus all their regional state stuff. To be able to have the hindsight maybe for his dad to hold them back a little bit is maybe the stroke of genius, or I don't know, maybe it was just the right thing to do for them at the time, but maybe he's just a secret genius.
The grommet hoods were just full of fun, experimentation. Batty Treloar, the great late Batty Treloar, Dave Treloar from Morning the Earth. A massive influence on anyone who's ever grown up in Angourie. He was shaping single fins for both Dakota and Harley when they were just little groms, so they were getting a feel for different things. I saw clips of Dakota when he was young riding bodyboards with fins in them, you know, little glass bodyboards. So, you know, he just had an eye on getting his surfing, the fundamentals of it down, and when he wanted to compete, when he had that desire of going in a few comps to see what he was made of, he was well primed. And yeah, no burnout. Just came on white hot. And Harley's the same, you know. He's had a cruisy childhood down there in Angourie, and now he's winning junior comps as well. So pretty awesome to see. And right now, 5.5 minutes remaining. It's a little bit quiet out here. I feel like we're going to build into a big finish here because it's not huge scores that are needed from Kobe or Safi to get into an advancing situation here, Jess.
No, I think Safi kind of likes this type of pressure too. I know it's probably not what she's planning, but she goes well with her back on the ring. Here we go. India, down the line momentum. You see her pushing so hard over that first section. Sets up the inside. Nice bit of flair to end off that final section. She's looking to replace the 5.5. 5 minutes on the clock. Saf's got priority. Kobe needs to score as well, just a 4.61. And Paige has to get rid of that 1.54 short. Man, they're pushing so far across right now to the north. You're literally craning your head all the way left when you're sitting on that little rock perch. There goes Kobe. Oh, light float there.
You can see down the beach, the swell is much bigger than it is out on the point. It's really flying around that headland, loading up down there. So, yeah, they're much further north of the point than we've seen so far in this event.
Oh, there's the replay of India's from another angle. You can see it so much better now. That's the rock perch right in the background. And she's clicking that thing off so far past that next little cove where they've all been coming in throughout the day. So the ladies adjusting. They're just looking for something a little more critical. That one didn't really pan out for Kobe, but this is round of 16. So quarterfinal berth, like they can taste it. The semi-finals are so close as well. And even a semi-final finish in a 5,000 event, you're going to be looking at, for most of these ladies, that top 10-ish, top 5 positioning going into the end and then of this regional season and the start of the Challenger Series. So they need to make these heats. I mean, Paige is sitting okay at the top, but Kobe and India and Saf, they need to be making this round of 16 heat.
Yeah, and the pressure, the deeper you go in the draw, you know, it starts to build. It's not just because you want to get into those finals, but because you are keeping one eye on that ratings situation. So, you know, 3 minutes into a heat, it's not just thinking about what do I need to get through. It's like, oh my goodness, what's this going to do to my campaign if I don't get through this? You just got to keep that head noise at a minimum. You know, all these women are top-line athletes. They've all got coaches in their corner who are... The basic job isn't to tell them how to surf anymore. It's just keep the head noise at bay. Like, have your strategy, have faith in the process. Get out there and stick to the plan, and hopefully it'll work out in the end. But, you know, it's a tricky thing to not let those little murmurs, those doubts start creeping in.
Yeah, imagine sitting out there too, and that little whisper, like you were talking about at the very start of this heat, first of the Challenger Series, and then of Olympics, like for Paige and like for Safi, like that's got to be somewhere in the back of the head. Here we go, Kobe. Ooh, frothy looking section, but there's a bit to work with for her first face carve. A little late to the lip, but pretty light work. 2 turns, just got her, I think, find something a bit more critical to push up like a little bit further over those 4s and 5s mark. She want to take it to India and Paige, but what do you think, Vaughan?
I can't see a 4.61 in this. It's a good finishing turn, but as you said, it's a little late. It's not quite fast enough. We just saw India Robinson drop a wave that didn't even go into her top 2. That was a really strong, fast, aggressive down the line wave. You know, it had a nice big speedy float at the start, a little carve turn and a finish. She only got a 4.93 for it, so I really can't see a 4.61 coming in here for Kobe Enright. Just going to have to get back out there and get some more work done. Paige Harrop is holding it down with a 1.5. That's nervous.
It's danger time at 1.5.
It's dangerous. 1.5 in your top 2. I mean, she gets anything higher than that, she's going to make it harder, but like, she's left the door open because Kobe only needs a 3.85 now. So that last wave actually did get a 4.33. It's a top scoring ride. Judges feeling generous on that one, I feel, but she did get the finish, and it was a pretty steep section. So even though it wasn't a nice, clean click, as you say, it didn't make that pop sound. Judges going, okay, we've got to reward the commitment to the turn on that section. A 3.85 is all she needs. As she put herself in line for a sneak through here.
This is it for Safi, Vaughan.
Okay, needs a 5.61. Big turn coming up. Oh, the body language says it all. She was just looking razor sharp at the start of this heat, but couldn't get the completions. And here's India, heat leader, huge gaff.
You can really see the precision and the difference, can't you? Once they've had, I mean, I remember India pre-Challenger Series, pre-CT, and now India post-experience. It's just another level. Here's Kobe's replay.
Kobe's got another right. So nice snap here. Oh, up and over. Well, that's a 3.85 without question. So has Paige got a wave that we don't know about? She has. Oh my goodness, this could be huge in the makeup of this heat. Paige Harrop has sat out there for eternity on a 1.5. And Kobe has somehow snuck a wave in at the end here, Jess. This could be a massive turn of events.
We're waiting for those three numbers to lock in. So a number for India, a number for Kobe, and that number for Saf, which I don't think is going to come into play. So it's really about watching the number one currently ranked QS surfer here, Paige Harrop, sitting and waiting for the judges to deliver her fate here, because she did leave the door open, and Kobe, she was really knocking at the end there. She only needed the 3.85. They gave her the 4.33. You got to think, I mean, if that's that two-turn one we just saw, it's going to be knocking Paige back down into third, maybe.
Well, if Kobe Enright gets the score here, she has caused a boil over, a huge one, and it's dropped. It's a 6.2. Kobe Enright has leapfrogged Paige Harrop here. Oh my goodness, high drama. Paige Harrop has sat out there for the majority of that heat on a 1.5 and could not improve on it. She will be devastated, Jess.
Devastating for Harrop, but that's a really beautiful buzzer beater for Kobe Enright, moving on through to the quarterfinals. Stick with us, round of 16 in the water of the women. Heat number 2 coming up after this at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back, Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. High octane action going down right here. This is the replay of last to Kobe Enright, heat number 1 for the women, where she caused the biggest upset to date, taking out current number 1 ranked QS surfer Paige Harrop. And congratulations, Kobe, moved into second position and on to the quarterfinals. But right now, live action, Philippa Anderson up and riding and into the lip, and she likes the feel of that one too. Heat number 2, Vaughan.
Unreal finish to that last one. I've got to give huge props to Kobe Enright here. In the back of my brain, I'd kind of almost gone, it's too much, you know, 2 scoring rides in 3 minutes. She did it. That's why you never, ever give up. And Kobe Enright, I looked like one of those clown heads at the fair that you stick a ping pong ball in. I was just O-face. Just, oh my goodness, how did she pull that off? Massive props to Kobe Enright. Just a a big performance to sneak through in that one. And India Robinson, well, she dominated. So that was a very strong statement there from India. Replay here, crack off the top, Coco. And gets the double. So very nice.
She's been kind of a bit of a grey woman in the draw for me. Someone I probably didn't put an asterisk next to at the start, who's been really impressive. Here's the replay of Philippa's first wave, a 3.83 for this one. Straight to the bottom, straight to the top. Bread and butter surfing for her.
What's changed with Philippa, do you think? Like this year, we talk about Dakota Walters being on a massive tear, just having incredible momentum, amazing self-belief. He's just got the froth, you know, and his performances are mind-boggling, but I would class Philippa as a surfer who has found that same froth. She looks much sharper than she has in previous years. You always see her performing well, but there's a bit more sting to her this year.
I think she's been in the realm of, I guess, normality. She's running a surf school, Philippa Anderson Surf School at Newcastle, and she probably has that daily kind of routine down where she wakes up and she gets to the grind, she goes to work and she's running a business. And here's a quick replay though of Charlie Stokes. Let's just see what she does on the inside here and we can compare it. Oh, nice early kind of backhand slash and pin drops away out of there. She's going to have a starter score at least on the board, but I think for Philzy, she's running a successful business now. She's really kind of refound that ignition switch for her surfing. I think there was a couple of years where she might have been in two minds or so, and it's so easy to get burnt out when you're competing 10 or 11 months of the year. And now having that other kind of success going on in other parts of her life, it might, I mean, this is just my own personal observation of it, it might have just taken that pressure off this part of her life, and now she has the freedom just to not put so much pressure on herself, because there's so many people that support her and that we all want to see her do well, and we love watching her surf, but there was that inner critic that happens with so many of these athletes at top level, and that was kind of her worst enemy.
There's nothing like getting on the tools to make you grateful for your pro surfing life, that's for sure. But Philippa, you know, there's definitely something going on. I know she's working with Crispy surf coaching, and he gave me a little insight before. Apparently she sneaks into brother Craig's room and nicks his boards when he's not home. And apparently he does the same to her. So maybe they should just swap rooms or something and just leave them as is.
Yeah, I think she's always kind of drawn on that brotherly kind of inspiration, and he's always been one that's been pushing equipment and performance and stuff like that. I think that helps her a lot, get a little bit creative and not stuck on the same thing. And here's a replay. I think she just, I don't know, loses a bit of traction there in the fins, but 5.5 for Coco Cairns has been the best wave so far. She's been the standout. Like I was saying, has kind of just been someone I didn't really, and to my ignorance, take super big notice of her at the start of the draw, and all of a sudden she's just kind of like taking out some huge names, and she's easily posting 5s and 6s. I'd like to see her just step up another notch and bring it to like Philzy or to Dimity and find those 8s and 9s in competition.
Watching Dimity surf, the defending Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro champ, I felt shudders, you know, for everyone else. She was incredible. She actually got beaten in her heat, but there was just something about the way she was attacking these waves. She just looked so deadly, and you know, I think that's going to be a big task for anyone who wants to hold up the trophy at the end of the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Dimity Stoyle, at some point you're going to have to get over the top of her, and she has made no secret of the fact she wants back on Challenger Series CT. It's full commitment. Thought for a second there she might just drift off into the same world as DJ Fisher, just end up entertaining crowds from Ibiza to Las Vegas, but she's decided to have another crack at the CT, and all the better for us. Now let's have a look at Coco Cairns.
Oh, how's the style on this young lady? Look at that scoop up for the speed too. I just love that that really quick hop off the takeoff, that you get that high line. Dimity is doing the same thing in her heat too, that you can really feel that speed and momentum. Look at it, up into the top bit, and then sets it for down the line. Super stylish, bit of a Steph Gilmore-esque wrap about her on the front side as well, doesn't she?
Yeah, very nice looking surfing here from Coco, and she's already got the 5.5, so she's in front. looking to replace a 2.1, definitely did that. Where do you see this score landing?
For that one, I think it's just under. I don't know. I think she's a bit late on that second section, but I tend to be pretty hypercritical, especially of the women's division. I'm pretty brutal when it comes to scoring them, and especially when you've seen them do something pretty crazy in the free surfs, and then you put it into the context of a heat. A lot of the time, I lose my mind and forget about the scales and forget about all the technicalities of judging. I just go, nah, there's no way. She can do so much better than that, but obviously you have to take it on face value and wave by wave in the colour jersey rather than the name. And that's why I'm sitting in here and not out in the judging tent. But there you go.
5.5. So the judges liking what Coco's bringing here. 2 5.5s. So this is a good foundation for the surfer in red. And now the pressure swings back to Philippa, Charlie, Nixie Ryan. We haven't really mentioned much about her in this heat. Lennox head surfer. A beautiful power game, as you'd expect from anyone who grows up on a world-class point break. Can link those turns together so well. Has a huge support network down there. G'day to everyone in Lennox who's watching. And,
really cool chick too, huh?
Really cool. Really cool. Yeah. A real, involved community grom. Gets around town with a big smile, and Lennox is one of those towns where everyone knows everyone.
Yeah.
Wherever you go to the shops, it takes 2.5 hours to go and get your coffee in the morning because you're saying g'day to every single person. So, yeah, it's a great community, a famous surf community, of course, and some amazing sessions have gone down on that point over the years. Nixie, no doubt, being a part of them. And a new wave coming out of Lennox as well, you'd have to say, with Mikey McDonough, Jike Lindemann. There's a fair crew of them, but let's stick here with Charlie Stokes, who, as you said, has really impressed. Didn't necessarily look like a big name in the draw, but here she is in the round of 16, putting it together beautifully, gets the finish. That is smooth, polished surfing.
Ooh, behind her, Philippa just a little caught up on that turn, but Charlie's wave, it's got to be the best score of the heat so far. And she just had a couple of better, steeper sections. Have a look at the replay. Where do you reckon this locks in against the 5.5s of Coco?
Well, the good thing about this wave is that she is not having to find energy. It's just all there in the bottom turn. Every time she comes off the bottom, there's a section for her to hit or carve through. So the flow aspect of that ride is high, and she is not wasting any opportunity to send those buckets. Philippa, in contrast, caught behind, fighting to find that green space, and I think Charlie Stokes will probably, if she doesn't take the lead, she's definitely going into second after that last one.
Yeah,
I think... she needs a 2.66 to get into second, so that's happened.
Yeah, I reckon she probably will go into the lead with that one. Oh, there it is. Oh, 7-point ride for last to Charlie. So something for Coco, Philippa and Nixie to soak in. And then you can hear them absorbing that information now from the beach comms. They're going to be having to adjust and understand if they got a little glimpse of what Charlie's done. That's what they're looking for. That's where Coco's going to... We're going to see how good she is under this much pressure in the round of 16. Can she hear what Charlie got? Can she adjust to it? And can she find that end section as well? I know Philippa can, and I know I've seen Nixie do it so many times in big heats like this. So interesting, like, in the little narrative that's going on within this little heat is, for me, the Coco Cairns adjustment.
Yeah, Nixie yet to put the foot down. Hasn't really got a wave to show us what she can do. Charlie Stokes, she's really just come from nowhere this year. I remember when we were down at the ABB, she was one of the rising stars down there. Her board riders club actually wasn't in the final, Guana board riders, I believe. But she was down there sort of as a rising star, part of the event, and I'm so impressed with the way she's been surfing these heats. She's very cool, isn't she? When we were interviewing with her, you don't really get a whole lot out of her. She just keeps it nice and contained and lets her surfing do the talking, which is always scary. You got to be scary of the silent ones.
She's kind of reminiscent the way she travels with her family of like the Wright family or something, with Zeb and Taj and that. But here goes Philippa. Big open face ahead of her. Oh, times it much more precisely on that final manoeuvre there. Just one off the top for her. She only needs, well, actually she does need a 7.17. So that 383 is going to go to her second wave score. That last turn, I think, is above that. And she's going to reduce the requirement and probably need maybe like a 5-ish or something like that. I don't know where that one turn would lock in. We haven't seen one turn yet in this heat.
Yeah, this is a nice lead up. Steep section, crack, gets the tail up and over, and that's one of those ones you were talking about. That had a nice little sting to it, perfect timing. And when you see the tail, you know, launch up into that falling, cascading lip, get up and over and a clean ride out, you know that you're going to get a score. So it is a good score here for Philippa, a 5.97, nearly got a 6. That's really good for just that one big explosive manoeuvre. Now only needing a 5.03, so Philippa not letting Coco or Charlie run away here, just keeping an eye on them, and has started to build her way back into this heat. Nixie Ryan has got to get moving soon.
She definitely does. 11 minutes on the clock. Stace, you're down the sides with India Robertson, round of 16, heat number 1 winner. She looks solid out there with a couple of 6s.
Yeah, definitely looking really solid. But the first time you've had a chat this week, India, you've been grinding through.
Yeah, I mean, the first day at Kingy was tricky. I had a good wave and struggled to find a backup, and then this morning, again, kind of tricky conditions, but I'm finding my feet. I don't want to, you know, go too hard too early, but yeah, I've made it to finals day, and yeah, I'll try and do my best surfing tomorrow.
Absolutely, that's a great start to the 2023 year. Talk to us about the back half of your last year. Pretty tricky.
Yeah, I mean, I was on tour, then I didn't quite make the cut. I fell off just by 2 spots, so that was pretty heartbreaking. But yeah, through that I was dealing with some head injury stuff and some post-concussion syndrome. So I then had to make the difficult choice to not follow the Challenger Series to re-qualify. I just had to prioritise my health, and yeah, it's coming along. I'm starting to feel strong and more like myself, and it's been a long process, but I'm stoked to be back competing, especially around here with all the friends and family supporting.
Across all sports at the moment, it seems to be a pretty hot topic looking after the noggin. Any rehab tips that you might want to share with anyone tuning in?
Yeah, I mean, as hard as it is, the best thing for your head is to just slow down and take that time to let it heal. As much as it sucks to just be sitting in a dark room, it does help. So I think, yeah, take that time you need to let it heal, and then you'll come back quicker and better.
Showing a great example of that now. Well done and best of luck tomorrow.
Thanks, Stace. A leader in and out of the water too. She runs the Queen in me. Here's a replay what happened in the break. Just a quick up and out really for her there. Another wave. So Charlie really busy. She's not going to let this thing go through uncontested as well. She wants to put as much space between herself and the rest of the pack here in heat number 2. But yeah, for India, like I said, she's been a leader in women's surfing. She's been so actionable in her services to the overall industry and to the young women coming up, running the Queen in Me foundation, and yeah, just kind of taking such a good stance. A bit of a sacrifice for her, it sounds like, but it's going to pay off in the long run.
Must be so hard, you know, when you've been there, you've sort of reached your goals of getting to tour, you reset everything, you want to start competing for that top 5. All of a sudden you have a couple of ongoing injuries. It shows so much wisdom, you know, and maturity beyond her years to be able to say, okay, no, I'm going to actually step off here, take some time out and get myself back. Because, yeah, in the short term, you might think, I can't let this opportunity slip me by, but the long-term repercussions of not paying attention to something like concussion is, as we know, when the science is in, it's huge. It's detrimental in a massive way. So that's just an amazing role model there, and it's so fantastic to see her not just back in the Rashi, but surfing out of her skin into the finals. Finals day tomorrow, as India mentioned, and it's going to be great to see, you know, some of these big matchups. She's our first finalist, right?
Yeah, first quarter-finalist, India and Kobe. 7.5 minutes on the clock here. Heat number 2 is in the water. Let's see how Philippa and Nixie answer back to Coco and Charlie right after this, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
The #1 reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
Welcome back to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. The sun is shining, it's heating up. Perfect time for an acai bowl. Gents, what are you ordering?
Just the work with strawberries, banana and a little bit of granola.
Sounds delicious to me. Alex, another busy day for you, mate?
Yeah, now that the rain stops, it's much better. The sun is finally out and we can enjoy a bit, right? But it's always time for an Oakberry.
Yeah, that's right. Always time, and we're loving having you here at this event. And the good news is you'll be at every event on the Australian leg this year. You got the shirt on from Margaret River. You're heading over west?
Yeah, that's great. Another year that we are going to do all the Australian leg, so I'm excited for what's to come.
We are too. The sun's out. Get some acai into you.
Thanks, Stace. Alex and his crew are very, very clever businessmen and women. They have really tapped into such a good thing. Here's Coco Cairns replay just while we were taking a quick Oakberry break. Ooh, a little off time, a little out of sorts there, but she is holding on to second position at this point in the heat. 5 minutes on the clock. Philippa needs a 5.03. Nixie needs an 8.53, but she is holding priority. The bigger sections suit her as well. We haven't talked about the fact of how hard this young lady charges. Every time it got big at the juniors or any of those kind of under 18, under 20 events that I've been watching her in, she's one of the standouts. I mean, the smaller days, they come to be expected on the QS, those weird, grovelly half-a-foot days, and every time it got over 4 foot, you could expect like some crazy surfing from Nixie.
Yeah, well, Lennox gets a lot of swell. Bit of progression here from Philippa Anderson. She's going to have to watch herself, Coco. I feel like, you know, she was sitting pretty in #1 from the early stages, obviously, with a pair of 5s. But Philippa is sharking around here, and she is looking to attack. So she's going to be a little bit careful. Nixie Ryan, still, wow, this has been a really frustrating heat in terms of just trying to find a wave. She's been quite stubborn with that priority. 3 minutes 40 though, you're going to have to pull the trigger, and she is. Here goes Nixie.
Open face ahead of her, times this, just unfortunate there for Nixie. It's so emotional, isn't it? It's hard to not get so invested in each of their pursuits for glory here at the QS, but the replay here, I think she's timed it so well. She had the right idea, cuts it short, looks to crack this, just kind of loses connection with that front foot and floats away under the whitewash. So just over 3 minutes on the clock. She's still going to be chasing something pretty excellent around that 8-point range at the moment, 8.53. Philippa's still looking for the 5.03, and like you said, Coco has to be careful. She's got to use that priority really wisely, because there's probably like 3 encyclopedias worth of this exact situation that Philippa has personally to draw off experience-wise. She has been in this situation so many times that she knows how to sell Coco, and she knows what she needs to do.
It's true. And this is our heat leader, Charlie Stokes. She's found a nice section here, and her wave selection has been impeccable, you have to say. This one, look, see, it crumbles, and she still gets this inside bit. 3 turns again. 4.07 looking to replace. May have done it. May have done it there. I think there's enough meat on the bone to push that requirement higher for the other 3 surfers. Take us through this one, Jess.
Similar approach I see to how Paige Harrod was surfing earlier this morning too. Like, not crazy electrifying off the edge of your seat stuff, but really, really solid, reliable backhand attacks on those sections. Here's the replay that happened in the replay. Nixie, that's not going to get her up into that 8-point range. She's really going to have to find something to connect with. And there you go, Coco pushing second priority over Filsey. Wow, she's got such a nice forehand wrap.
There is definite shades of Steph Gilmore in that. The influence is so obvious, and that's a huge compliment to any surfer.
The GOAT.
But this is
this
is tough for Nixie. You know, she only needs a 7.93, so she's put herself in this Kobe Enright position of being able to steal it. There's a big paddle battle happening out the back between Charlie Stokes and Nixie Ryan. Nixie wants and desperately needs some sort of priority advantage in the dying stages here.
Oh, look at the motors going as well. Nixie's kicking for this.
Charlie just stubbornly holding on, not rattled at all. 1:10 on the clock.
Oh, it hasn't been awarded yet. Look, they're going to have a quick look up. But
okay, danger. This has to be a score for Philippa Anderson. She's working through onto the inside, needs a big finish, throws it up a little late, but does get the completion. Looks for a little foam bounce. What's the score she needs here? A 5.03. Ooh, hard to touch that one. It's going to be there or thereabouts. Let's take us through this replay.
Okay, 5.03 in this. She's late. She holds on to it. I want to compare it back to her 5.97. From that angle, it looks like a no to me from that vision, but I don't know, straight in front of it here. It's a big chunky section. She's really late to it. It is definitely towards it. I think it's locked in.
It is.
4.33 for last of Philippa. 15 seconds on the clock, or 10 now. She's still looking for that 5.03, just a little too late, I think, on that last section, Vaughan.
Oh, Coco Cairns must be breathing a huge sigh of relief. But it's really just been all about Charlie Stokes, hasn't it? Finds a left now. We've seen her on the backhand throughout this heat just dominate with impeccable wave selection. That really separated her from the opposition in this one, and of some beautiful backside flowing snaps.
Yeah, mature surfing from Charlie Stokes and Coco Cairns. They're going to be moving on through to the quarterfinals as well on finals day, and we have heat number 3 coming up, round of 16 of the women's here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and we will welcome in 2 of the studs of surf commentary, Ronnie Blakey and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Yeah, don't come to Australia without taking a trip along the Tweed Coast Road, or if you're from another part of the country, make sure you check out this zone. Absolutely beautiful beaches and incredible hinterland. And And what we've got here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro is some amazing surfing unfolding as we move through the round of 16 for the women. Heat 3 out there in the lineup. Ronnie Blakey joined by Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew and Bugs. We've got a fantastic lineup here. This one for Elise Cooper during the break.
Yeah, Elise is up and riding, and it's good for her because she's got this super gnarly heat on her hands. But, you know, Elise has been awesome throughout this tournament.
Really strong. This is live action now. Dimity Stoyle been throwing down some of the biggest turns of the contest so far, but this wave, it doubles up. She doesn't have the momentum to get over the hump and into that final section. So that one won't count for much for Dimity as she heads back to the takeoff zone, but she's the one surfer in the mix here who's been to the championship tour, and she's had some big finishes at the elite level as well.
Yeah, and she's just been just so close to getting back there. Oh, Zali Kelly, just a beautiful finishing move there. Didn't see the start of it. I'm not sure if she got a lot more in, Ronnie, but she's been in great form. And also her record here is amazing. 3rd last year, 2nd the year before.
Yeah, Zali Kelly, she's the local, and she'll be right at home. Plenty of hometown support behind her. And it was a strong opening ride, probably the best of them. And we're waiting on that score to come through. Here's the replay. Just have a look how well she reads this next section.
Yeah. Really gets the board up above the lip line. That's been the difference. Lightning fast surfing, and Emily Burke. So that's not going to help Emily. So pretty close. Zali Kelly, that 5.5 is a beauty. Elise Cooper, a 4.17.
Yeah, Elise and Emily are going to have their hands full, but they've both been surfing incredibly well up until this point in the competition, the round of 16. There's a quarterfinal spots up for grabs. And here's the replay of that last ride. Oh, that one's live, excuse me. So Zali busy in the opening stages here. 5.5 on that previous ride. Again, you can see the spark in her surfing. Just definitely has some tricks that she can call on. I'm loving the look of the conditions out there at the moment, Bugs. Looks like that wind's really backed off this afternoon. Really clean, predictable sections for these surfers to hit. And have a look. There's a lot of these steep little double-up sections.
Yeah, there is. And once they get over the double-up, it comes onto that inside run, and that's where the big points have been.
Swings the tail around there, Zali. So a couple of decent rides to kick off her campaign here to get into the quarterfinals. 4.8 for the last one. Dimity thinking about it. She opts to go. She's been throwing down such high-quality individual turns, but she combos up a couple of really compressed manoeuvres in a short amount of space there.
That was a dynamic ride. Dimity Stoyle announces her arrival and her presence in this heat. Look at these bigger sets on the outside. There's tide going out. Could be a few chip-ins from the outside. Who knows? I mean, it does open up the whole arena, Ronnie.
Yeah, it does.
It has been this inside racetrack that's they get over that double up, and that's been where the big points have been so far.
Felt like Dimity Stoyle on that occasion was sizing up that wave, second-guessed it for a moment, went, hang on, you know what, you're capable of getting 8.5s with a single turn. You may as well have a go. And she did pretty handy work there, 6.5. I mean, it was well worth swinging on that one.
Sure was. A 6.5 for short work, short paddle back out. She's in the lineup. A couple of duck dives. We saw that bigger set coming through, but that's just white water. She's actually pretty much beyond the wave zone now.
Amazing. We're going to see a replay of that wave surely, but amazing, Bugs, how when someone gets to a good place in their life, you know, this thing that they've focused on so heavily over the course of their life suddenly becomes a side project, and it relieves the pressure. DJ Shimmy Disco is extremely busy. She's got a packed schedule. She's got a residency up at Burleigh. She's constantly called on to perform at these gigs, and as a result, it's kind of taken this pressure away from her surfing, competitive surfing, and she's just shining now.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, you could say the same for Josh Kerr. You know, it's the same sort of thing. Like, he's got all these other things, you know, other business interests going on, and they're both just really just surfing so relaxed and stress-free.
Emily Burke just trying to get herself a decent score on the board. Man, she's done some great surfing throughout this contest. She's tall, she swings that board around beautifully, and she hangs on to a tricky finish there.
That's going to get her in the heat. That was a pretty vertical attempt at that last on that first wave. Well, it's the second wave, but the first counting wave. Yeah, so all girls have now got something to show in one part of the column, and Zali Kelly, she's got that 4.8 backup, so that's pretty handy.
Big props to the entire women's field, and in both divisions actually. You've got to give credit to all surfers, because there's no easy road to this point in the contest. Those who fell out of the draw pushed these surfers to great performances. We've got another fantastic heat around the corner to establish our quarterfinals. The last heat of this round will see Ellie Brooks, Sarah Baum and Holly Williams, Ellie Harrison out in the lineup, and all four of those competitors have been on fire through the event. Someone who's really kind of stood up in this contest, though, was the winner of the last heat, Vaughan, Charlie Stokes. What a performance. We'll get down to Vaughan in a moment, but yeah, Charlie, she's sort of been chipping away and putting up solid numbers on her road through to the quarters.
She's knocked out some big names, you know. Charlie is formidable. She's winning here. You know, we're seeing a lot of interviews with Charlie Stokes.
Take it away, Vorno.
Yeah, we are. We're seeing a lot of interviews with you, Charlie, because you're on fire. It's so great to see a new face really make a statement in these QS events. You're on a roll. You're through to finals day. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Stoked to get a couple of waves out there and just get a few good heats in. So hopefully I can get some good waves on finals day, and yeah, I'm keen.
It's classic. A lot of people have been going out there today with the strategy of just one big turn on one big section, but you just found ways that gave you multiple opportunities all over the place. You just had perfect rhythm.
Yeah, it's pretty tough out there, but I was lucky to get a few good turns on a couple of waves, so got me a few scores to get through.
You're here with the whole family. I think there's 6 of you in total, your sister, your 2 brothers, mum and dad. How much does that help you in your campaign?
Yeah, it's really good to have the whole support crew down here, and it's been a really fun couple of days, so just looking forward to finals day.
How are you going to sleep tonight getting through to the finals of this QS 5000?
Yeah, I reckon might be a bit of a rough sleep. Just can't wait to get back out there, but yeah.
Well, mate, you are a really cool competitor. Love watching you surf. You've been on fire, and we can't wait to see what you can do tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks heaps.
Well done to Charlie Stokes, Ron. Making a big statement. Another big name in Australian surfing.
Yeah, thank you, Vorno. Just love the power that she's performing with at the moment, and we've seen a bit of power unloaded in the last exchange during the interview, Bugs.
We sure have. Now that there is Emily Burke's previous wave that she got a 5-3-3. Here's one thing I want to point out. The difference between Zali Kelly last year, okay, that's her first wave. Her last wave, that when we get the replay, here's another wave for Emily Burke. This wave here, she lines it up, gets back into power stores, sets up beautifully here. And you just got to love that backhand. But last move, it's just really paying huge dividends for her. As we see now, Elise Cooper, she's got some work to do, Ronnie.
Yeah, this one during the replay of Emily Burke's ride. And she bashed this one right through the inside. Didn't quite complete that final move, though. So numbers on the way for red and blue. But it's Zali Kelly who's taken the early lead here.
Yeah, we didn't see the replay of that 6-6, but we will at some stage. There is one turn she does on that wave that it is the difference between Zali Kelly last year and Zali Kelly this year.
A nice bit of flare out of the pocket, wasn't it?
Really nice. She's always had a good finishing move, but she's doing this. She's added a real carve. A few years ago, she's I'd have to say a little flicky.
Yeah.
Now she's just really this wave here. I love it. Okay, with that.
Yeah, that's it. That's that carving turn and the way she drops that back knee into it. I can see what you're saying. No, more committed, more rounded effort, and as a result, she's collecting some good numbers. Let's see how Dimity finishes this wave off. She's looking to get herself something better than a 1.33 to go with that 6.5, which she logged earlier on. Chatting to Dimity after her last heat, though, Bugs, and she was telling me she's about to hit the road with Fisher.
Oh, my gosh.
She's got a residency over there in Ibiza, so she's kind of taking off. Her music career is sort of starting to ramp up, and it's just working out perfectly with this QS, regional QS schedule. So she'll get to do the QSs. Then not too long after, there is the Challenger Series here in Australia, and then there's a little bit of a gap. That's where she'll take up her place, playing music over in Ibiza, and then who knows, maybe she'll campaign and get herself back on the championship tour.
But that is an amazing opportunity.
Huge opportunity.
Fisher in Ibiza, that is something else. So stoked for her.
12 minutes to go here, and Zali Kelly looking strong. Got to say too, you know, Zali's kind of juicing the points out of the final section, like we've seen other competitors do. The form that she's showing, if she can connect with a wave that's got some steeper face on the outside, she could so easily get herself into the excellent range here. 11.5 minutes to go. Dimity Stoyle, 2.83 on the last wave. She needs a 4.03 to get up into second. Elise Cooper's chasing a 5.7. Have a look at this afternoon here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. It's a beauty. More to come.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the show. This is the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. My Oakberry count is starting to get up there, Bugs, as we move towards finals day. What's your order, mate, when you head into Oakberry?
Well, look, I like the small one.
The classic.
Yeah, it's the classic one. It's just because I've got to, you know, I can't indulge in the big one. It's just too much. I couldn't face it. It's too good.
I go the works.
Oh, God.
I go the full order. I like my toasted granola in there, a little bit of banana, some strawberry, and a big old just ladle full of peanut butter chucked in the side as well. It's awesome on a hot day, and yeah, we've had a couple of those humid afternoons, so I'm about due for number 2 today.
Well,
yeah, I've got to just survive this last 9 minutes.
Well, you've given me order envy.
Yeah.
Order envy. I might have to go all out.
Give the works a go, mate.
Okay.
Give the works a go. It's a good little energy kick for the afternoon. As we see now, making her move, Emily Burke from Newcastle has moved up into second spot. She'll be worried about this ride. Dimity Stoyle has been so strong with the big individual turns. She finds room for a couple on this ride. Bit of a weird bump in it. Dimity does well, finds a little transition, climbs over the double up and gets that finishing move in. Only looking to improve on a 2.83 to increase her 2-wave total, but what she really wants is something better than a 4.03 to get up into the top 2.
Yeah, feeling pretty good about that one for Dimity. And we did see Emily Burke having a bit of a look down. She was too deep, though. Zali, see that beautiful snap she's got now.
Man, that was a great sequence of turns, as we see on this replay. That was just, I think, the wave behind Dimity's.
Yeah, this wave here for Dimity. nothing major. She's just making sure she gets down the line. It's really going to come down to this power pack last turn.
Yeah, she liked it. And for good reason, you know. I think if you find space to get a couple of moves executed out there, then you're going to be absolutely buzzing. But we'll see where the judges go with it. Again, just having a think about her 6.5 and the work that she did on that last ride. I think the 6.5 was probably better, but I think she maybe gets enough here to jump up into second position.
Yeah, I don't see a 6.5 in that one, but she should get the required score of just above the 4 mark, you'd think for sure.
This is really shaping up to be an epic finish to the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Just the class of surfers that we have moving on through the quarterfinals here in the women's event is really strong. Dimity's just bagged the 4.57 for that last ride, and that's left Emily Burke now in third spot, looking for a 5.75. Elise Cooper's been pretty quiet in this one so far. She needs a 6.25. She's out there kind of guarding that priority at the moment, waiting for her best chance to turn this heat. But Zali's just continuing to kind of build out here at the moment. She had an 8 on that last ride. It was a really punchy assault on that clean face. And for that reason, she's turned in the biggest score so far, getting herself into that excellent range, Bugs.
Yes, an 8-point ride. That was a brilliant ride. And she could have got a 9.
Yeah, fell at the end of that one.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right. She was on her way to maybe one of the highest scoring rides of the event. But she's up again. She's got some speed. She's also got an air she can go to. And just loses it there. You can tell that a lot of the surfers are kind of desperate to start bringing that above the lip approach out here, but the waves aren't kind of allowing it at the moment. You need a certain type of section for that move.
That's right. And the thing is, just with Zali, watching her progress into the Grommet days, and then just the last couple of years where she's come very close to winning this event, I feel now her surfing is really ready to go to the Challenger Series. She's really ready.
I like it. I think too, when someone's kind of got that progressive element to their surfing, they fall into the trap sometimes of chasing or trying to force that move into a heat, and you know what it's like. It's like trying to force yourself into the barrel of a wave. You've got to let the wave provide. You can't kind of make that happen. You can't engineer that kind of maneuver. You need a certain type of section, and Cabarita doesn't always allow it.
No, it hasn't allowed it. Over the last couple of days, it hasn't allowed a lot of it really. But the one thing with Zali is that she's added a couple of arrows to her quiver. She's just got some more moves, and she doesn't rely on just doing the little air revs and all that sort of stuff. Like, she's got some
a victory here in the past, because she surfed her way through to the finals here before, and I think wanting to just blow us out of the water with her performance has kind of taken the focus away from just reading what's in front of her on that wave. And in this particular heat, she's just surfed so well, surfed the wave for what it is, turning in big numbers now. She's in a great position to make the quarterfinals here once again.
The other danger in the field, I feel Emily Burke, like, she's got that 5.33 and the 5.2 on one manoeuvre each time. And here we see Elise Cooper. She's had a good tournament so far, Ronnie. She needs to get on a horse now.
She sure does. She's waited a long time for this wave with priority. Not sure she's going to get the number she needs out of that one. She was after a 6.25. Emily Burke behind her has done some great turns in this heat already. There's another one.
There's another one. Did she get anything on the outside?
Dimity Stoyle now. She'll look to get rid of the 4.57 to just really push this total up and make the requirement hard to chase down for her younger rivals here.
Yeah, Dimity's wave choice has been brilliant. She's looked, she started out with a couple of one-off manoeuvres and then has just started to reap the benefits of a good wave choice. So this wave here, it looked like it had some promise. Maybe she could have climbed up that foam and then made the next section, but it wasn't to be. So that's a money turn right there, but then the wave just sort of collapses on her.
Yeah, during the replay, Emily Burke had this one. We saw the end of this ride.
That was a dynamic turn.
Really strong. So we've got a few surfers with numbers on the way. Dimity Stoyle's one of them, trying to improve on the 4.57.
Yeah, she's building her performance all the time, Dimity. Feeling that's her second best ride.
Zali also getting one here too.
Yeah, Zali's, she's way out in front. She needs to improve at a 6.6, so it's a luxurious position to be in. To have that 8-point ride, 6.6, the two highest scores of the heat so far. You couldn't ask for much more with 2 minutes to go. This last exchange is going to be interesting. I feel Emily Burke needs to just get a bit more going before she does that fantastic last turn. Dimity has increased her position, 5.37. That really puts her out there. Yeah. And Emily, I think she did improve that 5.83, yeah?
She got her best number. So she's managed to at least keep the requirement at a similar point, even though Dimity improved, but she's still after a 6.05. Elise Cooper's kind of falling a little behind here at the moment. 7.04 is what she needs to make the jump from fourth into second. And Zali's just so busy out here. She's used priority there. So it'll go to Elise Cooper now. And, well, couldn't have come at a better... Sorry, Emily Burke is going to get that priority. Has she had a look at a wave there on the outside? Maybe. Elise Cooper down the line is going to swoop on it. This is her chance. She needs to do something out of this world to finish this wave off.
No, she just caught that edge.
That's not it. So that one's not going to factor in. The requirement will remain the same here. And we'll shift our focus now to Emily Burke, who still has an opportunity to overtake Dimity.
Yeah, she just hasn't got one of those waves that Dimity had down the line, a series of manoeuvres, and then the big blasting final manoeuvre. You know she's got it in her. She could get 7 pluses if she gets the right wave.
In this particular heat, Emily Burke has had the stronger finishes compared to Dimity.
She has.
But Dimity has just got the speed on tap instantly. As soon as she gets to her feet, that magic board, it just comes to life. And she's able to start collecting points from the outset. And she's also been getting clean finishes.
Okay, there's a countdown. She's going to have to get to her feet very quickly. She's going to go left.
Well, let's see if she's got it on the forehand. Her backhand's been so impressive throughout the event.
That was a good effort.
This wave's going to shut down, but a really solid performance here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro in this QS 5000 for Emily Burke. Elise Cooper had moments too, but Dimity Stoyle and Zali Kelly too strong in this one, Bugs.
Too strong, wow. Yeah, well, Zali just dominated, and Dimity did what she had to do, really.
Yep, so 2 more surfers making that jump out of the round of 16 into the quarterfinals here. One more heat, just a couple more quarterfinal places left to decide. And it is a great lineup in heat 4.
The number one reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performance. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Jumping into the last heat of the round of 16 for the women before we move into the men's event and decide our quarterfinalists there here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. This is a great lineup though. Ellie Brooks, you can see, has already put a decent number on the board of 5.33. Sarah Baum is currently in second place, just a 2.83. Holly Williams had a 1.5 earlier on. She's up again, and she's looked super explosive on her road through to this heat. Ellie Harrison is out there in the green. Well, during the break bugs, we had a couple of waves here. Ellie Brooks.
Yeah, this heat, it brings together some of the form surfers of this whole tournament. Ellie has just been on fire. She's the most improved surfer, I believe, in the whole field.
Sarah Baum, she's a veteran campaigner, a South African who's been living on the East Coast down at Newcastle for a long time now. We've kind of adopted her as one of our own. She surfs that good.
She sure does.
And here she is, live action, having a look at a wide one. Drives up into this first section, just connects with that lip to get a bit of projection down the line, but this wave's not doing much.
No, it just faded out, but it was worth having a bit of a dig.
Holly Williams, strong turn there, Bugs.
Oh, such a strong turn. Holly's been on fire. Like, she's one of the form surfers for sure.
Yeah, Bugs, Ellie Brooks, after she won through in the round of 32, you know, she was said in a post-heat interview that her partner, Jacob Wooden, who was actually a water photographer, cinematographer and editor, he's responsible for a lot of the vision that you see in the box-to-box vision of the WSL on Apple TV. Yeah, Jacob was sort of saying to her, every heat is like a final, and it's a pretty good mentality to go into at these events because, well, you might think competitively you've got an edge over some of these younger competitors. They've also had, since the last regional QS run, they've had a half a year to refine their surfing and grow. So, you know, you really can't go into any of these heats with any kind of complacency.
It's such a good point, and you know, here's another surfer that's, I think, just improved out of this world, Ellie Harrison. She's so solid. And what the great point you made there is that, see, this is 6 weeks of compressed competitive surfing. For those that actually don't progress to the Challenger Series, they've got like 7 months to work on their game, to work on their fitness, to work on everything, and then present themselves the following year. And you are seeing unbelievable progression within individuals, that the maturity of their heat management, the power in their surfing, their connectivity, adding some extra versatility to their repertoire.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome just seeing it come around once again, and the level just seems to go up every year. 19.5 minutes to go, and Holly's definitely one of those competitors that's, I think, taking things to a new level. And we'll see if she can get rid of this 1.5. Ellie Brooks, I think we've seen her coming for a couple of years now. She just seems to be getting to a place of comfort with the jersey on, and there's a real consistency to her surfing. So yeah, let's see what unfolds here. It's pretty close at the moment. I mean, just a slight edge going to Ellie with the best opening ride of the 4 surfers out there. You can tell just how much the conditions are kind of dropping size-wise.
Yeah, hence this decision to keep running today, to maximise. We always looked at that Tuesday, Wednesday were the peak days, the prime days, and it's starting to back off now. We know that the cyclone has already passed, way past New Zealand already. So this is just the last of the wave train coming off that system. Then we've just got the southeasterly sort of wind swell, a little bit of southeast swell to go with it. And, you know, Cabba picks it up pretty well, but we do have a swell that's on the way out.
Oh, it's just been awesome to see the surfers still. You know, even though we've had a drop in the swell, the scores have kind of gone up. They've just been able to identify the potential on some of these big, steep inside sections. We've seen big numbers drop today. I think we can look forward to a really great afternoon here, and obviously an exciting day tomorrow as we look to crown our champs. But you talked about it. It's a compressed schedule. It's going to require a lot of strength mentally to get through this regional QS and be consistent and not get bogged down if you had a dud result at some point, because those 3,000s and the big 5,000 to finish, you know, they're the ones where you really need to be sharp.
That's right, and you know, you used to see that on the when it was called the WQS, and you know, surfers, a little pack of Aussies that travel overseas, and the ones that started getting a few poor results would just really lose their way, and they'd lose their mission, their sense of mission. And you can't let it get you down, as we see a great ride here by Sarah. So if she gets the finishing off here, we can expect a pretty decent score, Ronnie.
Yeah, right, Sarah there. You know, she's been the master of the late charge on the QS. She wants to get off to a big result here at the first stop. So she surfed that wave well. Some real urgency in her attack off the bottom here. Bang, through the roof on that first section.
Oh, that got the judges' attention straight away. You just can't beat a scintillating first turn, and that was just world class. And then she finishes it off. You know, the wave's not awesome, but it was a job done at the end, and she did all the big work towards maybe working towards a major score here, Ronnie.
Yeah, well, she's in third spot, so she is definitely keen to make that jump over Ellie Brooks, maybe even into the lead, waiting on that number to come through after at least a 2.51. She'll get way more than that.
Yep, she'll go to the lead.
And there it is. Oh, for Ellie Harrison, it's a good-looking wall. And she just does well to give it enough speed for a final manoeuvre there on the inside. We'll wait for the scores to come through. We'll update you in a moment. Right now, though, let's throw it down to Stace and hear from the winner of the last heat.
Thanks, Ron. Another free surfing-like performance. Zali, having fun today?
Yeah, it's fun. Just fun little surf on my home beach.
You don't have any results carrying over from last year. This is the first major event of your season. Must feel good to make finals day.
Yeah, it feels good. I knew before this year started that I'd have to get quarters and above in most of the big events, so it's nice to have a good start.
With that box ticked, does that kind of give you a bit of freedom going into tomorrow?
Yeah, I've kind of been feeling the freedom the whole time. Like, it's just been fun out there. Like, how can you not? How can you not just free surf?
You had a few surfs here with the conditions dropping off. Your equipment looked really good today, but what's the plan tomorrow?
I don't know. If it's dropping, I might go back to the board I rode at this comp last year. I got a replica of that, and that goes pretty good, so we'll see.
What is that board?
It's a 5.2 Rad Ripper, little quad setup. Yep, it's magic.
We'll see if you break out that magic weapon. Thanks for your time, Zali.
Yeah, good job for Zali Kelly there. You know, she got the lead, but she just continued to push. And we like to see that as surf fans. We love to see when someone's willing to just not kind of get too defensive with priority, stay on the attack and maybe try and stick something explosive. But Zali, she's got some options. She can step down to that shorter board and the quad setup and mix things up. Dominant performance, but what about the number for Sarah Baum out there, Bugs?
Yeah, we call it was towards the excellent range. It's a 7.5. Ellie Harrison now answering back. Ellie, you know, she's putting some great performances. Kind of got held up a little bit there.
Yeah, she was on her way to a big number there. The finish just didn't come together. So she only managed a 4.77 out of that one, but she's up in the second spot. So Holly Williams, she's got a 4.57, just needs a 4.11 to get to second place. Ellie Brooks out there with priority at the moment. You saw her just keeping a close eye on her rivals, her position in this lineup, because she's got one of the stronger numbers of this heat so far, and there's just a 3.34 to get herself up in a second.
Yeah, they're all in this. You know, Holly and Sarah sitting out there at that 7.5, a pretty low backup score, sitting down fourth place. Ellie Brooks, she's got a 5.33. That's actually the next highest score.
And here she goes. So using her priority on this one. Bit of foam on the face. This wave might be fading away. Will it make the connection through to the inside? She is sticking with it. But
wow.
You can tell there.
Yeah, she pulled the trigger on priority there, and that wave never had anything down the line, so it's not going to. I don't think it's going to move the.
No, I don't think it's even going to get her in the top two.
No.
So still after a 3.34. As Holly looks to now throw a big number down and get herself up there into a qualifying position for finals day. Does a great job of generating speed after each of her turns to load up for the next move.
Yeah, again, the end definitely anything but dynamic. She wasn't able to. She was looking to really do, slide the tail and do something pretty jazzy, but it just didn't work out. Her setup turns are fantastic. Like, as you said, the way she comes out of her turns, regather speed down the line. She's a real down-the-line thinker.
So she finishes her turns in the flatter conditions, quite high in the bowl. And the best small wave surfers tend to do that.
Yeah.
It allows you that little roller coaster ride back down the face to get some speed going. But she still needs to do work, as does Ellie Brooks. Just over 11 minutes to go here in the last heat of the round of 16 for the women. Still so much more to come this afternoon, though.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
The #1 reason why a student should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
Well, the Tweed Coast, it's a crucial part of the great Aussie surfing road trip. And you've got to get off the freeway these days to come and explore these zones. And it's just such a fun little drive from the southern end of the Tweed Coast. You get to venture through some beautiful coastal villages, some great little river outlets, and some really sneaky sandbars to be found right along this stretch. We're here at Cabarita. It's been providing for us these past few days. You've seen some really solid numbers put up by these competitors campaigning in this first major qualifying series event of the year. Not much has changed since we went to the break. The situation remains the same, with Ellie Brooks and Ellie Harrison trying to get themselves up into the top two. Bugs, it's just a completely different casual trip these days, driving down the coast looking for waves.
Oh, isn't it? It's beautiful.
Driving down the line here is Sarah, who's really starting to light up these sections. Great sequence of turns. Only looking to improve on a 2.83. She's probably done it.
Absolutely nothing out of place there. Sarah she's just so centered on her board. The balance is amazing. She just transitions perfectly.
Just see that wind's picked up a little bit out there at the moment. There's a decent combination from Ellie. As we said before, she doesn't need a whole lot to jump from fourth place into second, just a 3.57. She might just do it with that wave.
Oh, here's an interesting looking wave.
Oh, nice swoop to get started here for Holly Williams. But she doesn't get anything else out of it.
I was a bit worried about that swoop because I figured she was a bit down the line there. It wasn't like she was trying to come over the double up. That was already lined up for her. I thought she might have been thinking down the line a bit more. This wave here is just so impressive. Really solid carving. Look at that. Bottom turn, top turn. Just machine-like.
You can see on the replay too, and I know that you appreciate it, it's just how close to the bowl Sarah serves.
That's right.
You know, that's the key really to a magic backhand. Ellie's got that as well. It's almost like you're turning around just that white water at the bottom of the bowl and coming up into the steepest section. It's not lost on the judges, and expecting that Sarah's, you know, easily going to get rid of that 2.83 she was hanging on to and increase her lead here. But yeah, road trips, Bugs. I mean, that's the way you used to get around the country. The road trip to Bells was a classic.
Oh, pilgrimage all the way. Plunderage. It was just, it was so fun, you know, down the Pacific Highway to Sydney, then down the Princes Highway, stopping into my favourite little town, Moruya, there on the south coast. Just so awesome.
What was the vehicle of choice back then?
Oh, well, we went in Joe Larkin's van. I went with Andy Mack one year and a couple of years, and the first year he got for the first time got a manual. He'd driven automatics back in the day where everyone had a manual. We basically kangaroo hopped from here to Bells as he got the gear changes down, but that was a fun trip.
Oh, man. One turn there from Sarah Baum, and it is an absolute gem of a manoeuvre. Big hit, and I think we can expect a big score. Sarah had a 4.93 on a previous wave, so she did increase her lead, but I think she's going into the fives with that last one. First impressions.
First impression. Yeah, look at this. Sarah, look at the power there. It's one big move.
Oh, she knows it's good, Bugs.
Slam dunk.
She knows it's good. Just quality. The fade to set up that really steep approach. Impressive. Here's Ellie Harrison trying to fight her way out of fourth place. Ellie Brooks did make the jump up into second place. And it's kind of becoming a bit of a battle for that second position already with 5.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, this heat has definitely come alive now. And here's Ellie Brooks trying to consolidate her number 2 spot. A few scores to come in yet, so we don't know exactly how it's going to pan out. Great move by Ellie Brooks. Yeah, she's happy.
She likes it.
She so loves that move. Yeah, that stoked her out, didn't it?
Yeah, we're going to see some solid numbers drop here. Okay, so Sarah Baum has just dropped a 6.83 for one turn.
Wow.
It was such a clean hit. Really did get to swing the board right around. I just love the way she set it up. She just faded beautifully.
Well, Ellie Brooks did something pretty special as well.
She did, yeah. It was a great exchange, actually. And Ellie, she's after a big number, though, to get into the lead because Sarah's got a couple of strong rides. But Ellie's going to probably put up her best number here, and she'll really push the requirement high for Ellie Harrison and Holly Williams.
Yeah, well, Ellie Harrison just leapfrogged Holly Williams into third place, but a 4.77 isn't really going to get the job done at this point.
Nah.
Because Ellie Brooks, I believe that was her best ride.
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, Ellie was smiling, so you kind of get the feeling here.
6.83.
It's the first time we'd seen her smiling after a ride, so
exactly.
She liked it.
She liked it, all right.
A bouncy one there for Holly Williams. Couldn't ride out. 4 minutes to go. And that was a really key exchange there for Ellie Brooks and Sarah. Sarah solidifying her position at the top. And Ellie Brooks really kind of starting to pull away from third and fourth.
And then there was a trip down to Bells in Keith Paul's panel van.
Oh man,
that was the unforgettable one.
Yeah, it's
Keith Paul, Andrew McKinnon, Guy Elmerod and me, and off we set on a wild adventure.
Freeway was just it was a foreign term to Australians back then. The Pacific Highway was 2 lanes.
Oh. Yeah, to go through the Bulladilla Mountains is like something out of Lord of the Rings.
Oh, how was the Bulladilla Mountains? If you survived the Bulladilla Mountains without your car overheating, it was a good trip. Often you had to pull over on the side of the road halfway through that winding, just chaotic labyrinth.
Wedged between semi-trailers. Oh, man. At night.
Dad always kept a rugby league ball in the car because there was always a good chance that the car would overheat at some point during the great East Coast road trip, and you just have to kick the footy for a few hours until it cooled down.
Unreal.
So numbers coming in for Ellie Brooks are looking good. 6.93.
Ooh, I called 6.83, but she outscored me.
Yeah, no, you did well, mate. 6.93, so the requirement's pretty solid now for Holly Williams here. She needs a 7.76. She's giving it a good nudge this way, providing a couple of nice cutbacks and still building as she just transitions to the end, and it does kind of fade away. And
I really like her surfing, though. I just love the aggression in her surfing. She hasn't had the waves.
Well, her technique through her calves, you can see it on the replay here. She accelerates halfway through these turns. She actually finds more speed in the move.
And, you know, I just see a lot of potential with Holly. You know, the potential she's got, like, you know, we're talking about Zala Kelly and the improvement, the evolution of her surfing, and I can see the same going for Holly in the next couple of years.
Live action just under 2 minutes to go. Ellie trying to improve on a 5.4. But Holly Williams after a 7.76 won't get it out that last ride. Ellie Harrison's after a 7.56 to get up in the second. It's a strong performance by two of the real heavy hitters in this draw.
Yeah, they're absolutely. Sarah and Ellie, there's not much like a struck match between them. I mean, they're both super powerful goofy footers.
Here's Ellie.
Ellie's surfed unreal in the cove, but she hasn't really put it together in this heat.
Well, she had to push it there. Had to throw something big at it because she's way behind now.
Yeah, on paper, this one to me on paper was a heat to watch, but it's sort of only come alive in the last 6 or 7 minutes.
I really like Ellie's surfing.
Yes.
You know, we're talking about the potential of Holly Williams. I think Ellie's got a lot of power and just looks so sure-footed.
Wow, Holly Williams right there. I mean, the degree of difficulty in that. She had to go around a competitor. We'll see a replay of that. The backhand. Look at this, Ronnie. What do you make of this? Wow, that's difficult.
She did so well to hang on to that. It was a put there.
Yeah.
She just planted it up against that lip and it pushed it back down. Here's Ellie Harrison loading up for the big finish on the inside. Had to get up there, and I mean, she did really well. A couple of sections on that wave, but was it a 7.56?
I don't know if we saw the start of it, but the finish lacked a little bit of dynamics.
Well, that has, you know, the trend has been for the biggest numbers, the big finish on those high impact sections. That's how Sarah got her big numbers. Ellie Brooks got her big numbers that way. And Ellie Harrison and Holly Williams, all their best scoring waves kind of faded away to nothing at the end.
Yeah.
They just never really found that big oncoming section to tear into. We are waiting on numbers to come through, though, for Ellie Harrison. And she did get a bit of work done on that ride. She needs a big score, though, 7.56. Yeah, you've got to tip the cap to Sarah Baum, though. Great surfing. So clean. Love the way she just glides around the bowl and hits it in the most critical section of the wave. And then that one big statement turn, Bugs. So strong.
So strong. And, yeah, the score came through. She didn't get it, Ronnie.
No, Ellie Harrison falling a little short there. Ellie Brooks moving through in second position. And Sarah Baum is on to the quarterfinals as well. We're going to take a quick break here. We've got the men's round of 16 coming at you right after the break here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro with Jess and Vaughan.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000 event. It has been a scintillating day of surfing action here, the Bundjalung country, Cabarita Beach headland, myself, Jess Grimwood and Stacey Galbraith, bringing you all the afternoon's action. Round of 16 of the men. Heat number 1 is in the water. Xavier Huxtable, Cooper Davies, Reef Hazelwood and Oscar Berry. Stace, is there enough room in your mind to soak up what's about to happen this afternoon? Have a look at this replay.
I'll answer that in 23 minutes. This is a cracking heat on paper. Young Zave. There you go. 6 start. That'll feel good. 5-5 on the board. And OB, Oscar Berry behind. Yeah, lovely turn at the top there. Oscar's just jumped onto Luke Short's boards in the last sort of 6 months. And they've been looking good. And as per usual, the commentator has absolutely put the mocker on him. But 4.43 managed to squeeze out of that ride. A few more points on offer there at the end. So if he can clean that up, Oscar will be breezing into good scores.
And how far these last few heats have just pushed along the lineup in the bank here. I feel like it's just really leading us down the road of 8s and 9s, and we haven't seen a 10 yet. It might be in the back stalls for the finals day, but something pretty psycho to be said about that inside section, Stace.
Yeah, I think the afternoon high tide isn't as big as the morning high tide, which is more favourable to the backwash situation. Hopefully we don't get too much refraction off the cliff, and there's just nice little double ups sort of tapering through the inside. But yeah, hey, it is nature after all, so time will tell. It's been a big day though, Jess. How are you faring?
I feel like we go through the waves. Oh, hang on, here we go. Xavier Huxtable up and riding. Just that momentum and the control over the top of that float, and that just commanding kind of feeling he has on that sharp high through the lumps and bumps is so impressive. Here goes Oscar Berry. Second wave already on the board for him. Looking fast and loose there. Nothing huge. Few starts, pretty similar to his opening wave, Stace.
Yeah, he's got a couple on the board. He'll really look to open up the shoulders now in the next couple of waves. Oscar's a big kid. Like, he naturally got a lot of power, and this wave's kind of custom built for him. He can kind of turn through the lump and bump, and, you know, Xavier's a pretty similar build as well. So, yeah, I think these two natural footers, they'll be looking to make light work of this. Pretty bumpy, hard wave to surf, as Xavier just gets caught behind there. And another natural footer, Cooper Davies, who'll be looking to make the most of it, Jess.
You've just gone quiet after that.
Oh, it happens. It can happen. You just, you know, the earlier in the heat you can do that, the better. Just get one under the belt and restart. Now, essentially, he'll have a 20-minute heat. And, you know, Reef Hazelwood's kind of in a similar position, sitting out there waiting with priority. Really, he would have heard those opening scores, particularly the 5-5 for Xavier. And, you know, you paddle out in your mind always, these guys, they want to be getting 8s and 9s and 10s. They're just like finely tuned F1 cars. They want to go fast and get big scores, but you know, you still got to surf the heat you're in. You got to ride the opportunities that you get, and yeah, Reef will be paying close attention to those openers, and he'll look to act accordingly.
Just talking about equipment, I've noticed a lot of the guys on some newer boards, and I think even Coop might have had a snappage during one of his earlier heats as well. What's it like for those athletes having to adjust at this point in the draw in round 16, jumping on a new piece of sled? That, I mean, they're pretty well dialed into all their backup boards.
Yeah, I mean, it's a credit to shapers these days. They can get boards really close to one another. I still would say that they probably can't make a board exactly the same. There's just some magic about a magic board. And it is a bummer when you break that board, but you've got to have faith in your whole quiver. You can't just roll down with one board and think that it's going to be enough, because like the surfing that they're doing, the risk that they're taking, you're gonna put little creases or snaps in your equipment. So yeah, you've got to be okay with it. You've got to be able to jump on whatever board and you know, still be able to showcase your best. So yeah, which I think today everyone sort of managed to do that well. I've seen a few broken boards actually. One I'm not allowed to talk about.
Ooh. keep that in the back pocket.
It is a
Secret
funny one, you
diaries.
know, like these guys and shapers, they work so close with one another, and you know, at the end of the day, like all these guys are curious. You see it on the world tour, and they do, you know, they do change around from time to time, which I think is great for the development. Sort of, it's going to make you a better surfer.
A little bit of a buzz past the tower here for the World Surf League's QS 5000. Great vision there, but we're going to get down to Vorno, who's with none other than Boom Boom Boom, 7.5 and a 683 to take out heat number 4. There she is, guys.
Thanks very much, Jess. Yep, boom, boom, boom. Far out, 2 heats today. A heap of backside wax, but it all starts again tomorrow on finals day.
Yeah, I'm excited. Just stick to the same routine that I have been doing, and yeah, I think we'll get some really fun waves tomorrow.
You've just been going from strength to strength. The backhand just looks pinpoint. You just look so confident. What's the secret behind your approach this event?
I'm not too sure. Like, I've just sticking to my strengths, really. Like, I've grown up surfing my backhand pretty much. In Durban, we have beach breaks like this everywhere, so just kind of, you know, channeling that inner childhood, surfing every day, right hand, point breaks, like, you know, just sticking to what I know, and yeah, it's working for me.
Take us through what you'll do tonight, because I'm curious to know what your preparation will be, you know, now that it goes into the woman-on-woman format.
Nothing too strict. Kind of just stick to myself, really. Have some food, maybe watch some series or something. Nothing too crazy, bit of stretching and early to bed, I think.
Fantastic. Well, tell you what, loving those backside wax, and I want to see a few more of them tomorrow. Best of luck.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
Thanks, Vaughan. Love it. Corey just she-hulking the guts out of that round of 16 for her. It's great to see her move on through to final stage. Replay. Oscar Berry.
Whatever this score is, it will be the longest 4-point. Oh no, maybe there's one to come. Yeah, that was a long wave for not a lot there. It's disappointing for Oscar. I thought he sort of played it well to get around that long foamy bit, but in hindsight, might have been the better option just to give that section what for and call it a day. Cooper Davies up and into it there for a couple of quick ones, but yeah, that wave that Oscar had, just a frustrating one to ride, just sort of toying with him, and eventually just ran off the bank into the gutter too far, and he was unable to ride out of that last turn. I don't know that he would have got much of a score out of it anyway, even if he had made it. It was just one of those ones. Yeah, there it is, a 2.73. So Oscar's a long way down now. He nearly surfed up to Fingal with that wave. So here you're going to have to get back out the back and get to the drawing board. But an interesting situation here for old Reefy boy. Yet to open up his account, and I know for sure he likes to ride waves. But this is a great situation for him to try and come out of the gate swinging after waiting for a little while.
Oh, here goes Zave. Looks almost untouchable at the moment. His feet stuck to it. You can feel he's loving the feel of those 2 turns as well. He's just kind of created a score out of nothing there, really. That first section was kind of cool. A little bit steeper and crispier, but it's the surfing of his that really shines through that opportunity there.
Yeah, definitely. Here we go. Important wave for Reef Haywood. Oh, I love it. I just love it. This is just amazing to now watch Reef digest that, get back out the back, and probably just start surfing. He'll have third priority now, and I actually think that's probably a better thing for Reef. He's going to sniff around and try and maybe even get a couple of little lefts into the wind or find some rights underneath. Jess is a good call in this wave here. He's connected to his feet. He's bored, and yeah, I don't think that'll be a huge score, but he'd have to be feeling comfortable in his equipment. It's another good second wave there. And then Reef, this is just, you know, as the clock's counting down and you're sitting there and you're going, okay, you know, I'm going to open up soon, I'm going to open up, and you're thinking in your mind, this is okay, I'm going to smash one, you know. And it just didn't go his way, and that's just how it goes sometimes. Reef's got talent to burn, so like I said, I think he's probably going to be a little more dangerous now with third priority. You'll see him hunt around a little bit more.
What about, go back to Xavier, something I didn't get an appreciation for until you kind of pointed it out this morning was the size of him these days.
Yeah, he's
in
massive,
this
isn't he?
Yeah, when I stood next to him on that post-heat board,
yeah,
I really took a moment to kind of take in. He's got the biggest shoulders on him, and he's actually, I mean, I remember him as a grommy, and I kind of always have that vision in my head stuck, and then when I actually sized up next to him, I thought, oh, geez.
I don't reckon his head size has changed. He's always had a fairly big noggin, but he's really grown into the rest of him now. Like, you look
his ankles are like tree trunks.
He's got like a league physique kind of.
Yeah, well, he's a sharp AFL player. Like he really could have gone either way, and thankfully for us, he stuck to surfing. But yeah, really, really talented on the park, and still right into it as most Victorians, and focusing on his surfing in the last couple of years, which is like I said, fantastic for us. I love watching him surf. But you talk about equipment. I don't reckon there's more interest in anyone's surfboards around this country than Xavier Huxtable. He's got, the poor guy, he's got opinions coming at him left, right and centre, and it's all coming from a place of love because everyone down there loves him, and everyone at the HBC loves him. We all want to see him surfing good. Shapers love him. But, man, he cops them. Yeah, because he's so big, I do feel for him. It's hard to make finely tuned equipment for these bigger boys because he surfs like a whippet, but he's actually 80+ kilos and 6'1", and so yeah, I do feel for him in that sense. But I reckon he's found the magic number at the moment. He's got a couple of fresh sharp eyes there, and the word on the street is he's brought down the rail line a little bit, and not so boxy on the rails, and it seems to be working so far for him at the moment. But yeah, it's a hard thing, I think, coming from Victoria, just the shape and slope of the wave. Generally a lot of speed, a lot of power, but not a lot of vertical face in the points and the reefs that he surfs out down there. So, plenty of good service from that region. Adam Robbo and Cale Bell Warren, to name a few. I'm sure they're tuning in, but it's just a different style of surfing there as to when you then get to the Kiwi. And I think that, Xavier seems to be on a winner at the moment. And again, I mentioned it earlier, I could talk about him all day. I definitely think he belongs on the Challenger Series and ultimately one day the tour. So yeah, I hope he can figure it out. And
just keeping on the Huxtable train, he's got a younger brother, doesn't he, as well, that rips pretty
young
hard.
Moo-ball, he rips. Yeah.
I ran into him a few weeks ago. He was on that set of Surviving Summer playing an extra, and I was looking at his head and I said, do you have a brother? And he said, oh yeah, Zave. And then once I started digging in a bit more, I thought, oh, this kid rips as well. Like, really good surfer.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because talented family.
He's only got a 5.5 at the moment, though. 5.544, sitting right off the shoulder of Reef there.
Oh, I love
Head on swivel for Reef too.
Yeah. Reef, he'd be pretty keen to get a score under his belt here. He's the kind of surfer that could have a 2-minute heat, but it's not how you really want to be doing it. You want to be, constructing a whole heat.
11 minutes on the clock. This is round of 16 of the men's. Heat number 1 is in the water. We're going to take a quick break in the action while there's no waves being ridden. It's the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We're going to be back live. Heat number 1 in the water right after this.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
The Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro right here on Bundjalung Country, QS 5000 event. Oh, and we're off and running. Reef Hazelwood up and riding. Nicely surfed, 2 turns.
Oh, he's done well to hang on to that one.
Jeez.
Yeah, he needed to.
Yeah, not only for his scoreline, but definitely for that confidence. I mean, 9 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Replay here of last of Cooper Davies in the break, Stacey.
Coops flying down the line. Nice layback jam there to set that one up. Big section to finish. That's a kind of wave you're chasing in your heat. Not like this one. This was a harder wave to surf. Arguably a bit sharper of a start, but the finish there, pretty tricky. You did well to bring it down. So, an interesting set of waves there for the judges to break down. Cooper with the better finish, Reef with the better start. We'll see where the scores come in, Jess.
What about, from the way we're looking at it here, we're like kind of the last section, we're kind of on an angle staring down because they've gone so far across the contest. But when you actually get down on those rocks and clamber across, right across it, like this little grum here, you can kind of see how much water is pushing in that end section. It's so chunky, isn't it, Stace?
Yeah, it sort of moves off the sandbar into the gutter, and you kind of, what you think you're hitting sort of disappears mid-turn. Like you saw that with Reef, you know, he's coming off the bottom, but then by the time he gets to the lip, it's exploding. There's backwash everywhere and foam and rocks and everything else. So it's, you know, you'd want to get away with like Cooper's where there's kind of a left barreling towards you. Much, well, lovely turn out of the top there from Xavier.
Oh.
And again.
He's just gone from good to even better. And look at this end section here. He tees it up. Oh, no. Just like what we were speaking about, it's, you can really get a good appreciation for it in front of it with the amount of change that's happening in a split second under the feet there. Talk us through this replay.
This is one of those heats where, like, if Xavier gets eliminated, it'll be because of this wave. He has looked like the best surfer in this heat, and this wave showed that. But it's still about the details. He needed to ride out of this turn just to, you know, get back into the lead and really put the foot down, because I'm not sure what Oscar did on this wave, but it's only a matter of time before the surfers like Oscar and Reef join the party. And although that wave was only one turn, I don't think it's going to be a massive threat to this heat. There's just too much talent in these heats to be making those unforced errors. It's he'll be kicking himself after that one.
Just over 7 minutes on the clock. There he is, Cooper Davies. He's out in the lead. He's found himself a 6.67, a 4.67, arguably been on the best waves of the heat so far. And that's the point of difference for him. And this point, stay safe. Like you said, he's kind of left himself wide open there in second position, a 5.5 and a 4.4. Oscar Berry's just planted himself, or he's waiting for another number to lock in. And the last of Reef's was a 5.07, well, that was that good one that we saw him hold on to right at the very end. So it is wide open. Reef a 5.14 to get back in. Oscar a 5.77, still waiting for a score for him.
Totally. It's like one of those things, like momentum-wise, you just couldn't even imagine that Xavier's in a position that he's not just going to get through. But, you know, Reef didn't get a wave till like 11 minutes or whatever, or 15. He nosedived on his first turn, but he's still well and truly, you know, in this heat. He only needs a 5.14 to jump over Xav, and Oscar Berry only needs a 5.77. So, yeah, it's going to be an exciting finish.
How crazy is it at this level of competition? It blows my mind once we get to around the round of 16s and on to finals day is how many like micro heats are going on within the big heat. I mean, they've got the 25 minutes, but there's so many things coming into play right now in this last kind of 5 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, for sure. It's like if you look at Cooper's, the story of his heat, he sort of has, he didn't come out of the gate swinging too hard, but he's got himself in a really strong position. His last two waves have been his two keepers, and now he's got priority. He's looking at this wave here, which I think is a mistake if no one else is looking at it. He really needs to kind of be on the next best wave that another one of these guys is going to look at. So, you know, it's one of those things now. He just needs to play the chess game, I think. At the moment, he kind of looks like he's sitting by himself. I wouldn't be giving any one of these young whippersnappers any breathing room. They're just too talented. They don't need much to get big scores. And if you can kind of maybe block them or take a wave and kind of get in their face a little bit, that'll test them.
And it's hard to see as well from the position that he's in. If he is just sitting away from the pack a bit, the waves have been heat after heat really hard to pick. I feel like it's not until they get into this inside section, I think kind of where Reef is sitting right there, more towards that inside chunk section, that you can really pick him. Here goes Cooper.
Here we go. So he needs to better this 4.67 here, otherwise he probably didn't need to be anywhere near this wave. I just don't think he needed to be on that wave.
It's good surfing.
It's great surfing, but he's got a great total already, and you don't need 3 waves, you just need 2. It's a funny one. Yeah, I mean, he might better his situation, but just marginally. You can see Reef there looking at that wave. I don't know about that one.
Let's have a look at this close-up here as well. He's really setting up this inside section. I feel like that's really, like that top turn, it looks so nice. But as he said, is it going to be better than his 4.67? I don't think it's better than his 4.67, but
it's right around there. It might be, you know, a similar number. 4.27. So, you know, now it's just like he's just waiting for the next set to see what one of these guys do, which is like he could have still been controlling this to the death if he sort of just let that one go. So I hope it doesn't come back to bite him, but now you've got some firepower sitting out the back. You've got Reef Hazelwood and Oscar Berry. which as viewers, this is sort of how you want to see a heat
Yeah.
play out. It's kind of boring when first and second have first and second priority, and you're kind of sitting there going, oh, well, they're going to get blocked. But third and fourth, if they get the wave come through, they're going to have their opportunity to go. So it makes it exciting for us.
It's like in the soccer. I feel like, when they get to the tie at the end of full time and then they go into overtime and penalty shootouts, and it's just like they haven't tied it up early enough, and then you just wait and you just go, like this exact thing. Oscar Berry up and riding. Beautiful big open arm carve to set this thing up and over second section, and that's a nice... no.
The boys. Yeah, that's a no deal.
No. They hate when you start getting down and just stroking through the whitewash, don't they? It's just that loss of control and loss of momentum in front of that 100% confident completion. Have a look at the replay.
Totally. I mean, on a positive note, his equipment's looking nice, cutting through the water beautifully, keeping his speed down the line. Beautiful sort of fins through the lip there to finish, but yeah, that'll be incomplete. So it's an unfortunate end to the ride there, because I don't know if he would have chased down the entirety of that score, but I think he would have bettered his position, which would have left him, chasing less in this final 2 minutes. But now I still just think that's going to be another 4. He's still going to be chasing a near 6, which is proven to be difficult at the moment. We've only seen sort of one score go above that requirement so far in this last heat. So, yeah, a difficult one for this heat.
It's really, really leaving that. I mean, it's like the security tape's just come off and Reef is just sitting there now. It's kind of up to nature. I feel like Reef is not going to make a mistake, and he's already posted that 5.07. He's dialed into the scale, and he's in perfect distance to strike against those guys. So it really is all in his court at the moment.
And I think too, like, he's got obviously nothing to lose here, because I don't think in his mind he could have put this heat together much worse, to be fair. Like, he took ages to start, then when he did, he fell off. Took him a while to find another score. If he finds a score on the buzzer here, he's just going to be grinning from ear to ear.
It looks like Oscar's chasing down a big section on the end. He's found that one under priority, but they are so wobbly and fat, those small ones. They really don't have much opportunity on the inside, and it's really just left it wide open for Reef. I mean, Cooper's still not 100% safe either. Go, Stace.
Oh, I'm just kind of
frothing out
in my chair here. I'm just like, I just want to see where everyone is. It's sort of one of those things, like, it could be a score go down anyway. Oscar could find a left down the beach and fling one into the wind. Reef could find a bomb right out the front. He's going this wave here. This is it. He needs a 5.14, Jess.
1 minute on the clock. Reef up and riding. Can he find the critical section? Huge, big wafting backhand tower rider. I'm going to say that's going to go. I'm going to put that above. I don't know. If I think of Cooper's last ride of 4.27 for what he did, I'm going to put it above it with that backhand attack. What do you think, Stace?
Yeah, I'm with you, but there's a fair bit of daylight between 4.27 and 5.14. It's a mental turn. Oh, man, I'm staying right out of this one. This is tricky heat. Judges have got a bit on their plate here. They'll go back and, they'll watch all the waves. Here's Coops.
He's got to sew this thing up here. 20 seconds. This is what... I'll just throw my hat in the ring, go risk it all. I think it's better than I think that one turn is better than his 5.07, but...
Okay, you go over, I'll go under.
Yeah.
Okay, it's close though, it's really, really close. The whole of Victoria will be sitting on the edge of their chair.
Oh, he's up.
I think up before. I don't know if it'll mean much, it definitely won't. So now we're just waiting on that score of Reef Hazelwood. To my knowledge, I don't think Oscar Berry was able to sneak another ride. So we are waiting. I've been spending a lot of time in the judges' tower today, just listening in about how they go about dissecting these close heats. And I'll tell you one thing, they take a lot of care. They take a lot of time. There he goes. 6.33 from fourth to first. Reef Hazelwood.
That's a really, really close call for him, and I think the door was left open, and unfortunately for Zave and Oscar, the mistakes were made early, so Reef and Cooper will go through that round of 16 heat number 1 coming up. Heat number 2 of the men's round of 16 in the water here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. High stakes.
The number one reason why students should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performing. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
The Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Big event here for the Australia Oceanic Regional Qualifier. There it is. What a vision of the landscape to take in up here. Cabarita Beach all day today. It's been a huge day of competition. We've still got an afternoon ahead of us. Myself, Jess Grimwood, joining Stacey Galbraith in the booth for the call. It is round of 16 in the water of the men. Heat number 2, and in the break, this is what's happened. Billy Sterman.
Billy, yeah, you mentioned about his equipment earlier. It's off to a flyer here. I think if everyone's boards look that good on a wave that bad, yeah, I don't know what to say. It was only a 2, but he was looking lively on his feet. Geordie Lawler here. Wow. Yeah, I owe Geordie an apology.
Yeah.
I was called his air a 4, and it was actually an 8. So sorry about that, Geordie.
So did I.
Forgive me. But yeah, he's looking gnarly, and I think you were mentioning it earlier. Sometimes this top angle can make the wave look a little flatter than what it is. And we're lucky enough we do get all these different angles, and it's certainly the angle in front and down low. The judges that's what they get their replays on. They don't watch the same feed as us. They use a lot of this angle and a lot of the angle from down the beach too. So it's yeah. It certainly makes sense when you see what they're seeing sometimes for our wild score throwing in here, Jess. Corbo with the big finish.
Yeah, it is. It's sometimes the vibe of what's going on as well really does get lost a little bit on the broadcast. It's such a good thing about surfing is that it's this whole experience, of course. Like, sometimes you just can't translate some things that happen.
Sure.
But
yeah.
I definitely owe half of that apology alongside you to Geordie, because I called the same thing, and I mean, we absolutely cooked him, the poor guy, but he surfed.
And we cooked the team because we thought they didn't get it, but they got it. They didn't miss it. Kai's King up and riding.
Oh gosh, he's looking good throughout this event. Defending champion, back from injury, and yeah, just sharp. Similar to, I mean, Geordie and Billy. Here goes Geordie. Oh. Bit of a roll in here. Good looking big steep section up ahead. First turn off the bat.
Wow. Just never quite had the rhythm in that wave. A lot of foam at the start. He did really well to get that far, but just not quite locked in. Kai's looking sharp here. Great to get that first snap in before this wave closed out. Beautiful lip line to finish. Like, you know, earlier in the day, I don't think that ride would have been too big of a score, but just judging off the last couple of heats, it's been really difficult out there. And I think Kai's did really well to get 2 turns on the first section of that wave. And Geordie Lawler there just eating some fin. Hopefully he's okay. And again, another big wobbly. 5-point ride for Kai's. I kind of like that a bit more, but we will see.
Billy Sterman, let's go back to him. You were just speaking about at the very kick-off of this heat number 2. He's on another sharp eye as well. So Zave's been on that really nice looking board. Unfortunately for him, he got knocked in that previous heat, but I had a look at Billy's equipment. He's got a really flat looking sharp eye, and it just looks a little bigger than what I've seen him ride over the last few years of competition, and it obviously is working really well in these conditions, Stace.
Yeah, I think, like most people with their boards, they go through a bit of a journey. They probably start on really longer boards growing up, learning and getting your technique and your foundations right. Then as you get better, you kind of start shaving off the inches one by one until you're riding not much. And then I think as you get a little bit older again, you kind of fall in love with that longer equipment. And I think that's probably where Billy's at right now. It looks good on his surf, and obviously got a 9-point ride earlier today. And yeah, Bilbo, he's on fire.
Yeah, he has been lately too. And I think you're spot on too. I feel like you shave it all off throughout your career, and then you get to the top of your grommet hood or transitioning into this kind of opens the vision, and someone suddenly says to you, gee, that board looks small. And then it's just chaos for like a year of searching. Trying to find that leaderage now, and you know, that right kind of feel for your boards. And
Yep.
and then when you look back at those playbacks too, I mean, you'd look at so much film with these athletes. Surely, like, they're questioning their equipment every kind of clip when they're not on the right thing.
Well, that is the hard thing about having so much footage, is that sometimes you can sort of overanalyze the simple stuff. So yeah, it does. Yeah, it does get a little bit. Sometimes it can just be you overthink the most simple things with, like, you know, helping athletes sort of quiver and stuff like that. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, like, if you can learn to love a bit of extra length in your surfboards, it's never really gonna. I don't think it's ever gonna hurt you. You know, like, if you're trying to make the world tour and you find yourself there one day, like, you're probably going to add a litre and an inch to your board, like, straight away. It's just the transition between the waves is so different that you do need that equipment. You need the equipment to match the waves. So yeah, if you can kind of get on that train of thought, you know, earlier rather than later, I think it's you know, you don't spend as much time kind of mucking around trying to figure it out.
Here goes Kais, huge, big, lofty front side reverse Stace. I mean, let's have a look at the replay. I'd love you to walk me through this technically, break it all down. What's just gone on here?
As far as, like, that section and these airs go, it's easy money in the bank for Kais. Like, he saw that coming from a mile away. He can do them with his eyes closed. So, like, I don't think the judges are going to go too berserk on that one, but for his heat and where he's at, he's going to have 2 nice scores on the board, and he's off to a really good start. We got Corbin chasing him down here, Jess.
How's the amount of metres he covered on that? I think it was the second manoeuvre of that wave as well. That's a nice combination for Corbin. I think it's going to put him back into the lead after this exchange with Kais. Score locked in for Larsa Kais's front side rotation 667. So a 5-point ride in the back pocket. Here's the replay, different angle from Larsa Corbin's.
Yeah, it's beautiful surfing, sort of like a check turn to get down the line. Sort of drifted the tail a little bit there and did well to keep the momentum, and a nice finish. So yeah, really well put together wave there from Corbin. I know he's been training super hard, and he wants it bad. He wants it real bad. So it's cool to see him do his best surfing in the jersey, because sometimes, you know, I was speaking with a couple of the boys after the heat yesterday, and they're just like, oh, I just froze up. And it's quite common, you know. So to see Corbin looking loose and free is, yeah, it's really good.
Here goes Geordie. Second priority, chooses to opt into this one, sets up carve, looks at this big section and just winds up that signature backhand. A real kind of pivoting, almost like wiper backhand attack he has. It's pretty, I think you come to expect it from Geordie. That's going to go into his top 2. Obviously, he's got that 1.6 and a 2.43. He's looking for something pretty substantial though. Let's have a look at the replay here.
We'll set up carve to start, and then a classic little 12 o'clock window wiper to finish. He just didn't quite get that punctuation he was hoping for. You know, we saw Reef Hazelwood in that last heat with a beautiful fin ditch to finish, and Geordie's got that in his repertoire as well. It's just, again, the timing with the backwash and things like that didn't quite go his way. Only a 3.83 there for Geordie, so he'll look to probably, hopefully, leave that behind at the end of the heat. But yeah, we've seen some scores come in there. It was a 6.67 for the reverse from Kais, and a 5.9 for Corbin. So yeah, some pretty tightly held scores there for the manoeuvres. Like, I kind of liked Kais's and Corbin's wave with the multiple manoeuvres, maybe even more than the air. Like, but maybe again it was just sort of a bit of a deception on the angle there. But you know, nevertheless, Kais and Corbin looking pretty locked in at the moment. But they're both, like, you know, sailing away. Is it Geordie and Billy have really got to ramp it up here?
Yeah, they do. 15 minutes on the clock. It is heat number 2. These guys trying to book their spot into the quarterfinals tomorrow. Huge day of finals competition ahead of us as well. Swirl's looking like it's going to hold on. We've been so lucky to be able to pick the eyes out of it as well. I feel like it's just been real favoured. We had the really testing conditions in Kingy at the start of the event, Stace, and then we've been able to kind of take advantage of both of the tides here at Cabba.
Yeah, definitely. This bank's been dynamite. It's worked all day, and it's rare, you know, that you go to beaches and you can just run, like, you know, 10, 11, 12 hours of surfing all day and have everyone get their opportunity. Like, I can't think of a heat today or yesterday where someone didn't get their chance. So, yeah, been pretty fortunate for the competitors here to be able to make the most of this.
and it is coming down to finals day. And a story I actually missed in that last one was number 4 and 5 on the ratings there that were knocking each other out. As we see Billy here, beautiful speed drive.
How good does he look on that thing? Look at this second section, just so fast and sharp off the lift. Plenty of spray flying off the back there. I think he's done what he needs to do to get himself back into the game. Let's wait to see what that number locks in at. And we're going to cross on down to Vorno, who's on the sidelines of Reef Hazelwood. Sorry, Vorno. Take it away.
All good, Jess. Thanks very much. Yeah, Reef, I'll tell you what, mate, I'm a big fan of your surfing. So I was watching that heat. I just chewed my nails down to the elbows. Really nervous moments at the tail end there.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I like to showcase my surfing and didn't really do that in pretty much the whole heat except for the last bit. So, yeah, stoked to be able to get that last bit going.
We know that so much of your preparation is about being in those moments and having the ability to sort of cut through that nervousness and get the score. How hard is it, though, when you're there and, you know, despite all that training, it still gets into your blood, right?
Absolutely. I'm still a bit jittery even now. So, like, yeah, it doesn't really leave you even once you get through it. So, yeah, it was definitely having that moment going, oh, man, here we go. Like, got to clutch up here. And, yeah, I was able to do that. So, yeah, stoked to make that happen.
When you took off in that last one, it was a smaller wave. I was going, oh my God, there's not enough meat on this bone, but you just attacked it like a little chihuahua, just like straight into it. You didn't even chew the bone, you swallowed it whole, and it gave that little section, and the judges rewarded a big fin throw.
Yeah, definitely. I took off, and you know, a lot of the waves just looked so similar to me out there, and I was struggling to pick the right wave, so I took off on that wave going, like, there's just not much opportunity left, like, with the countdown going down, so I was like, all right, just got to go. Took off, and there was nothing, and I was like, oh, man, all right, going to have to go huge on the second section and just push as hard as I could, and I was stoked to make it and then get the score, so it was sick.
From 4th into 1st, and, mate, a berth on finals day, you must be pretty chuffed.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely a goal of mine is to, yeah, just get as many heats under and hopefully win the event. So stoked to be just plowing through the round, so it's good.
Can't wait to see you tomorrow, mate. Try and keep my nerves at bay, just get it done early.
Absolutely, yeah. Sorry for giving you a heart attack, Mum. So hopefully I can get it done early next heat.
Well done, Reef. See you tomorrow, mate.
Thanks, Warno. Thanks, Reef. In the little break there, have a look at these replays. Last of Billy's.
That turn was sick, would have felt so nice, and then a beautiful jam here. Unfortunately, he just didn't get the big finish he was hoping for, but he's got enough on the board there in that wave to get him back into the heat. It's a 5-4-3 for Billy Stammen there, and then this little wave, magical for Geordie Lawler. It just hugged that inside bit so nice, and he's able to put up a couple of really nice turns without much sort of interference of wind. Unfortunately, still a bit of backwash, but he did really well to piece that wave together. Smaller wave, but beautifully surfed. So I'm interested to see where the judges go with that one. There it is, a 5.83, which is you know, a great score in the scheme of this heat. Yeah, well done to Reef. G'day, Dr. Dave. Hello, Ruth. Wow, he's put the family on the edge of their seat up there.
And you were just calling before too, caused a bit of an upset in the theme of the storyline of rankings across this region.
For sure. So that Xavier was 5th coming into this, and Reef, or other way around, sorry, Reef was 5th, Xavier was 4th. So that's yeah, big heat, big heat.
Oh, big connection there with that end section. Real dynamic surfing from Caius King.
I'm just stoked to see him looking so sharp.
He looks fast.
He was like hobbling around for 6 months. The poor kid couldn't even get out of bed. So to see this is just amazing. Like, beautiful transition here. Like, just similar to his first wave. Like, I don't think this is going to be a massive, massive score, but just to see him looking so sharp and being able to fit like 2 manoeuvres in on essentially a closeout is, yeah, it's just good signs.
So at the 10-minute mark here, you can see Billy calling for the situation. Caius just improves his lead. Here goes Geordie Lawler up and riding, live action here in heat number 2. First turn off the top. Second turn doesn't lead him to anything else at the end of the road there. He's still going to be in that 3rd position. Let's see if he improves that 3.83 though. He's only chasing a 4.75 to take him into that 2nd spot. Corbin Hutchins holding on to priority and holding the 5.9 and the 4.67 in the bank.
And he's just hanging on to 2nd. He needs to light this thing up, put a bit of pressure back on the lads, because they've putting some nice waves together underneath his priority, as you see down the line here. Big reverse for Corbo. that's what that section needed. There wasn't much offer on else down the line, as we see Billy here, Jess.
Yeah, he's up and running too. Nice big section ahead of him. Kind of tweaks it a little bit off the top for that first turn. This thing just stands right up. He floats really light and loose over the lip, but same thing again. Just a little behind there and the whole thing closes out. So 9 minutes on the clock. Some really important scores to lock in for last of Corbin and Billy. Heat number 2, round of 16, the men in the water here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. We'll be back very shortly.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the show, the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000 event, round of 16 in the men's. Heat number 2 is in the water, and off the back of that break, Corbin Hutchins posts a 6.07 and increases his hold on second position. There's a number to lock in for Billy Stammen. Geordie Lawler's in third, needs 6.14. Billy's looking for 6.54, and there's another little up and out for the current heat leader, Caius King. Stace. Another bit of a down to the elbow for Vorney kind of heat.
I know he's probably getting right behind the young Kiwi, Billy Stammen.
I think that's Mr. DHD himself right there. I know that back of the head like anything.
Yeah,
I'm making an early call. We won't confirm it till we see him perhaps from the profile, but he's with all the grummies after school time here. Caius King up and riding. Live action. Fast crack through the lip. Same kind of thing that Reef had to deal with, that weird wobble and bobble on the inside, but he does well.
Oh, this wave looks like it's got some impact already. We just see spray flying around everywhere. He needs to make this. There he does.
Great pickup of that angle as well, right in that clutch moment for that wave for Geordie, because he's looking for a 6.14.
It's going to be...
DH, he's got a new goatee.
He's got a new goatee. It's looking good.
No, I've cooked it. That's definitely not him. But I did see him around the contest.
He was lurking around earlier. Yeah. He loves this. He probably is still down here watching Caius. Lovely turn there. Just unfortunately, sort of had to wrangle the end.
I'll tell you what, put us two together, Stace. We're not afraid to throw out some pretty wild calls today.
Yeah, you got to stick your neck out there. You know, get it. Quite often getting it wrong, more often than I'm getting it right. But hey, it's part of the fun.
Absolutely. 6 minutes on the clock. Corbin Hutchins in that box seat for this heat number 2. We are really...
There we are. No, they've identified us now. Who's these guys making all these wild calls?
Well, that's what we love about QS surfing. I mean, it's just the whole contest that comes into play here for us. There's so much going around. The moment you step outside the booth, you've got some of the world's best surfers, the world's best shapers. You've got the whole of the league here, and it's just super hyper-focused here on Kingscliff. On Cabarita, Kingscliff the first few days, and you can see it behind us in the green screen. Here we go, Geordie, replay.
Nice hit off the top there. Beautiful off the bottom. Oh, wow. This is going to be a nice wave to come in from Geordie Lawler. There it is, a 7.6. Rockets him into first. That puts Corbin Hutchins and Billy Stammen on the back foot with a bit of work to do. But fortunately enough for us, same as last heat, they got first and second priority. So we'll get to see the surfing do the talking, which is... that's what you want to see. You know, the tactics are cool and everything, and it is fun to watch people figure it out. But, you know, I want to see a 4-wave set.
Yeah, there's nothing better than a full slog out at the end. And I like that Geordie's been able to do that at this point now, because it does really put the question on Corbin and Billy. That 6.04 and a 6.68, I mean, nothing. When you look at what Geordie just had, he had the 2 turns, and it was that last kind of turn, and you saw it on both sides of the angle that was able to get him that 7.6. The 5.83, I don't know if that's going to be in there by the end, because like you said, if they get 4 waves, even just 4 big end sections, we're going to be looking at those 5+ rides.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it seems to be sort of fairly straightforward to get like a 5 or a 5.5 if the wave has that end section and crew are able to, you know, manage it. But to really get into that next realm, you're going to need to, you know, put a combination of major manoeuvres together, which Geordie's been able to do. He's also done it with 1 manoeuvre today, so hey, he's a talented young man out of North Narrabeen, and man, I'm excited to see what Corbo and Billy can do with this final, you know, couple of minutes, because, like I said, Corbo's been training hard. I know Billy's been in this situation plenty of times, so it's going to be cool to see how they can get it done. And you know, as you can see there, you so rarely see that, like the 2 parts of the heat just completely split up. Like the 2 guys that are doing really well, they've sort of just got to sit back and watch it unfold. They'll no doubt try and better their scores off the end. We haven't seen a lot of that though this afternoon, so there's sort of just been that 1 takeoff spot with the real good scoring ride. So we'll see what Corbin and Billy can do with it.
Look at that wind as well. I feel like maybe just as it's hit this like after school hour, it's kind of become a little bit more favourable on that inside section.
Yeah,
it's really going to show up that spray too off the top and make it look really, really, like, really satisfying if you're sitting right there in front of it, especially for those judges. Just being able to see the power that they're able to throw into those end sections.
Here we go. This looks like Billy.
Billy up and riding. Second priority. He's chasing a 6.68. Big section ahead of him. Really frothy section. He does well to get the first turn. Tries to throw a little bit of variation. That's yeah, it's not going to go up towards that 6.68.
No, and he had to go there. He knew that he got a bit hung up on that first turn, and just sort of finishing that wave wouldn't have been enough. And that's the smarts of someone like Billy. He's been around enough time. He'd be judging that wave halfway through that first turn going, all right, I've got to really go for something at the end here. So unfortunately, he wasn't able to pull it off. A pretty ugly looking section. And now he's kind of in that position where he'll sit off the end. But I think he'll probably get some company by the way that Caius is directioning his paddle. And rightly so. It's, these boys know how to use their priority.
No, I haven't seen a big split like this either throughout the rounds yet. So to see, I mean, Caius leaving Corbin sitting out there with priority as well.
Just something to note here, like for the kids watching at home, like see how Geordie's shadowing Caius. It's really important that he's identified that, because he doesn't want to see a 2-wave set go off down the end here. So he's in first with priority over those 2. He can control that little part of the bank and almost guarantee his position into the next heat. So he's not just going to let Caius deal with Billy. He'll deal with Caius, and then he'll let Caius deal with Billy, and it's sort of a chain effect of Geordie having complete control, apart from Corbin, who obviously has priority over all of them. So it's a real clever move there from Geordie to not let both of these surfers get too far out of his sight.
It's great insight there, Stace. I feel like it's so easy to let some of the most important parts of a heat go unnoticed. Even after watching, I mean, we watch a gazillion heats every day, 20, 30 heats per day for days on end, but just those little tiny indications that these guys are just like so
this is a dream
in.
Come true for Geordie right here. They're both underneath him, and he'll just shadow them both up the point. It's for him. He's stoked. He's cruising right now. He doesn't have to worry about them 200 metres around the corner, like trying multiple air rotations or something. They're right in his net.
20 seconds on the clock. Geordie, as you said, in control of the situation at the moment. Caius is sitting in second position. Corbin sitting with priority, a 6.04 to get him into progression. Billy's looking for a 6.68, 10 seconds on the clock. It looks like they're not going to get another opportunity, Stace. Oh, Corbin. Here he goes, up and riding on the buzzer. He's looking for something pretty special, and it's a throwaway for him.
It's unfortunate, but not a bad start for the year for Corbin. Round of 16 in a QS 5000. He's done well there.
It played well into the hands of Jordan Lawler and defending champion Caius King, moving on through to finals day in the quarterfinals here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Heat number 3 coming up, round of 16 of the men in the water. We'll welcome back Ronnie Blakey and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the show. It is heat 3 of the round of 16. Looking for a couple more quarterfinalists out of this one. What a lineup it is. Alistair Reginato out there in the red. Kihu Butler is in the white. George Pitar, who's been on a giant killing mission on his road through to this heat, is out there in the blue. And Josh Kerr riding that 20, just looking so deadly. He's out there in the green. Ronnie Blakey alongside Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, thanks for having us.
Oh, Ronnie.
Here we go, George. Let's see what he can do. He's been putting up great numbers early in each of his heats.
Well, he's changed boards.
He has.
Where's the red railer? He's just gone for a different board. That's an interesting strategy because that board looks so good under his feet.
Well, this one looks pretty sparky too.
Oh, it does. Whoa.
Yeah, he's looked good, hasn't he, Georgie?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he sure has.
This looks so alive on his equipment. He's got a lot of kind of movement and he's surfing. Kihu's been one of the most impressive surfers today, and he's going to punch his way through the lip a couple of times to kick off this heat. Can he get the big finish down the line here? He does. So that's going to be the best of him, you'd think. Alistair Reginato, he impressed us in that round of 32. And, uncharacteristic there, didn't get the finish. Here's Kersey on the 20.
Oh, look at the float. The float, unbelievable. Oh, this heat's incredible. He won't get many points for that, though.
No, he was kind of in transition. I mean, Josh, he really stood back on the tail of that board in the round of 32 and gave us some seriously highlight manoeuvres. But yeah, the veteran, he's got his campaign started a little earlier this time, Bugs. He left it until the final half of the heat in the round of 32.
He sure did.
George Pitar, he has put up a solid score. And this is it, I believe. No, that must be his second ride.
Yeah, the first wave, he got a 6.33 even with the fall at the end.
Yeah, he's been so solid, really impressive. Josh on this 20 is just gliding over whitewater and just blitzing sections, but this one kind of got away from him.
And Kihu Butler, he has started every single heat in the 7th or 8th.
Loving his surfing, Kihu. So, you know, he's been on the radar for us for a long time, the Kiwis. A really strong surfer. He was a great bit of a junior phenom, but he's coming into his own as a QS campaigner now.
He is. In the junior, he dominated the juniors. I remember going down to Lennox one day and the Skullcandy, and when they first had a pro junior, and wow, this kid was just a step above everyone.
He's been putting in a lot of work though, hasn't he? You can tell he trains hard. He's got a lot of muscle on that frame, and there's some real punch and real power to his surfing. Here he is again, down the line. Drifts that tail. Swings it up into the foam again. He times it with a piece of backwash there. It brings him undone.
Yeah, and Alistair has been amazing. Like in his last heat, he started his last heat exactly like this, just really nothing on the board. I think he ended up with an 8.83 and a 9.17.
Yeah, Kihu's sort of been, as I said, on the radar for us for a while. Alistair Reginato, George Pitar, we've seen them really kind of start to make their mark, more so in the board riders events. So I know they've had some strong performances in the QSs as well, but it's a real promising sign for them getting to this point in the competition already with the numbers that they've both been dropping in this contest. Obviously, Josh Kerr we're super familiar with. But yeah, I've really been impressed by Alistair's run into this event. But George has sort of surprised me at this contest. He's looked like a real danger for some of those top seeds.
Yeah, George has arrived this year ready to rumble.
It's fun, Bugs, isn't it? This first big major qualifying series event for this region. Getting our look at these competitors, and also lucky that the swell has come with it, because you put all that work in. Obviously, we've had a fantastic new year here on the east coast of Australia, and also over there in New Zealand, they would have been getting walloped by some of the same swells we've had. So they're ready for it. You know, it would have been a real shame to have them battle through small conditions up until this point.
Yeah, no, the forecast was always looking really promising. And here we see Reggie.
Yeah, drives up into the first section. Just cuts that turn short, the squeak in that final move. And it's been an uncharacteristic start for him.
Yeah, so far.
It's been so solid throughout the earlier rounds, especially in that last heat that he surfed here.
Yeah, he's that last heat was incredible. He's really capable of just getting this rhythm going and putting two back-to-back waves together in quick fire. So he's such a danger now.
There's a real confidence to him. I mean, Josh Kerr, really competitive guy, always competed with a lot of confidence. Didn't back down to big names.
No.
But yeah, I see that in Reggie.
Yeah.
It just seems like he's sort of born for it. We'll see how he fares in this heat, and obviously in the remainder of the QS events on the schedule. But here's George again. Great elasticity in his frame as he whips that board through those calves.
Yeah, he tries to get the 1-2 combo.
Didn't make it stick. So George is well out in front here. 6.33, 4.83. Kihu, though, he is the danger man with the big number.
Yes.
7.17. Nothing really for Kersey just yet.
Well, Kersey left it late last time, didn't he? 14 minutes before he got his first wave, then won the heat. I think he won the heat. It was amazing.
Yeah, he did perform beautifully. But he also got so busy in the back half of the heat. I mean, even though this swell's decreasing, there's still a lot of waves rolling through, and something standing up on the outside here. It might be Josh Kerr swooping on it.
Yeah, this one looks decent. Looks like it's got a nice taper to it down the line. He needs to get onto the bank now. Here he goes. Wow, Kersey.
Oh, wow.
And he pulls it off. It was just like, hold your breath. You knew something huge was coming.
Big section, and one that was kind of capping before the final foamy, the typical section you want to lay into. He did well to project out above it as Kihu looks to back up the 7.17 opener.
God, that's beautiful. Good surfing.
Again, just hammering the rail of this board, and now climbs the roof and gets a big finish. Walks off his equipment. Looking really happy with himself, so he should.
Well, George has left the door open a little bit there by getting caught up in that one, while two of his opponents really make some ground on him.
Yeah, Josh reads this end section well. It's a tricky one.
Oh, it's so tricky. The wave grows down the line. This is just massive.
It was, if he waited to hit the oncoming left, he would have mistimed it. So he got up on top of the roof at the perfect time. But you love this second turn, Bugs.
Yeah, this one right here. Wow. Carving, unbelievable. Backs it up incredibly. This is just such a well-constructed ride. 3 huge moves, 4 in total.
Oh, we're going to get another look at that one for sure, because it's going to score big with the judges. As the Northern Beaches surfer, George Pittar gets going here. Smashes it through the roof. Bit of a wobble coming out of that turn, but he still smashed it. So he's doing well. He should better the 4.83. He might need that number to stay in the top 2 here.
I think so. I think he might need it. Or Kihu, he'll definitely need it. I think he is going to go to the lead, no matter what.
14 minutes to go. We're going to see some replays in just a moment. Right now, though, let's hear from the winner of the last heat with Vaughan.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, Jess.
I've shape-shifted into myself again, Geordie. That was a bit of a nail-biter of a heat. Like, it really kind of didn't open up for you right till the very end. What was going on for you out the back? I saw you just hunting up and down and searching for that opportunity.
Yeah, I don't know. I kept falling, and I was just
too almost excited to surf, and I just kept on taking off on whatever wave I could see, kind of thing. And actually, a friend last year hit me up and was like, you love surfing too much. You keep going like the worst ways. So I kind of thought about that, and then I got out the back and just sort of like relaxed a little bit and tried to pick off a good one. Yeah, okay, well.
I mean, obviously you've got such a great relationship with all the other guys you're competing against throughout this QS series. Are you looking to follow the QS and, you know, jump back on that Challenger and see yourself on the championship tour?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's definitely a goal of mine to qualify for the tour. And, but yeah, step by step, I guess. And yeah, I'd want to. Yeah, like I said, I want to be on the tour. So to get there, I got to do the challenges, and to get to the challenge, I got to do this. So yeah, looking forward to it all.
And finals day competition, we're going to let you get relaxed and rested for the rest of the night. What does it look like for you going into the quarterfinals tomorrow?
I don't know really. Yeah, just put the feet up and just relax, and yeah, not sure yet. So see what happens.
Beautiful. Well, I love the approach. So calm and collected, and good luck going into the quarterfinals, Geordie. Great performance from you this afternoon.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jess. Great job. And yeah, Geordie Lawler, he knows what it takes to close out a big qualifying series event. He's done that before against an international field. So he'll be feeling pretty confident as he moves into the quarterfinals. Let's have a look at some replays here, Bugs. George Pittar getting a couple of big whacks off. He'll get rid of the 4.83, waiting on that number to come through. And Josh was on his way to another good score here, but didn't quite complete there. So he did need a 6.04. He needed that finish. Reggie, he's starting to warm up now, as you predicted.
Yeah, well, he got a 6.4 for that.
Yeah, it was a good, strong combo.
And that's what he's capable of doing. There's two manoeuvres and just getting really big scores on a double. That's why he went for it on that first wave, because in two, you know, in a really quick space, he can get two, you know, really quality manoeuvres.
So yeah, I think he's got a number on the way for that one. I think the 6.4 maybe came before it.
Oh, I missed that.
11 minutes to go here. Josh Kerr heading back out. Kerr's got a 5.13 for that previous ride. It was that late tricky section that he climbed and hit beautifully. He didn't have a lot of work before it. I think he was on his way to a good score on that last ride, so he'll be a little dirty on himself for that.
This looks like a real battle here for second. George Pittar, Alistair Reginato.
And Josh Kerr, who's up at the moment, loading up some speed. That's always a good thing when Kersey's in the water, because usually it means he's going to take to the sky. Incomplete alley-oop there to finish that one off. 10 minutes and 25 seconds to go. We'll get caught up on the situation in just a moment, but it is Kehu Butler who's out in front by a long way.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Big numbers starting to drop here as surfers chase down places in the quarters. Kehu Butler well ahead of the pack, 8.17, 7.17. He's got the two best numbers of this heat so far. He's been right on song. George Pittard just narrowly holding on to the second position with a couple of mid-range sixes. Alistair Reginato's making a push for that second position at the moment. He's got a couple of sixes as well, just a little behind George. Josh Kerr's got a bit of work to do to get himself up into a position to qualify for the quarters.
Yeah, and priority, here's, there they are, Alistair and George sitting together. Keir Butler trying to improve on his position here.
Oh, he's running on some serious mojo out there at the moment, Bugs. Kind of looks like he's in that glory zone where you can kind of attempt any sort of move and you'll stick it. And then we had this one as we were going to the break from George Pittard. It didn't factor into his top two.
No, he had second priority, but he might have tried to get Alistair interested in that one. But there they are sitting together, first and second priority. This will come down to that.
What a great heat.
Oh, it is awesome.
Loving the performance of Keir Butler because, you know, we've seen him go around a few times on the QS now, and it just feels like he's tapped into something. He's looking really sharp mentally. When we heard him talk in his post-heat interviews, he's in that classic happy place, but just seems to be really narrowing his focus on getting some big results here this year.
He sure does. I mean, he's so focused. He did good. He did really good here last year. He really wants to go a bit further.
You sense it, Bugs, as a former competitor when someone's entering that really magic zone, that confident zone, when they're chasing down big results?
No one more than Philippe Toledo. You know, you can see him coming from so far back in the draw on the ones he wins.
It's I'm sure as someone who surfed so many heats, it's fun to identify when someone hits that magic zone. Look at the size of this set.
Yeah, see, they're still there. These sets coming from the remnants of the cyclone, they will be less consistent, but every now and again, a big combing set will come through the lineup.
Oh, here we go, Josh. He's kind of looking a little desperate in this one.
Yeah, he'll get around it maybe.
Get around it, but look at this. Josh Kerr tucks into the barrel. He gets spat out and then hammers the end section. Now this is going to be an extremely interesting score because we haven't seen too many pits, and it wasn't just a shampoo. He got slotted.
We haven't seen any, like none.
He got puffed out of that barrel.
As he got around that section, I did have a feeling that there was a barrel section there for him.
Where does he get off?
Unbelievable. That 513. Now, what does he need?
Have a look at this.
Yeah.
We're just thinking, oh, look at him. He's desperate. He's way behind. And then look at the read. Grabs the wall, both hands, gets the cover, gets spat out, and then whammo, big floater. Weightless as he falls out of the sky there.
The guy is so freaky. He's turning this on its ear.
Right. He is a very crafty character. One of those kids that used to undo the old fruit box, the old grocery box, and put it on the garage floor and break dance when he was a kid. And now he's out there just putting some tricks together and expecting that he'll get himself in this heat. But Keir just continues to smash sections out here. That was so fun to watch. I mean, I don't know where the judges are going to go with it, but just a magic vision. We're going to bring Vaughan Blakey into the booth and just get his thoughts on where the judges might go with that one. 4.5 minutes to go, but just a really interesting ride and a bit of a head scratcher because it's not a huge day out here. It's not like that wave was a slab, but it was a solid pit and, you know, a fantastic combination. The numbers just dropped for now. He's in the heat. Yeah, 6.23 for Josh Kerr. And he now is going to give himself a chance with 4 minutes to go to get back in it. But George Pittard, he's just looked so sharp on his road through to this point, and he's not backing down just yet. So impressive stuff here. Unbelievable. What an exchange.
Anyway, any time you get the vish, that conical spinning vortex, you slide inside the barrel, you kind of come in happy. So, you know, Kersey's not only put himself back in this heat, he's given himself a little stoke up.
Big time.
It's like when the fire starts to sort of peter out a bit and you just jam it with a stick until it flares. That's what Kersey's done to his campaign in this one.
It's true. I'm sure he was sort of sitting out there and scratched into that one. His rivals are sitting out the back. He's basically looks like he's kind of out of the heat. And then the cheers from the crowd up on the headland.
There's two big moves that get the big cheers, right? One of them is anything in the air.
Yep.
I mean, even jumping off the back of a wave gets a big cheer traditionally at comps. Here we go. Let's see if he takes to the air, goes for a little pop shovey. But the other one is getting tubed. People love it when you disappear, perform the little magic act wrong, reappear with a puff of spit.
His left serve, throwing a bit of air wind at us. Alistair Reginato has stomped a beauty.
What?
How was that? So clean. And he is amping. Look at him. He's got the Evan Rood, 80 horsepower on the back, and he's just motoring back to the takeoff zone here.
This is a massive one. These guys are in such blinding form, Ron. All four of them have put big scores, big numbers right throughout this heat. Everyone's backups are solid. Reginato throws it to the air, gets the full road. And look at this cushy landing. It just couldn't have gone better on the shockwave down. Not fighting it, not bounced, but just as it began to fall, he was riding it into that nice cushy landing. What are the judges going to throw at this thing?
Oh, I think they have to throw something good at it. 6.74 is what he needs to jump up into second, and he gets that number. In fact, he gets much more than the number he needs. He gets a 9.5.
Oh my goodness.
Well, it was not like a small wave. You know, I think we saw Dakota Walters earlier today execute the same kind of move, and it was on a smaller wave, so it didn't go as high, but that was a big chunky section. You could see that wind just blowing into his face.
Oh, he hits it with speed. That angle there really shows you the distance he covered.
We know that he's got those tricks in him, Reggie, but more often than not, he really leans into his power and his precision in just smashing the pocket of a wave. Have a look at him. Look at him go. Do you think he's got his tail up or what?
Yeah, he is buried to the earlobes getting into this one.
Loads up, floating down the line, just flowing, waiting for this thing to stand up, and he just absolutely throws everything he's got into it. Not successful on this occasion, but look at the requirements for George Pittar and Josh Kerr now.
Yeah, he's asking big questions. Kehu Butler and Reginato, two guys who have really looked almost unchallenged in the way that they've put together their heats. They've just been on such an incredible, just flowy momentum push through this event.
Kehu's been on fire, so he's been posting these big scores. George Pittar has been so solid in dropping mid-range sixes throughout the event, but at this point in the competition, you know, it's time to take it up into the sevens. You've got to get into those eights to get yourself into the quarterfinals here, and that's exactly what Alistair Reginato has done. You know, Bugs and I were touching on Reggie, just the form that he's carrying coming into this new regional qualifying series, and, you know, thinking that he's got big results in him. But that kind of surfing is what's going to get him over the line and potentially onto the Challenger Series. What a performance. His last two heats have been mind-blowing.
Oh, he's always been the ultimate team man. We've just been wanting to jam that flag into the soil and claim a few big results for himself. Yeah. This is looking like a beauty. That was amazing.
Huge result for the Toads. And Reggie, really strong performance there. What a great highlight moment for him. I'd say that's, you know, one of the best turns we've seen him lay down ever in competition. Big chunky section, and absolutely threw himself into it. Kehu Butler too strong. One more heat to come to decide our quarterfinal draw for the men, and it's going to be a great one, a fantastic lineup. Stick around.
The number one reason why students should come study here would be the access they have to staff, and it's just better than any other university. The fact that you can walk straight into the professor's office and get that one-on-one feedback, I think is just second to none.
Find your moment at visitthetweed.com.au.
Bringing nature into my living space is so important. Harvey Norman helps to tie everything together. Those products have that understated elegance, yet super high performance. Harvey Norman, your #1 lifestyle destination.
Through Bond University, I could get all the equipment I needed to do my PhD studies. It's world-class waves and international surfing events. It was a no-brainer.
Wow, what a show we're being treated to this afternoon here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, this QS 5000. You can tell what it means to these competitors because, you know, there has been moments in this event where they've looked to be strategic in making their way through the draw, but they can't afford to be too strategic anymore or hold anything in the reserves. We're seeing some foot to the floor, incredible power surfing, some progressive stuff as well. That last heat was a beauty, and this one should be as well. Jagger Bartholomew is going to be out there in the green, and he got himself into one nice and early. Take us through it, Vorno.
A couple of little speed checks, gets a flary end section hit, and 3.83 actually, so he's had two little sniffs out here, but I think, you know, at this stage of the day, Ron, this is your favourite time to surf. Like, all surfers love it if they've already had an early and you get out for your late session, you're just limber, you're loose, you've kind of got that little bit of attitude, you want to send it in the last the last hours of the day, and if you've got a rashy on, it can feel excellent. And this guy,
Kalani Ball, in a stacked heat, has opened with a strong statement here. He's in that blue jersey and looking really sharp. Mikey Madonna in the lineup as well in the red. Dakota Walters, one of the standouts so far. This is a hell of a heat, all with big surfing, these guys. But have a look at this combo. Power.
That's what springs to mind. Two big hits. He links it up beautifully. The sections that are presenting on this bank, Ronnie, are just asking to be clobbered. And all four of these guys, they don't just have the power game. They've all got the artillery to throw massive moves. I'm talking futuristic, creative stuff. So it's going to be a really interesting battle. Of course, on the back of a heat like the last one, you just got to be careful with your energy levels, don't you? You can kind of let it over froth you and sort of just lose sight of the small game just a bit. Your positioning, just get in the right spot. Make sure you're on those good ones.
Yeah, I think you and I can afford to just tone it back a little bit, maybe. But I don't think these guys can. Not after that opening ride from Kalani Ball. That was, you know, brilliant surfing. Only two sections to deal with. He didn't waste it. 6.67. So he's already sort of setting the pace early here. We'll get a look at what Mikey Madonna and Dakota Walters can serve up here in a moment. And it looks like Mikey on the outside holding that inside position. He's going to swing into this one. Has that nice little double up. It's kind of almost welcome at the start of these rides because it steepens this wave on the bank. And Mikey hammers the first section and driving off the top. A nice transition carve and a really clean floating re-entry to finish that one off. And that's going to put him right up there with Kalani Ball on that opening exchange.
So impressive. It's just so much time. It's a beautiful thing, you know. They could have paddled out here after what went down the last heat and really rushed their surfing, but Mikey just sets up that inside steep water face. Big snap, big carve, big finish for the big man.
And Dakota Walters, he got himself in the mix. That was during the replay of Mikey Madonna's ride. So capable of recovering from what looked like impossible turns to make. Didn't have it on that occasion. And Kalani's going looking for the backup number already. And doing really well. Tricky wave to read. A couple of lumps and bumps in it, but still kicked that tail on the final section. 19 minutes to go. And Kalani's going to extend here with his two-wave total. But I think Mikey Madonna's going to drop a really good score here, Vaughan. That first turn, really cupped out, critical section. He didn't lose any speed. He stayed in great touch and flow with that wave. And I think he's going to drop a bomb here.
Yeah, well, he had Woody down here yesterday. Let's stick with the action here, Ron.
Live action, Jagger Bartholomew. This is a guy with big surfing, huge power, and he's going to plug that float with ease. Lands on his feet. So Jagger, you give him a couple of sections and you know you're going to see something monster.
Yeah, I was saying to Bugs earlier on, this is a replay of Kalani's second score. We're still waiting for it to drop. Just good, solid, back up that opening ride. Just takes the pressure off. So we can just begin to build now. And Jagger gets a big roll in here. I thought, oh my goodness, what is this section going to do? And he floats it. Big drift. Nothing too high risk there, but I mean, the section didn't allow much more than what Jagger was able to do there.
Oh, the float was really high risk, but it's just, what are they going to throw at that when they've seen some big, hard slams on those oncoming sections? Here's Mikey Madonna. That first wave did come through at a 6.73. That's the best of it out there at the moment. As he looks to back it up. Smooth. So much variety that he can call on. Having grown up on a point break. Down there at Lennox Head, he just looks so on at the moment. 17.5 minutes to go. We'll see a replay in a moment. Bugs, he's watching on nervously. Must be so difficult watching your kid in a major contest when you know how much they're dreaming of getting to the top end, the elite level.
Yeah, especially when you've been a world champ. You've fought so hard to get to the very, very top.
Oh, you see all the mistakes. At the moment, I think Jagger's just got to have faith in his ability because he does have that big surfing that can match it with these guys. But Mikey Madonna's backed up his opening ride nicely. And have a look at this from Kalani. Wow.
That's a combo.
These guys know that they have to bring it. Kalani pretty happy with that one. Just under 17 minutes to go. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat, who's no doubt going to find a good spot to watch the remainder of the day unfold here.
Extra length in the board, extra length in the boardies. Kihu Butler, one for the whānau.
Ai, hari ko ana hau ki te mahi a tēnā mahi ki te kingaru no reira ai he mihi nunu I tērā.
I bet that was all good. AG, well done. What a heat to be a part of.
Yeah, you might think that one was all good, but yeah. Nah, stoked.
Did you see Alice's air from the back and what were you thinking?
Yeah, Alice's air was pretty hectic. Had to clap it. Can't do anything else, especially when you don't have priority either. So, he's got a high success rate, but hey, don't throw away the old extra length boardies and a bit of weight. Keep it traditional for all the uncles and koros and nans out there. They love the old school stuff.
As did we and as did the judges. What a heat, mate. Big total, big day for you. You must be stoked going into finals day.
Yeah, I'm grateful for the challenge, I didn't do any of these regionals last year, so I got some catching up to do, but, what a challenge. I can't wait, Take it forward with both hands and, just surf heat by heat and give it everything.
Makes it pretty clear, doesn't it? You've got a few big events, you've got to make the most of it.
Yeah, of course, go hard,
We'll see you tomorrow, Kihu. Cheers.
Good on you, Stace. Man, you don't want to play favourites, Vaughan, but you just want to see him keep winning the heats because his post-heat interviews are so entertaining. I love it. Keeping it traditional for the aunties and uncles, the nans. He is representing New Zealand beautifully, and man, he's taking his performance to another level this year, and you love to see it. Here we go, Mike Madonna. He's been busy out here in this lineup. Had a 5.33 on his previous wave. He's finished off another here. Kalani Ball, though, Vorna, just dropped an 8.33.
Yeah, the big difference is Kalani hit his first section with nothing left. Everything he could throw at it went into that turn. A big blowtail reverse straight into a closeout whack. And a massive score, an 8.33. And this heat is starting to follow the same pattern as the last one. Good opening rides, but then the dial gets turned. And this guy is finding beautiful rhythm. The sixes, the sevens, the mid-range scores. He's going to want to start pushing those into that 8 range, into that excellent range. I mean, you heard him say earlier, Ron, that he's twice the surfer that he was last year. This time last year, Mikey still looked a bit like a Grom.
Yeah.
But he looks every bit ready to take it to another level.
And these guys, when they're talking about being twice the surfer or having improved, I think a lot of it is about the competitive savvy. And I think he learned a lot last year. That last wave, you could tell he got a little stuck up in the lip on that final manoeuvre, so it didn't go into the top two, didn't improve his heat score total, and that just means that Jagger Bartholomew's still got a chance to get ahead of him with a 7.63. Dakota's been surprisingly quiet so far. I think this is one of those heats after the round of 32 that these guys came in and kind of looked at the draw and went, oh God, okay. So I see. I'm going to have to really step it up. I can't afford to go out there and sort of cruise through this heat. I'm going to have to throw everything I've got and more at these sections to overcome these guys. Here we go. Dakota loads up and just gets kind of tapped off by that impacting whitewater. Jagger doesn't like this one. He used priority on that. So that is an error there.
He caught a little bump just as he was loading up on this one. You'll see him just lose his balance. Oh, this is live action, is it?
This is a replay.
Just here, watch. He just loses his balance just a second, and it just throws off the air rev. Well, I mean, his make rate on that turn is so high. So to see him lose it is not very common.
And this is the replay of Jagger. So he had priority at this point. So he's put himself at the third priority now, I think. Or maybe there's been some movement out in the lineup. He's in second priority as far as we can tell. Kalani Ball's out in front with a couple of great numbers, an 8.33, a 6.67. Still 12 minutes to go in this last heat of the day, and it's looking like a good one.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
Welcome back to the show. Hope you're enjoying it. We certainly are. Ronnie Blakey with the big bro Vaughan, and Vaughno, what a great way to finish off a huge day of competition here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro. Really solid scores locked in by these competitors in this last heat to decide our last two spots in the quarterfinals. Here goes Dakota Walters. He does have work to do. Dynamic start, getting the fins free for a moment as he now drops to the bottom and sizes up this steeper section of the wave, and he absolutely smokes it. So that's exactly what he needed. The best he had before that ride was just a 2. Take us through the replay.
Set wave. Haven't seen one this big for a little while, and he gets that beautiful up and over the foam climb. Such a tricky move. Not always loved and adored by the judges, but a big wave and a big finish. Gets that tail drift, and it looks like our heat leader, Kalani Ball, also found a nice wave to really open up on. Look at these two big hacks, and continuing on from the form that saw him just barnstorm up the ratings at the tail end of last year. A big finish on the Challenger Series for Kalani Ball. And I actually saw him in the car park before this heat. He said he wasn't that stoked on how he's been putting his heats together, Ronnie. He was happy with the surfing, but just a little bit off with his tactics. So he's really, he's improved on whatever he wasn't liking, that's for sure, because he's holding it down with an 8.33 and a 6.67. Jagger Bartholomew finally getting one that he might feel a little better about. 9.5 minutes remaining. The last two heats today have really sounded alarm bells for everyone tomorrow. This has been by far the best surfing we've seen. Not so much in the fact that we haven't seen higher scores throughout the day, but the momentum build and the demands placed on every surfer to bring it has been incredible. Like, no one's really run away with these heats. They've just been gritty battles to get the win, and you've had to step it right up. So quarterfinals tomorrow are shaping up to be incredible.
Oh, they're going to be unbelievable. So Dakota's making his move here now. 6.27, a 5.8 will see him up in the second spot. He's capable of doing that with a single turn. He's been one of the star competitors, I think, in the country in the last couple of months. He's had some amazing performances at the Australian Board Riders Battle. He did the turn of the contest and really was instrumental or the reason why Byron Bay got that national title. But yeah, he's definitely carried some of that form into this comp as well.
And he'll back himself to get scores. He loves surfing, you know, and I know that sounds ridiculous when you're watching a surf comp. But I mean, when he's in heats, he doesn't like to really sit around and be patient. He likes to catch lots of waves. He feels good when he's got, you know, momentum. Definitely agree with your statement there, Ron. Probably the surfer of the year so far in Australia. He's just, he's delivered not just big performances, but big performances in clutch situations, which is just, you know, it's terrifying. I know that all the surfers in this heat, despite the fact he's got, you know, two guys here that have been on the Challenger Series, Jagger Bartholomew, who surfs every single club round against, you know, world champions at Snapper Rocks, and they'd all be looking at Dakota and thinking, this guy is deadly.
Yeah, well, Dakota's kind of dipped in and out of competition, so, you know, that they're aware that he kind of has always looked to evolve his surfing. He's experimental with equipment, but yeah, you're right. While they've been really focusing all their energy on chasing junior events and those minor qualifying series events, he kind of took a different path, but he looks well and truly fired up. I'm loving seeing him compete more often, and let's see if he can dig himself out of trouble here. He's certainly turned it around with that last wave, and he's got a nice looking wall here. Has those big individual turns. Butte cut down there, and then swings into the reverse. So much control and so much electricity, even in that final manoeuvre. Great combination.
This guy,
he needs a 5.8 to get ahead of Mikey Madonna here.
He's got it. There's no doubt. The second turn is probably a 5.8 on its own. He's such a live wire. The speed that he's able to just reposition his board. You know, he came out of that nose pick, Ron, so far up the front of his board. Little slice. This angle a little different. The wave looks a little flatter, but look at that. Throws the fins. Comes out, and he's got to readjust so quickly here, and he does to get the finish. What do you think? Is there a 5.8 on that?
No, I think there'll be some comparisons made to Mikey Madonna's 5.33 for sure. We're waiting on the number to come through. It's just, you know, very comparable, and it's just some great surfing going down here at the moment. Just under 6 minutes to go. Dakota's dad, Jeremy Walters, campaigned on the qualifying series for a number of years, had some huge finishes. His younger brother Harley's an amazing surfer, and yeah, he's got a competitive career ahead of him for sure.
I think he's focused on this qualifying series this year, wants to hit the Challenger Series, I should say. It's a bit of a colloquialism we've adopted for the Challenger Series, but I mean, you want to get there because your surfing just goes to another level when you do. Here's Mike. Oh my goodness.
Okay, he might need this wave too, because Dakota's score still hasn't dropped, and Mikey won't be taking any chances. I think what you see and the difference between the two rides is just the power in Mikey Madonna's opening turn. This is an authoritative turn.
Yeah, Formula One puts it right on the back foot, and it's made of pure lead. You get the speed and you throw it around, and there's just buckets of spray going everywhere. That was a beautiful opening ride.
Okay, so the score came through for Dakota. It was a little shy of the requirement, 5.77. Now, Mikey Madonna, I think, is going to get rid of the 5.33 here and push the requirement a little higher for Dakota. Jagger Bartholomew is going to have a bit more work to do as we wait for that number to come through. But that first turn was strong. 6.3 for Mikey Madonna. And that means Dakota's after a 6.76. Jagger's after an excellent score. Has it in him, for sure, but time's ticking by. He might have to really nail it with one ride. I don't think he'll have time to chip away at the requirement and get back out and get another score, as Dakota slices this one off the top and draws up into the lip again and belts it. There is just so much fast twitch magic happening there.
Yeah, the speed is just blinding. You've got to sit back and marvel the way that he's able to release the tail and just still maintain just pure speed out of his turn is just unlike anyone, really. It's completely unique to his surfing. Look at this, gets the tail free, straight back onto the back foot to get the drive. That turn just cracks it.
Well, this is going to be interesting, because he absolutely belted that final section, and it's not like that turn didn't have anything in it. This is, you know, just looking so good for Australia's chances on the Challenger Series. Just the level of surfing that we've witnessed here today. And Jagger Bartholomew.
Yeah, this one.
There we are. We didn't get the finish there. Jagger took it right through the inside, though. Let's see if he can chip away at the requirement. And what I should say is it's looking good for Australasia's chances, because New Zealand have got one of the star performers still alive in the mix here in Kehu Butler. He's been one of the strongest in the field. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go here. Kalani Ball just holding that position on the outside, that priority. Has the best number of the heat, 8.33. Unrivaled power so far, 6.67 also to his name. We are just hanging to see what this score is for Dakota Walters. We knew he needed a 6.73. The number again has just fallen short of the requirement, 6.3.
Wow, he's dancing right on the edge, but he just can't get the nod from the judges. And it's a tale of two approaches, isn't it? You've just got the full meaty power game of Mikey McDonough against the live wire, nimble, high-speed theatrics of Dakota Walters, and it's the power that the judges are rewarding here at the moment. Mikey's wave's just a little steeper, maybe, able to really generate deep carves.
Yeah, he's getting more critical sections at the start of his rides and still finding that high-impact finish. And Dakota's just doing a wonderful job of turning like reasonably flat sections into great scores.
Oh,
yeah, that was interesting. Appealing, slapping the water. Obviously felt like he got blocked on that ride. I'll try and get a replay of that situation there.
1 minute, what a day. What an incredible day. And I'm so stoked. These last two heats have just been pure entertainment. Oh yeah, a little priority.
Yeah, that's super interesting.
Bubble.
But I don't feel like Mikey was in his way. It was sort of like Dakota was sort of appealing that he was in his way. If he just got up and started surfing, he could have kept going. But he did drop to the bottom of the order of priority there, Mikey, as we see Jagger with a beautiful finish, tall section, but he's way behind at the moment, needs an 8.2.
The section just wouldn't allow it. Don't know what more he could have done, but there was definitely not 8 points in that wave. Jagger, it's been a bit of a frustrating heat, I suppose, for Jag. He got off to a pretty good start. 4.83 to kick things off. He blasts the tail out the back here. Here goes Dakota Walters, Ron, with time on the clock.
Yeah, up in time, goes to shove it, rolling on through. And yeah, not a whole lot left on that ride. But he's a tricky customer. He looks frustrated, but this guy, what a performance. Rock solid. Managed to line up beautifully, found two really high-scoring rides. Absolute power. His throwaways were pretty reasonable as well.
And there's a few words being exchanged here by the looks of things as the boys wind down the heat. Been a big day, a lot of emotion in these events. Kalani Paul will be extremely happy to be moving into those quarters.
We are going to take a quick break here at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, and we will have a look at some of the matchups we can look forward to in the quarterfinals tomorrow.
Oakberry, it isn't just food, it's a lifestyle. It's going to the beach all day, being with your friends, being healthy, being fit, being active and fueling yourself to be able to surf all day and keep living the life that we love. To me, eating real food is so important, and real food to me is organic, 100% natural, free preservatives, fresh. You'll find that with Oakberry.
A magic day of competition here is a wrap. Our quarterfinals are set and they look spectacular. We're going to have a chat about some of those matchups. Ronnie Blakey here with the big bro Vaughan, and Vaughno, thanks for your energy today, mate.
Feeling good, Ron. Feeling pumped up. It's been, been a lot of effort going into this event, especially from the surfers. First couple of days, Kingscliff, huge sweep, just almost like a torrent running through the lineup. Surfers did extremely well to paddle against those elements with the cyclone swells at full speed. Then we came here, big surf, lots of wash-throughs, but we got to today, lots of fun waves, heaps of ramps, and some epic and memorable performances from our quarterfinals.
Oh,
especially.
amazing. And the quarterfinals are just looking so good. On the women's side, we're going to see fantastic clashes. It's going to be India Robinson and Coco Cairns meeting in that first quarterfinal clash. Also on that side of the draw, Kobe Enright will take on Charlie Stokes, who's been really impressive and making a bit of a statement here at Cabarita. The local girls, Ali Kelly's got Ellie Brooks in quarterfinal 3, and then Dimity Stoyle, who's been dropping some big numbers and laying down some big turns, serving against Sarah Baum, who's just looks so sharp. So yeah, it's hard to pick a winner out of that.
Ooh, the last quarter there is a real clash, isn't it? Dimity, the defending champion, Sarah Baum, who is just far out. She's been so impressive. Her power game, she might be one of the real challenges and threats to Dimity's power game. So it's going to be a slugfest, that one.
It sure is. And then on the men's side, the quarterfinal heats are mind-blowing. Kaius King has continued his fantastic return from injury. He's going to be up against Reef Hazelwood, who just squeaked through his round of 16 heat earlier on. Cooper Davies and Geordie Lawler in quarterfinal number 2. Kihu Butler, Mikey Madonna in quarterfinal 3, and Alistair Reginato, Kalani Ball in that last quarter. And yeah, the battle for the semis on both sides is going to be intense.
It is. Wow, you've got the defending champ again in Kaius, still going in the draw on his way back from injury, looking to make a statement and get onto that Challenger Series. And then, wow, Alistair Reginato, probably the highlight move of the day, a big backside full rotor, greased it. And as we've said, Kalani was incredible in that last heat, but he's going to have to really be on his game against Alistair because this kid is building.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's. You could kind of pick him as a favourite on the QS this year coming into this event. Just some of the surfing he's been doing with the jersey on has been super impressive. Great shot there. The regional New South Wales flight cam has been bringing us beautiful images throughout the contest so far. Love this stretch of coast. That Tweed Coast Road is definitely worth just bypassing that part of the freeway, or getting off, I should say, and taking the tourist drive. Vaughan, always good banks to be sorted out.
Yeah, well, you know, when we were driving up the coast, we always tried to get Mum to turn off at Wooyoung and take us up the coast road, but she always ignored us, drove inland. Thanks, Mum.
Love it. Well, let's get caught up with the winner of the last heat of the day. It was a magic performance day, some unbelievable power turns and just mistake-free surfing there from Kalani.
Yeah, it was Rondog, and great to have the Vaughan brothers in the booth. Blakey brothers. Been a big day. I'm absolutely cooked. Kalani, you were kicking stones out here before after your heat earlier. Pretty frothing, put that one together.
Yeah, I was just like, I got a bit lucky in the one before, and I just wanted to surf a really good heat then, and I finally felt like I put a couple together. So, yeah, I was stoked to just do some good surfing on some decent waves that time.
And sneaking 8 off the Grom, that's got to feel good.
Yeah, I was pretty lucky with that. I gave Alistair one in our previous heat, and he got a 9 or something. So, yeah, it felt good to come back around for me. So, yeah, stoked with that one.
Swings and roundabouts.
Yeah, that's it, mate.
What's the plan for the afternoon?
Probably go to the butcher, get a steak, chuck it on the barbie.
How do you cook it?
Oh, medium rare. Yeah, and then early night and back on tomorrow, mate.
Ron, Vaughan, round of Kalani's for dinner. Thanks, boys.
Sounds good. I thought Kalani was going to say that he just eats it raw after that performance.
Raw, half medium rare.
I was going to say, Stace, that the Vaughan brothers was my suggestion for our band name when we both got guitars that Christmas.
Yeah, which was rejected. Vaughan, what a magic day, mate, and we are really set up for some magic quarterfinals. It's going to be a great run to crown our champions here.
Yeah, it's a wonderful way to kick off the QS in Australia. It's been a wonderful event. The Tweed Coast has delivered, you know, a litany of different conditions, but it's all gearing up for quarterfinals. Finals day tomorrow. We're going to be crowning our champs, and it's
Can't wait.
It's a froth overload, Ron.
Make sure you tune in bright and early. We'll be getting those quarterfinal heats underway. Until then, we'll leave you with some highlights. See you tomorrow.